Tan Yu, a pure and handsome male college student, suddenly finds himself in the unfortunate position of being a substitute bride in a tragic novel. The male bride is a character with lofty aspirations, yet a fragile fate. Misled by the protagonist's deceitful promises of kill him, and I shall marry you, meets a grim end-by. Being poisoned on his wedding night.By a twist of fate, Tan Yu awakens on the very night of his wedding. Observing a suspicious vial of what appears to be vitamin C in his hand, he resolutely disposes of the poison into a flowerpot. He declares that he will not accept the fate of a mere pawn in this narrative. Upon confronting his would-be assassin, the villainous husband, he offers a heartfelt declaration of love, successfully securing his survival. Chapter 1. The innocent male student's journey through time. The sounds of drums and firecrackers explode in his ears. Tan Yu, suffering from a throbbing headache, forces his heavy eyelids open, only to be greeted by a swirling sea of red. What is happening? He recalls being in a computer class, called to the front to demonstrate code, when suddenly a ceiling fan detached and struck him on the head, resulting in a splatter of blood. Fitting sacrifice to the heavens. Where am I now? Is this still in my homeland? Before he can ponder further, the palanquin beneath him jolts violently. Tan Yu tilts precariously. Bang! A wave of excruciating pain rushes through him, and he sees stars before losing consciousness again. Almost simultaneously, a peculiar golden light emerges, forming a series of curvaceous letters. World, heartless and profligate. Channel, restricted level. Current character, cannon fodder Tan Yu. Awakening mission, survive the wedding night and alter the final outcome. Character status, activated. Hiss. After an indeterminate period, Tan Yu opens his eyes. The ropes binding his wrists have been removed, and he winces as he pulls away the bothersome red cloth from his head. Before him lies a wedding chamber, steeped in antiquity, in the spacious room. Red silk curtains hang high, and the double phoenix candles burn serenely by the window. On a grand circular zeton wood table nearby, a ceremonial wine is prepared, adorned with red stickers of happiness on the fruits. Looking down, he realizes he is donned in an exquisite bridal gown, tightly cinched at the waist, seated upon a bed strewn with peanuts and red dates. A ghost marriage? At that moment, a buzzing sound fills his ears. Memories unfurl like a scroll before him. Good news. This is not a ghost marriage. He has traversed into a novel. Bad news. He has entered a tale meant for the LGBTQ audience. What's worse, it is not a sweet and light-hearted romance, but a notorious work rife with angst, substitutes, melodrama, and tragic love, all confined within the pages of a well-known website's restricted content. Another piece of good news, he is not the protagonist, so his life is spared. However, the bad news is that he is the doomed cannon fodder who meets a tragic end at the very beginning. This cannon fodder, named Tan Yu, is forced to marry the male antagonist, Prince Jing, as a substitute for his half-brother, the protagonist, Tan Shui. Prince Jing, Shui Fengshui, is the half-brother of the current emperor, in the narrative. He is depicted as cruel and tyrannical, deriving pleasure from murder, and is referred to as the living king of hell of the Great Zhou dynasty. The marriage decree is merely a tool to humiliate Prince Jing, as the emperor whimsically designates a scapegoat from the court to serve as his male consort. By a cruel twist of fate, this scapegoat happens to be the original Tan Yu's inept father, who dozes off during court sessions, as fate would have it. This inept father has two sons. The first is the original Tan Yu, the eldest son of the Tan family, who is neglected by his father, has lost his mother, and is unloved by his stepmother, essentially a mere ghost, in his own home. The second is the protagonist, the beloved darling of the Tan family, who has recently gained fame for his exceptional writing upon entering the Imperial Academy. On the same day that the younger brother receives accolades from his teachers, the original Tan Yu faints from hunger in the woodshed. In a household rife with cruelty, he is deprived of sustenance and suffers daily, ultimately succumbing to illness in the harsh winter and sweltering summer. In such oppressive circumstances, few, if any, are aware of the Tan family's other son, let alone the current emperor. Upon the issuance of the marriage decree, everyone assumes that the Tan family's promising young scholar is on the brink of ruin, eliciting pity from onlookers. Yet, the Tan family remains unfazed, swiftly substituting the eldest son for the wedding, executing a clever switch. Once the palanquin enters the royal residence, the matter is set in stone. No one cares about the identity of the bride. The emperor, upon learning of this, is delighted, favoring the idea of a dull, sickly boy over a talented genius for his brother. In the original story, he even praised the minister of revenue for his fruitful offspring, who provided him with relief. Just days before the wedding, the original Tan Yu's wet nurse unexpectedly passes away, leaving him isolated and vulnerable. In a moment of emotional turmoil, he is swayed by the protagonist's deceitful promises to poison the villain on their wedding night. The outcome is predictable. The poisoning attempt is revealed, and the original Tan Yu is executed by the villain, meeting a wretched end. However, his role does not conclude there. Days after his demise, the protagonist, in a drunken stupor, suddenly finds himself haunted by memories of the frail youth he had betrayed. In his sorrow, he frequents the brothels, drowning his grief in drink. Ultimately, he is drugged by a schemer, and just as the protagonist arrives to console him, they become entangled. During the process of recovery, the deluded protagonist clings to the original Tan Yu's name. Tan Yu inhales deeply at this juncture. Enough, pray. Was the original Tan Yu such a pathetic character? Having died, he is still expected to be a part of their sordid play. Moreover, the first act of the protagonist upon ascending the throne is not to express his feelings for the original Tan Yu, but to exact revenge on his white moonlight. He orders the execution of the villain, his own uncle, discarding his corpse into a mass grave. This act creates a rift between him and the protagonist. Later, in a bid to prove he has forgotten his white moonlight, the emperor shamelessly spends 3 days and nights in the wedding chamber of Prince Jing, where the original Tan Yu. Once married, in moments of passion, Xue Changzhen remarks, "Shui, your brother and my uncle are watching." What kind of nonsense is this? Tan Yu nearly retches. In summary, this toxic relationship between the protagonist and the original Tan Yu unfolds into a saga of tragic love and misunderstandings, dragging on for over a decade before they finally reach a resolution. Retrieving the memories of his attire, Tan Yu tears open his inner garments, revealing a yellow pill that resembles vitamin C. Without a moment's hesitation, he discards the poison into the flowerpot. Next, he produces a pair of mandarin duck handkerchiefs. Gifted by the despicable man, cleanses his fingers of the soil and ignites the handkerchiefs in the candle flame. The token of their commitment is reduced to a handful of ashes. What a farce! Let those who wish to play the role of cannon fodder do so. He shall not partake. With the poison dealt with, Tan Yu must now devise a strategy to survive the night in the presence of the villain. The mere thought of the original Tan Yu's conversation with the protagonist taking place under the villain's watch sends chills down his spine. As night deepens, Tan Yu bites his finger, his mind a blank slate. Damn it, he can't think of anything at all. He is but a pure and adorable freshman, an innocent fool who does not even know that one can skip the youth university learning program. Why, then, has he been thrust into an alternate world without ever truly experiencing the essence of university life? Now he must confront a matter of life and death. Oh heavens, you are akin to my cruel grandmother for your unfairness towards me. As Tan Yu grapples with despair in confrontation with the heavens, a sudden sound of respectful greetings reverberates from beyond the once tranquil door. Accompanying the steady footsteps is the jarring noise of a sharp object scraping against the ground. Tan Yu's breath quickens, and he seizes the red veil from the ground, tossing it over his head. With a creak, the door swings open. Beneath the veil, a figure adorned in black, embroidered golden boots approaches, clad in a vibrant red wedding robe that envelopes their long, powerful legs, drawing nearer. Ah, it is indeed the living embodiment of a villain. In their right hand, they wield a bloodied longsword, the sharp tip emitting a piercing sound as it schemes along the floor. The cloying scent of blood assaults Tan Yu as the figure advances, but he suppresses the tumult within his stomach, gripping his palms tightly within the sleeves of his garment, gritting his teeth to anchor himself in place. In the next moment, a glint of cold steel flashes before him, the veil being lifted high by the sword's tip. In the glow of the bright candlelight, Tan Yu finally gazes upon the figure before him. Chapter 2. Those unaware might think this prince has married a serpent with sword-like brows and deep-set eyes. He stood tall, approximately 8 feet in height, clad in a meticulously tailored crimson wedding attire. His thick, Inky hair was neatly bound into a golden crown. A pair of elongated, cold eyes bore down upon Tanyu, emanating an oppressive aura characteristic of a ruler that rendered one breathless. Tanyu's eyes widened slightly. This was none other than the most popular character from the original text, Prince Jing, Shui Fengxue, a figure of tragic origins, strikingly handsome yet eternally indifferent, a mysterious antagonist who had never loved a soul. He not only claimed the top spot on the annual list of most pitiful fictional characters, but also contributed a staggering 90% of the fervor to this year's most melodramatic tale. It can be said that nearly all readers were drawn in by this villain. Following his heartbreaking demise, readers expressed their outrage, threatening to send knives to the author. Upon glimpsing the real man, Tanyu realized that the extensive descriptions of his appearance in the original text were by no means exaggerated. His visage was not merely exquisite. Rather, his features were chiseled and strikingly defined, with fierce brows casting shadows over his eyes, which were as dark as ink. Surveying others with a gaze one might reserve for a mere dog or object, the real question was, how could anyone possess such an appearance? To what extent was his attractiveness? Perhaps to the degree that even a homophobic straight man would find him impressive. Yet, there was absolutely no flutter of the heart. Tanyu merely felt a sense of unfairness. His own naturally delicate features, often praised for their beauty, had led him to attract nothing but the attention of countless gay admirers. There was even a couple who had quarreled over him, each having developed feelings for Tanyu. One of them, the more effeminate of the two, swore to the heavens that he would become the masculine partner for love, vowing not to relent until he won Tanyu's affections. This had caused the straight man much distress. Reflecting on his solitary experiences of attracting gay suitors, Tanyu glanced back at Shui Fengxue's sculpted features, feeling a wave of melancholy wash over him. The fleeting hint of sorrow in the boy's eyes did not escape Shui Fengxue's notice. It wasn't until his chin was raised by the cold tip of a sword that Tanyu snapped back to reality, his gaze slowly descending. Drip! Crimson blood trickled down the pristine white blade, seeping from his delicate neck and slowly staining the bright red wedding attire. The strange, sticky sensation around the collar sent a jolt of fear straight to Tanyu's throat. However, what was even more terrifying was that he had been pinched on the face by the antagonist. Shui Fengxue lowered his gaze, observing the young lady before him, her eyelashes fluttering, her complexion pale. The boy possessed particularly expressive large eyes, their green irises sparkling like two jade stones. The small, delicate face bore traces of illness, and when it trembled as it looked up, it seemed to possess an enchanting power. Shui Fengxue's fingers, long and calloused from years of swordplay, felt as if they were grasping a piece of tender tofu when they brushed against the boy's cheek. He looked like a fairy, yet he was foolish. Shui Fengxue casually concluded. He had no interest in toying with this naive young husband who had been easily deceived by his nephew. As long as Tanyu remained obediently in the courtyard, he would, as the emperor wished, spare his life. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, just as he was about to speak, he heard a barely audible murmur from the youth. Shui Fengxue frowned slightly, noticing that Tanyu had tilted his head back, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. His beautiful lips parted ever so slightly, producing a sound as soft as a cat's mew. Yet it was crystal clear to him. Husband. In the stillness of the bridal chamber, one could hear a pin drop. For a brief moment, Shui Fengxue felt a lump in his throat, tinged with disbelief. However, moments later, as if a realization struck him, he suddenly let out a cold laugh. Preposterous. Beneath the candlelight, the youth's neck was as porcelain white as jade, slender and delicate, appearing as if it could snap with the slightest pressure. Shui Fengxue's voice was low and heavy, laced with unmistakable disdain. Do you know that within the Prince Jing's residence, the ones who perish most frequently are fools like you, who are blissfully unaware of the world as gravity? As his words fell, the man slowly turned his wrist, allowing the sword's edge to graze the youth's pristine skin. In an instant, blood gushed forth. Pain surged through Tanyu's nerves, and for a fleeting moment, regret washed over him as his heart sank. Was it true that the villain did not fall for flattery or cunning tricks? I beg your pardon, my lord. Tan Yu endured the pain, tilting his head slightly, tears glimmering in his eyes. I thought that since we are wed, I could address you in this manner. Xue Fengxue showed no sign of gratitude. And so, he questioned, how can you expect me to retract my sword when it is poised against you? Tan Yu continued, if I were to eat less, maintain a pleasant demeanor, and warm your bed during winter, would you consider sparing my life? After a brief silence, Xue Fengxue responded, spare your life? As he cast his gaze downward under Tan Yu's hopeful stare, he queried, do you truly believe that what you propose is unattainable for others? Naturally, it is achievable, Tan Yu replied, but my lord, my death matters little. What is paramount is that you do not fulfill their wishes. His eyes, innocent and unworldly, seemed genuinely concerned for him. Xue Fengxue was a man of immense pride, bordering on arrogance. Being compelled to marry a male consort was already an affront to his dignity. Should he comply with the emperor's wishes and eliminate this consort, it would be an unparalleled humiliation. Thus, after Tan Yu spoke, Xue Fengxue scrutinized him as if deep in thought, his dark eyes revealing no emotion, causing an unsettling chill to creep over Tan Yu. My lord, Tan Yu interjected, deciding to offer Xue Fengxue an escape route. To be candid, I also possess skills in massage. Have you been suffering from frequent headaches or insomnia of late? Xue Fengxue's gaze sharpened slightly, his voice steady as he inquired. What makes you say that? Your eyes bear faint shadows of dark circles, Tan Yu replied. My wet nurse has always suffered from headaches and sleepless nights, so I secretly learned some techniques to alleviate her discomfort. I believe the results should be quite effective. As he spoke, he tentatively pushed against the sword's blade. If you do not believe me, I could offer you a massage the next time you experience a headache. The taste of blood was unpleasant, and Tan Yu's lashes trembled in pain, his vision beginning to blur. By instinct, he felt this body was indeed his own, though he wondered if the narrative had bestowed upon him a frail disposition. Xue Fengxue remained silent for an extended period, leaving Tan Yu anxious and uncertain, as he was unaware of the villain's true intentions. In the original text, Xue Fengxue would become irritable and lose all reason whenever he experienced a headache, which also coincided with his most lethal moments. Subsequently, the antagonist inadvertently discovered that being in closer proximity to the protagonist could alleviate his symptoms. However, faced with such a remedy, Xue Fengxue remained entirely unmoved. As the sole character in the narrative who did not succumb to the protagonist's allure, he steadfastly maintained his role as a villain throughout. He commenced his reign of terror by murdering a princess, followed by the emperor, and nearly ended the protagonist's life had the latter not arrived in the nick of time. Xue Fengshue's own words were, "You just expressed a willingness to stay by my side to alleviate my headaches. Yet in my view, why complicate matters? Wouldn't consuming your flesh yield swifter results?" In essence, he was a profoundly brutal and unreasonable individual. Tan Yu, overwhelmed by chaotic thoughts, felt the blade pressed against his neck suddenly retract. Realizing this was an indication of consent, he exhaled in relief, nearly collapsing onto the bed. "Thank you, my lord." Xue Fengxue regarded him with a frigid gaze. "Should you fail to meet my expectations, I shall order your skin to be flayed. And if I succeed?" Tan Yu, still trembling, dared to inquire. Xue Fengxue cast him a fleeting glance. "We shall discuss it later." Tan Yu swallowed hard, forcing a dry laugh. "Very well." The oppressive atmosphere dissipated, yet the pain became increasingly pronounced. My neck aches terribly," Tan Yu gasped, raising a hand to his forehead, now slick with cold sweat. The sensation of blood loss growing ever more acute. Xue Fengxue observed his actions, noting the pallor of Tan Yu's face and the blood oozing from his wounds. His gaze faltered and his brow furrowed. "Summon the physician." Tan Yu, glancing around at the desolate surroundings, questioned weakly, pointing at himself. "Me?" In the next moment, a shadowy figure landed silently outside the screen, arms crossed, affirming, "Yes." Almost forgotten, the presence of hidden guards was a hallmark of ancient royalty. At that moment, a voice drifted in nearby. "Hiss, hiss, hiss. One might think this lord has married a serpent." Tan Yu's gasping was abruptly halted. "What sort of nonsense is that?" Chapter 3. My friend, straight man, don't mess around. The physician was yanked from his bed by his collar and hurriedly made his way over. Who has been injured at this hour? It can't be the prince, can it? Receiving no response, he clung to the back of the hidden guard, exasperated. Speak up. You mute. Hurry. Let us see which shameless fool dared to harm my illustrious and formidable prince. With a thud, a figure collapsed before them. The hidden guard bowed his head, speaking solemnly. Reporting to the prince, the physician is here. Shui Fengxue gestured for him to step back. Your Highness. The physician stammered as he rose, his excitement barely contained. What affliction troubles you? Silence. Stop the bleeding, Shui Fengxue interrupted coldly, turning to reveal Tan Yu, whose neck was gushing blood as he sat on the bed. Dazed from blood loss, Tan Yu met the physician's confused gaze and sluggishly greeted him. Hi, doctor? The physician's lips twitched in disbelief. What knife? At this point, what difference does it make? He bowed respectfully. Your Highness. Upon seeing the wound, the young physician's eyes widened in shock. How could it have gotten this bad? He retrieved a vial of powder, mumbling, It might hurt a bit, Your Highness. Please bear with it. You're still young, with delicate skin. This could leave a scar, and that would be unfortunate. It was unclear to whom he was speaking, as the injured Tan Yu seemed entirely indifferent. He imagined that the scar would look rather cool. Conversely, Shui Fengxue, hearing the comment, lingered his gaze on the physician's retreating figure for a few moments before frowning at the pale, delicate Tan Yu. Enough, go fetch whatever medicine is needed from the storeroom. Tan Yu, with a bitter pill in his mouth, felt somewhat roused by the agitation and, taken aback, looked up. The physician's face broke into a triumphant grin. He quickly wrapped the bandages, and in the midst of Tan Yu's confused gaze, whispered, Do not fear, Your Highness. The prince cares for you. Tan Yu wore a perplexed expression, somewhat speechless, thinking to himself, Come on, dude, stop it. Besides, where do you see him caring for me? The one who made this deep cut on my neck is your prince. As the saying goes, messing with ships of fate invites thunder. What nonsense was he spouting? Shui Fengxue shot him a glance. Once you're healed, you may go. As soon as the Lord spoke, the physician hurriedly made his exit. If only he winked at Tan Yu before leaving. Your Highness, take care. Tan Yu, I dare not open my eyes. I hope this is merely a figment of my imagination. After dismissing the physician, Shui Fengxue directly sat beside Tan Yu. His tall stature and broad shoulders filled the space, making the already spacious bed feel cramped. Tan Yu, intimidated by his presence, subtly shrank into the corner of the bed. Just a little more, perhaps he wouldn't see me. Shui Fengxue, slightly displeased by Tan Yu's evident evasion, was about to speak when his gaze fell upon the bandages encircling Tan Yu's neck. The scrutinizing gaze made Tan Yu feel awkward, rendering him stiff and causing him to straighten his back involuntarily. This posture only facilitated Shui Fengxue's observation. The young man was slender, his soft and smooth fabric clinging tightly to his thin frame, his waist so slender that it could be grasped with a single hand. Most of his flesh seemed to be concentrated in the soft curve at his lower back. From the side, his long, thick eyelashes cast delicate shadows beneath his lowered eyes. However, his chin was a tad too sharp. Was this how the incompetent assistant minister of revenue raised his son? Even the cats of a Jing Wangfu were healthier than him. Shui Fengxue frowned, finding him increasingly unsatisfactory, his demeanor growing colder. Unaware of Shui Fengxue's thoughts, Tan Yu shivered. Startled. No way, dude. Are you angry because you're looking at me? The candle burned slowly, nearing its end. Tan Yu remained tucked at the foot of the bed, sitting upright, too timid to move, having sat stiffly for almost half an hour. Heaven help me. I hope the skills taught to me by the renowned Master Wang from H City will prove useful. It was 1/4 the hour of the pig. Leaning against the edge of the bed, Shui Fengxue suddenly furrowed his brow. Within moments, the veins on his forehead throbbed violently, as if he were enduring an immense agony. However, Tan Yu's eyes brightened, and he inched closer. Your Highness? Is your head starting to ache? Shui Fengxue abruptly lifted his gaze, his expression fierce, with dark veins threading through his pitch-black irises, resembling a frenzied beast. He fixed his stare upon Tan Yu for a moment before slowly commanding, Come here. Tan Yu, not daring to hesitate, promptly approached. Observing Tan Yu's obedience, the hostility in Shui Fengxue's eyes diminished slightly. He raised his hand and pressed it against the carotid artery on Tan Yu's neck. The cool scent of sandalwood enveloped him, and Tan Yu trembled at the suddenness of this action. The neck is a person's vulnerability. In such close proximity, any suspicious movement from Tan Yu would result in Xue Fengxue swiftly breaking his neck. Tan Yu swallowed hard, extending his pale wrists from the voluminous sleeves of his wedding attire to pat his thighs. You should remove your crown and lie down. It will aid in your strength. Once the golden crown was removed, his inky hair cascaded like a waterfall beside his finely chiseled features, momentarily stunning Tan Yu. How infuriating that he still looks so handsome with his hair down. Xue Fengxue reclined, and Tan Yu cautiously pushed aside his inky locks. With slender fingers, he gently pressed against Xue Fengxue's temples, applying varying pressure on different acupoints in circular motions. Tan Yu lowered his gaze, not daring to glance around, for a mere flicker of his eyelids would reveal Xue Fengxue's unwavering stare. The male specter is truly terrifying. Approximately half an incense stick later, Tan Yu's fingertips grew numb. Yet he noticed that the throbbing veins on Xue Fengxue's forehead began to truly ease. Before he could sigh in relief, tension gripped Tan Yu's heart once more, for the gaze of the formidable antagonist had turned increasingly menacing. "Are you frightened?" Xue Fengxue slightly lifted his eyelids, a cold glimmer flashing through his dark irises. And he suddenly smiled. "Fear not, your skills are commendable." His lips moved with an inscrutable expression. "With such talent, how could I bear to harm you?" "Your Highness flatters me." Tan Yu quivered, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he exerted himself further. "If I could witness the sunrise alongside you every day, I believe I would be even happier. What do you think?" Xue Fengxue's expression remained unchanged, and after a brief silence, he replied coolly, "Not particularly. Whining is futile." "Who is whining at you?" Tick-tock. The last candle burned down to its end. Xue Fengxue's fingertips rested on Tan Yu's wrist, signaling him to cease, and he slowly rose. Tan Yu stared blankly at his weary, aching hands, discreetly massaging his numb legs. "Speak." "What?" Tan Yu was momentarily taken aback, confused. "You voluntarily offered to alleviate my pain. What is it that you seek from me?" Xue Fengxue regarded him, speaking slowly. "Wealth, status, power, or perhaps, does the princess harbor a desire for marriage or concubinage?" For reasons unknown, Tan Yu felt that the last statement from Xue Fengxue was somewhat forced. "What you mention, your highness, I desire not." Tan Yu shook his head and let out a bitter smile. "Please do not doubt me. I harbor no grand ambitions. I am but a humble fish, yearning for a tranquil existence." He was merely an ordinary university student, unversed in the machinations of power and oblivious to the intricacies of human nature. He dared not dream of wielding control over an entirely foreign dynasty like the protagonists in novels. His sole desire was to survive and discover a way back home. The emperor, the protagonist's confidant, and various factions watched him with predatory intent, while within the minister's residence loomed a charming figure whose mere proximity invited incessant trouble. Danger lurked at every corner, and he required a formidable ally. Such a straightforward request took Xue Fengxue by surprise. He subtly tightened his grip around Tan Yu's slender wrist, retracting his hand under Tan Yu's startled glare. "Very well, but only if you remain obedient and refrain from causing me any trouble." Though his words held a veiled threat. At that moment, Tan Yu's anxious heart, unsettled by his sudden displacement, finally found solace. "Rest assured, your highness, I shall heed your every command. If you direct me east, I will not venture west. If you bid me chase a dog, I shall not pursue a chicken." Xue Fengxue cast a glance at him, choosing not to respond. The attempt to forge a connection had faltered, yet Tan Yu, undeterred, beamed a carefree smile, exposing all 8 of his teeth. Just as he was about to utter more, a voice rang out from outside. "Your Highness, His Majesty summons you to the palace immediately." Unbeknownst to Tan Yu, as he heard this announcement, the mirth in the man's eyes gradually faded, replaced by a foreboding gloom. Xue Fengxue glanced at the daydreaming youth by the bed and rose to depart. "Prepare the horses." Chapter 4. Such a cold face, yet a pert rear on the night of the grand wedding. The emperor summoned individuals to the palace, indicating that the matter was of great significance. Steward Wu, assisting with the clothing change, wore an expression of concern. The spring night is chilly, Your Highness. You ought to dress more warmly. Should the wind give you a headache, the return would be troublesome. Xue Fengxue cast a glance at the black cloak held by the servant and replied coldly, There is no need. Understood. Steward Wu lowered his head, yet his gaze subtly drifted toward the screen. Xue Fengxue halted his forward stride, his voice betraying no emotion. Send someone in to attend, and ensure they are well looked after. Steward Wu quickly bowed, cold sweat beading on his brow. Yes. Ignoring him, Xue Fengxue departed with his entourage. Steward Wu was left with a myriad of emotions, hoping for a peaceful night. Being summoned to the palace on such a joyous occasion made him feel that the prince was not as angered as he might have been. Marriage certainly changed a man. Dad, what do you think the prince's words mean? Steward Wu turned and gave his son a light knock on the head, scolding him for his naivety. The prince's thoughts are beyond our comprehension. Stop daydreaming and hurry to find some nimble hands to assist the princess with her bath. Oh, Wu air rubbed his sore forehead, lingering only until the figure he fixated on gradually receded before reluctantly departing. Inside, Tan Yu declined the eager service of the attendants and made his way alone to the royal bathhouse. Immersed in the steaming water, warmth coursed through his veins, allowing him to finally exhale a sigh of relief. The antagonist's ordeal seemed to be nearly over. Yet the troublesome family of the original owner and the sordid deeds of the third prince, an ex-lover, left Tan Yu with an unbearable headache. Oh heavens! He truly wished to avoid becoming a mere pawn in the protagonist's amorous play, nor did he want his demise to serve as a narrative device for their future grievances. As fate would have it, he was scheduled to accompany the antagonist to the palace for an audience with the emperor tomorrow. Akin to a bride presenting tea to her elders, as the royal aunt, he would inevitably encounter the scoundrel. As Tan Yu pondered these thoughts, his eyelids grew heavier, and before he knew it, he succumbed to slumber. The jade-like surface was slick. Initially, he lay atop it, propping himself against a step with his foot. But as sleep overtook him, his position shifted. Through the sheer veil, a pale silhouette slid downwards, oblivious to its fate. When Xue Fengxue returned, he was met with a rather alarming sight. He stepped around the screen, his aura icy, only to discover the porcelain-like figure peacefully asleep, its head slowly submerging into the steaming water. What was this? Rather than being killed, was he attempting to drown himself during a bath? With a frown, Xue Fengxue entered the water, first grasping the slippery arm of the person in the pool, then wrapping his other arm around the waist to pull him up. The dark robe clung to his form, accentuating his robust physique. He intended to drag him to the platform, but upon noticing the snow-white gauze wrapped around Tan Yu's neck, his hand hesitated. Tan Yu was jolted awake, painfully aware of a grip on his face. The steam had left him dazed, and as he opened his eyes, he was met with an extraordinarily handsome yet brooding visage. So handsome, yet the expression on this handsome face seemed to suggest a desire to end his life. Wait a moment. As clarity returned, Tan Yu's gaze drifted downward to find himself, utterly unclothed, entangled like an octopus in the arms of the formidable antagonist. One of the antagonist's arms was firmly holding him by the waist to prevent him from slipping away. The large hand gripped his lower back, the calloused palm brushing against sensitive skin, causing Tan Yu to involuntarily shudder. This was perilous. Had he mistaken the antagonist for a climbing frame? Your Highness, you have returned, he exclaimed, hastily pushing against Xue Fengxue, trying to extricate himself from his grasp. Xue Fengxue, maintaining his composure, pushed him away and rose from the pool, his demeanor unchanged. Prepare yourself and come over. I have questions for you. Tan Yu stared at his tall, imposing figure, the wet fabric outlining his alluring physique, and managed a sluggish response. How intriguing. His face might be cold, but his rear was rather enticing. Tan Yu's smile faltered slightly. He was not gay, so why would he entertain such thoughts? Ugh, the male-male narrative was indeed troublesome. Outside, the servants, noticing Xue Fengxue's drenched appearance, hurriedly approached to assist him in changing clothes. By the time they finished, dawn was merely a couple of hours away. By the desk, Steward Wu discreetly peered out. Your Highness, the grand wedding ceremony has not taken place. This evening, Xue Fengxue is occupied with the affairs accumulated throughout the day. Without raising his head, He tidied the disarray on the bed. Noticing that there seemed to be no intention of sleeping apart, Steward Wu felt a surge of joy. The maidservants cleared away the peanuts and longans, replacing them with a fresh set of wedding bedding. Meanwhile, Tan Yu, startled by the antagonist, found herself wide awake and hastily donned her clothes in preparation for negotiations. Greetings to the princess. Voices of salutation echoed from outside the door, prompting Steward Wu to quickly usher the servants to retreat in unison. Upon entering, Tan Yu noticed the multitude of creases on Steward Wu's smiling face and could not help but muse. One might think he was the groom today. As she approached, Fengxue paused, pen in hand, caught off guard by a flash of red outside the door. The figure drew closer, and just as he raised his head to speak, his gaze met hers, rendering his words momentarily trapped in his throat. Tan Yu, noticing the antagonist's unwavering stare, felt a twinge of alarm. What had transpired to provoke him? Is this how you arrived? Fengxue's expression was peculiar. Tan Yu blinked. Yes, why not? Am I to appear naked? The frankness of her words reflected her obliviousness to any impropriety. Rising to his feet, Fengxue's elevated perspective afforded him an unobstructed view of the flushed, delicate collarbone of the young princess, clad in a disheveled crimson wedding gown. While the gown concealed all the necessary areas, the vivid skirt revealed a smooth, slender calf and a delicate ankle, boldly on display. Tan Yu's large, innocent eyes brimmed with an alluring charm, unwittingly enhanced by her attire. Fengxue snatched a cloak from the side and wrapped it around her tightly, his thin lips curling with icy disdain. In this state, should you venture out by dawn, rumors will surely circulate throughout the capital regarding the new Princess Jing's supposed lack of favor and her deliberate seduction of her husband on their wedding night. What a venomous tone. One might wonder if the antagonist could poison himself with such words. Tan Yu adjusted the cloak around her, her delicate brow slightly furrowing. If they dare to speak thus, it is indeed true. You do not favor me, yet I harbor affections for you. Is that so? Fengxue's smile was layered with meaning. Even if you were to be ridiculed by others or ostracized in any future gathering due to this matter. Tan Yu's genuine confusion surfaced as she replied, But I am the prince's person. Would they even dare? Fengxue cautioned, Do not utter such words. The notion of your person or his person is trivial. Tales can twist reality. When enough voices join the chorus, lies can morph into truth. His gaze fell. Moreover, countless eyes are secretly observing me and the royal residence. Should anyone learn of the situation and bribe you to act as a spy, I would have no choice but to painfully eliminate the princess. Although he spoke of pain, Tan Yu sensed no such restraint in him. Rather, he seemed somewhat eager. How could I ever be bought? Tan Yu's eyes widened, a flicker of anger in her expression. All I desire and love is the prince. There is nothing that could sway me. Fengxue remained silent, merely gazing at him with a hint of indifference. Oh, I suppose you are quite sentimental, he mused. Can one strike another? I can no longer endure this. Chapter 5. Why are you so fond of weeping? The indulgent system has arrived. Everyone step aside. Tan Yu took a deep breath. Curiosity piqued about what could possibly warrant the emperor summoning the antagonist into the palace on the night of his grand wedding. With this thought in mind, he inquired. No sooner had he spoken than Fengxue's expression shifted dramatically. He regarded Tan Yu with mild interest, and after a moment, suddenly asked, If this news were to lead you to a fate of total annihilation, would you still wish to know? Is it truly so exaggerated? Is that the case? I'm not particularly eager to know, Tan Yu replied, his eyes sparkling as he quickly glanced at Fengxue. Yet, if your highness insists on revealing it. The eagerness in his tone was almost palpable. Then if they were to kill my father and brother, they could not possibly kill me. Oh, let us consider it my royal inclination to inform the princess, Fengxue said, lifting a hand to gently pinch Tan Yu's soft earlobe, his tone leisurely. Tonight, indeed, there's an exceedingly rare, joyous occasion. Tan Yu recoiled slightly, resembling a rabbit caught by a hunter, akin to a creature frolicking in a melon patch, overwhelmed by the scent of ripened fruit. What is it? He queried. Fengxue lowered his gaze, chuckling softly as he unveiled a shocking revelation. A noble woman within the palace has secretly born a child after 10 months of gestation. She is giving birth tonight. Tan Yu exhaled in relief, affirming that the narrative remained consistent, and he casually remarked, "Indeed, it is a good thing." However, before he could finish, Shui Fengshue's cold voice interrupted. "But that noblewoman is none other than the current emperor's biological mother, my royal mother, the Empress Dowager Xineng, over 60 years of age." In that instant, Tan Yu believed he had misheard. Shui Fengshue's phoenix-like eyes arched slightly, his tone laced with sarcasm. "The late emperor has passed away for many years. The Empress Dowager is with child. Do you still consider this a fortuitous event? If such a ludicrous royal secret were to leak, a sentence of total annihilation would hardly be unjust." Tan Yu stood frozen, utterly unprepared for the drastic divergence from the storyline he had retained in memory. Surely, the narrative dictated that a palace maid, unexpectedly favored by a drunken emperor, was to give birth, not an elderly matron. Isn't this the allure of your so-called narratives? Even a woman of over 60 can't conceive. At that moment, a crisp voice suddenly echoed in his mind. "Hee, what a fuss, dear host. Here, even men like you can give birth." "What host? What man? What childbirth?" Tan Yu shuddered, his first instinct being to think he was haunted. May the benevolent forces protect and dispel the evil spirits. The mechanical voice appeared somewhat speechless. "Stop, esteemed host Tan Yu, greetings. I'm DX3, a system from the Book Crossing Bureau, at your service." Tan Yu politely raised a hand to interrupt. "Hello to you too. But may I inquire why you are named DX3? Shouldn't it be something like 007 or 996? DX3 fell silent, seemingly harboring some unspeakable secret. Then it received a yellow card warning from the main system. Article 99 of the system code. Do not disregard host issues without cause. My first host had a penchant for trifling with mistresses, hence my name D. Satisfied now? You heartless wretch, I shall never forgive you, never." Tan Yu did not anticipate such an impassioned reaction from the system and hurriedly reassured it. "No worries, do not cry. You are quite impressive. I have a friend named DZN. Can you guess what it means?" Tan Yu paused, shaking his head. "I do not know why." DX3, filled with indignation, retorted, "Fool! Should we only target mistresses? More importantly, we must also deal with D. Non. Tan Yu suddenly understood. "You are right. Without scoundrels, there would be no mistresses. I did not realize you had such sound principles." The mechanical voice let out a satisfied hum before returning to its indifferent tone. "Detected that you have successfully escaped the confines of the narrative. Hereby issuing an awakening mission. Survive the wedding night and alter the antagonist's fate. Complete the task to return to the modern era and receive a reward of 100,000 after tax. Detected current antagonist intent to kill you is at 60, initially assessed as passable. Please continue to strive to ensure your own safety." Tan Yu, bewildered, stammered, "Wait, did you say 1 billion after tax? What is with this expression? Is this not what you wanted to hear?" Shui Fengshui raised a hand to close Tan Yu's gaping mouth, his inquisitive gaze only intensifying. A timid, sickly young master, a pawn who could not even secure his own life, seemed unperturbed by him, even curious about royal matters. This deviation from expectation rendered Shui Fengshui's usually composed demeanor exceedingly displeased. "Alert! Alert! Detected an increase in the antagonist's desire to kill. Please act swiftly to save yourself." The blaring alarm was disorienting, and a large hand had loosely gripped Tan Yu's neck. Though it bore no force, it was enough to instill fear. A night of continuous fright would undoubtedly impose significant psychological pressure on a life-preserving university student. Tan Yu, trembling and unable to articulate his thoughts, felt tears pooling at the corners of his eyes, cascading onto Shui Fengshui's hand. I do not wish to know anymore. Why am I so prone to tears?" Shui Fengshui frowned. Before him, the person wrapped in his black cloak was shivering, their round, cat-like eyes glistening with moisture, gazing up at him with deep green irises. Their face, pale from the chill yet warmed by recent tears, was framed by the long, flowing black cloak that billowed around their feet. They resembled a frightened cat ensnared in its master's attire, barely exuding a hint of cuteness. Shui Fengshui released the light grip on his neck. having recalled the wounds inflicted by a sword. He seemed to relent, stepping back to afford him some breathing space. I have yet to see your birth certificate. How old are you? Tanyu wiped his face with his sleeve, and DX3 provided him with an answer. After celebrating my birthday in the winter month of this year, I shall turn 19. It is only after my birthday that I will truly be 19 years of age. Is it possible that I am indeed 6 years younger than I previously believed? Xue Fengxue cast her gaze over the ceremonial wine on the table, a symbol of newlywed bliss, lost in contemplation. At 18, still quite youthful, I find it immensely challenging to survive in the minister's residence. In this light, it is somewhat understandable that I was misled by the flowery words of my nephew, leading me astray. While not exceptionally clever, one cannot be deemed foolish either. In sum, it should not be overly difficult to discipline him. Congratulations, host. The villain's murderous intent has diminished to 50. Please continue your efforts. Tenuo? Although it seems he has discerned the villain's traits, he is prone to yielding to soft approaches rather than harsh ones. But what exactly is this baby nonsense? I took a sip. With slender fingers, I grasped the golden wine goblet and offered it to Tanyu. He cautiously accepted it, first glancing at the clear liquid within, then raising his eyes to examine the inscrutable expression of the villain. How cold and expressionless he appears, like an emotionless ice mountain. I dare say Jing Wang is undoubtedly aware of the sordid details regarding my former relationship. Yet I wonder just how potent this ancient wine is. Tanyu hesitated, reluctant to drink, fearing that he might intoxicate himself and provoke the villain's ire. Noticing his reluctance, Xue Fengxue casually remarked, "Why not drink? Are you afraid there is something amiss with the wine?" Tanyu, alert, shot him a glare, then silently tilted his head back and down the drink. Cough, cough, cough. The liquid burned as it coursed down his throat, leaving a slight sting. He covered his mouth, his eyes tinged with red from the fiery liquor, looking somewhat aggrieved. Does the prince now believe me? As her gaze swept over the damp corners of the young princess's eyes, Xue Fengxue remained silent, methodically finishing her drink. A gentle hand brushed against his cheek, and a soft voice floated above him. Why are you crying? What did I ever say I did not trust you? Chapter 6. Oh dear, a 24-year-old pervert. For reasons unknown, the system gritted its teeth and said, "Baby," he lied. "He clearly intended to kill you just now." Oh well. DX3, I shall not take the villain's words to heart. I shan't be angry. It is not wise to let anger fester without anyone to alleviate it. Tenyu consoled himself. However, who is this baby he keeps mentioning? DX3 flashed a charming smile. Hee, it's you. Danju. Xue Fengxue, dissatisfied with the youth's evident distraction, pinched his cheek. Did you hear me? Tanyu smiled politely. Yes, my prince, I understand. Jing Wang, satisfied, moved past Tanyu to take a seat by the bed, his tall figure instantly dominating the space. His hawk-like black eyes exuded an imposing aura with every movement. Speak of your intentions. What is it you wish to obtain from me? Tanyu was about to express his desire for the prince when he was unceremoniously interrupted. You possess no such intentions. There is no need for deceit. Xue Fengxue lightly tapped his knee, issuing a warning. I only wish to hear the truth. Caught off guard by how swiftly his lies were unveiled, Tanyu could only obediently close his mouth. He scanned the surroundings and finally settled into a relatively empty spot at the foot of the bed. After ensuring that his body did not come into contact with a formidable antagonist, he spoke candidly. To be frank, Your Highness, I am a substitute bride. However, you must have already known that I am not Tan Shui, correct? The prince pondered for a moment and inquired, Who is Tan Shui? It occurred to him that you were supposed to marry the illustrious Shui from the capital, rather than this inconsequential impostor. Tanyu remained oblivious. A noble of such pride would certainly not bother to remember the name of a mere pawn. Xue Fengxue interjected. Tanyu parted her lips, mustering the courage to explain, Well, he is my brother, the one from the same father, but a different mother. My father and stepmother were unwilling to send my brother over. So on the eve of the wedding, they concocted a story about me stealing my brother's jade pendant, punishing me to kneel in the ancestral hall and copy scriptures, and then took the opportunity to drug and bind me. This was, of course, the memory instilled in him by the narrative. Before the prince could pose another question, Tan Yu continued. However, the third prince had informed me of the substitution long ago. I was aware from the very beginning. As she spoke, she observed Fengshue's expression, noticing that the antagonist remained with his gaze lowered, lost in thought. She carefully considered her words. I had a decent rapport with the third prince. He often uttered ambiguous remarks that led to misunderstandings. Unfortunately, my brother overheard and mistakenly believed that I had feelings for him. Just a few days ago, he unexpectedly summoned me and instructed me to poison your drink, claiming that if I succeeded in killing you tonight, I would be the most accomplished widow in the great Zhou dynasty. He promised to petition his majesty for my hand in marriage as the third prince's consort. Oh, Fengshui raised his head, a chill smile gracing his lips as he fixed his gaze on Tan Yu. Did you obediently follow his instructions? Of course not. Tan Yu shook her head vigorously. I knew he was deceiving me, but given the circumstances at the time, I had to feign belief in him. Though I may not be the sharpest, I understand that should I have truly poisoned you, regardless of its success, I would not live to see the dawn, would I? Tan Yu discreetly assessed him, noticing a slight softening in Fengshue's demeanor, and mustered the courage to gently tug at his wide sleeves. Thus, the first thing I did upon awakening was to bury the poison in a flower pot. Oh, and before I left, the third prince gifted me a handkerchief. Attention! The villain's murderous intent value is rising. Tan Yu hurriedly added. The handkerchief was embroidered with two rather unattractive mandarin ducks. I was certain that such feigned kindness bore ill intent, so my next course of action was to toss the handkerchief into the latrine, allowing it to float downstream to the cesspool outside the city. Successful decrease in the villain's murderous intent value. The oscillating intensity of the murderous intent left Tan Yu in a state of agitation. That is all I have to disclose. I merely wish to live peacefully. Upon hearing this, Fengshue's eyelashes lifted slightly. Live peacefully? Tan Yu's eyes crinkled with a smile as she believed she had discreetly edged closer, nearly leaning into the prince's embrace from behind. Unbeknownst to her, she blinked her large eyes, staring intently at him. Your Highness, let me assure you, I vow that I will never betray you. As long as it is within my capabilities to assist you, I shall never shy away. When someone wishes to harm or bully me, could you perhaps shield me just a little? After a moment, Fengshue finally made a move. He straightened up and slowly approached the trembling boy in his embrace, who was clearly frightened yet boldly exposed his soft belly like a cat. Is your request truly this simple? Tan Yu paused, then nodded. Yes, indeed. It would be even better if your Highness could provide me with some money to spend. Fengshui neither agreed nor declined. He simply raised his hand and gently squeezed Tan Yu's delicate and pretty face a few times, a strange smile gracing his lips. You just claimed that you would never betray me? Tan Yu tilted his face upwards, his cheeks being pinched, his lips pouting like a goldfish, his delicate eyelashes quivering weakly as he obediently replied, Yes, as long as you do not harm me. Under the dim candlelight, the expression on Prince Jing's face was inscrutable. After a moment, a soft chuckle escaped him. Very well, as you wish. Tan Yu felt a slight pain in his cheeks as a large hand, callous from swords, wiped away his tears completely. The joyous candle emitted a crackling sound, plunging the surroundings into utter darkness. Tan Yu could not help but shiver again. My goodness, it's so dark. Fengshui reached out, pulling him closer, disregarding the boy's stiff body filled with resistance, and soothingly patted his back as if comforting a cat. Be good. Sleep now. The system erupted. Wow. Such a pervert. Tan Yu replied. Is 24 really that old? In the eerie and fearful atmosphere, Tan Yu's eyelids grew heavy, unaware that at the moment he fell into slumber, Fengshui coldly rose, pushing aside the boy's entwined arms, and left the room. The bright moon shone, and as the man glanced back through the window at the sprawled figure on the bed, his expression was enigmatic. Someone, go investigate the veracity of his earlier words. A night without dreams passed. Your Highness, it is time to rise. The prince is waiting for you. Tan Yu opened his eyes to find a round, fair-faced young servant kneeling by his bedside, calling out to him. Upon seeing him awake, the servant raised a basin of water above his head. Please wash your hands. A boy of 13 or 14 knelt before him, his posture obedient and respectful, which made Tan Yu feel somewhat awkward. He wished to help the boy up, but hesitated, fearing that his assistance might bring misfortune to the child. Reluctantly, he extended his hand into the basin, washing with warm water and soap. The servant stood up to dry his hands, but Tan Yu gently declined. "No need, I can manage myself. What is your name? What time is it now?" In response, the servant said, "I am called Bao. It is nearly noon. The palace serves mostly cold dishes for the banquet." And the prince suggested you have a little something to eat first. As Bao spoke, he daringly raised his gaze to admire Tan Yu's gentle and harmless visage, thinking to himself that the princess was even more beautiful than the deities in the illustrations. Tan Yu mused, "How considerate of the villain." "Thank you. Bao is a lovely name. It suits you well. It sounds prosperous." DX3 critique. Haha. One could say the villain has a conscience, as he only allowed you to rest until the early hours. Chapter 7. Tan Yu, my dear child. Tan Yu earnestly advised in his mind. DX3. Do not deliberately speak in ambiguous terms. I am well aware that he did not actually sleep with me last night. DX3, caught in his own words, allowed a cold snort. After completing his morning routine, Tan Yu donned a new garment. The fabric glimmered with a lustrous sheen, its hue reminiscent of spring's tender willow buds, complemented by a matching hairband, cinched at the waist to accentuate a figure that one could scarcely grasp. Such fresh and vibrant colors adorned him, rendering him even more spirited and endearing. Where's the prince? I shall seek him out first. Can you believe that? As a worker from a bygone era, it was essential to engage in conversation with his superior to foster a better rapport. Shue held a thin sheet of paper in his hand, inscribed with only a few brief lines, which he could peruse swiftly. It chronicled nearly every aspect of his peculiar wife's life from childhood to the present. As anticipated, the young princess had endured considerable hardship at home, often facing hunger, lacking coal in winter and ice in summer, which led to various ailments. Aside from his ineffectual nephew, she had almost no friends, which explained her previous singular devotion. As for her timid demeanor, her lack of eloquence, and her dullness, Shue could not help but recall the youthful, spirited face of the boy. Even in fear, his round, cat-like eyes would widen, trembling yet incessantly chattering. Not to mention, he was quite adept at being endearing. "Your Highness, the princess has arrived." Shue tucked the paper away and commanded, "Serve the meal." Tan Yu, inherently carefree and at the tender age of 18, brimming with vivacity, had initially felt trepidation upon entering this new world. Yet now he perceived himself as aligned with the villain, revealing his true nature. Tan Yu failed to notice the anxious expression on Butler Wu's face as he dashed over to the table, neglecting to bend at the waist before plopping down beside Shue. Butler Wu stammered, "Your Highness." Shue did not take offense at Tan Yu's rudeness, merely lifting his eyelids slightly. Butler Wu lowered his gaze and retreated. Tan Yu glanced around, puzzled by the absence of numerous maidservants, and inquired, "Your Highness, is there no one to attend your meal?" His voice was somewhat hoarse as he spoke while reaching for the tea on the table. Shue did not respond to his question, coolly instructing, "Sit properly and wait before drinking." "Oh." Tan Yu, perplexed, complied and straightened his posture. Soon, dishes were presented one after another, and merely gazing at the verdant colors of the food indicated a likely light and bland fare. Not pleased, Shue observed Tan Yu, who wore a sullen expression yet softly insisted he was not displeased, and found humor in his demeanor. The young princess, clad in delicate green, resembled the tender willow buds of spring, so fresh one could almost extract water from them. It was at this moment that he fully recognized the extraordinary beauty of the boy, now devoid of fear and timidity. In this era, beauty is often not regarded as a rare treasure by those in high positions of power. Prince Jing, now 24 years of age, recalls that during his coming-of-age ceremony, individuals attempted to surround him with both men and women of various styles and types, some dazzling while others appeared innocent. However, he paid them no heed, allowing Butler Wu to dismiss them all. To him, they were mere soulless shells devoid of allure. Once the dishes were served, a nearby servant hastily ladled out a bowl of freshly simmered squab soup. The milky broth, adorned with a sprinkle of red goji berries, had been stewed over a low flame for several hours, emanating a mouth-watering aroma. As the maid placed the bowl beside Shui Fengxue, she was about to serve a second bowl when Shui Fengxue set the bowl before Tan Yu. Finish this before the physician changes your bandage. Thank you, Your Highness. Tan Yu put down her chopsticks, lifted the bowl, and gently blew on the soup. The first sip was exceptionally delightful, and she couldn't help but consume half the bowl in one go. Seeing this, Shui Fengxue frowned slightly. Take it slow. DX3, feeling neglected, rolled its eyes in silence. Who does he think he is? Tan Yu set down the bowl, smacked her lips, and remarked, "It's so fragrant. Don't talk behind others' backs." After their meal, the physician examined the wound on Tan Yu's neck and breathed a sigh of relief. The injury was not deep, and with the application of an invaluable ointment, it had healed completely. Upon closer inspection, it resembled a fine red thread encircling her neck. No need for a bandage. It's not breathable, the physician stated, applying a layer of scar cream. Her Highness has delicate skin. It looked alarming last night, but it will be unnoticeable by tomorrow. Thank you, doctor. With the help of her attendants, Tan Yu changed into a more elegant snow blue brocade garment, draping a pristine white cloak over her shoulders. Her long hair was loosely tied with a ribbon, and a beautiful pendant hung around her neck, jingling softly with her movements. She had taken the liberty of attaching a light blue pouch to her waist, stuffed to the brim. In contrast, Shui Fengxue donned a dark purple robe adorned with golden embroidery, his ink-black hair partially secured by a crown inlaid with jade, while the rest cascaded down to his waist. Born of noble lineage, Prince Jing exuded an imposing aura, and even without a particular expression on his face, his formidable presence left others breathless. After all the preparations, the carriage was ready outside. The Jing Prince's carriage was opulent and grand, with a spacious interior that even accommodated a small couch. Tan Yu sat upright, lost in thought, when her gaze was irresistibly drawn to the exquisite pastries on the small table. If you wish to eat, do so, she thought, saliva pooling in her mouth. Suddenly, Shui Fengxue, who had been resting with his eyes closed, spoke up. Tan Yu, startled, quickly raised her sleeve to wipe her mouth, only to realize she had not drooled at all. However, in light of the pastries, she decided to overlook her boss's sharp tongue. Baby, eat, have a big piece. Don't call me baby. It's too embarrassing. Besides, DX3, I'm already a college freshman. Tan Yu protested while stuffing her mouth, voicing her discontent to the inexplicable system. DX3 merely huffed in response, offering no further comment. It has accompanied countless hosts, aware that after leaving the orphanage, Tan Yu lived frugally, almost raising herself. The earnings from her part-time job were mostly donated after paying tuition fees and daily expenses, yet she still managed to gain admission to a respectable university. Such resilience. One can't help but want to call her baby. Tan Yu sighed softly, surrendering to the moment and continuing to indulge in pastries. Shui Fengxue was drawn by the rustling sound. He closed the document in his hand and glanced at the person opposite him, whose cheeks were stuffed like a squirrel's. His fingers began to itch once more. Ultimately, Prince Jing chose to relent. He tossed the document aside and beckoned Tan Yu over, recalling the paper he had seen that morning. Chapter 8. Entering the palace. What is the deep well soldier? Your Highness? Tan Yu moved to a position about a step away from Shui Fengxue. Shui Fengxue remained silent for a moment, then suddenly reached out, wrapping an arm around Tan Yu's waist and drawing her close like a cat. The warmth radiated through the thin fabric against his thigh, and Tan Yu had never experienced such close contact with a man before, leaving her momentarily bewildered, her pupils dilating. Shui Fengxue, sensing the tension, released her just before she might have exploded. Nervous? Why sit so stiffly? Tan Yu, slightly confused, replied, No, isn't this the proper etiquette? Etiquette? Shui Fengxue pondered for a moment, recalling a casual remark he had made during a meal about sitting properly. At that time, there were many servants around him. Tan Yu cast him a perplexed glance. Why do you not understand anything? Shui Fengxue patiently explained, You are the mistress of the Wangfu, making your first appearance today. You must convey an air of authority and dignity, maintaining your status before the servants. That is the etiquette. The youth beside him gazed at him with wide, exquisite eyes, utterly transfixed. So, it's not necessary now? Not before me, but do pay attention during the palace banquet later. Shui Fengxue casually offered Tan Yu a lychee. You bear the title of Princess Jing, and though I am your senior by a few years, I have a duty to oversee you. But it is not to such a stringent degree. Thank you, Your Highness. Tan Yu's mood brightened instantly, her posture relaxing considerably. Ah, that feels comfortable. The lychee that Prince Jing had just handed her was quite large, its skin glistening with moisture for preservation. As she peeled open the juicy flesh, enveloped in the sweet aroma of lychee, the taste was refreshingly delightful. Observing her enjoyment, Shui Fengxue noted the crescent shape of her eyes. Realizing that youth made her easily pleased, he placed a small dish before Tan Yu, meticulously wiping his damp fingertips with a handkerchief. Eat slowly. This year's marchong from the south has just been supplied, and there is plenty in the manor. Thus, after indulging in the delicious lychee, Tan Yu unilaterally labeled this employer as rather generous. After dark, their first task upon entering the palace was to pay their respects to the emperor and empress. As for the Longevity Palace, the message conveyed was that the Empress Dowager was unwell, and the palace attendants had already delivered the bestowed treasures of gold, silver, and the auspicious jade rui to the Wangfu. In the presence of Prince Jing, the palace maids and eunuchs were all trembling with trepidation, kneeling upon the ground, while Tan Yu could only see their quivering napes. Ever since disembarking from the carriage, his hand had remained clasped by Shui Fengxue, and although curiosity stirred within him, he did not dare to gaze about indiscriminately. Tan Yu envisioned himself as a flatfish, unwavering in his focus. At the Shuana Palace, Prince Jing, having rendered meritorious service in his youth, was exempt from the customary kneeling. Thus Tan Yu alone performed a deep bow under the scrutinizing gaze of the emperor, empress, and the court attendants. Though appearing somewhat tense, he managed to execute the gesture without error. Rise, commanded the emperor, whose countenance was not particularly stern. He bore a square face with deep-set eyes, resembling an amiable elder. In contrast, the empress was far more beautiful. She smiled as she gestured for him to be seated and beckoned Tan Yu closer. Come here, dear child. Let me have a look at you, she said warmly. Steeling himself, Tan Yu approached, yet the empress's demeanor was not overly effusive, perhaps due to the distinction between the sexes. She appeared remarkably well-preserved, her nearly 40 years hardly discernible, and with a beaming smile, she remarked, Indeed, Sir Tan, you have a fine son. His eyes are lovely. How has he fared in the prince's residence? Tan Yu replied earnestly, Thank you for your kind words, Your Majesty. I have been quite well in a residence. The empress laughed. His Majesty and I have discussed that Prince Jing has always preferred solitude. I imagine he does not often share a jest to amuse others, does he? Observing Tan Yu's alluring features, she added, If you ever find yourself bored, do visit the palace more often. I recall that the third prince shares a good rapport with you. After all, you are both gentlemen and family. There is no need for excessive formality. The third prince, Shui Changchun, the protagonist's ally, indeed had a close relationship with Tan Yu's son, which would later see them sharing a bed. The thought made Tan Yu feel nauseous. He took a step back and bowed to the empress, his smile exceedingly obedient. Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. Although the prince is reserved, he is not dull. As for the third prince, we are merely acquaintances, and it would be inappropriate to intrude further. The empress's smile faltered for a moment before she quickly regained her composure. It seems I have been remiss in my thoughts. The emperor then bestowed gifts upon Tan Yu, which were nothing more than agate, jade, and fine fabrics. After glancing at them briefly, Tan Yu averted his gaze. Well then, since Prince Jing is satisfied with the consort I have granted you, that is all that truly matters. The emperor surveyed the impassive Prince Jing before addressing Tan Yu. The princess is still quite young. Has she ever attended the Imperial Academy? If not, I shall have someone arrange it, so she may enroll this autumn. Tan Yu clenched his sleeves, at a loss as to how to respond, uncertain if the emperor was aware that he was not Tan Shui. Just as he was caught in this dilemma, Shui Fengxue silently grasped his trembling hand and nodded slightly towards the emperor. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your grace. My wife has historically had poor health and has indeed not attended school. This was a veiled admission. Tan Yu's anxious eyes darted about, stealing glances at the prince beside him and then at the emperor above. The emperor's expression revealed no discernible emotion as he waved his hand. You need not be so formal, ninth brother. After all, it is your first marriage. There is much time ahead for you to learn to cherish her. I am weary now. You may go. Take your consort and explore the palace. The banquet is still some time away. Shui Fengxue and the other person expressed their gratitude before parting ways. As they walked beneath the towering palace walls, Tan Yu appeared contemplative. Although of royal lineage, they were still outsiders in a palace filled with concubines. Thus they refrained from visiting places like the imperial garden. Instead, they meandered aimlessly before retreating to a secluded hall for respite. Upon entering the hall, the unsettling sensation of being observed vanished. Tan Yu exhaled a long sigh of relief and could not help but collapse onto a nearby couch. What's wrong? Are you feeling disheartened at the thought of attending school? Shui Fengxue noticed the once bright and clear eyes of the youth had dulled, indicating he had perhaps suffered a significant blow. Tan Yu replied with a dismissive hum, mumbling, "It's not that. I simply do not wish to encounter that lunatic today. Dear one, regrettably, you are bound to meet the protagonist, and from my extensive experience, he may engage in some unsavory actions." Tan Yu's voice was barely audible. Yet Prince Jing, being astute, caught every word. The great Zhou had cavalry, infantry, and sentries, yet the term deep-well soldiers was unfamiliar to Shui Fengxue. Nevertheless, an instinctive understanding suggested that his little princess was likely cursing someone. Chapter 9. A proper lesson for the bird that disrupted the master's plans, Shui Changqin. Shui Fengxue whispered these three characters, a cold smile creeping across his face as he surveyed Tan Yu's indignant expression. I seem to have forgotten that my princess has been close to my nephew since childhood. Can such a bond be easily discarded after more than a decade? Dear one, he is being quite insufferable, Tan Yu retorted, gritting his teeth. No matter how profound the friendship, the moment he schemed against me, treating me as a mere pawn, it all dissipated into thin air. The youth's cheeks puffed up, resembling a small pufferfish. Shui Fengxue, not wishing to set an example, spoke with a tone laden with ambiguity. I hadn't noticed before that you possess quite a temper. Tan Yu's defiance immediately deflated, replaced by a gloomy expression. My lord, you cannot imagine how greasy and bothersome he is when he interacts with me. He simply cannot comprehend human speech. Oh, Shui Fengxue raised an eyebrow. In his recollection, this nephew, though duplicitous, was impeccably courteous. The schemes he orchestrated behind the scenes were, in the discerning eyes of Prince Jing, rather rudimentary, often backfiring spectacularly. Over time, he had grown weary of interference. Tan Yu suddenly became animated, memories flashing through his mind like frames of film. Indeed, allow me to demonstrate for you. My lord. Coughing lightly, he leaned closer to Shui Fengxue, his expression transforming dramatically as he adopted a deep, bubbly tone. Ah, you. It has been several days since we last met. You must have missed me so much that you couldn't sleep at night, right? Tan Yu's performance was remarkably vivid, even capturing the essence of Shui Changqin's oily demeanor perfectly. Shui Fengxue leaned back slightly, observing, It does appear that he has succumbed to madness. His favorite gestures included a weary hand to the forehead, a furrowed brow with a cold smirk, hands on hips, reddened eyes, and a thunderous roar. Tan Yu straightened up, recounting Shui Changqin's domineering phrases, his most favored utterance being, Darling, you are playing with fire. Do not play hard to get. This prince knows your thoughts. Be obedient and come over. Don't make me repeat myself. Mind your place. You are merely my cherished pet. With a sarcastic glint in his emerald eyes, the handsome youth unabashedly mocked, completely oblivious to the deepening gaze of the man beside him. Tan Yu, having released his pent-up feelings, found himself unexpectedly met with silence from the nearby figure. The atmosphere grew tense. Wangya? Tan Yu tiptoed to gauge the expression of the antagonist, only to see Shui Fengxue's cold eyes slightly lowered, lost in contemplation. Realizing he may have been too loud, Tan Yu cautiously stepped back and pushed a chair toward Shui Fengxue, saying, Please have a seat. I shall refrain from further indiscretion. As Tanyu wrangled with his own thoughts, a hand suddenly pinched his cheek, the thumb and index finger applying gentle pressure. Xue Fengxue gazed down at the boy whose lips formed a fish-like pout. Not a hint of anger was present. The youth's eyes sparkled with delight. Xue Fengxue paused briefly, his fingers caressing Tanyu's soft, full lips. "Have I ever said these words to you?" "Rarely," Tanyu stammered. "I've heard him mention them to my younger brother, but mostly he shares them with his occasional male companions." With an impassive expression, Xue Fengxue withdrew his hand, stating, "Then keep your distance from him in the future." Tanyu responded, "Of course, brother. He is a straight man, and I wouldn't want to trouble myself with the whims of a protagonist who is perpetually seeking attention." At the grand banquet, amidst the throngs of people, even those loyal to the prince cannot draw too close. "Do not wander aimlessly," he added. Seeing Tanyu obediently nod, Xue Fengxue felt a sense of satisfaction. "Gu Qi." Just as he uttered the name, a slightly hoarse voice emerged from behind. This subordinate, Gu Qi, pays respects to the Wangya and Wang Fei. Caught in contemplation, Tanyu's mind momentarily faltered, and upon turning abruptly, he was startled by the sight of a dark figure kneeling on the ground. His instinct was to grasp the arm beside him and retreat behind Xue Fengxue like a startled cat. Gu Qi looked up, bewildered. Wang Fei? Xue Fengxue, exasperated, pulled the hidden figure into view and coldly commanded, "Stand properly." Tanyu, carefree, replied, "My apologies, I thought you were an assassin." Before him knelt a figure clad in a black mask, revealing sharp brows and eyes reminiscent of a wild wolf, with a prominent scar marring the right brow. Tanyu offered a bashful smile, his eyes crescent-shaped. "Hello, this is my first encounter with a shadow guard. You are truly remarkable." You appeared without a sound. Hearing Tanyu's generous praise, Gu Qi's eyelids twitched, and he hurriedly glanced at Xue Fengxue's expression. The prince's gaze suddenly darkened, hinting an impending storm. Gu Qi, sensing the shift, bowed his head. "Wang Fei, you flatter me. My skills are but a fraction of the Wangya's prowess." Tanyu glanced at Gu Qi, who dared not raise his head, and then at the menacing atmosphere surrounding the antagonist beside him. Suddenly, he chuckled, his voice ringing with the unique clarity of youth. "I am well aware your highness possesses unparalleled martial prowess. However, Gu Qi, there's no need for you to feel inferior. You are quite remarkable in your own right." As he spoke, the oppressive gloom within the room dissipated, and the setting sun, streaming through the window, seemed to radiate warmth. Xue Fengxue raised his hand, signaling Gu Qi to step down. Observing the unruly tuft of hair atop Tanyu's head, he reached out to smooth it down. "From now on, Gu Qi shall accompany you. In my absence, should you encounter danger, you may call upon him. Is that understood?" Gu Qi was both protector and informant. Unfortunately, a certain individual failed to grasp the underlying implications of Xue Fengxue's words. Tanyu beamed. "Hooray! We have a shadow guard now." At the Minister of Revenue's residence, it was likely that Prince Jing and that young lad had already entered the palace to pay their respects. Gazing out at the setting sun, the Minister of Revenue, Tanjilin, exhaled heavily, collapsing back into his seat. "Is the master still worried?" Bai Rong, seated nearby, took Tanjilin's hand, stating, "Did not the third prince mention that his majesty would not concern himself with this matter?" Tanjilin abruptly withdrew his hand, scoffing. "What do you know? It is precisely because his majesty is unconcerned that I am troubled." Bai Rong's smile faltered, and she awkwardly replied, "Yes, I am but a simple woman, lacking understanding in such affairs." That young lad was originally destined for demise. At over 40 years of age, the minister's eyes had grown clouded. Yet, he remained perplexed as to what means had allowed him not only to avoid inciting the wrath of that living hell, but to emerge unscathed. Why was this so? Bai Rong tread carefully. She was unaware of the ruthless tactics employed by men in the court. She only knew that by sending away an obstructive firstborn son, her own child was bound for greatness, and that sufficed for her. As for the frail, timid lad who could scarcely speak above a whisper with a disagreeable nature, how long could he survive under the reign of the living hell? Should Prince Jing slay the wife bestowed upon him by His Majesty on their wedding night, it would be a grave offense, a blatant affront to imperial authority. Within the prince's estate, aides whispered amongst themselves. "But your highness, why did the eldest son of the minister of revenue not heed your command this time? Does he intend to betray you and seek favor with Prince Jing?" Silence. Shui Changshan's countenance hardened as he raised his hand to quell the murmurs. He then scoffed at the aide who had posed the question. Seek higher ground? He would not dare. He is merely a plaything indulged in during moments of boredom. A bird without a perch, its greatest reliance lies with its master. Contemplating this, Shui Changshan waved his hand decisively. Summon someone, quickly investigate what transpired on the night of Prince Jing's wedding. It mattered not. During tonight's palace banquet, he would find an opportunity to properly discipline this wayward little bird that had disrupted his plans. Chapter 10. How dare he entice another man? The Dazhou dynasty was blessed with abundant resources, and the imperial banquet was a spectacle of exquisite opulence, with flowing wine and music. Tan Yu walked alongside Shui Fengxue when an announcement rang out, and the once boisterous gathering fell eerily silent upon the appearance of Prince Jing. In an instant, the only sounds that echoed were the continuous expressions of respect. Tan Yu witnessed, for the first time, the awe-inspiring scene of an ancient royal banquet. The villain uttered not a single word, nor did he cast even a glance, rendering the once arrogant young masters and mistresses as docile as mice encountering a cat. One cannot deny there was a certain satisfaction in witnessing this. However, the scene of intimidation took on a different significance in the eyes of some present. Particularly, the countenance of the royal faction darkened slightly, leading them to ponder. Has Prince Jing become audacious enough to openly challenge the authority of the Central Palace? Crown Prince Shui Ying's expression grew somber. The prestige accumulated by his royal uncle over the years had likely surpassed the intimidating power of the title of heir apparent in the hearts of many. Ironically, even he could not help but feel a twinge of trepidation when facing Prince Jing. "Your Highness, my uncle and aunt," the Crown Prince rose. And even amid the tumultuous waves of emotion within, he maintained a composed demeanor as he saluted the two, leaving no room for error. Shui Fengxue returned the gesture with a subtle nod. "Your Highness." Tan Yu imitated the action, offering the Crown Prince and his consort a warm smile. Just then, Shui Ying lifted his gaze and encountered the radiant smile of the young man, as vibrant as spring itself, causing him to momentarily freeze. In that instant, all notions of propriety faded, leaving only a singular thought. So this is how the substitute bride has grown. Shui Fengxue wrapped an arm around Tan Yu's waist, drawing him closer, and cast a sidelong glance at the still stunned Shui Ying. "Let us go," he remarked to Tan Yu. Oblivious to the undercurrents between the two, Tan Yu's attention had already been ensnared by the exquisite desserts on the table. He nodded, allowing Shui Fengxue to guide him away. Thus, he remained unaware of the flicker of darkness that passed through the Crown Prince's gentle, peach blossom-like eyes. In the kingdom of Dazhou, the trend of same-sex relationships flourished, with many noble youths indulging in the companionship of male lovers. Even the emperor himself kept several handsome attendants for amusement. However, for these aristocratic heirs, the continuation of the lineage remained paramount, and thus, despite their professed affections, they would never truly consider bringing their male partners into their homes, let alone granting them any official status. Yet, this ludicrous situation seemed to have befallen Prince Jing. The news of Prince Jing's marriage to a man stirred quite a sensation in the capital. Many speculated whether he would endure the humiliation of bringing his male spouse to the palace banquet. However, upon witnessing the prince's consort today, the attendees found themselves contemplating whether perhaps marrying a man was not such a misfortune after all. For despite being male, this consort possessed a visage that surpassed even the most esteemed beauty in the capital, with a small face as delicate as a porcelain doll. His cat-like round eyes, shimmering like emeralds, were particularly striking. The curve of his eyes was alluring, and his cherry-red lips were small and enticing, carrying a hint of delicate frailty when he lowered his gaze. His slender waist, accentuated by a jade belt, created a perfect silhouette, easily capturable by a single hand. He was undeniably pitiable, charming, and endearing, igniting a yearning in the hearts of those who beheld him. Amid the murmurs and whispers of admiration for Prince Jing's enviable fortune, There was one individual whose expression darkened further in response to the fragmented gossip, Prince Shuechangshan. As the protagonist of the original tale, Shuechangshan possessed long eyebrows and captivating eyes, exuding an alluring charm. However, at this moment, the handsome visage of the third prince was marred by a frightening distortion. Tan, you! Shuechangshan glared with barely contained fury at the beautiful youth, who was happily smiling at the man while holding a bowl of sweet soup. How dare he entice another man? It was one thing to be so conspicuous in public, but to be so intimate with the Prince of Jing right before his eyes. The woman beside him sensed the tension and noticed the third prince fixated on the direction of Prince Jing, downing cup after cup of wine. Alarmed, she hastily grasped the back of Shuechangshan's veined hand, her voice trembling as she urged, "Your Highness, you should drink less. If the Emperor and the Empress see." At her words, reason gradually regained its hold on him. Just as he intended to avert his gaze, he caught sight of Prince Jing merely frowning slightly, while the youth beside him behaved like a cat whose neck had been pinched, docile. Not only did he set down his wine cup, but with fingers as white as jade. He clung to the man's sleeve, gazing with those cat-like eyes in an appeal for attention. Judging by the shape of his mouth, he was seemingly apologizing. A surge of unrestrained fury welled up within Shuechangshan. How audacious! After just one day of marriage to his royal uncle, the youth was already betraying him. Feigning high-mindedness in the past, yet now, with a man by his side, he dared to cast aside his own master. Having been in the room for quite some time, he hadn't even spared a glance in this direction. Shuechangshan's forehead was lined with bulging veins, and his eyes burned with rage, clearly pushed to the brink. "Third prince, get out!" He forcefully shoved aside the trembling woman beside him, his furious demeanor startling those around him. The woman dared not resist, trembling as she lowered her head, retreating to 3 feet behind him while discreetly wiping away her tears. His initial intention had been to bring a woman, as he usually did, to deliberately appear close to Tanyu, hoping to incite jealousy in the youth, prompting him to lower his head in acknowledgement and seek his favor. Little did he expect to be the one unable to endure it first. The crown princess, startled by the commotion, quickly approached the crown prince, whispering, "Your Highness, what is happening with the third brother?" The crown prince, with gentle brows and a warm demeanor, seemed less like a sovereign and more like a refined gentleman imbued with literary grace. He tenderly wrapped an arm around his wife's shoulder, his gaze falling upon Shuechangshan's contorted face, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. "It's nothing." He probably didn't anticipate being betrayed by a pet, and now he is humiliated and furious. The crown princess, perplexed, glanced at the woman kneeling at a distance, her face awash with tears. Despite the uproar, Tanyu had not lifted his head throughout, for he was wholly engrossed in the bowl of osmanthus sweet rice balls before Prince Jing, swallowing unconsciously. DX3, do you think the villain dislikes sweets? DX3, lacking any restraint, replied, "Damn it. I could tell at a glance that this bowl of rice balls was prepared for our darling." "Well then, since you say so, I shall not hold back." Tanyu gently tugged at Shui Fengshue's sleeve, his eyes sparkling as he gazed at the small dumplings in the porcelain bowl. His rosy tongue unconsciously licked his dry lips. "Your Highness, it seems you do not relish this. Allow me to assist you." Before he could finish, Shui Fengshue had already preemptively restrained his outstretched hand reaching for the table. A sharp crack resounded as the silver chopsticks mercilessly tapped against the back of his hand. The court physician had advised against consuming more than half a bowl of ice in a day. Tanyu was taken aback, observing his slightly reddened hand. Pondering deeply before lifting his face, his eyes reflecting both grievance and a hint of defiance. "When did he say that? I didn't hear a thing." It was the first time someone dared to question the esteemed Jing Wang in such a manner. Shui Fengshue raised an eyebrow, a cold smirk gracing his lips. "Is that so? It is by my decree." He pushed Tanyu's shoulder aside, his palm resting at his waist, and clicked his tongue lightly. "Sit properly. How can you be like this? You're a wicked man." "Exactly. Not only can I not enjoy my desired dessert, but I must also sit as straight as a Shandong scallion." Tanyu, while rubbing his hand, grumbled, "No syrup to drink, no desserts to eat. Your possessiveness knows no bounds, as if you were my husband, or perhaps even my father. Thus, the two of them seethed in their minds, enumerating the 8 sins of the villainous shui feng shui. Yet, such thoughts could only fester within. He certainly lacked the courage to confront the antagonist directly. Consequently, Tan Yu obediently straightened his posture. "I shall be the most obedient, Your Highness." Shui feng shui replied, "You had better be." Chapter 11. This prince will personally assist you in changing clothes at the hour of the rooster. The emperor and empress took their seats at the head of the hall. The attendees promptly performed their kneeling salute, while a nearby eunuch busily announced, "Commence the banquet." Almost simultaneously, the sound of orchestral strings and woodwinds erupted. A dozen graceful dancers entered, moving to the gentle melody, their delicate fragrance wafting through the air, instantly enlivening the atmosphere within the hall. Tan Yu bit down on his chopsticks and glanced up to admire the scene. The beautiful dancers were indeed captivating, yet mere beauty did not satiate one's hunger. Although, as Shui feng shui had mentioned, palace banquets were never intended solely for dining. Thus, cold dishes were predominant for the sake of speed and aesthetics. It is said that the imperial kitchen's offerings are always exquisite. The nobles, accustomed to a life of luxury, particularly those meals prepared by the emperor as chefs, were unparalleled. As Tan Yu took his first bite of the dish, he felt tears of joy welling up. In his past life, he had to work to support himself and study, often economizing, subsisting on plain noodles and frugal meals. Where was the opportunity to indulge in such delicacies? DX3 excitedly directed Tan Yu, "Baby, grab that piece of braised pork rib. Yes, that one, wow, it smells divine. Does the system possess a sense of taste?" Tan Yu mused as he savored the tender, flavorful rib, his chopsticks already seeking out the next target. Not really, but watching you eat makes it look particularly delicious. So I can probably feel it," DX3 replied, melting Tan Yu's heart. His eyes crinkled in delight. "All right then, what else do you wish to see me eat? I'll eat it for you." DX3's heart melted further. "Baby, you are truly a wonderful person. I want the firmer shrimp." Tan Yu's gentle rustling did not escape the keen gaze of the man beside him. From the perspective of Shui feng shui, it was rather amusing to observe the young princess, who had not experienced many days of joy, break into a grin after savoring a piece of rib, and then squint her eyes with delight after indulging in a succulent shrimp. As he traced the intricate patterns on his wine cup, he found himself pondering. Such a contented yet clever disposition was indeed deserving of a touch of affection, even from him. The Minister of Revenue must be blind to mistake a pearl for a mere fish-eye, cherishing something unworthy as though it were a treasure. However, whether Minister Tan was oblivious or not was of little consequence. Once the individual was entrusted to him, their fate, be it life or death, rested solely in his hands. The notion of snatching someone from him was simply untenable. Shui feng shui had always held disdain for the superficial banquets within the palace, merely moving his chopsticks to feign participation. This was in stark contrast to the youth beside him, whose cheeks bulged with food and whose table was littered with empty plates. When he encountered a dish he fancied, his large eyes would crescent into a smile, radiating satisfaction, while his long, curled eyelashes fluttered slightly with each chew. Conversely, he would not waste food even if it displeased him. He would endure the distaste, furrowing his brow yet swallowing it down. A person of distinct preferences, yet not finicky with his meals. Gently pinching Tan Yu's soft cheek, Shui feng shui spoke in a warm tone. "Your stomach is weak. Eat slowly." Tan Yu responded with a muffled sound of acknowledgement. Shui Changqian observed this scene, a flicker of jealousy igniting within him. Mingling with curiosity, what expression would this little bird reveal if he sought an opportunity to meet him tonight? Would he, too, cautiously seek to please him, gazing up with a bashful innocence, and softly call him Your Highness? Shui Changqian's countenance softened slightly. It was of little concern, he reassured himself. Perhaps the young man was merely compelled to feign affection under the oppressive influence of the Prince of Jing. Or perhaps he believed that Shui Changqian had no interest in him, thus feigning a hurt that was meant to provoke. Tan Yu had never been one to harbor much temper. He would simply need to indulge him this evening. This thought lingered in Shui Changqian's mind, and as he glanced again at the seemingly intimate gestures exchanged between the two, his anger began to diminish. As the banquet approached its midpoint, the emperor, propping his forehead with a weary expression, appeared intoxicated, prompting the empress to rise and assist him in departing. Several court maidens also carried the drowsy young princess and prince back to rest, with the emperor and empress leaving, signaling the guests to make themselves comfortable. The stifling atmosphere within the hall dissipated instantly. Young noblemen began to clink cups and engage in lively conversations, toasting and singing boisterously. The crown prince and the third prince were surrounded by numerous individuals, all of whom were sons of prominent officials, eager to garner favor and secure a promising future. In contrast, Fengxue found himself the center of many gazes. However, due to past experiences, the attendees understood that this formidable figure preferred solitude, possessing a cold demeanor and a particular aversion to sycophants. In the past, he would not have even graced such gatherings with his presence. Yet, the Prince of Jing had unexpectedly attended the palace banquet, and his indifference toward others was, in fact, a blessing, for should anyone inadvertently offend him, they might find themselves in dire straits without ever knowing how they met their demise. Tanyu, however, did not comprehend these matters. The system provided him with an extensive narrative exceeding 100,000 words concerning the various convoluted interactions of the protagonists, the scoundrel, and the subservient. Yet, information regarding other individuals resembled a vast, rudimentary flowchart, merely chronicling significant events without delving into the intricacies or characters involved. Observing the surroundings of the crown prince, even those near the protagonist were encircled by a throng, whereas the antagonists appeared to be a desolate lot. Why did he feel an inexplicable sense of pity? Stealing a glance at the impassive antagonist, Fengxue, he found their gaze locking coldly. A sudden slip of the chopsticks caused a piece of rib to clatter onto the silver plate, producing a crisp sound. Fengxue's gaze fell, fixating on the large splatter of grease staining Tanyu's chest, his brow furrowing slightly. An unexpected tone lacing his otherwise flat voice. "Why can you not hold your chopsticks steadily?" "Ah, no," Tanyu replied, glancing down at his soiled chest. "It was your sudden look that startled me." "Cat's courage," Fengxue murmured, his thin lips twitching, yet he refrained from further comment. Reaching out to grasp Tanyu's arm and effortlessly pulling him to his feet. "Go change in the side hall. We have the Lantern Festival soon." "Je must look presentable." Tanyu felt akin to a stray cat, abruptly lifted by the scruff of his neck. Fengxue's unexpected rise drew the attention of everyone present, their faces painted with alarm, some daring enough to fixate on the youthful beauty in his grasp, as if fearing he might execute the lad. Fengxue furrowed his brow, clearly disinterested. "This prince and the princess have matters to attend to and shall return shortly. You may all continue." Without waiting for the crowd's response, he half-ushered Tanyu toward the side hall. The palace attendants, well-trained, promptly delivered a change of clothes and discreetly withdrew. The room was instantly left to the two of them. Fengxue slightly lifted his eyelids and gestured toward the screen. "Change yourself, swiftly." Tanyu looked down at the exquisite, pale persimmon-colored robe in his hands, far more intricate than what he had previously worn in the royal residence, and felt a wave of uncertainty wash over him. Noticing his hesitation, Fengxue's tone turned cold. "What? Do you require the maid you have been eyeing to assist you?" In the palace, such audacity was indeed astonishing. "What maid? Who was looking?" Tanyu's eyes widened, his lips dry as he licked them nervously, his hands trembling slightly as he clutched the garment. His sweet voice tinged with a hint of despair. I do not know how to wear it." Fengxue advanced a few steps, his imposing stature overshadowing Tanyu, a chilling aura enveloping him as his narrowed gaze swept across Tanyu's face. "Do not know how to wear it?" Fengxue fixed his gaze on Tanyu's recently moistened, crimson lips, questioning, "Is that look in your eyes a request for this prince to assist you in dressing?" His strikingly handsome visage exuded an almost predatory allure, causing Tanyu to falter, avoiding eye contact. "I dare not impose. Perhaps it would be better if your highness could find someone else." Yet, before he could finish, a firm press on his lower back sent a jolt through his legs, causing him to collapse into the cold, fragrant embrace before him. the tip of Tan Yu's nose pressed against the man's luxurious fabric, subtly outlining the contours of his slightly heaving chest, allowing him to feel the faint tremor of his voice resonating from the chest cavity. Suddenly, the belt was unfastened, and a deep, calm voice emerged from above. Very well, but the clothes must be removed by this prince himself. DX3 emitted a sharp, piercing sound. What does he intend to do? Chapter 12. How do I pose for the photograph? Tan Yu's mouth fell open, words of refusal choking his throat. Yet, he dared not directly oppose Prince Jing. His expression was a blend of hesitation and trepidation. Not wishing to use the title "this prince," Xue Fengshue's gaze darkened, and without mercy, he released Tan Yu, stating, "If that's the case, you may change by yourself. I shall grant you but the time it takes for half a stick of incense." Tan Yu's face fell. "What if I can't finish in time?" Xue Fengshue sneered. "Then you may remain here until dawn." In the quiet, secluded hall, the handsome visage of Prince Jing appeared somber. It was rumored that this chamber had once belonged to the late emperor's consort, and many had perished within its confines. Xue Fengshue paused momentarily, whispering ominously, "Look down. The tiles beneath your feet were originally pure white jade." Tan Yu's body froze, his gaze slowly descending to the tiles, which now bore a dark crimson hue, as if they had been slowly soaked in thick, blackened blood. "Rest assured, with their company, the princess will not be alone." Having completed his ominous statement, Xue Fengshue turned to leave. However, Tan Yu's body reacted quicker than his mind, and by the time he realized, his arms were tightly wrapped around the man's lean, powerful waist. The warmth seeped through the thin fabric, his voice trembling. "Pardon my intrusion, Your Highness." Xue Fengshue remained silent. He turned to support the youth's slender waist with one hand, while the other hooked beneath his knees, effortlessly lifting Tan Yu as one would a cat. Tan Yu's perspective shifted dramatically, now seated in the villain's embrace, causing him to instinctively cling tightly to the man's neck. Xue Fengshue felt as though he was holding a spooked feline, clicking his tongue in amusement as he patted the solid rear of the young man, firmly instructing, "Relax. Do you wish to suffocate him and become a widower?" Tan Yu's eyes widened in terror, his green irises quivering. How should I retaliate? The system emitted another sharp sound. If you don't want hands, then what should you do? Tan Yu felt utterly humiliated, resembling a roast duck, as he allowed Xue Fengshue to remove his outer robe and don a fresh garment. Xue Fengshue found the situation amusing. Tan Yu stood rigid, akin to a pine tree. "Oh, DX3, I'm not pure anymore." He was, after all, a straight man. DX3 lamented. "Oh dear, our darling is truly pitiable." Tan Yu sniffled. "I treated the villain like a boss, and he is treating me." "He treats you?" Tan Yu exclaimed in frustration. "Like a son." "He intends to, you know." Tan Yu asked. "Isn't it obvious? Although I lack a father, I know that parents often leave their children in a state of disarray." "You little wife," Xue Fengshue remarked, adjusting the young man's attire to his liking, before picking up the stuffed pouch and hanging it around him, leading the dazed youth out of the secluded hall. "Come back to your senses." Xue Fengshue gently pinched the palm of Tan Yu's hand, feeling displeased by his prolonged distraction. Tan Yu was jolted awake by the pain, his gaze gradually sharpening. "What is the matter?" Xue Fengshue cast his eyes downward, glancing at the still somewhat dazed youth, and felt a slight ache at his temple. "The Empress Dowager has summoned me. You should return. Do not wander about. Gucci will not stray too far from you." The night breeze brushed against Tan Yu, causing him to shiver, and he nodded towards Xue Fengshue. "All right, Father Prince." "Forget it." Xue Fengshue's eyes darkened, warning him be good. Tan Yu nodded earnestly, his eyes urging, "Let us go. You're being tedious." Xue Fengshue cast him a fleeting glance and addressed the eunuch before him. "Let us depart." The eunuch bowed, his expression obscured in the night light. "Yes, Your Highness, please board the palanquin." As he watched the figure of the Jing prince fade into the distance, Tan Yu stretched lazily, his demeanor bleak. "DX3, I have a feeling the protagonist is up to something tonight. Most likely, but I'm unsure of the specifics. I'll just adapt as needed." Tan Yu, inherently optimistic, mused, "Well, if the King of Hell demands my presence at the third watch, I shall report at the second, striving to leave a favorable impression on leadership." Joking aside, he thought. Let us make do. What is death anyway? Moreover, with the protagonist's limited prowess in the early stages, he would certainly not dare to commit murder within the palace. Particularly not with someone as publicly known as the Jing princess consort. Let's head back. DX3. If the antagonist is absent, I shall treat you to ice cream. Tan Yu cheerfully returned to his seat, fortuitously meeting Shui Changshan's dark, scrutinizing gaze. As his eyes traversed Tan Yu's fair, handsome visage and then shifted to the newly donned attire, Shui Changshan's expression abruptly soured. He couldn't help but wonder if Tan Yu had allowed the Jing prince to observe him while changing. What a sight that must have been! His eyes lowered, filled with bashful shyness, reminiscent of a magnolia flower swaying precariously in a storm. The pristine and graceful figure was subtly enveloped in the delicate apricot-colored garment, truly a picture of pitiable beauty. As Shui Changshan contemplated this, his restless heart could hardly be contained. He traced the rim of his golden wine cup with his fingertips, tapping 3 times. Before long, a eunuch lowered his head and quietly departed. Tan Yu remained blissfully unaware, beckoning a simple-looking young eunuch in the corner. Slipping him a handful of coins from a small pouch. Go, bring me 2 bowls. No, 3 bowls of sweetened milk and a bowl of lychee syrup. The young eunuch beamed with delight, his hand tightly clutching the coins hidden in his sleeve, not daring to discern whether they were gold or silver, quickly stashing them in his inner pocket. His broad grin stretched from ear to ear. Rest assured, princess consort, I shall go at once. Tan Yu was pleased with the eunuch's promptness, gently patting his shoulder, feigning profundity. Go ahead. If anyone inquires, just say it was the prince's request. Never forgetting his employer. He truly was a commendable employee. The eunuch eagerly replied, You can trust me. I understand. Off you go. Tan Yu waved his hand, resuming his chatter with the system. On the winding cobblestone path, the young eunuch, bearing the sweetened milk and syrup Tan Yu had ordered, was stealthily preparing to return. However, unexpectedly, a figure emerged from the corridor, reaching out to grasp his shoulder from behind. The young eunuch suddenly turned around, only to be met with a pair of effeminate eyes. His scream caught in his throat. Master, how could it be you? You startle me so much that I almost dropped everything. My apologies. Master, he replied with a smile, his gaze falling upon the sweet dessert the eunuch was carrying. Is this Su-style syrup? I see. It was the princess of Jing who sent you for it, was it not? The young eunuch gasped in astonishment, his eyes widening as he recalled the words of Tan Yu's instructions, and he shook his head. No, it was not her. It was commanded by His Highness, the Prince of Jing. Master, he chose not to expose the truth, chuckling softly as he patted the eunuch's shoulder. No worries, you may go. I merely wish to chat. The eunuch, bewildered, shook his head and departed. Once the figure had vanished into the distance, Master, he turned to the shadows and said, Go report to His Highness that I have completed my task here. Baby, the inspection is complete. There are no poisons or strange items. You can eat with peace of mind. Tan Yu gazed at the intact cheese and syrup on the table, unable to suppress a silent cheer for the young eunuch. After a moment's thought, she reached into her pouch and handed him a handful of coins. Now her little purse was half empty. The young eunuch was overjoyed, bowing gratefully as he withdrew. Tan Yu's face was alight with anticipation. Woohoo! Let us eat. DX3, your poison detection function is truly remarkable. DX3, feeling bashful, responded with a shy chuckle. The young eunuch, clutching his pocket, scanned the area and finally found a secluded spot. He hurriedly took out a small cloth pouch, grabbing a handful of its contents. Under the moonlight, his hand gleamed with a golden radiance, an abundant collection of fragrant roasted melon seeds, seasoned with 5 spices. The young eunuch's pupils widened in shock. Disbelief etched across his face. He had expected perhaps golden seeds, or at the very least silver ones. How could the illustrious princess of Jing reward her servant with neither gold nor silver? Was it true that the rumors he had heard earlier about the prince's disdain for the princess were indeed accurate? Trembling, the eunuch picked up a seed. Crunch! It was delicious. It seemed the prince not only withheld gold and silver, but also denied the princess a hearty meal. This was why she had secretly sent him to fetch food while the prince was away. Tears welled in the eunuch's eyes as he felt he had uncovered the hypocritical truth behind royal marriages and love. Oh dear, he felt utterly unworthy of such delightful melon seeds. Chapter 13. Oh my, how could baby be knocked out again? Tanya remained unaware that her casual imitation of a scene from a drama would provoke such a misunderstanding. She was engrossed in explaining to the flavorless DX3, this cheese, steamed from the imperial kitchen, has the perfect sweetness. One more hint would be too cloying, one less would be insipid. Its texture is tender and melts in your mouth. DX3 applauded enthusiastically from his side. Baby, you are quite the little broadcaster. After devouring 2 bowls of icy cheese, Tanyu's fingers reached for the lychee syrup beside her. The refreshing mint mingled with the sweet flesh of the lychee, and as she took a sip, the warmth of the dragon's saliva scent in the palace dissipated. Tanyu's green eyes sparkled as she patted her slightly bulging belly, resembling a satisfied cat. DX3, I have just realized that there are indeed benefits to traversing through books. Rest assured, dear child, if the outcome were to change, whether you return or remain here, you shall indulge in an abundance of exquisite delicacies. For the book bureau and the antagonist are exceedingly wealthy. Wealthy? Tanyu, feeling drowsy after a satisfying meal, yawned and inquired, is that wealth comparable to that of my papa? DX3, with a charming smile, replied, Ah, the company and spouse I have secured for you possess riches that rival nations. Tanyu, with a hint of seriousness, countered, however, that analogy is somewhat inaccurate. How could the antagonist possibly be my spouse? He emphasized, I have never experienced love before. But DX3, I sense that I am rather straight. DX3 paused for a moment. After all, one's orientation is not solely determined by oneself, is it? Well then, let's consider that a slip of the tongue, darling. Shall we go see the fireworks? How delightful! Tanyu had long anticipated this moment. Prior to his arrival in this narrative, he had scarcely witnessed fireworks, save for a couple of occasions at the orphanage during the new year, where they would light the cheapest firecrackers, costing merely 3 yuan each. Those fleeting moments of beauty vanished in the blink of an eye. Yet even so, Tanyu would sit on the ground with the other children, gazing eagerly at the sky with sincere reverence. Little did he expect that his next opportunity to behold fireworks would occur within the pages of a novel. He gulped down nearly half a bowl of sweet soup and then, guided by the palace attendants, everyone proceeded to a charming courtyard. The courtyard was adorned with peculiar rock formations, featuring a spacious central area surrounded by stone benches. Tanyu eagerly selected a spot away from the crowd, yet with a good view. He reminded DX3 to activate the recording function, preparing to cherish the moment later. Just the two of them, savoring the tranquility of time. Meanwhile, the protagonist, separated by a considerable distance across the courtyard, was nearly driven to madness. Shui Changchen was uncontrollably drawn to the youth in the corner. His gaze traversed the delicate and exquisite features, ultimately resting upon the soft lips that glistened with sweet soup. The lips were gently pursed, and the dimples on his cheeks were shallow. How adorable! He had always favored beauties with an air of proud elegance, yet after indulging in such unreasonable whims, he found himself weary. Glancing back at Tanyu, once perceived as a timid and frail being, he now possessed a visage akin to that of celestial being, with a temperament so gentle and obedient that it was almost astonishing. Contemplating this, Shui Changchun felt an increasing sense of regret. Had he known, he would not have entrusted this little pet to others, but rather cherished it in the courtyard, playing with it daily. As a dignified third prince, he had never expended such effort for anyone before. Gifts of gold, silver, and jewels were met with timid refusals, while books and food were cautiously declined one by one. How then did he come to trust him? It dawned on him. It was because he had witnessed the youth being bullied by a servant of Shu Yi, and in a moment of frustration after a quarrel with Shu Yi, he had intervened on behalf of the beautiful little creature. Perhaps that was the first time someone had spoken up for him. The isolated little bird, with tear-filled eyes, opened its heart. It regarded him as a confidant, planting deep roots of affection. Yet, now this beloved pet had betrayed him. Shui Changchun felt a mix of anger and a yearning to find excuses. Perhaps it was under duress that he felt compelled to feign closeness to the Prince of Jing. Even he had to exert considerable effort to gain Tanyu's trust, How could the cold-hearted and fearsome prince, known for his lack of affection, possibly compare to himself? The more he pondered this, the more Xue Changqian became convinced that with a little coaxing, this sensitive and fragile little pet would surely change her mind. At worst, he would simply need to exhibit a bit more patience this time. With a darkened expression, Xue Changqian feigned inebriation as an excuse and rose to leave. "Your Highness, all is well." A trembling eunuch knelt in the shadows behind a stone, his forehead gently pressed to the ground. Tan Yu snapped back to reality, asking him. The young eunuch softly replied, "His Highness the Jing Wang just ordered me to find you. It seems he is quite anxious and wishes for you to come at once." Tan Yu felt a flicker of doubt and warily inquired, "Why does the prince seek me? Why doesn't he come himself? Did he not instruct me to remain still?" Narrowing her eyes suspiciously, she asked, "Are you deceiving me?" "I would never dare." The kneeling eunuch's expression stiffened, continuously knocking his head against the ground. "I am wronged. I do not understand the prince's intentions, but I would never deceive the princess." His earnest bowing caused his forehead to swell and turn purple. Tan Yu felt a dull ache in her own forehead. Regretting her choice of such a secluded corner, she realized the courtyard was bustling, leaving her unnoticed. "Stop knocking your head. I truly cannot go. If the prince inquires, I will explain to him. You will not be implicated." To her dismay, upon hearing this, he slammed his head against the ground with such force that his body trembled, pleading, "I beg the princess to save my life. You may not be aware, but there are imperial guards everywhere in the palace, constantly monitoring our every word and deed. If you do not go, it will be deemed my dereliction of duty, and I shall be executed." Of course, this was a lie, merely a reflection of what his master had said. Tan Yu is soft-hearted and naive, particularly sensitive to the plight of the unfortunate due to her own experiences. Even if the truth were to come to light, she would never direct her anger towards a mere servant. "Please have mercy. I do not wish to die." The eunuch lifted his face, blood oozing from a wound on his forehead, painting his visage a ghastly red. He appeared to be merely 12 or 13 years old, his youthful eyes filled with despair and resolve, as if he might perish from his relentless self-punishment if she did not comply. Seeing Tan Yu hesitate, the young eunuch gritted his teeth and struck his head down once more. "I implore you, please show mercy." Indeed, no virtuous youth in a peaceful era could stand idly by while a child of such tender years met a gruesome end before their eyes. Tan Yu sighed deeply, producing a handkerchief and extending it towards him, gazing at the bloodied face of the young eunuch. "Enough of this. Tell me where the prince is, and I shall go find him." The eunuch rose. "Please, follow me. The palace is complex at night, and one could easily become lost." Tan Yu frowned slightly, her heart a tumult of emotions, yet she stepped forward to follow him. After a while, the path beneath her feet grew increasingly winding, and the surroundings darkened ominously. Tan Yu suddenly realized that at some point, even the flicker of candlelight had vanished. The young eunuch ahead hunched his back, quickening his pace, his blue eunuch garb reflecting a pale moonlight. After taking a couple of steps, Tan Yu abruptly halted. The atmosphere had become thick with an unsettling tension. He sensed something amiss and, without a moment's hesitation, turned and began to run. The wind whistled past his ears as shadows of branches swiftly swept by. Tan Yu's breath quickened. Inexplicably, his once light body felt extraordinarily heavy at that moment. The scene before him began to blur, a wave of heat spreading from his dantian, surging forth like a tide. Beads of sweat streamed down Tan Yu's forehead, soaking his light apricot-colored garment, clinging closely to his form, accentuating the young man's slender and beautiful physique. In the distance, a flicker of light danced, and it appeared to him as a glimmer of hope for survival. Gritting his teeth, he summoned his last ounce of strength to dash toward it. Almost simultaneously, just as he was about to step out of the shadows, a hand suddenly reached from behind, gripping his throat tightly and yanking him back into the darkness. A fragrant handkerchief saturated with an unfamiliar scent was pressed hard against his mouth, stifling his cries for help, while his waist was constricted painfully, nearly causing him to choke. Tan Yu struggled fiercely, akin to a startled cat with bristling fur. The assailant behind him was kicked several times, his expression turning instantly fierce. In the next moment, Tan Yu's eyes narrowed as a palm struck his neck with force. Was this person attempting to knock him unconscious with mere physical force? What need was there for a drug cloth to cover his mouth? Did they not realize how excruciatingly painful it was? Just before losing consciousness, Tan Yu mustered his remaining strength to turn his head and glare fiercely at his captor. Are you out of your mind? The screen of DX3 emitted a red alert. Detected excessive interference with the current plot's power. Please take immediate self-rescue measures. Chapter 14. The despicable male lead and the wretched cucumber. The man in black grasped the unconscious Tan Yu, his gaze inadvertently drifting over the boy's exquisite face. The youth lay with his eyes tightly closed, his small face flushed and long eyelashes adorned with glistening teardrops, appearing exceptionally pitiful. Were it not for the warmth of breath and body, he would have thought he held a beautiful porcelain doll rather than a living person. His silent gaze lingered for a moment before a black veil fell, shrouding that captivating visage. In the thick darkness of the night, the tall figure moved with a ghostly grace, swiftly vanishing from sight. Meanwhile, Xue Changchun was anxiously awaiting, his heart in turmoil, glancing occasionally out the window. At last, someone exchanged signals with the guards outside, and the inner door of the side hall slowly creaked open. "Master, the person has been brought back." The man carefully laid the youth, whom he had carried on his shoulder, onto a prepared low couch, his movements tender, infused with an unrecognized compassion. Noticing the boy's collar was somewhat loose, he instinctively reached out, but a voice interrupted him. "Leave him be and step outside." The man lowered his gaze, rising to present a handkerchief soaked in antidote. With the drug in effect, His Highness requests that he breathe in its scent for a few moments. Xue Changchun accepted it, dismissively waving his hand. As the male lead, Xue Changchun possessed an extraordinarily handsome face, exuding an air of deceptive charm. Even when displaying impatience, he radiated a quintessential male hero's aura, which undoubtedly explained why the main character's love interest was so desperate to remain by his side. Send 2 people to keep an eye on the Sinang Palace. If the royal uncle emerges, create some trouble for him, and ensure no one disturbs this palace's reunion. "Yes, Your Highness." The palace door slowly closed. The tall and robust man fixated on the closed gates before him, his feet seemingly rooted to the ground, unable to move. Strangely, he was suddenly reminded of the boy's tearful, verdant cat-like eyes, filled with a hint of anger. Such a captivating distraction. The man's gaze dimmed, and he turned to leave. Inside the hall, Xue Changchun wore a wicked smile as he approached the low couch. The figure on the couch was slender, curled into a small ball. Through the black veil, Xue Changchun traced the delicate brows and eyes of Tan Yu with his fingertips. He inhaled deeply, lifting the veil from Tan Yu's face, revealing the exquisite features in their entirety. A cloth soaked in medicine was lightly draped over his visage. Cough, cough, cough. Tan Yu opened his eyes, his blurred vision locking onto the unfamiliar face looming above him. A hand slowly reached out, intending to caress his face. This air of an archaic, pretentious man, was he the protagonist? Tan Yu's eyes widened in shock. With a swift motion, he instinctively swatted away the hand that ventured towards his face. How? How can it be you? Tan Yu's heart raced, vaguely recalling being knocked unconscious, his neck still throbbing with pain. Xue Changchun observed the terror etched on Tan Yu's face and his vehement resistance, a surge of anger filling his chest. In the past, he would not have dared to hide. Xue Changchun gritted his teeth. Who else could it be? Tan Yu turned his head, murmuring, "Certainly not you." Perhaps the disdain on Tan Yu's face was too evident. Xue Changchun's expression darkened, his smile faltering. "What are you muttering about?" Xue Changchun grasped Tan Yu's chin, his fingers gently caressing. "As a member of this hall, just a day after marrying Prince Jing, you have completely forgotten the bond between us." He lowered his head. "Little AU, tell me, do you realize your mistake now? Who belongs to you? Who shares a bond with you? Disgusting, shameless scoundrel." Tan Yu spat in disdain. DX3 was frantic. "This lecher dares to harass you. Main system, do not stop me. I want to castrate him." Xue Changchun was displeased with Tan Yu's distraction and tightened his grip. "TSK, look at me. Answer me." Tan Yu frowned and kicked. "Let go. What do you want?" Xue Changshan was struck in the abdomen by his sturdy boot, a wave of pain surging through him. He gripped Tan Yu's delicate jaw tightly, suppressing a cold laugh in his throat. You were playing with fire. Were you exhausted from pretending not to see me at the banquet? Xue Changshan's grip was firm, and Tan Yu could not suppress a gasp of pain as his brows knitted tighter. Enough, let go. Xue Changshan lowered his gaze, fixating on Tan Yu's expression, vibrant with pain. The usually gentle beauty's anger was indeed a unique sight. The skin beneath his fingers was delicate and tender, akin to fine mutton fat jade, with red marks appearing on his pointed chin, lending him a pitiful air. This little creature. Xue Changshan observed Tan Yu's futile attempts to evade him, feeling his anger dissipate significantly. All right, we are in private. If you wish to avoid inciting my wrath, why not call me Brother Chan and let me hear it? He gently lifted Tan Yu's chin, perceiving a hint of stubborn sorrow amidst her aversion and attempts to evade him. Well, Ayu, are you blaming me for not being able to protect you before the emperor, leaving you to confront my uncle, that living hell? Tan Yu felt nauseated. He could not fathom how the original owner could harbor affection for such a pretentious person. The system had been in a frenzy since his awakening, threatening to sever the protagonist's lecherous hands and reserve them for New Year's pig trotters. Be good and tell me, did he bully you last night? Xue Changshan said, reaching to lift Tan Yu's collar. Get lost. Are you out of your mind, you perverse bastard? As someone who considered himself straight for many years, Tan Yu felt utterly disgusted. He struggled fiercely, attempting to break free from his grasp. Unfortunately, the heat that had dissipated from his body during the journey began to gather once more, rendering him increasingly weak. Tan Yu's eyes reddened as he slapped at his collar in a frenzy. Slap! Slap! Several sounds echoed. Xue Changshan's hand was swatted away, and his cheek was grazed by the wind of Tan Yu's hand, leaving his pampered skin flushed. After being humiliated repeatedly, Xue Changshan's expression could no longer be described as merely gloomy. Tan Yu, he grasped her flailing wrists, enunciating each word with heavy breath. I'm giving you a chance to apologize. Do not be ungrateful. I do not require your opportunity. The disdain in Tan Yu's eyes was unmistakable. Since I have married the Prince of Jing, I am his consort. As for the past, his voice was soft, even gentle in tone, yet it carried an unprecedented ruthlessness. Unfortunately, I fell and hit my head last night and have forgotten everything. So, third prince, we are not acquainted. Who are you? Xue Changshan's pupils dilated in disbelief. What did you say? He could hardly grasp what he had just heard, his handsome features contorting into a snarl. Xue Changshan had never bothered to placate anyone. He beckoned with his hand, and men and women alike flocked to him. When had he ever been subjected to such humiliation? Tan Yu sighed. Let us spare each other. Go find Tangshu Yi, will you? Xue Changshan's patience wore thin, and with a cold expression, he enunciated, What did you say? You dare to push me away? Without me, you are nothing but a wretched creature barely surviving in the minister's residence, less than a servant. Do not think that my indulgence allows you to overstep. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through Tan Yu's wrist as Xue Changshan leaned closer, his heavy breath whispering in her ear. Now, let me teach you a lesson. Chapter 15. He will tell this king everything he has seen. Tan Yu felt utterly baffled. His temperament was mild, but that did not mean he would tolerate the madness of an arrogant and greasy lunatic. Xue Changshan, Tan Yu spoke lightly, his eyes brimming with disdain. Has anyone ever told you that you are truly unwell? Enough. Xue Changshan panted like a bull, seemingly filled with intense hatred for him. There is no point in saying more. You're causing a scene merely because you could not enter the royal residence and serve by my side. He scoffed disdainfully. Today, I grant you permission. Although the youth remained silent, he understood that this was precisely what Tan Yu longed for. Now that he had fulfilled his wish, he ought to learn to be more considerate. If he obediently complied, the palace would treat him kindly. As Xue Changshan spoke, he forcefully tugged at Tan Yu's waistband. Tan Yu was taken aback, kicking and struggling, cursing as he fought back. However, the protagonist, a robust man accustomed to martial arts, rendered Tan Yu's feeble efforts futile. During their scuffle, the waistband snapped, revealing his pure white undergarments. Don't touch me. Tan Yu clutched Xue Changshan's hair with all his might, clawing at his handsome face, leaving behind streaks of blood. You lunatic, get away from me. Shui Changshun lost a handful of hair, his face aflame with pain. He gazed at Tanyu, who was thrashing about like a madman, hair disheveled, his patience wearing thin. Enough, he bellowed, his eyes ablaze with rage as he grasped Tanyu's slender neck tightly, watching as the color drained from his face, turning a shade of purple from lack of oxygen. In front of the Jing Wang, Tanyu behaved like a submissive dog. Yet when he saw Shui Changshun, he donned an air of virtuous defiance for whom he intended to coax Tanyu gently, but only if Tanyu did not overstep his bounds. If he refused to listen, what purpose would he serve? Tanyu's head throbbed painfully, his nostrils tinged with a burning sensation, tears streaming down his face like scattered pearls. The effects of a sedative seemed to dissipate, yet his body remained weak. Moreover, he felt an overwhelming heat coursing through him, rendering him too exhausted to even lift his eyelids. DX3, while providing comfort, sustained his vital signs and alleviated his pain, ensuring he would not succumb to the wrath of the deranged protagonist. It was my oversight not to warn you. I apologize. No, it's nothing. I was too foolish. Tanyu managed to smile. Did the entire world, including that little eunuch, not know he was a soft-hearted, easily deceived, and naive fool? Yet, he was indeed that person. Without martial prowess, lacking intelligence, timid and gluttonous, possessing only a heart full of kindness, he was an ordinary person raised to be upright and good. Yet, in the realm of novels, such individuals often met untimely ends, becoming mere cannon fodder, the kind to be scorned. But that was because, in both his past and this life, he encountered almost exclusively kind-hearted people. Tanyu felt an overwhelming sense of injustice. The orphanage director was kind. The cafe manager and his colleagues were good people. The professors and classmates at school were benevolent, and even strangers on the train were well-meaning. Even the villain who sought to end his life merely intended to frighten him, not entirely malevolent. I'm sorry, Shui Fengxue, I still did not listen to your advice. Tanyu realized, feeling warmth trickling from his nostrils. It was blood. A faint metallic scent lingered at the tip of his nose. He was uncertain whether the antagonist would perceive the trace of him left behind and find him in time. After all, according to the progression of the story, this cannon fodder character was supposed to have perished the night before, in the Sinang Palace. The sound of shattering porcelain could not drown out the furious roar that echoed through the hall. Jing Wang, how dare you defy me, your imperial mother? The fragments of china scattered in all directions, one piece landing perilously close to Jing Wang's feet. Outside the hall, the palace servants, upon hearing the commotion, lowered their heads even further in silence. Shui Fengxue lifted her gaze, her narrowed eyes reflecting the visage of a frenzied old woman devoid of dignity. The Empress Dowager, relentless in her fury, declared, I shall have the Emperor punish you. Enough, came the crisp, melodious clash of a teacup against the table. The Empress Dowager had truly lost her senses. Shui Fengxue's eyes glinted with a chilling coldness. Since the passing of the late emperor, the Dowager had languished in the inner palace for decades, surrounded solely by eunuchs incapable of procreation. Shui Fengxue rose, her icy lips parting and closing, her sharp brows furrowing as she exuded an irresistible authority. Before you address my supposed crimes, I wish to know where this child in your womb originates. Is it not the product of illicit union? Preposterous. The Dowager's face drained of color, caught off guard by the bluntness of his words, and she hastily averted her gaze. How could I commit such an affront to the late emperor? Shui Fengxue remained silent. The Dowager's heart raced, her bravado faltering. She scrutinized Shui Fengxue's expression, fearing he might uncover the truth. At over 60 years of age, she had clandestinely kept a male lover and miraculously found herself with child. Throughout history, such an occurrence had been unheard of. She considered this child a divine blessing, a gift from the heavens. Shui Fengxue's heart mocked her coldly, his expression unchanging. Just days prior, a master from a Hugwa temple had informed the emperor that the fetus within her was merely a delusional specter seeking to be born through the fortune of the great Zhou. If the Dowager insisted on keeping it in the palace, one could only imagine how the emperor would react. Her eldest son, the emperor, was known for his ruthless nature, keen suspicion, and a complete disregard for familial bonds. He would not hesitate to sacrifice even his own mother if necessary. Yet, should this child be sent away, without her oversight, he would surely become a lowly commoner, struggling daily for survival, forever barred from the palace and unable to reunite with his mother. The emperor would absolutely not permit her to secretly provide for this child. The dowager's countenance grew increasingly pale until she silently collapsed to the ground, among her disheveled hair. Her eyes brimmed with terror. Yet, the emperor, though harsh, was at least his own flesh and blood. What of this wretched child before her, who shared no kinship with anyone but wielded significant military power? She felt the weight of her age, and the emperor was no longer in his youth. The crown prince was overly kind and gentle, the third son intelligent yet lacking in steadiness, while the remaining princes were of little value. The external threats loomed ever closer, deterred only by the presence of Jing Wang. Yet Jing Wang was merely 24, strong and vigorous, holding command of formidable forces, and was at the prime age for ambition. The dowager closed her eyes, feeling utterly isolated and defenseless. Xue Fengxue scoffed softly and turned to leave. The child, a symbol of royal disgrace, had just been born, only to be condemned by the emperor to be drowned in a water vat. That night, what he brought out of the palace was nothing but a lifeless infant. The spectacle of royal maternal filicide was truly repugnant, yet remained an endlessly captivating sight. Xue Fengxue lowered his gaze, brushed the immaculate dust-free sleeves of his attire, and concealed the news, allowing the Empress Dowager to continue her reverie of a mother and son safe and sound for a while longer. From the shadows, an inconspicuous palace servant slightly nodded. As he proceeded into the darkness, a cold arrow suddenly whizzed past his ear. Xue Fengxue shifted his form, narrowly evading it in the blink of an eye. Simultaneously, the concealed weapon in his hand had already silently pierced the air, striking precisely 3 inches into the center of the assailant's brow. The dull thud of flesh hitting the ground echoed behind him. He stood still, not rushing to inspect the scene, instead caressing the cold jade he had been clutching in his left hand. For some inexplicable reason, upon first sight of the blue-green jade bead, a tribute from the southwest, he was reminded of his petite wife's delicate and snowy neck. He envisioned shattering it, carving tiny cat ears upon it, and crafting a necklace for her, a gesture of compensation for the constraints he had endured in the palace that day. With this thought, his steps instinctively quickened. Yet, halfway through, he beheld Gu Qifeng, weary and breathless, suddenly kneeling forcefully on the ground. "My incompetence, your highness. The princess has gone missing." Xue Fengxue's movements stilled, his brows and eyes suddenly brimming with a tempest of emotions. "What did you say?" Gu Qifeng steeled himself and reiterated with difficulty, "Missing." In the darkness, the man's stern visage flickered ominously, his fingertips unconsciously tightening. In an instant, the surging internal energy shattered the invaluable jade, reducing it to a cascade of powder. "Where is he before he vanished? Take me there." Xue Fengxue inhaled deeply, forcing himself to regain composure. "Tell me everything he encountered during my absence, word for word." Chapter 16. Be good, do not fear. I have come. Xue Chanshan's eyes were bloodshot, the pulse in his palm's delicate wrist growing weaker by the moment. The blood from Tan Yu's nose mingling with tears, smearing his hands. He abruptly snapped back to reality. Before him, the youth he had grasped was on the brink of death, his chest rising and falling almost imperceptibly, his lips a shade of bluish purple, clinging to the last vestige of breath. "Ah, you!" Xue Chanshan felt a surge of panic as he shook Tan Yu's shoulders, hearing a faint, thread-like groan escape his lips. If one listened closely, they would discern it was an ungraceful curse. In this critical moment, DX3, risking punishment from the main system, forcibly activated its protective mechanism, saving his life. Fortunately, he only appeared to be on the verge of death, as DX3 had masked all his pain. The bruises on his neck and nape were automatically healed by the mechanism, albeit with a deliberate enhancement that made the scars appear particularly menacing against his fair skin. "Fear not, my dear. If the antagonist is ensnared by the narrative's power, I shall forcibly extract you from this world." Forcibly extract? Tan Yu had never encountered such a concept. Chuckling, then I shall become a wandering spirit. If the antagonist truly failed to find him due to irresistible forces, he would be quite vexed. Subsequently, he would visit the antagonist in dreams, instilling terror into his very essence. However, Tenyu proper chin up, sighing with a touch of melancholy. If that is the case, I would be alone once more. DX3, will you always remain by my side? DX3's voice was soft indeed. As a companion system, I shall eternally accompany my host. That is reassuring, Tenyu smiled, her eyes curving with joy as she whispered. I'm truly glad to have met you. DX3 also smiled, though it withheld a crucial truth. In instances of exceedingly low task completion, forcibly severing the host's soul constituted a grave violation. The consequence for the errant system would be total annihilation. Suddenly, a multitude of red exclamation marks erupted on DX3's interface. Alert! The main system has detected abnormal energy fluctuations. The character's darkening value is irregular. Please take caution. DX3, startled as if from the brink of death, exclaimed, Darling, I have a foreboding that the antagonist is approaching. Meanwhile, on the other side, Shui Chongqing pushed open the palace doors, fetched the royal physician. Yet, several shadow guards simultaneously intercepted him. One, despite being struck and coughing blood from the panicked Shui Chongqing's blow, gritted his teeth and urged, Your Highness, reconsider. Your Highness, the Prince of Jing has already left the Ci Ning Palace. Our men cannot hold him for long under the watchful eyes of the Genie Wei. Your Highness, we have few men left to sacrifice. A chill washed over Shui Chongqing as his fervent blood cooled instantly. In truth, he possessed no strength to openly provoke the Prince of Jing. The recent abduction of Tan Yu stemmed from his inability to endure the sight of his once loyal companion, now trailing behind the person he despised most. An impulsive act made without any consideration of the repercussions. Yet, neglecting to seek out the physician, he struggled to turn his head and glance at the frail figure on the bed. He had administered a harmless sedative in the syrup, and upon encountering the antidote from earlier, the sedative could be neutralized, yet would concurrently produce a dangerously stimulating effect. Having just gripped Tan Yu in such a manner, failing to dissipate the drug's potency in time could lead to dire consequences. However, if he sought the physician, his actions today would not escape the Emperor's notice, and he would irrevocably lose his chance to compete with the Crown Prince. Shui Chongqing slowly clenched his fists. A sudden realization dawned upon him. The choice between power and love seemed to be a trial every ambitious leader must confront. Your Highness, preserving the Green Mountains ensures we need not fear the lack of firewood. The Prince of Jing will soon arrive. We truly cannot delay any longer. The Shadow Guards, burdened with unspoken grievances, found themselves unable to defy their master's orders, yet they had already lost several capable brethren due to their master's recklessness and romantic entanglements. Shui Chongqing tightly shut his eyes, his teeth grinding audibly, and at last made a resolute decision, flinging his sleeve, Let us go. Upon hearing these words, the Shadow Guards sighed in relief, hastily destroying evidence. Shui Chongqing swiftly escaped through a secluded passage, creating an illusion of drunkenness and tardiness in changing attire. DX3 was peculiarly intriguing. Tan Yu gasped for breath, enveloped by a wave of warmth, her vision clouded with confusion. I feel so hot. The protective mechanism remained effective. Once the source of danger departed, it would vanish instantly. Thus, the moment Shui Chongqing fled, she felt a surging, boiling itch within her body. The sensation was utterly dreadful. It bore no pain, yet felt akin to 1,000 ants relentlessly scuttling through one's veins. Tan Yu gasped for breath, inadvertently biting his lower lip, the faint metallic tang of blood spreading within his mouth. Shui Fengxue wore a sullen expression, his hand tightly clenching a few fallen sunflower seeds amidst the grass, the tip of his finger bleeding from a cut inflicted by a shard of cold jade. Yet he seemed oblivious to the pain. He strode forth with purpose, followed stealthily by Gu Qi, who felt an increasing weight of guilt in his heart. For reasons unknown, Shui Fengshue's mind replayed the youthful visage of his beloved from their wedding night, the soft tone of his endearments, and the audacity displayed even under threat. The palace doors loomed tightly shut. Scattered remnants of sunflower seed shells littered the ground. Xue Fengshue's gaze darkened as he lifted his foot and delivered a forceful kick. With a resounding crash, the wooden door splintered under the fury of his strike. A plaintive cry echoed from within, causing Xue Fengshue's pupils to constrict. As he broke through the door, he beheld a small figure curled up on the soft couch, trembling with unease, emitting faint sobs. It was Tanyu. Unbeknownst to him, a sigh of relief escaped Xue Fengxue at that very moment. He hurried forward, bending down to gather the youth's disheveled garments. But his hand halted abruptly upon noticing the bruised marks encircling Tanyu's neck. A wave of unfamiliar bitterness surged from deep within, rendering his hand as heavy as lead. As he cradled the boy's waist and back, he instinctively softened his touch, ensuring the youth was securely held in his embrace. Danju, can you hear me? The child in his arms felt as fragile as paper, murmuring softly, yet his body burned with fever, as if he had been submerged in boiling water. His fair skin flushed a vivid red. A pulse check confirmed the presence of medicinal herbs. Xue Fengshue's lips pressed into a thin line as he carefully wrapped Tanyu in his cloak, then bent to lift him horizontally. His voice, icy enough to chill, declared through gritted teeth, return to the manor. From now on, I shall refuse all palace banquets. Today, Xue Fengxue had been in a good mood, unexpectedly granting the emperor a favor, only to discover that the one he had brought with him had encountered trouble within the palace walls, right beneath his nose. It was all his fault. Fault for being overly lenient with the royal family of De Zhou, fault for his own misplaced confidence. For the first time bringing someone along, he had failed to protect even a child. In a daze, Tenyu sensed he was being held in someone's arms. The coolness of the embrace mingled with the scent of wind. Assuming it was Xue Changchun returning, he instinctively struggled, shouting, "Let go! Don't touch me!" However, his feeble strength was akin to a drenched kitten, utterly incapable of moving the man's strong, resolute arms. To an observer, the scene was heart-wrenchingly pitiable. Be calm. Do not fear. It is I, the king has come. The deep, soothing voice repeated tirelessly, attempting to assuage his distress. After a moment's contemplation, Tanyu grasped the fabric of Xue Fengshue's chest tightly, burying his feverish forehead into it, and in a small, aggrieved voice, he lamented, "Why did you come so late? It was the oversight of this prince. Bear with it. Let us return to the manor." Observing the desperate individual leaning against his shoulder, Xue Fengxue remained perplexed as to how one could be so naively innocent. Last night, it was he who had threatened to take Tanyu's life, the one who had pressed the blade against her neck, causing her to bleed profusely. And now, she was sobbing and seeking refuge in his embrace. The King Jing closed his eyes briefly, hastening his steps while cradling the soft form, his mind a tempest of thoughts. A decade prior, the Emperor Taizu and the Crown Prince were assassinated, leading to the ascension of his elder brother, a man over 30 with no achievements, to the throne, as urged by the ministers. Meanwhile, he himself, a solitary youth, had not been raised in the emperor's court and had little affinity with the royal family. At 17, following the death of his maternal grandfather's entire family in battle, it was his uncle and grandfather who elevated him to this position through military merit. From a passionate young prince in his teens to the decisive King Jing at 24, over the course of 10 years, Xue Fengxue had become accustomed to the ugly facets of humanity, his heart hardened like iron amidst the bloodshed. Yet, fate had chosen to bestow upon him such an innocent and untainted wife. Investigate and bring forth all those involved in this matter before me by tonight. Xue Fengxue summoned Tanyu into the carriage, while Gu Qi remained on his knees, still unable to offer his apologies. Astonished as he raised his head upon hearing the command, Xue Fengshue's voice, devoid of warmth, resonated with an inner strength. "Keep that arm for now. You shall redeem yourself by enduring punishment in the prison." As they returned to the manor, urgency propelled the coachman to hasten, and soon they vanished from sight. Gu Qi pressed his forehead heavily to the ground, his throat tightening in resolve. "Yes, I shall obey." Inside the carriage, perhaps sensing the environment growing safer, Tanyu finally ceased her trembling, gradually relaxing her body. "Why is it so hot?" she murmured, eyes closed, struggling restlessly in Shui Fengshue's embrace. She tore off the invaluable cloak draped over her, kicking it to the floor. I won't wear it. It's too hot. I want to take it off. Shui Fengshue raised a hand to press against the nape of Tan Yu's neck, intending to offer caution. Yet his gaze was drawn to her neck, beautiful yet marred by marks of restraint, obscured by her cascading hair. He reached out, gently pushing aside the damp strands, revealing the delicate, slender neck fully before him. The formerly fair skin now bore a stark ring of bruises, the imprints of fingers unmistakably etched. Shui Fengshue lowered his gaze, his fingers tenderly tracing the contusions on her soft flesh. Does it hurt? Tan Yu, feeling the coolness of his touch, instinctively tilted her neck upward despite her closed eyes. No, it doesn't hurt. I'm just hot, she whimpered, nuzzling her warm cheek against Shui Fengshue's cool neck, like a playful puppy seeking solace. The soft strands of her hair brushed against his chin, eliciting a tingling sensation. Hold me. The man loosely encircled the youth's waist, his previously somber expression gradually replaced by another emotion. Within his dark eyes, a storm brewed, yet he remained unyielding, restraining the youth's restless hands, denying him even the slightest opportunity to overstep, until Tan Yu opened her pair of emerald, water-laden feline eyes, looking at him with a sense of grievance, seemingly unable to comprehend why he sought to prevent her. Shui Fengshue lowered his eyelids, his large hand gently patting her lower back, and with a soft voice he inquired, Look at me, who am I? Whom you wish to embrace? Tan Yu's pupils were unfocused, only able to discern the profound, dark eyebrows and eyes before her, the deep, hoarse timbre of his voice resonating ambiguously in her ears. Overwhelmed by heat and rebellion, she deliberately refrained from answering, exclaiming, If you want to hold me, why don't you? He dislike him. Yet, as she spoke, she wriggled into his embrace like an eel, playfully seeking affection. Shui Fengshue chose not to press further, his fingers caressing her slender waist, encouraging her to draw closer. However, Tan Yu remained oblivious, her head bobbing aimlessly, her outer garment barely clinging to her arm, the pristine lining of her undergarment sagging, revealing a portion of her fair, delicate shoulder. After much effort, all he felt was sorrow. Did it truly hurt this much? He gently touched Tan Yu's flushed face, instinctively furrowing his brow. The effects of the palace-esque concoctions were indeed too potent. Tan Yu, with drooping eyelids, responded with a soft sound, suddenly opening her mouth to bite down on the callous skin of his thumb, using her dull, canine teeth to gnaw, producing a series of ambiguous whimpers. Shui Fengshue raised an eyebrow, pressing his thumb against the corner of her mouth, rubbing it, and then unexpectedly prying his hand free from her grasp. He observed the glaring little bite marks adorned with glistening saliva, wiping his thumb on the hem of her garment. Such a dog, he muttered. The sound of the carriage clattering swiftly approached the Jing Wang Fu. Shui Fengshue gently patted Tan Yu's lower back, startling her awake. Endure a little longer. I've already sent someone to prepare the medicine. He picked up a cloak, wrapping her securely before lifting her from the carriage. At that moment, Steward Wu hurried over, sensing the suppressed anger emanating from his master. A storm was brewing, and someone was destined to bear the brunt of it. Lowering his head, Steward Wu spoke as he followed. The incident occurred unexpectedly. It will take a stick of incense to fully prepare the princess's medicine. Upon returning to the Jing Wang Fu, numerous attendants await to serve. Is the prince to bathe first? He cast a glance at the squirming figure in the man's arms, tentatively inquiring. The Jing Wang had a severe aversion to filth. The first order of business upon returning home was always a cleansing bath, a custom that remained unchanged even after the late emperor's demise. Not necessary. I shall watch over her, Shui Fengshue replied, his pace unwavering, cradling the restless, heated cat in his arms. Prepare 2 bowls of medicine and fetch some rock candy. Steward Wu paused, then quickly grasped the purpose of the rock candy and the additional bowl of medicine. It seemed to be for the young princess, ensuring she could tolerate the bitterness of the medicine, with the extra bowl available should she vomit. On the second day of their marriage, the prince was surprisingly compassionate. Steward Wu felt a surge of emotions, wiping away non-existent tears from his face. He dismissed the crowd outside, Shui Fengxue carried Tan Yu to the bedside, supporting her waist to help her sit, while his other hand removed the cumbersome cloak and outer garments and pulled off the boots from her feet. DX3 has encountered numerous hosts, and it can immediately discern the symptoms in Tan Yu. How infuriating! It's all my fault. There is neither poison nor any harmful substance in the bowl. At that moment, Tan Yu lacked the strength to respond. He wished to convey that it was of no consequence, for when two originally harmless and even life-saving herbs come into contact, unforeseen effects are inevitable. Shui Fengxue then sat beside the bed, his strong arm encircling Tan Yu's languid form, allowing him to lean against his chest and absorb the refreshing coolness. He pulled over a silk quilt to prevent the rapid evaporation of sweat, thus warding off the chill. The crisp scent of sandalwood enveloped Tan Yu, subtly emanating a sense of security. He resembled a fish just pulled from the water, awkwardly wedged between Shui Fengxue and the quilt, his lips inadvertently brushing against Shui Fengxue's neck. How fragrant! He was no different from a pampered kitten. The calmness in Shui Fengxue's eyes had long since vanished, yet his expression remained unperturbed as he held Tan Yu close, his hands gliding slowly along his spine through the thin covering. His long, broad fingers gently kneaded the nape of Tan Yu's neck, both soothing and guiding. Tan Yu murmured softly, "I want." Shui Fengxue could not discern the words, their tone muffled, and asked, "What do you want?" The mischievous man relinquished the choice to the youth. "What do you want? Come now, speak." Tan Yu's rationality had long since faded, instinctively seeking the sight of those delicate, parting lips. "Kiss me." His sticky voice bore a hint of a sob, laden with a sense of grievance. Shui Fengxue, kiss me. Chapter 18. How can medicine be administered this way? DX3 was quite vexed, contemplating reporting Shui Fengxue for his overstepping. But recalling the warning from its superior, it swallowed its words. This was all due to its statement advocating for enforced attachment, which had been reported to the main system by an overzealous regulator. A voice message from the main system materialized. DX3. The database indicates, your host is an autonomous adult university student. DX3 nodded proudly. Of course. What are you nodding for? The main system replied coldly. His age qualifies him to marry and have children in ancient times. In modernity, he meets the standard age for normal romantic relationships. What are you meddling in? Do you think of yourself as a parent? After receiving a harsh reprimand from its superior, DX3 felt a twinge of guilt and averted its gaze. In summary, the current situation dictated that unless the antagonist's actions posed a serious threat to the host's mission progress, it could not intervene. Quite frustrating. Shui Fengxue remained silent for a moment, his palm firmly cradling Tan Yu's nape, exerting a force that brooked no dissent, before leaning down to kiss him. His dry lips brushed against Tan Yu's soft, moist ones, delicately tracing their shape. The air was a harmonious blend of cool sandalwood and hibiscus. This was Shui Fengxue's first intimate encounter with another, merely a clumsy melding of lips. Yet his heart was more tumultuous than he had anticipated. Tan Yu, feeling lightheaded, instinctively sought the tranquility radiating from that soothing fragrance and warmth. He pecked gently like a little bird, tilting his head back, his long eyelashes fluttering. After a moment of such close proximity, Shui Fengxue felt a soft caress on his lips. The person in his arms resembled a docile kitten, exposing their belly and lying there, inviting affection. Shui Fengxue's breath quickened, yet he restrained himself from deepening the kiss. He reached out to gently grasp Tan Yu's neck, pressing him against his shoulder, gradually calming his tumultuous emotions. For a fleeting moment, Shui Fengxue was lost in a daze, the tender sensation on his lips lingering. How could he be so uncontrollable? 2 large bowls of thick, dark medicinal concoction arrived, interrupting his reverie. A cup of tea for rinsing and a plate of sweet-smelling rock sugar were placed beside him. Steward Wu, holding a bowl of warm medicine, dared not lift his gaze and said, "Your Highness, allow me to handle the administration of the medicine. You have been busy all day and have yet to rest." Shui Fengxue glanced at the pitiful figure in his arms, whose tears and sweat stained his clothing, and took the bowl of medicine into his hands. "There is no need for that. I will do it myself." In the surprised exchange of glances between the court physician and Steward Wu, Shui Fengxue scooped a spoonful of the medicinal broth, bringing it to his lips to test its temperature. He instructed the kitchen to prepare some stomach-nourishing medicinal dishes. Yes, as the silver spoon pried open his lips, the bitter herbal medicine flowed down his throat. Tan Yu grimaced at the bitterness, and even before swallowing, the sensation of gastric spasms surged violently within him. He did not know where the strength came from, but he pushed Fengshue's arm away, doubling over as he fought the urge to vomit. Steward Wu was quick-witted, handing over a wooden basin just in time as Tan Yu retched. Seeing Tan Yu's discomfort, Fengshue's expression darkened. He gently patted Tan Yu's back, emotions swirling tumultuously in his eyes. While his thoughts were filled with turmoil, his broad, warm hand, imbued with internal strength, gently rubbed Tan Yu's belly. If you need to vomit, then do so. It will be better afterward. Tan Yu, teary-eyed, shook his head. The food consumed at the palace banquet had not been plentiful. The broth constituted a significant portion, leaving him with nothing to purge. His small face was streaked with tears, and he curled up pitifully in Fengshue's embrace. The bitter medicine had rendered his fingers trembling. "Give me the medicine," he said, reaching for the bowl. Fengshue placed the bowl on a nearby table, preventing him from reaching it. "First, rinse your mouth. Forcing it down will only make you vomit more." The tea was already at his lips, and with no reason to resist, Tan Yu complied, rinsing his mouth thoroughly with Fengshue's guidance. The tea diluted the bitterness of the medicine, and as he gazed at the rock sugar beside the bowl, he was promptly met with a stern refusal before he could speak. "No," Fengshue said. "You may have the sugar only after finishing the medicine." With restrictions on both sides, Tan Yu's sense of grievance welled up, and he pouted at Fengshue's. Tears, like beads on a string, cascaded down his cheeks, while his petite nose twitched and his wet eyelashes hung low. If he had a tail and ears, they would likely droop to the ground by now. Fengshui felt an inexplicable headache. "Everyone, leave us," he sighed, cradling the person who was on the verge of slipping from his arms back into his embrace. Wu, the housekeeper, hesitated, his lips moving as if to speak. But beside him, the court physician seemed unable to contain himself, abruptly grabbing his collar and striding away with remarkable speed. "Your subordinate takes his leave," Wu exclaimed, alarmed. "Oh, slow down. My old bones." In the vast chamber, only the two remained. Fengshui reached out to smooth the damp hair clinging to his temples, lifting his gaze to the pouting face that refused to meet his own. "Are you sulking?" he inquired. Tan Yu paused, lowering his eyelids and gently shaking his head. He thought despondently, a male spouse of dubious character, engaged in secretive behavior, and marriage bestowed as a symbol of humiliation. Everyone knew what that entailed. They prepared medicine for him, yet forbade him to drink it, perhaps in a show of compliance. Suddenly, warmth brushed against his lips, and his mouth was pried open, the bitter medicinal liquid flowing onto his tongue in measured sips. His thoughts erupted in confusion. Tan Yu opened his eyes, his vision only vaguely capturing the steely, cold brow of Fengshui. The mingling sense of sandalwood and bitter herbs enveloped him. A large hand cradled his head, slender fingers gently kneading his temples, alleviating the dull ache that clouded his mind. His lower back was forcibly pulled toward the man, leaving Tan Yu with no choice but to tilt his neck back and swallow the potion being offered, perhaps due to sheer astonishment. The characteristic nausea of traditional medicine surged within him only after he had consumed more than half the bowl. "Ugh!" Tan Yu pushed against Fengshue's firm, warm chest with both hands, his eyes wide in a silent plea for release. With a soft pop, their lips parted. Fengshui lowered his gaze, deftly pinching a piece of rock candy and placing it into his mouth before swiftly kissing him again. The sugary morsel dissolved between their lips, the bitterness of the medicine softened by its sweetness, leaving only a faint aftertaste. Tan Yu's mind felt oxygen-deprived from the kiss, even his breaths needing to be guided by Fengshui, unaware of when he would be released. The medicine from a Jing Wangfu was undoubtedly potent. The fiery sensation that had consumed him dissipated, leaving only a wave of weakness. A clear mind often brings about shyness. Tan Yu still found it hard to believe that the antagonist would feed him medicine in such a manner. Hadn't he been said to harbor severe cleanliness issues? Shui Fengxue eyed the remaining portion of the medicine in the bowl, pretending to drink it, but Tanyu, having regained some strength, stopped him. "Thank you, Your Highness. I shall finish the rest myself." Blushing, Tanyu cradled the bowl in his hands, drinking it all like a small cat. His delicate brows knitted tightly. His entire face scrunched in displeasure. Ugh, how bitter. What kind of ruthless person can drink traditional medicine without flinching? Shui Fengxue, as if rewarding him, gently stroked Tanyu's forehead and wrapped him in the quilt, instructing, "Lie down properly." Chapter 19. It seems he has taken me for a pet. Tanyu recalled the last time he was cared for during an illness. It was in the orphanage, where the caretakers would pat his head in the same manner. However, the truth proved that a villain is indeed a villain. The Jing Wang was not a mere caretaker, for he witnessed the Jing Wang undergo a complete reversal in attitude. Gu Qi has been derelict in his duties. I have punished him with 20 lashes and a 3-month salary suspension. Seeing that the effects of the medicine had waned and Tanyu had regained his clarity, Shui Fengxue arose, his expression once again adopting the cold demeanor of a superior. Like a heartless scoundrel, one moment entangled in an emotional embrace, the next, retreating in embarrassment. "Who do you think you are?" Having finished a steaming bowl of medicinal porridge placed on the low stool by the bed. "As for your grievances, ponder deeply on where you have erred. This king shall return to settle the score with you." Shui Fengshue's demeanor was excessively composed, leaving no room for him to wrestle with his feelings of discomfort and shyness. Simply put, he was far too uncharacteristic of a typical male partner. Would a normal male partner behave in such a manner? It seems unlikely. Tanyu opened her mouth, her expression a complex tapestry, struggling to muster a simple good. Yuan Bao knelt on the ground, not daring to lift his head. "Your Highness, I am here to serve you." Shui Fengxue left without a trace of warmth. Tanyu lowered her head, taking a few sips of porridge from Yuan Bao's offerings. The shrimp was tender and succulent, the rice soft and creamy, the flavor a perfect balance of salty and sweet, warming her stomach as she drank. Tanyu's eyes sparkled with delight. Delicious, truly delicious. Thus, she heartily cast aside the tragic memory of her first kiss, which had been stolen from her after 18 years of guardianship, and continued to savor the porridge with unabated enthusiasm. Seafood porridge, a delight indeed. As for everything else, what does it matter? I am not gay. In her mind's eye, DX3, who had been fuming in a corner since witnessing the two mouths locked in a kiss, was tugging at electronic pedals. To intervene, not to intervene, to intervene, not to intervene. Rose petals lay scattered across the ground, the empty flower stems forming a small pile. The outcome was consistently to refrain from intervention. DX3 cleared the flowers from the screen, numbly thinking, "Damn it, this function must be malfunctioning." In the royal prison, the atmosphere was damp and dim. The flickering candlelight casting shadows, interrupted only by the oppressive sounds of anguished cries and the muted thuds of whips striking flesh. Gujio, lantern in hand, accompanied the Jing Wang, whispering, "As per your orders, I have brought back the person before the inner servant who spread falsehoods to the princess was silenced." In the foul-smelling rows of cells, countless pairs of bloodshot eyes pressed against the iron bars, staring blankly at the towering figure that passed before them like a nightmare, instinctively shrinking back into the corners. Some even clutched at corners, gnawing on deceased rodents, pleading, "Your Highness, spare me. I will confess everything." Gujio recalled the remorseful expression of his younger brother, Gu Qi, when punished, tentatively suggesting, "Your Highness, may I? No need. I shall personally interrogate him." After bathing, Shui Fengxue donned a set of regular attire. The deep crimson dragon robe accentuated his chiseled features, rendering him even more otherworldly, akin to a fearsome judge presiding over the underworld. Gujio, observing with trepidation, quickly lowered his head in acquiescence. The young inner servant had not been subjected to torture. However, merely witnessing the horrific fates of the other prisoners in the royal prison rendered him pale with fear, trembling uncontrollably, wishing desperately to confess everything. Yet, he had no opportunity to unveil his truths, for his mouth had been gagged with a cloth, and there were certain matters he needed to disclose personally before the Jing Wang. With a thud, a figure was unceremoniously thrown at the feet of the Jing Wang. In the vision appeared a pair of black brocade boots, standing atop a multitude of corpses, adorned with intertwining golden threads that shimmered like a dragon in flight. Slave, Xiazhu, pays his respects to the prince. Xiazhu was acutely aware that their scheme had been exposed, and Prince Jing had come to demand an account. Initially, the bloodied forehead he had injured while deceiving Tan Yu cracked open once more as he knelt. Xue Fengxue reclined in his chair, lifted his chin slightly. An attendant seized the prostrate Xiazhu, binding his hands behind a wooden post. Your Highness, Xiazhu heard Xue Fengxue command, silence him. The resolve to keep him mute was evident. In a moment of panic, Xiazhu shouted, Your Highness, spare my life. I will confess everything. It was all the third princess doing. His words were forcefully muffled by a rag, struggling against the coarse hemp rope that bit into his neck, drawing blood. Xiazhu ceased his movements. Upon noticing his silence, Gu Qi emerged from the shadows, throwing a disheveled figure to the ground. The man on the floor opened his vacant eyes and gasped hoarsely in Xiazhu's direction. Xiazhu's pupils constricted. Did he recognize him? Xue Fengxue gestured for Gu Jiu to bring the man before Xiazhu and pry open his mouth. Xiazhu, your true master has long forsaken you both. The prince, in his mercy, grants you a chance at life. Will you confess or not? The moment Xiazhu discerned the identity of the man on the ground, it felt as if thunder had struck him. He saw his elder brother, who had once held a place beside the third prince with his eloquence and appearance. Now rendered mute, his tongue evidently severed. Sightless and voiceless, he had become a discarded pawn. Someone poured a bowl of drug-laced lychee syrup slowly over the face of the man on the ground. The minty lychee water, mixed with ice, splattered on his unhealed wounds. Xue Fengshue's sharp brows cast dark shadows, the flickering candlelight behind him creating ghostly silhouettes on the wall. His long, pale fingers tapped rhythmically on the chair, the sound resonating clearly. What have you done, Eunuch? Do you still remember? Eunuch was no longer the resplendent young attendant Xia Zhu once encountered. His bloodshot eyes now concealed a single pristine lychee flesh embedded within. Upon hearing the question, he gaped in terror, emitting a whimper that formed the words, "Kill me." As the rag was removed from Xia Zhu's mouth, he immediately cried out in agony. It was the Crown Prince's instruction. The Crown Prince ordered him to do this. Gu Jiu tightened the whip around Eunuch's frail neck, yanking it fiercely. Is he telling the truth? Were you the Crown Prince's man embedded beside the third prince? Xia Zhu's desperate cries echoed with a hint of hoarseness, and Eunuch finally nodded with great difficulty. Xue Fengxue displayed no surprise on his face. He merely gazed at the man on the ground and calmly commanded, chop off his hands, wrap them up, and deliver them to the third prince's residence. Xia Zhu's eyes widened in horror at the words, Your Highness. Under the dim candlelight, Xue Fengxue leisurely wiped each long, jade-like finger with a snow-white handkerchief. I command you to personally deliver this gift. Can you manage that? Xia Zhu, having wept dry, looked at his elder brother being dragged away alongside him. And in his despair, a boundless desire to survive suddenly surged within him. I can do it. Everything unfolded as he had deceitfully conveyed to Tan Yu at the outset. How could a lowly individual dare to defy the command of Prince Jing? A muffled, heart-wrenching scream echoed in his ears. Xia Zhu sat numbly in the prison, witnessing a fearsome figure raise an axe to sever his brother's hands. In a daze, he pondered. Both he and his sworn brother were acutely aware of the fate that awaited the beautiful and innocent Princess Jing. Perhaps this was the retribution for past deeds. My nephew has committed wrongdoings. The two arms of the third prince are of no use now. Gu Jiu, send someone to ensure his incapacitation. Incapacitation? Gu Jiu nodded, astonished. In the past, when those young ones caused trouble, the prince merely issued warnings, yet this time. Xue Fengxue casually brushed off his sleeves and remarked, furthermore, have someone present the case of the corruption of the governor of Chuanzhou, along with the matter of the crown prince's indulgence of his brother-in-law's abduction of common women, to his majesty before tomorrow's morning court. In mere moments, the situation became tumultuous. DX3 was presently concocting ways to malign Xue Fengxue. My dear, please keep your eyes wide open. The data indicates that this antagonist has shown no emotional fluctuations over the years. Based on my analysis, His affection towards you is merely a manifestation of a perverse desire for control, viewing you as less than human. Tan scratched his face nonchalantly. Ah, I seem to sense that. After all, which decent person would engage in such intimacy after just 2 days of acquaintance? Perhaps with a kitten or puppy, but not with a person. The good news: it seems the antagonist is not homosexual. The bad news: he appears to regard me as a pet. Chapter 20. Settling accounts. After autumn, Feng Shue departed swiftly and returned just as quickly. Tan Yu was engaged in a struggle with his damp, long hair. Yuan Bao knelt beside him, gently drying one half with a towel, while he managed the other half. The fragrance of hibiscus ointment wafted through the warm room. As the young man sat amidst silken bedding, his once smooth black hair now tousled from his efforts. Gazing into the mirror, Tan Yu felt reminiscent of a comical sea urchin. Under the flickering candlelight, a pair of emerald feline eyes gleamed brightly. Feng Shue raised his hand, signaling the servants to silence. He did not enter, but remained outside, observing Tan Yu's obscured visage illuminated by the light, noting the carefree smile gracing his lips. Suddenly, he felt a pang of regret for returning empty-handed. The embroidered golden python robe was stained with the scent of blood, emanating a chilling, ominous aura that starkly contrasted with the pristine individual waiting within. Feng Shue furrowed his brow and turned to exit the courtyard. Butler Wu instructed the servants to prepare hot water, and upon stepping outside, he saw his lord conversing with a patrol team. There's a pastry shop in the southern part of the city. I recall you mentioned some time ago that your wife is quite fond of it. Suddenly questioned about a personal matter by his superior, the captain of the guards was momentarily taken aback, his dark complexion tinged with embarrassment. Replying to my lord, my wife, being young, is prone to cravings. I indeed accompany her to Lu's pastry shop every rest day. Feng Shue fell silent for a moment, then patted the captain's shoulder, departing amidst the astonished gaze of the guard. Butler Wu, feeling quite self-aware, rewarded the guard with a few taels of silver on behalf of his master. DX3. The process of washing hair in ancient times was quite cumbersome. Tan Yu's arms were weary from the effort, yet he had not managed to dry his thick, lustrous locks. Feeling somewhat disheartened, he reminisced about his modern short hair, which was both convenient and aesthetically pleasing, drying within minutes under a blow-dryer. Alas, my dear, I adjusted a few parameters of your body upon bringing you here, all for the sake of the narrative. DX3 found Tan Yu's current state rather endearing. Long-haired beauties were simply exquisite. Yuan Bao's lips moved as he hesitated, unable to bear witnessing the silken strands being so carelessly treated. Summoning his courage, he took the towel that was practically crackling with static from the friction. My lord, my lady, allow me to assist you, he offered. Please take a moment to rest. With practiced ease, he dipped a comb into a bit of hibiscus oil, smoothing out the tangled and unruly sections, drying and nourishing them with a touch of fragrant balm. Tan Yu was taken aback, realizing that Yuan Bao's previously furrowed brow had finally relaxed, indicating that he had likely been displeased with Tan Yu's clumsy attempts for quite some time. Never mind, let the experts handle their craft. He decided it was best not to complicate matters further. Rubbing his sore arms, he began to ponder how to apologize to the antagonist. Could someone raised in a feudal society truly comprehend his tenderheartedness? Tan Yu sighed softly. Probably not. If those in power regard commoners as mere fodder, then servants in their eyes are merely lifeless tools to be replaced at will. For instance, even the current emperor requires 2 palace maids to attend to him during his most private moments, and in previous dynasties, emperors needed eunuchs to assist them in such affairs. Alas, the disparity in thought is evident. Before he could muse further, a flurry of greetings from outside announced the return of Prince Jing. Tan Yu straightened up with a swift motion, pushing the blanket behind him and sitting demurely at the edge of the bed with his knees together. Yuan Bao and the other attendants hastily tidied up the items for Tan Yu's hair care and retreated. Feng Shue parted the beaded curtain, revealing a figure sitting upright by the bed, wearing a perfectly poised smile. He even stood to bow in greeting. The prince has returned. His tone was jubilant, laced with a hint of deference. Feng Shue acknowledged him with a sound, his gaze inadvertently falling upon the delicate, unshod feet on the floor. He subtly frowned, disapprovingly noting, "Why are you not wearing shoes?" Tan Yu was momentarily blank, surprised that the antagonist's attention was directed at his feet. In his eagerness to see the prince, he had forgotten. His gaze wandered, his tone faltering, betraying his anxiety. His eagerness was feigned, but his forgetfulness was genuine. Xue Fengxue chose not to expose him, simply advising, "It won't take long. Put on your shoes, and then come over." Tan Yu obediently complied. Xue Fengxue set down the oil paper package he had carried all the way. Realizing only then that he had traversed much of the capital to procure the pastries before the shop closed, he pinched the bridge of his nose. "My lord." Tan Yu approached, shoes clattering on the floor, yet his gaze was firmly captivated by the sweet-scented oil paper package on the table. As the saying goes, the bold may prosper, while the timid may perish. Tan Yu swallowed hard, her large eyes sparkling with curiosity. "Your Highness, did you buy all of this for me?" Her question was clearly rhetorical. Xue Fengxue couldn't help but chuckle. Just before his departure, she had worn a face of despair, yet now, upon seeing the food, she seemed to forget everything. "No." Under the trembling gaze of the injured Tan Yu, Xue Fengxue reached out, pulling her onto the round stool beside him. "This prince expects you to reflect on your actions, and you still think of eating?" His expression darkened as he prepared to enumerate Tan Yu's transgressions. "What did I tell you before entering the palace?" Tan Yu pouted her lips, acquiescing, not to run around, and to wait for your highness to return. "Oh, you remember?" Xue Fengshue's gaze fell on the horrific purple marks on her neck, and he released his grip, though his anger remained unabated. "If you remember, then why did you dare to follow someone after a few sob stories without informing the secret guards?" Tan Yu's eyes widened in shock, as Xue Fengxue seemingly conjured a long ruler from behind him. "Extend your hand." "Is this familial discipline?" A powerful aura descended upon her like a mountain. Tan Yu's face turned pale with fear, and she gulped nervously, cautiously extending a delicate hand from her sleeve. "Domestic violence. This is domestic violence. Main system, I wish to file a complaint." Xue Fengxue, holding the ruler, scrutinized her with a penetrating gaze. "Were you similarly gullible in the minister's residence? Did you trust everyone's words?" Tan Yu blinked, feeling guilty herself. "What do you mean by that? Kindness?" "Crack." The ruler fell decisively. "I see your foolishness." Xue Fengshue's voice turned cold. "Do you think those who survive in the palace are merely innocuous beings? Even a servant of 12 or 13 carries myriad secrets within. Do you comprehend how many lives they are burdened with?" Reflecting on Tan Yu's near-lifeless state, Xue Fengxue inhaled sharply, unable to suppress his fury, his voice growing colder. "Do you understand what could have transpired if I had not arrived in time? You do not even cherish your own life, knowing full well that the secret guards face obstacles in the palace, yet you fail to learn." His tone bordered on reprimanding. Tan Yu shrank back, feeling a pang of injustice, yet she recognized the validity of Xue Fengshue's words. In retrospect, her actions had indeed been foolish. The palm of her hand burned painfully, reddened but not swollen. Tears brimmed in her eyes as she spoke in a quivering voice. "I'm sorry." However, Xue Fengxue was not softened by her apology. Instead, he frowned, staring coldly at her. Another strike landed on her slightly flushed palm. "Crack. Injustice? Who do you truly owe an apology to? Is it to this prince or to yourself? Speak." Tan Yu cried out in anguish, sobbing, I owe an apology to everyone." Chapter 21. Behave, and this prince will teach them a lesson. The youth's beautiful green eyes were brimming with tears, long eyelashes adorned with glistening droplets that fell softly. I am sorry." Xue Fengshu gazed at her, gradually lowering the ruler. His reprimand was not merely a desire to scold. The memory of the boy, nearly breathless on the low couch, still haunted him. Xue Fengxue had never been so concerned for anyone before. Over the years, whether it was his subordinates or his nominal nephews and nieces, he had never been this involved. Even regarding his own life, he merely accepted fate. Yet, in the brief span of 2 days with the naive Tan Yu, he had worried himself to the bone. Reflecting on the past few years, how foolish it all seemed. Though harsher words lingered on the tip of his tongue, he could not bring himself to utter them. He gazed at the tears falling from the young boy's eyes. Was he still soft-hearted? Tan Yu, blinking back tears that stung and ached. Wiped his face with his sleeve and nearly shouted in frustration. I said I wouldn't go, but he kept bowing to me, his face covered in blood. I truly didn't know what to do. Tan Yu resembled a remorseful child at a loss, his large eyes spilling tears as he murmured, I just don't want anyone to die because of me. Having never watched palace intrigue dramas, Tan Yu was unaware of the veracity of the young eunuch's words. Perhaps the emperor of the great Zhou indeed upheld such inhumane edicts? Was he to stand idly by as a modern person while others perished? Impossible. The more he spoke, the more sorrowful he became, as the grievances he had long suppressed and the terror of surviving a calamity began to overwhelm him, culminating in a heartbreaking cry. Oh, I didn't know I was so foolish. Why do I only bring you trouble? He sobbed as he collapsed into Shui Fengshue's embrace, his emotions unraveling swiftly, sadness crashing over him like a tidal wave. Tan Yu had never encountered such a situation before. In Huahua, society was relatively stable, and the education he received encouraged kindness and assistance among peers. Moreover, he was merely 18. No matter how strong he appeared, he was fundamentally an ordinary person living in a time of peace. In this oppressive, feudal era, Tan Yu felt like a helpless fawn that had stepped from the pure, serene Ling Mountain into a filthy, treacherous swamp rife with perils. He feared incurring Shui Fengshue's wrath, but was even more terrified of encountering the mad protagonist. In this unfamiliar world, he had no one to rely upon except for DX3 and the man before him. In his agitation, Tan Yu began to babble incoherently, spewing a stream of disjointed thoughts. He tore my clothes. When you're not here, that madman only dares to bully me and insult me. I fought back, but he choked me. I truly couldn't resist. His voice dwindled, reduced to a mere whisper. No one ever told me how to face such situations, not even you. Tears soaked the dark fabric, and a barely audible sigh escaped from above. Tan Yu felt himself gently embraced, his thighs lifted, and he found himself nestled in the warm, fragrant arms of the man before him. As Shui Fengshue softly patted his back, Tan Yu clung tightly to his neck, burying his face in the crook, biting his lip as he sobbed. Let out, my dear. I will teach them a lesson for you, Shui Fengshue murmured, his hand caressing the nape of Tan Yu's neck, allowing him to vent his pent-up emotions while encouraging him to meet his gaze. The profound gaze, akin to a steadfast and towering mountain, instills a sense of tranquility within one's heart upon meeting its glance. He gently liberated the pallid lower lip of Tan Yu from the confines of his teeth, uttering, Do not direct your anger inward. Today a scuffle was not intended to harm you. Shui Fengshue lowered his gaze, his voice soft and delicate. As Tan Yu found himself enveloped more tightly within Shui Fengshue's broad embrace, the rich fragrance of sandalwood wafted from his attire. The tribulations of the past years had rendered Shui Fengshue emotionally aloof, his heart hardened beyond the common measure. Rationality dictated that he should not harbor such a naive, delicate, and troublesome creature by his side. Yet, as a large hand caressed his cheek, the dry fingertips wiped away the tears that had cascaded from the corners of his eyes. Shui Fengshue met Tan Yu's glistening gaze, his thin lips parting slightly. In a world rife with power struggles and the insatiable hunger for wealth and fame, everyone becomes a ravenous demon. He refrained from disclosing the more nauseating truths. He succinctly dissected the schemes at play, ultimately inquiring, Do you comprehend? The pent-up emotions, released through this bout of tears, gradually restored color to Tan Yu's pallid visage, and the inexplicable weight upon his heart astonishingly dissipated. After a few stifled sobs, he endeavored to compose himself and nodded affirmatively. I understand. Tan Yu wiped his tear-streaked face with his palm, only to realize that his tears had left Shui Fengshue's neatly attired collar in disarray. A flush of embarrassment crept across his face as he pushed against Shui Fengshue's broad shoulder in an attempt to rise. A sharp pain shot through the palm of his left hand, causing Tan Yu's complexion to pale as he fell back down. Shui Fengshue gently patted the small of Tan Yu's back, instructing him to sit still. Did I press too hard? Do not fidget. Taken by surprise at the sudden touch, Tan Yu resembled a wilted quail, submissively compliant. His fair skin, even after Xue Fengxue had restrained most of his strength, bore an alarming imprint from the touch of his uncalloused palm. Tan Yu lowered his head, scrutinizing his own palm. In truth, his hands had never been particularly attractive, worn and calloused from years of labor. Had it been his original hands, perhaps he would not feel such discomfort, grasping his excessively slender wrist. Xue Fengxue extracted a portion of ointment and delicately applied it to the swollen palm. The searing sting was instantly replaced by a soothing coolness. The scent wafting up was reminiscent of the exquisite ointment he had previously used for an injury on his neck. Tan Yu chuckled heartily, his greatest virtue being his ability to forget. Having endured many years of hardship, he had not learned much, save for the art of crying and moving on. As he gazed at the man's lowered lashes, he mused, the villainous lashes are surprisingly thick. Xue Fengxue cleansed the ointment from his fingers and then unfurled an oiled paper package, revealing several flower-shaped pieces of fu ling cake within. "No late-night snacks? Let us have something to tide us over," he said, placing a piece in Tan Yu's intact right palm. Tan Yu was once again taken aback. Observing his expression reminiscent of a startled rabbit, Xue Fengxue reached up to wipe the moisture from Tan Yu's chin, crying so profusely, "Are you made of water?" Tan Yu, munching on the delicacy, simply shook his head. "No, it is said that only girls are made of water." He pondered for a moment and felt he was made of gluttony instead. For instance, at this moment, he was not hungry, yet he could not resist the allure of delectable food. Lowering his head, he savored 2 pieces of cake, and, as he took a sip of water, guided by the antagonist's hand, it suddenly dawned on Tan Yu. So, Xue Fengxue had already planned every step, from applying medicine to enticing him with treats. Tan Yu felt a twinge of discontent. The appeal failed. How infuriating. This main system actually accused me of meddling and deducted my rewards. The main and unified system thus boldly challenged the powers that be, only to face utter defeat. Tan Yu yawned and rubbed his belly. "Your Highness, I am weary and wish to retire for the night. Good night." He attempted to slip away from Xue Fengshue's grasp, but before his feet touched the ground, he was swiftly pulled back. It's easy to become indigestible at night. Xue Fengxue lifted him, cradling him like a cat, his large hands supporting Tan Yu's rear. His sharp brows softened under the flickering candlelight. "Tomorrow, I shall raid the homes of the wealthy, and Gu Jio will accompany you on your return." Tan Yu gasped in alarm. Don't speak of raiding homes as if it were as mundane as drinking water. Once the National Academy has its break, I shall take you to meet the people. Compared to the dreadful news of attending school, Xue Fengshue's previous statement was evidently more astonishing. Return home? Tan Yu's mind bust. How could he have forgotten this matter? The original body had not survived the wedding night. Hence there was no concept of returning home. However, he was alive now and could not escape this custom. Thus, after meeting the domineering protagonist, he would soon face the equally domineering main character as recipient. Chapter 22. Shall we return home, my dear? Tan Yu stared in bewilderment, sensing no pretense. Fear not, it is merely a formality. Xue Fengshue's gaze was deep, his tone laced with a barely perceptible scoff. The Emperor's decree must not be trifled with. Tan Yu realized he could not evade this fate, nor did he wish to. He nodded, all right. Xue Fengxue gently placed the slightly drowsy Tan Yu onto the couch and began recounting tales from the prison, omitting the more gruesome details. The weight of the small figure in his arms felt like it had finally filled the persistent void within him, and Xue Fengxue increasingly felt as though he were nurturing a cat. Knowing that those who plotted against him met a dire fate brought Tan Yu a sigh of relief. Yet surprisingly, he was not as elated as he had anticipated. Furthermore, from Xue Fengshue's words, it seemed that beyond the protagonist's schemes, the Crown Prince was also subtly manipulating events behind the scenes. The Crown Prince, he envisioned a gentle face, smiling alongside the Crown Princess as they bowed to him. His first impression was of a kind and amiable individual, never suspecting he would engage in underhanded tactics. It appeared he possessed a fair share of cunning. One could only say he truly lived up to being the eldest son of a royal family. Lying on the soft, opulent bed, Tan Yu felt listless. Gazing at the red mark on his palm, DX3, it seems you have indeed found me a father. His palm curled slightly, bringing a faint sting. Only a child would face such punishment. right? Having no parents in his previous life, he now began this one with an actual father. DX3 hesitated, words caught in its throat. It wishes to convey that the lack of thoughts towards you only leads to a slap on the palm. If this continues, that old pervert will not merely resort to slapping in the future. However, such sentiments must not be shared with Tanyu, as the main system forbids it and has even assigned an annoying supervisor to monitor for any errors, deducting wages for mistakes. Utterly shameless. Tanyu mused to himself. Nevertheless, I feel that although the antagonist has a rather foul temper, he is still quite a loyal big brother. DX3 question what? Which big brother and little brother become so close after just 2 days of acquaintance? Let us go home, shall we? Come on, child. DX3 suppressed the urge to retort and awkwardly shifted the topic. Be cautious about the plot when returning home. Tanyu was instantly captivated and quietly encouraged himself. I will. This time, I must ensure Yuan Bao brings food and water from the mansion. He hardly eats or drinks at the minister's residence. At the third prince's mansion, a voice boomed. Get out. The sound of shattering glass echoed, interspersed with indistinct sobs. The confidant standing outside shook his head, secured the inner door, and retreated to the courtyard. After a few steps, he met the silent gaze of the guard at the gate. The prince had failed this time, and those in the courtyard were suffering the consequences. The confidant clicked his tongue and raised an eyebrow, saying, By the way, ever since you returned, you haven't spoken. What is the matter? The man's eyes flickered, remaining silent for a moment before rasping. Nothing. Hey, Zhou Zheng, we are brothers, you see? What is up? What? The confidant rubbed his hands together, teasing, Stop pretending. Is it true that the princess of Jing is as stunning as the rumors suggest? So much that even the tyrant Jing Wang has broken his vows? What must that feel like? Our prince has so many beauties around him, yet he is so enraged because he hasn't tasted that. Zhou Zheng paused at the remark, his already fierce brow furrowing further with coldness, and silently turned to leave. The confidant was inexplicably met with a fierce glare, leaving him bewildered, and he scoffed, Pa, we all serve others. Why act all high and mighty towards me? A night passed. Tanyu awoke early, as dawn barely illuminated the sky. Groggily opening his eyes, he found himself struggling to breathe. Upon closer inspection, he realized that Xue Fengxue lay beside him, fully clothed. The sharply chiseled side profile was alarmingly close, with prominent brow bones and a high nose bridge, appearing even more handsome from this angle than the celebrities he had seen on television. A strong and powerful arm encircled him possessively, leaving him hesitant to move as they lay in such intimate proximity. In fact, his lips were perilously close to Xue Fengshue's neck, so near that with a slight lean he could kiss him. His heart suddenly raced. No, what am I thinking? Tanyu took a deep breath, fervently repeating to himself, I'm a straight man, I'm a straight man, I'm a straight man. DX3 observed his actions closely, hesitating to speak, ultimately sighing, well, as long as you're happy. Xue Fengxue had already awakened fully by the time Tanyu opened his eyes. Yet he pretended to be asleep, curious to see what Tanyu would do. Tanyu, feeling timid, did nothing at all. He was unaware of when the arch-nemesis had stealthily crept into bed and dared not make any rash movements. Instead, he obediently retreated and quietly shrank back. After a moment, Xue Fengxue opened his eyes and, under the cautious gaze of Tanyu, rose to attend the court. Although he had barely slept for 3 hours, it was a rare occasion for him to slumber until dawn. Thus, standing in the court, listening to the ministers bicker, His Highness the Jing Wang found himself momentarily lost in thought. He belatedly recognized the new utility of this little scheming princess. In the balmy spring of March, while warmth was unnecessary for the bed, she served excellently as a soft pillow for slumber. The newly appointed sleep-inducing princess awoke as the sun reached its zenith, propping her eyelids open to find the smiling face of Steward Wu awaiting her. Princess, you are awake, startled by his sudden appearance. Tinyu took a step back and placed a hand over her heart. Steward Wu discreetly cleared his throat and waved his hand, bringing the meal for the princess. The servants presented a modest array of 4 dishes and a soup before Tanyu. Although the fare was simple, it was visually appealing and fragrant. Holding a steaming bowl of chicken soup, Tan Yu felt quite content. To be honest, he had initially thought his days in the Jing Wang's residence would be arduous, as he had married the villain with intentions of murder. Unexpectedly, it was rather pleasant. After finishing one bowl, just as he contemplated requesting a second serving of soup, he was met with resistance. Steward Wu smiled, then, without mercy, ordered the servants to remove the dishes, despite Tan Yu's eager expression. The prince has decreed that overindulgence is ill-advised. The chicken soup contains 1,000-year wild ginseng. Your constitution is currently too weak, and you may only have one bowl at most. Under the eaves of another, one must bow their head. Disobedience could lead to punishment. Tan Yu glanced at his hands, which had only just ceased to ache, and offered a slight smile to the steward. Very well. Taken aback by the sweetness of her smile, Steward Wu nearly relented and was on the verge of bringing the bowl of chicken soup to her. Thankfully, reason prevailed. He reflected. No wonder the prince made a special trip to the south of the city to purchase pastries late at night. With such an adorable disposition, who could resist cherishing her? After the meal, Tan Yu joined Steward Wu in the storeroom to inventory the return gifts. Her father, the foolish one, had not dared to falsify her dowry. Everything that should be there was present. However, upon seeing the list of betrothal gifts from the Jing Wang's residence, Tan Yu could not help but gasp in astonishment. The list was densely packed, each item more valuable than the last. Not to mention, darling, the villain is indeed wealthy. Steward Wu, unfazed, remarked, "Do not be surprised. Many of these were bestowed by the emperor." He delivered this blow to the impoverished Tan Yu with a nonchalant demeanor. However, the princess' residence is overflowing with treasures. If the princess desires, she may take as much as she wishes to enjoy. Chapter 23. This person must be Tan Yu and can only be Tan Yu. Tan Yu stood in a daze. As much as I want? Steward Wu waved his hand, and several guards casually opened a few boxes before them. To Tan Yu's astonishment, each box, towering to half a person's height, was filled to the brim with gold, silver, and jewels. This portion was presented to the prince by others, typically intended for military funds or supplies for the soldiers. As the principal antagonist in the original narrative, Xue Fengxue possesses none of the lofty ideals of selflessness. The gold, silver, and jewels bestowed upon him by others are invariably retained in their entirety. It is laughable. Who would ever disdain an abundance of wealth? The esteemed Prince Jing accepts the riches, while the fulfillment of any task hinges solely upon his whims. When he is in good spirits, the task is accomplished, leaving the other party overflowing with gratitude and further offerings. Conversely, if his mood is sour, the task remains unfulfilled, and the other party becomes apprehensive, fearing they have erred in some way, leading to yet another round of offerings. The sums required by Prince Jing for military campaigns and disaster relief are substantial. Corrupt officials routinely exploit the resources of the common folk, and when genuine calamity strikes, they feign ignorance. Yet, without some sacrifice, how can one expect to proceed? Despite Prince Jing's brazen demeanor, those who approach him, bearing gold and jewels, or even their very lives in plea for assistance, line up from the capital to the far reaches of the northwest. What tasks can wealth not accomplish? This is, after all, Prince Jing, one who need not kneel even before the emperor. With a mere utterance from him, a roadside beggar could transform into a high-ranking official, ascending the ranks with unprecedented speed and altering their fate. Tan Yu, momentarily blinded by the glimmer of riches, hastily gestured for Steward Wu to close the chest. Noticing Steward Wu's eagerness to grant any request, she quickly clarified, "You misunderstand me. I intend to say that having offered them such a generous betrothal gift, might we forego the return gifts tomorrow? With such surplus, it would be far more prudent to allocate it towards the common people and the soldiers at the borders." Steward Wu was momentarily taken aback, scratching his head in disbelief. I have only ever seen those who strive to gather gifts for their maternal families, never one who would refuse to give. Furthermore, in the Great Zhou dynasty, the return gifts carry significant implications. The more the groom's family presents to the bride upon her return, the greater her perceived value within her new household, amplifying her voice and influence. Such displays also serve to showcase the family's strength to the neighbors, paralleling the significance of the betrothal gifts in terms of social standing. Indeed, Tenyu interjected, extending her hand with urgency. Please show me the list of gifts. I must filter out the extravagant items and have you draft a new one. Steward Wu found himself in a dilemma. Earlier that morning, the prince had indeed stated that the matter of return gifts should be left to the princess's discretion. Yet he had not specified whether her preferences should be adhered to. However, he pondered, perhaps the princess simply did not grasp the intricacies involved. You are young and of the male gender. You may not fully understand that the return gifts should ideally be as lavish as possible. Steward Wu spoke earnestly, concerned that Tenyu might feel slighted upon returning home. If you take back fewer gifts, it may imply that the prince does not value you, which would be detrimental to your standing. Tenyu, however, shook her head. It matters not. They have always looked down upon me. Let us proceed as I suggest. If the prince inquires, I shall provide an explanation. Unable to counter her resolve, Steward Wu acquiesced. He found himself unable to utter the harsh refusals he might have preferred in her presence. The list of gifts soon found its way into Tan Yu's hands. Her brush dipped in ink as she listened to the steward enumerate the prices of the items. Whenever an item struck her as excessively costly, she marked it with a bold X. Yet, the standards of what constituted expensive in her eyes were entirely dissimilar to those held by the Jing prince's household. As Wu the steward glanced at the increasingly cluttered list of X's, darkness enveloped his vision. Your Highness, this soft smoked silk is hardly a fine fabric. Even in the capital, a ready-made garment costs merely 20 taels. Tanyu lifted her gaze. 20 taels? A single tael amounts to 1,000 won. 10 taels equates to 10,000 won, and 20 taels translates to 20,000 won. Conservatively converted to RMB, that is approximately 20,000 yuan. For a single garment priced at 20,000, working part-time at the cafe earns him 18 yuan an hour. To afford a soft smoked silk garment, he would need to toil for a staggering 11,111 hours. Assuming an 8-hour workday, it would take an unimaginable 139 days of relentless labor without sustenance to earn such a sum. The thought of his unsatisfactory father and stepmother's actions only fueled his anger, causing his hand to mark the list with even more fervor. Why should they treat the original owner so harshly, denying even the scraps of food, only to feast upon the blood buns of the original owner in the end? Such thoughts were utterly unacceptable. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Wu the steward expressed his concern. 20 taels is not excessive. If we fail to bring back even this modest offering for the princess, how will others perceive the prince? What would the emperor think? Would the princess face exclusion upon her entry to school due to this matter? As one ages, the burdens of consideration multiply. After pondering his words, Tanyu furrowed her brow and finally replied, let us reduce the quantity of soft smoked silk by half. Do not include any gold or silver from the estate. Let us preserve what the emperor bestowed. With this decision, the return gifts were halved. Although 10 boxes remained, which could hardly be deemed plentiful, they were at least acceptable. Rather than squander the money earned at the cost of the original owner's life on that family, Tenyu preferred to see those funds benefit the common folk and soldiers, putting them to practical use. In truth, Tenyu felt a persistent sense of guilt about taking the place of the original owner. Had it not been for the fan striking his head, perhaps the original owner could have lived for several more hours. Who knows? He might have even encountered good fortune and survived without resorting to poison, continuing to live as he did. However, DX3, aware of his thoughts, coldly interjected, that is impossible. The subsequent plot regarding the protagonist's pursuit of his wife revealed that the drug brought back by the original owner's irresponsible father had been laced with a deadly poison from the western regions, ensuring death within 10 hours of consumption. This meant that even if he had not been chosen by DX3, the original owner could not escape his fatal destiny. The antagonist's actions on their wedding night would incite rumors challenging the imperial authority, resulting in the emperor's wrath and increasing his wariness of the younger brother. You have two possible outcomes: death at the hands of the antagonist or succumbing to the poison, both of which are excruciating. DX3 disclosed a harsh truth. Moreover, such a supporting character has no opportunities for reincarnation. Tanyu's pupils trembled in shock. What? Yet before he could fully process the anguish, he heard DX3's chilling voice. But do not worry. Thanks to your arrival, He has now been exceptionally accepted by the reincarnation system and is set to be reborn as a young master in Shanghai. Yes, an only child, with loving parents and immense wealth, and he will inherit the family business, living a far better life than he would in this world. How infuriating it was that even the mere text evoked such jealousy within this system. Tanyu did not perceive any injustice. Rather, he genuinely rejoiced for the original owner. That's wonderful. DX3 observed his unexpectedly optimistic demeanor inside. Despite being a pitiable soul himself, having been thrust into this predatory world without resentment or fear, he still found the capacity to concern himself with others. It was no wonder the main system declared that only Tan Yu could accomplish the task. Only he could. Everything Tan Yu did within the estate reached the ears of Prince Jing without omission. At that moment, Prince Jing stood amidst a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, where dozens of imperial guards wielded their swords mercilessly, weaving through the vast estate. Before him blazed a fierce fire, while cries and wails filled the air. He gazed at the letter in his hand, imbued with the scent of hibiscus, and a faint smile crept upon his lips. Chapter 24. You don't understand, for you have no wife. You even know how to save money for the family. His thumb caressed the letter, the ink blots gradually coalescing into a vivid image in his mind. The boy's bright smile, a fleeting frown of contemplation, and those cat-like eyes, round and jade-like, glimmering with mirth. Nearby, the commander of the Imperial Guards, Lu-Ming-De, inadvertently caught sight of the fleeting smile on the face of this demonic figure, nearly losing his grip on the spring knife at his waist. What was happening? This cold-faced madman, Prince Jing, was actually smiling? Had the recent raids driven him mad? Commander Lu, Prince Jing's deep voice echoed ominously. Startled, Lu-Ming-De quickly regained his composure, replying with a tone that was neither servile nor overbearing. What commands do you have? My lord, the Imperial Guards were specifically tasked by the Emperor. The relationship between a power-holding figure like Prince Jing and them was one of life and death, unless they were on the same side. Clearly, Lu-Ming-De's relationship with Prince Jing leaned towards the latter. The prince's cold, detached gaze lifted slightly as he said frostily, "Since His Majesty has dispatched a commander to assist me, I would trouble Commander Lu to send someone to tally the confiscated goods, record them, and present them to His Majesty for review, before sealing them into the national treasury." Lu-Ming-De was momentarily at a loss for words. He had been sent by the Emperor to monitor Prince Jing, to prevent him from pocketing the spoils, not to serve as free labor. Now, the ones conducting the raids had become the Imperial Guards. The ones committing the killings had become the Imperial Guards. And now the final tallying and recording was also to be done by them. His subordinates were toiling away in the midst of the inferno, while he looked at the original entourage Prince Jing had brought. Each of them, with their powerful builds, stood like statues behind the prince, immobile like pine trees, leaving one to wonder who truly held authority here. If the merits could be attributed to the Imperial Guards, it might have been acceptable, but ultimately, the rewards would still accrue to Prince Jing. When had the esteemed commander of the Imperial Guards become a mere laborer? Lu-Ming-De felt a surge of indignation and firmly refused. The tasks entrusted to the prince by His Majesty are beyond my purview. It would be improper for me to intervene. However, before he could finish, Prince Jing's chilling interruption cut through. Commander Lu, have you ever taken a wife? Lu-Ming-De was taken aback by the sudden shift in topic, a vague sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. Why was the prince asking this? Weren't they discussing official matters? Now it made sense. Jing Wang gazed at him with a profound expression, then spoke softly, as a newlywed. I have only been out for 3 hours today, and already my wife has sent me 3 letters expressing her longing. Lu-Ming-De, the epitome of a straightforward man, looked utterly perplexed. So, what are you trying to say? Jing Wang brushed off the dust from his sleeve, casually continuing, my wife is still young and quite clingy. I have great affection for her. If I return late, I will need to soothe her for several hours. Lu-Ming-De's lips twitched, and he stammered. I truly do not comprehend. So, you are merely flaunting your affection before a single man like me? What relevance does this have to me? Noticing Lu-Ming-De's bewildered stare, Xue Fengxue clicked her tongue in impatience. It was understandable that Commander Lu, having never experienced the luxury of a wife waiting at home, couldn't grasp the sentiment. Jing Wang's implication was clear. He needed to depart, lest his wife become agitated. Without caring for Lu Mingda's expression, he strode away with a retinue of royal guards in a grand manner. The deputy commander of the Jiui gazed at Jing Wang's tall and imposing figure, his face a mixture of hesitation and astonishment. Isn't Jing Wang being a bit too arrogant? Is he mocking you? Silence, Lu Mingda hissed, his grip on the embroidered spring knife creaking as his handsome face contorted in frustration. He inhaled deeply, nearly grinding his teeth as he commanded, "Follow Jing Wang's orders, and ensure that every detail is reported to His Majesty without omission." This Jing Wang is truly overstepping. The earlier display of affection had startled not only the Jinyui, but even Jing Wang's own subordinates, who struggled to maintain their composure. Was this truly their lord's own words? He had merely tied the knot, hadn't he? Surely, he had not been possessed by another's spirit. What a fuss! Gujio, the only one privy to the truth among the subordinates, regarded his colleagues with disdain. What was this level of sentimentality? In the past, whenever their lord had been enraged, it was not uncommon for rivers of blood to flow. Yet, upon reaching his wife, yesterday's fury had merely resulted in 2 light slaps, followed by tender care and even the preparation of pastries to console her. Having witnessed such grand spectacles, Gujio proudly raised his chin and, with a flick of his high ponytail, strode away. The others exchanged glances, collectively reading the same incredulous thought in each other's eyes. Has Gujio been possessed as well? A piece on the chessboard moved with exquisite precision, breaking through the encirclement of the white pieces, dramatically shifting the previously tilted balance of the game. Victory was decided. The player with the white pieces clapped in delight, exclaiming, "Your Highness's chess skills have truly advanced. All thanks to my teacher's excellent guidance." The Crown Prince replied with a faint smile, wiping his fingertips with a handkerchief. The attendants, standing nearby, promptly cleared the chessboard and presented a pot of freshly brewed tea. As the tea flowed like a gentle stream, the Crown Prince pushed the cup toward the other player. "Regarding today's morning court session, what is your teacher's opinion on the corruption case involving the governor of Chuanzhou, as advised by the censorate?" Revered as a teacher by Shuang, the individual in question is none other than the esteemed scholar of the era, Feng Shilian, a senior official of the highest rank across 3 dynasties and the grand tutor to the Crown Prince. As Feng stroked his graying beard and sipped his tea, he leisurely inquired, "Has His Highness wronged anyone of late?" The he in question naturally referred to the King of Jing. The Crown Prince, after a moment's contemplation, gently shook his head. "Not at all, though my younger brother has indeed acted with reckless audacity." He paused, continuing under the watchful gaze of Feng. He orchestrated an abduction of the princess consort during the palace banquet, intending to engage in improper conduct within the inner sanctum. Feng furrowed his brow in disbelief. What? The third prince would stoop to such vulgarity? Truly unworthy of great responsibility. The impetuousness of his younger brother, favored by the emperor, inevitably led to some misguided actions. Shuang offered a sorrowful smile and sighed. "It is my failure as the elder brother that I could not intervene in time. It is only natural for our uncle to direct his ire towards me." However, Feng disagreed with this sentiment, snorting dismissively. "It is commendable that your Highness possesses a compassionate heart, yet one must recognize the principle of accountability. How can one suffer such an unjust grievance?" In Feng Shilian's eyes, his well-taught disciple was undeservedly afflicted by misfortune. The people are paramount, the state comes next, and the ruler is least important. This was the young Crown Prince's answer when asked how to govern the realm at the tender age of 10. The recent corruption case involving the county governor of Chuanzhou was among the most commendable achievements of the Crown Prince's tenure. Yet, it has now been manipulated by those with ulterior motives, splattering mud upon his reputation. The King of Jing, despite his youth, was known for his cruel and tyrannical nature, displaying a pettiness that sees no shades of gray, such as the nature of those born in the wilds. Chapter 25. The Villain as a Benevolent Protector. Do not be angry, dear teacher. Our uncle merely wishes to issue a warning to me. This month of confinement provides me with ample opportunity to engage in quiet discourse with you. Shuang's demeanor remained serene, as if the Crown Prince being publicly denounced by a throng of censors in the court was of no great consequence. Such composure explains the multitude of supporters he has in the court. Very well, it has come to this. Rest assured, Your Highness, I shall handle matters with the Emperor, striving to secure your early release. Otherwise, one cannot predict how the other princes might take advantage of your predicament. The Crown Prince nodded, appearing both contemplative and casual. Interestingly, it is the censors from the Imperial Censorate who have been most vociferous in their denunciations of our uncle. Yet now they have turned their backs. Despite this, the censors fundamentally lack a coherent stance. They merely engage in equal opportunity denunciation, targeting everyone with equal fervor, whether high officials or royal kin, even the emperor himself, should their actions adversely affect the populace. The literati are adept at crafting their barbs, each word a gem. Moreover, they skillfully gauge the sentiments of the ruler, evident in their actions. At the slightest displeasure, a censor might lead the charge, colliding with a pillar. A cacophony of censors would rush towards the dragon pillars of the Hall of Governance, exclaiming, "I sacrifice my life as a testament today." The scene was nothing short of terrifying. During today's morning audience, several censors from the Imperial Censorate unexpectedly presented a memorial, resurrecting the Chuanzhou County Governor's corruption case that had once sent shockwaves through the capital 6 months prior. The governor of Chuanzhou was reported for personal gain, having embezzled a staggering 5,000 taels of gold, 10,000 taels of silver, and several thousand stone of grain during his 5-year tenure. This case was entrusted to the Crown Prince for thorough investigation, culminating in the governor's execution, the exile of his family to Ninguda, and the confiscation of all embezzled funds for the state treasury. However, in a rather fortuitous turn of events, a diligent junior official from the censorate, while organizing the case files, discovered a significant oversight. The financial records related to the embezzlement were missing several tens of thousands of taels of silver. Upon further scrutiny, it was revealed that the Chuanzhou governor had been colluding with the Gung family's bank to evade taxes. The bank had been depositing half of its annual profits in the name of the governor's office to escape heavy taxation, with 60% of the evaded tax being siphoned off as a tribute to the governor himself. The Gung family bank held considerable influence, being a subsidiary of the family of the Crown Princess's maternal uncle, and the Gung clan had a direct line in the capital, including a favored son serving under the Crown Prince. Enraged, Emperor Dezhou sternly reprimanded the Crown Prince in court for his lax governance and failure to remain vigilant. He assigned the task of investigating the Gung household to Prince Jing with the assistance of the Imperial Guards. The Crown Prince was placed under house arrest for half a month and had his salary docked for 3 years. It was said that upon hearing this news, the Empress was so incensed that she fainted and vomited blood in Fengyi Palace, causing quite a stir. I, on the other hand, was relatively unscathed, whereas my third brother accidentally broke his arm and injured his face during a hunting expedition earlier that day. Xueting displayed genuine concern, appearing troubled as he learned of his brother's predicament. Now, he lay unconscious in bed, with the physician predicting a recovery period of at least 3 months, even after healing. Drawing a bow would certainly prove more arduous. Deservedly so, Feng Shirlian scoffed, reproaching. To go to such lengths for a mere male consort lacking stature is truly a case of self-inflicted folly. The uncle's actions inadvertently honored our father. Xueting smiled faintly, his expression inscrutable. What can one expect when the third brother fell from his horse, just at a time when no one else was present? Outside, silence enveloped the air. Half an hour prior, news had arrived regarding Prince Jing's intended return home, yet there had been no further developments. Tan Yu sat despondently at the table, gazing at the fragrant spread before him, his stomach rumbling in hunger. The servants dared not serve him, nor did he possess the courage to take up his chopsticks. It was only when Steward Wu, unable to bear the sight, discreetly arranged for a few mung bean cakes to be brought to Tan Yu that he was moved to tears. By the time Xue Fengshu's carriage arrived at the gates of the palace, the sun had set, painting the sky with hues of dusk. Noticing Xue Fengshu's intention to head towards the study, Steward Wu promptly recalled the waiting Tan Yu, exclaiming, "Your Highness, dinner is ready." Only then did Xue Fengshu pause. Had he dined? The implication was clear, and Steward Wu awkwardly added, The princess has been waiting for you. Preposterous. Xue Fengxue frowned disapprovingly, altering his course. He is still unwell, and you leave him to starve? Steward Wu broke into a cold sweat, although it was unsaid. The customary expectation was for the palace to wait for the return of the prince. Upon the mere thought of the frail, cat-like form of Tan Yu, Xue Fengxue instinctively quickened his pace. As expected, upon entering the room, he beheld the small figure at the dining table rise with a face full of surprise. Your Highness, you have returned. The bright, emerald eyes sparkled with delight, their depths as clear as water. Xue Fengxue responded, approaching to find that before Tan Yu lay only half a cold, hard mung bean cake, pitifully resting in its dish. A glance at Tan Yu's face revealed the youth gazing at him longingly, his crimson tongue unconsciously licking his lips, rendering his already rosy lips glistening. Let's eat. There is no need to wait for me any longer. Xue Fengxue extended his hand, gently brushing his thumb across the soft cheek of Tan Yu, wiping away the crumbs of mung bean cake that clung to his face. He took Tan Yu's hand and sat down, prompting the attendant nearby to promptly present the rice bowl. Tan Yu, overwhelmed with gratitude, lifted a piece of meat with his chopsticks and stuffed it into his mouth. So fragrant, Tan Yu devoured his meal as if he were a famished soul reborn, yet he ate quietly, without disturbance, merely focused on filling his cheeks. In contrast, Xue Fengxue maintained an air of nobility, his movements deliberate and refined, never picking up more than 3 pieces of food per dish, savoring each bite with restraint. Before long, he set down his chopsticks and began to observe Tan Yu with interest. Your Highness, have you finished so soon? Tan Yu asked, biting his chopsticks, staring at the mountain of food piled in his bowl, uncertain if he could continue. Xue Fengxue lowered his gaze. Continue eating until you are full. There will be no supper tonight. Tan Yu fell silent, hastening his eating to prevent Xue Fengxue from waiting too long. DX3 silently remarked, Humph. No supper? What glutton. The result of allowing Tan Yu to eat freely was that he became overly full. Rubbing his round belly, Tan Yu lamented, I feel so stuffed, Your Highness. He only ever distinguished between hunger and fullness, completely unaware of the concept of being moderately satisfied. I apologize. I was too often hungry in my past life to comprehend such a notion. Xue Fengxue gazed down at Tan Yu's slightly protruding abdomen, an unusual expression crossing his face. He murmured softly, Baby, what did you say? Tan Yu, momentarily distracted, did not catch his words and leaned closer. Your Highness, please speak louder. I couldn't hear you. Nothing. Xue Fengxue regained his composure, distancing himself from Tan Yu, and said coolly, Since you are full, do not lie down. Let us take a stroll. Oh, Tan Yu replied, bewildered by the mysteriousness of it all, not comprehending. Unbeknownst to him, Xue Fengxue's gaze drifted over his abdomen, deep in thought. Chapter 26. How can we straight men possibly understand how to evoke a man as compassion? The following morning, Tan Yu awoke, his entire body aching as if he had been thoroughly beaten. Last night, he had been compelled to walk 3 laps around the royal residence, and by the time he returned, his legs were trembling. After hastily washing up, he collapsed onto his bed and fell asleep. The consequence of exercising without stretching was that he now walked with a slight tremor. Yuan Bao covertly cast glances in his direction, his eyes brimming with impure gossip. Tan Yu set down her rice bowl and cleared her throat. Young man, it is not as you imagine. My relationship with your prince is akin to a cozy conversation beneath a quilt, a bond between a human and a cat. One could only say that the content from that particular website truly had a broad appeal, as both the young and the elderly seemed to accept the notion of a male consort quite readily. Steward Wu, perceptive as ever, playfully tapped Yuan Bao on the head. Off you go, fetch the princess's cloak. Tan Yu gazed at the snow-white fox fur cloak in her hands, its drawstring adorned with exquisite pearls, fringed at the shoulders, and a charming arrangement of gemstones at the collar forming the likeness of a little cat stretching. DX3 and Tan Yu both exclaimed in admiration. How beautiful. Indeed splendid. Steward Wu beamed, remarking, The princess has impeccable taste. This was a tribute presented during the Southwestern King's New Year celebrations, and it is the only one in the entire Great Zhou. It was said that the princesses of the time had vied for it. Even the third prince had expressed interest, yet it ultimately found its way to the royal residence. Surely, this singular piece must be worth a fortune? She dare not inquire, fearing the answer might be too shocking. Tan Yu caressed the soft fur of the cloak, yet the thought of her impending destination made her reluctant to part with it. Perhaps I should reconsider. The previous one suited me well enough. The old one is resilient. Steward Wu gasped in alarm. That one tea do, Your Highness. The one you wore last night has already been washed and is still damp. He gestured towards the overcast sky outside. It is set to rain today, and this is the only thick cloak remaining. The prince specifically instructed you to wear something warm. Besides, if you don't wear it, no one else in this estate will. No matter how exquisite it is, it will merely gather dust. Yuan Bao nodded vigorously from the side. It's lovely. Your Highness, please wear it. Very well, Tan Yu conceded. It seems she would have to be extra cautious today to avoid soiling this pristine cloak. The sound of the carriage wheels echoed as the royal attendants follow behind, bearing several crimson boxes, attracting the attention of many on the way to the deputy minister's residence. Inside the spacious carriage, Tan Yu reclined on the plush cushion, a cluster of purple grapes held delicately in her mouth, while Yuan Bao busily packed pastries into a food box beside her. The task progress has reached 3%. Tan Yu remarked. Only 3%? She responded incredulously. After enduring so many hardships these past few days, what was this? She had faced a knife to her throat, been drugged, and nearly strangled. Upon returning, she lost her first kiss and was attacked by the villain's henchmen. Startled from her reverie, Tan Yu expressed her bewilderment. But I have survived the wedding night. Surely, it should be 50%? Well, it is as such. DX3 scratched his head, somewhat sheepish. Surviving the wedding night has a task difficulty of 1%, while altering the final outcome carries a daunting difficulty of 99%. Tan Yu gasped in shock. What? DX3 chuckled mischievously. So, what must we do to expedite the completion? Tan Yu, feeling disheartened, rolled back and forth on the cushion, muttering, though life here offers no worries for food and clothing, there is always the threat of danger to one's life. After much effort, I finally gained admission to university, yet I have scarcely experienced the joys of campus life. DX3 seemed at a loss on how to console him, ultimately suggesting, well, darling, you might discreetly inform the antagonist of the points where he would originally be defeated by the protagonist. Being such a clever character, he would surely know how to avert such outcomes, wouldn't he? Tan Yu raised an eyebrow. Really? But he will definitely doubt my intentions, won't he? DX3 hesitated indeed. The antagonist's nature is one of suspicion. Tan Yu pondered for a moment, then suddenly clapped his hands, exclaiming, thus, we must ensure that even if he harbors doubts, he would be reluctant to harm me. What a brilliant idea. DX3 instinctively applauded, then, with a serious expression, inquired, so, what exactly should we do? Well, I haven't quite figured that out yet. Tan Yu closed his eyes. What do we, as straightforward individuals, know about evoking a man's compassion? Biting his finger, Tan Yu mused. Let us start by avoiding provoking his anger. After all, when the antagonist is enraged, it is our own hands that suffer. Meanwhile, at the mansion of the minister, father, mother, what should we do? He isn't died at all. I heard that Prince Jing even took him to a court banquet, treating him with considerable affection. The thought of how she had previously tormented and bullied her frail brother ignited a fury within Tan Shu-yi. What if he complains to Prince Jing and seeks revenge on us? Calm down, that's impossible. How could he possibly catch Prince Jing Si? Rome, also known as Lady Tan, held her trembling son tightly and shot a glare at her husband. My lord, you must think of a solution. Tan Shu-yi cried out. Tan Sherlang, seated in the primary position, wore a grave expression and irritably commanded, enough, all of you, be silent. Lady Tan's face turned pale, and she quieted, gently patting her son's back. Tan Shu-yi pressed his lips together, displeased yet too fearful to truly defy Tan Sherlang. Why the panic? Upon closer inspection, one could see that Tan Sherlang's hand, gripping the teacup, trembled slightly. That child, has a gentle disposition. When he returns, let us first gauge the situation. None of you are to make things difficult for him. If he truly has caught Prince Jing's attention, and if his character remains as easily manipulated as before, he could prove to be an immensely valuable pawn. Upon hearing this, Byron's expression darkened immediately. She had employed countless tactics to ensure that she was acknowledged before the demise of his first wife, which had finally persuaded Tan Shuilang to accept her as the legitimate wife among a host of glamorous concubines. After entering the household, she dealt with the disobedient concubines and relegated the original wife's children to a distant courtyard. Garnering the support of those within the estate, she had invested considerable effort over the years. She had done all this for the sake of herself and her children. For over a decade, Shu Yi had enjoyed the privileges of being cherished in the household, as though he were the true legitimate heir. She was no longer the mere concubine she once was, but rather the esteemed wife of the minister. Yet there was Tan Yu, that frail boy who scarcely dared to raise his voice, and merely seeing him serve as a silent reminder of her once lowly status as a courtesan. How could he possibly have survived? How could he emerge unscathed from the clutches of that living devil? And the demeanor of Tan Shuilang only filled Byron with both anger and fear. She clutched Tan Shu Yi tightly, as if holding on to all her remaining support. The thoughts of the assistant minister were considerably more complex. His initial reaction was disbelief. He could not fathom how his inept eldest son could so easily capture the favor of the Prince of Jing. If that were the case, what then of the exquisite beauties they and various other factions had desperately tried to present to the royal residence? It was highly likely that the prince was merely staging this for the emperor's benefit, and given his perspicacity, he might have already discerned their schemes. Caution was paramount. As for Tan Shuyi, he harbored no other thoughts. He was partly intimidated by the prince and partly envious of Tan Yu. This jealousy stemmed from the fact that when they initially proposed Tan Yu as a substitute bride, the third prince had hesitated. The childhood bond they shared, the man he had secretly admired for so long, was now indecisive between him and Tan Yu in a life-or-death choice. Each of the three harbored their own motivations, feeling as if they were standing on the brink of a flood. Little did they know, the very Tan Yu they were concerned about was comfortably nestled in the luxurious carriage of the Prince of Jing, wrapped in a pair of soft brocade blankets and sleeping soundly. With a creak, the opulent carriage came to a halt, and a voice outside announced loudly, "The princess consort has arrived." At the entrance of the assistant minister's residence, a crowd of curious onlookers had gathered early on. They had heard that the emperor had bestowed the young master of the Tan family upon the Prince of Jing as a bride, and today was the day of her return. They had yet to witness this spectacle. Assistant Minister Tan and his wife, Byron, stood at the door, smiling to greet the arrival. Though they had been out for quite some time, their faces numb from the chill of early spring winds. Tan Shuyi, veiled, stood amidst several illegitimate sons and daughters. He felt humiliated, his gaze fixed resentfully upon the extravagant carriage before him. A tall attendant from the prince's residence positioned a footstool, while a cleanly dressed young servant bent at the waist, palms facing upwards. The crowd held their breath, eyes fixed on the imminent reveal. As the carriage curtains were drawn aside, a delicate, pale hand emerged, gently resting upon the servant's palm. What first caught the eye was the youth's uniquely enchanting cat-like green eyes, round and slightly upturned at the corners, exuding an irresistible allure. His slender figure was draped in a striking red, gold-embroidered robe beneath a snow-white fox fur cloak, accentuating his somewhat fragile, alabaster complexion. Truly, he was the pampered young master of the assistant minister's household, resembling a celestial being descended to earth. And it was no wonder that even the Prince of Jing was captivated. The crowd erupted in cheers, their praises washing over the ears of those from the Tan residence like a tide. Among them were some who recognized Tan Shui, astonished by the beauty of the princess consort, while questioning, could this be the young master? Assistant Minister Tan and his wife exchanged awkward glances but were compelled to step forward, enduring their humiliation to bow respectfully to the strikingly beautiful youth. Long live the princess consort, they proclaimed. Etiquette must not be disregarded. The princess consort was of royal lineage, the sovereign's relative, while the assistant minister's household was but a servant. The hierarchy of rulers and subjects, fathers and sons, must be maintained. Tan Yu stood atop the carriage, her gaze lowered. The assistant minister's expression was bitter, while Bai Rong gritted her teeth in frustration. Tan Shui, observing from the side, felt a tumult of humiliation, anger, jealousy, and resentment intertwining within him, his eyes reddening, nearly on the verge of erupting. How foolish the common folk were to mistake this sickly youth for themselves. Such a wretched creature is even praised as a celestial being. Now, he must bow and pay his respects to this person, despite being the son of his own parents. Tan Shui felt a surge of indignation, yet under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he could only offer a perfunctory salute. As he bent, he felt his bones creak under strain. To his dismay, Tan showed no reaction whatsoever to the bow from Tan Shi and his wife. Those resplendent, beautiful cat-like eyes merely glanced over the couple, fixating instead on Tan Shui with an unwavering gaze. There was no flicker of emotion, only an icy indifference. Strangely enough, meeting those uniquely colored eyes sent a chilling sensation racing up from Tan Shui's feet, enveloping him entirely, until it reached the crown of his head. He hastily averted his gaze, taking a deep breath to suppress the prickling fear that threatened to overwhelm him. What madness was this? What did he mean by looking at him like that? Did he somehow learn of their plans to seek revenge? Tan Shi remained bent at the waist for what felt like an eternity, long enough for whispers to ripple through the assembled crowd. Yet he heard no sound from Tanyo. His expression darkened. What was this wretch up to? Not only did he remain silent, but he also made no effort to assist his father. Before such a multitude, this was more humiliating than a slap to the face. Bai Rong, with a cold smile, was about to speak up to garner sympathy from the crowd and incite their condemnation of this despicable being when a delicate white hand reached out and effortlessly assisted Tan Shi to his feet. Tan curved his lips into a subtle smile, saying, "Father, we are family. There is no need for such formality." At last, a smile broke through Tan Shi's stern demeanor, though it still bore a hint of stiffness. He realized that, in the gentle warmth of early spring, his child's hands felt frigid to the touch. The chill seeped through the thin fabric of his sleeve, sending a shiver down his spine. He quietly withdrew his hand, reminding himself that they were indeed family and that no empty formalities were necessary, completely oblivious to the ashen expression of his wife beside him. Bai Rong quickly regained her composure, reaching for Tanyu while chiding him lightly. "Look at you, child. Rules are meant to be followed." Before she could finish her sentence, a strong arm suddenly interposed itself before Tanyu, nearly knocking Bai Rong off balance. "Madam Tan," Gu Jiu said, lowering his brow, a menacing aura radiating from him as he spoke coldly. "The prince has given orders that no one is to approach the princess. The princess is delicate. Madam Tan's actions could easily startle her." Bai Rong was genuinely taken aback, her complexion paling, but she quickly regained her composure, arching an eyebrow. "And you are a servant of the royal household?" She surveyed Gu Jiu, clad in the garb of a guard, noting his handsome features and youthful appearance, and adopted a haughty demeanor. "What nonsense! I am the princess's mother. What is wrong with being close to my own son?" Gu Jiu frowned, wanted to say something, but upon glancing at Tanyu, he chose to remain silent. Tan Shi sensed something amiss in the guard's demeanor. His face seemed somewhat familiar, yet he paid it little mind. The discussions among the common folk invariably take a turn for the worse, and he certainly cannot bear to witness the minister's residence become a subject of ridicule. Thus, he furrowed his brow and, in a hushed yet stern tone, admonished Tanyu, "Why do you allow this unruly servant to bully your mother in front of so many onlookers? How disgraceful!" Tanyu, observing his eagerness to suppress her, rolled her eyes inwardly but maintained her composure as she replied with a smile, "Indeed, father, you are right." In a soft voice, she commanded Gu Jiu step back. No sooner had the words left her lips than the towering, menacing guard, resembling a wolf dog with its fur ruffled, obediently retreated. Gasps of astonishment echoed around them. "Wow. The beauty is reprimanding the dog." Gu Jiu, with his keen hearing, interjected, "One must not phrase it thus. Should the prince overhear, the dog could very well become a corpse. This wretched scoundrel dares to let his subordinates humiliate my mother." Witnessing the entire scene, Tan Shui clutched the arm of the young servant beside him, his slightly elongated nails nearly piercing the flesh. The servant, stifling a gasp of pain, could only hold back tears and urge, "Young master, please stay calm." Tan Shu-yi desperately wished to scream that he could not remain calm. When had he ever endured such humiliation? Throughout his life, he had been the center of attention, while this despicable wretch could only gaze upon him with envy. How could the roles be reversed today, compelling him to watch as his parents were mistreated? The servant clung tightly to Tan Shu-yi's arm, whispering, "Young master, do you not remember the fate of the third prince when he offended him?" A resounding explosion echoed in Tan Shu-yi's mind as memories flooded back. He could not help but recall the image of his beloved, pallid and wrapped in bandages, lying unconscious in fever on the bed. Yes, merely because his brother, Zhang Chun, had made a caustic remark at the banquet. That living demon had dispatched someone to cripple Zhang Chen's arm. Heaven knows the anguish Tan Shu-yi felt as he listened to the eunuch weeping beside the third prince. It was as though a knife had been plunged into him. In the past, he had often feigned weakness to compel Zhang Chun to visit him. But now, having married into the Jingwang residence, he had ensnared the prince, who was as frail as a wilting flower. A male white lotus, no less. Tears streamed down Tan Shu-yi's face, soaking the delicate veil, as he glared at the pristine figure being respectfully ushered into the residence. Gritting his teeth in wrath, "I shall ensure he pays dearly for this. Just wait and see, Tan Yu, you will never surpass me." Chapter 28. Does the prince know you are an impostor? Tan Shu-yi flung his sleeve and declared, "Come, I shall see what scheme he is hiding." The servant, unable to intercept him in time, could only tremble and follow. Minister Tan and Madame Tan had already taken their seats. Tan Yu then entered the main hall, followed closely by the towering Gu Jiao and the proud Yuan Bao. DX3 scratched his head, pondering, what is this inexplicable vision reminiscent of Shi Fei's return to the palace? The maidservants filed in from behind, the foremost one strutting with her head held high, carrying a tray that held exactly 5 cups of steaming tea. "Please, lady, accept this tea." Just as Yuan Bao stepped forward to receive it for Tan Yu, Gu Jiao raised his hand to stop him. The rough pads of his fingers pressed against the scorching cup, followed by a cold glance cast at the assembly from the Tan residence. "The tea is boiling hot. I request everyone to be patient." Tan Yu furrowed his brow, considering how Gu Jiao's thick calluses were already feeling the heat. How could a frail young master like him manage it? Was there an intention to observe him or his attendants falter, thus providing grounds for ridicule? As Gu Jiao's words fell, Tan Shu-yi's complexion drained of color. Tan Shilong's demeanor stiffened, shooting a fierce glare at his wife. "What is going on? Did I not instruct you to refrain from any rash actions?" By Rome, caught in his gaze, feigned innocence. "I did nothing." Tan Shu-yi, feeling somewhat guilty, bit her lip and turned her head away with reluctance, having requested a brief wait. It was unbecoming for a princess consort to stand idly. Yuan Bao whispered to Tan Yu, who nodded in response, prompting him to stride out briskly. Tan Shilang raised an eyebrow, a note of caution in his voice. "What is amiss?" Tan Yu looked at the empty wooden chair and shook his head. "I left some items in the carriage and instructed him to retrieve them." "Retrieve? What could possibly need fetching?" Their questions were soon clarified as Yuan Bao appeared, cradling a stack of cushions, followed by 2 burly attendants from the Wang residence carrying a 3-tiered food box, a fluffy footstool, and an assortment of miscellaneous items. Under the astonished gazes of the onlookers, Yuan Bao wiped the chair with a cloth, carefully layered the cushions, and did not forget to wrap the backrest and armrests with a blanket before respectfully assisting Tan Yu into a seat. This was not the end. Once Tan Yu was settled, Yuan Bao took the footstool from the attendants and placed it beneath Tan Yu's feet for comfort, spreading out a tablecloth and opening the food box. The first tier revealed an array of exquisite yet fragile pastries, which Yuan Bao delicately arranged on small plates beside Tan Yu. The second tier contained a bowl of steaming milk, sweetened with a touch of sugar, exuding a delightful aroma. The third tier held an assortment of pre-shelled pine nuts and walnuts, meticulously categorized and laid out on plates, which Yuan Bao presented for Tan Yu's enjoyment. The attendants retreated silently after stowing the food box. Yuan Bao then offered a damp cloth to clean Tan Yu's hands, feeling utterly satisfied. He disregarded the astonished onlookers from the Tan residence and sighed. This journey has been abrupt, and the conditions here are less than ideal compared to our Wang residence. I hope you will not mind, Princess Consort. Tan Yu shook his head, suppressing a smile. It's quite all right. We shall endure. Gu Jio found no surprise in this display, but frowned slightly when a few timid daughters and sons of lesser birth leaned in to whisper, causing them to retreat in fear. However, this scene appeared far more complex in the eyes of onlookers, particularly for Tan Sherlang. Cold sweat began to bead on his forehead. This young man has only been married for 2 days and already enjoys such favor. Regardless of whether the young servant's claim of urgency was exaggerated, Tan Yu's audacious behavior today surely had the approval of the Jingwang. What on earth was happening? Tan Yu felt as if he were being scrutinized like a rare panda, his ears turning crimson. Even the pastries lost their flavor. Seizing a moment when no one was paying attention, he discreetly tugged at Yuan Bao's sleeve, whispering softly, "Isn't this a bit too extravagant?" One might mistakenly believe he was clutching a script for a treacherous beauty who would bring ruin to the nation, which indeed caused him, a man of unyielding steel, a tinge of embarrassment. The matter arose primarily from his casual mention of how he was overlooked in the minister's residence during a discussion about the return gifts yesterday. After uttering those words, he swiftly forgot them. However, while the speaker was unwitting, the listener was astute. It is vital to recognize that those who serve beside the Prince of Jing are far from foolish. Steward Wu immediately deduced the nature of his past life, and Yuan Bao, who was nearby, was moved to tears. The two quickly conspired to stage a grand performance. As for whether Xue Fengxue was aware of this, Tan Yu felt that little could escape the discerning eyes of a villain, especially given that this transpired within the walls of the prince's residence. In summary, Tan Yu found herself in a rather awkward predicament due to her social anxiety. Yuan Bao, with a proud glint in her eyes, reassured the princess, "Fear not, my lady. This has all been sanctioned by the prince." Tan Yu scratched her face and could only utter a quiet acknowledgement, saying nothing further. Observing this, Yuan Bao thought to herself that their princess was simply too kind-hearted. Had it been the prince enduring such treatment in the past, he would have turned the household upside down. While Tan Yu leisurely indulged in food and drink, the previously neglected couple, the Tan minister and his wife, were not faring so well. Especially in front of the household servants and the numerous attendants of the prince. The minister's face flushed with alternating shades of red and white. How could he, as the father, allow himself to be so subdued by one who had once been too timid to even breathe in his presence? Clearing his throat, the minister's expression darkened, and he subtly issued a warning. "The tea has grown cold. My son, hasten to complete the tea ceremony, so you may visit the ancestral hall and pay your respects to your grandmother." Grandmother? The old matriarch had departed this world decades ago, and he had never once paid homage to this distant relative he had never met. The minister's implication was unmistakably directed towards the original mother, who was also honored in the Tan family's ancestral hall. A discreet reminder whispered, "Dear one, the original mother's dowry still remains in this family's possession." Only then did Tan Yu grasp the situation, gently patting Yuan Bao's shoulder to signal that it was time to wrap things up. With a soft clap, she brushed the remnants of the walnut from her hands, rose, and accepted the tea Yuan Bao offered. The cup felt pleasantly warm against her fingertips. Approaching the minister, she took a deep breath, bent slightly, and forcefully presented the tea. "Father, please partake of this tea." The minister, upon witnessing the cup nearly thrust against his eyelids, felt a vain throb on his forehead. With a forced smile, he accepted the cup and took a sip. "Good, good. Please rise quickly." Should he remain seated any longer, he would be unable to resist the urge to splash the tea across this wretched child's face. Bai Rong straightened up, a slight smile gracing her lips. Tan Yu, however, did not press her, but this time she indeed pressed the teacup against Bai Rong's forehead. The rim grazed her brow, leaving behind a trace of powder. Bai Rong tightened her grip on her handkerchief, forcing a smile. Good child. Should she linger any longer, she would not be able to restrain herself from slapping this wretched girl. After the perfunctory tea ceremony, Tan Yu stood upright and returned to her cozy nook. Collapsing into her comfortable space, Yuan Bao, noticing the noticeable bruise forming on Bai Rong's forehead, could not suppress her laughter. Now it is the minister and his esteemed wife who must offer tea to the princess, and shortly the other young ladies and gentlemen will join as well. Tan Yu blinked, a smile gracing her beautiful visage. All right, to save time, you may all toast together. Her casual demeanor was perceived by the onlookers as a sign of disdain. Tan Shui felt a surge of anger that left him dizzy. He could no longer endure it. You dare to have your parents toast to you, you wretch? With force, Tan Shui pushed aside the servants who obstructed him and swiftly approached Tan Yu, lifting the veil from his face. Does the prince know you are an impostor? Chapter 29. A subtle father-son bond. A strong scent of truth in a flash. A gleaming white blade was unsheathed. Gu Jiu had appeared behind Tan Shui, seizing his arm and without a moment's hesitation, delivering a brutal kick to his knee. Amid the anguished cries that echoed like a slaughtered pig, he forcefully twisted Tan Shui's shoulder, the blade pressed against his neck as he barked. You dare to openly assassinate the princess. A piercing scream erupted. Tan Shui had not anticipated that a servant of the royal residence would dare to strike him directly. His knee crashed to the ground, sending waves of excruciating pain coursing through him. His face contorted in agony. He cried out, "Father, mother, save me!" Seeing her precious son treated in such a manner, Rome was taken aback and, abandoning all pretense, shouted as she rushed forward, "Stop!" Gu Jiu flicked his wrist, evading her grasp and casting the wailing Tan Shui onto the ground. Rome knelt beside her son, who was rolling on the floor, clutching his knee and crying out, her heart aching as if it were about to shatter. She glared fiercely at Tan Yu. "This is your biological brother. You heartless wretch." Yuan Bao crossed her arms defiantly. "Who are you calling heartless? Our princess is not someone you can insult." Tan Yu found himself at a loss for words. "Wait, can we finish the tea ceremony first? I merely wish to hasten to the ancestral hall and retrieve my mother's dowry." The situation spiraled into chaos. Tan Shui's exaggerated wails, Rome's accusations, and the servants kneeling in disarray filled the room. Gu Jiu's blade glimmered ominously, the deep blue cord of its hilt swaying as he cast a cold gaze upon the mother and son. Tan Sherling finally recognized Gu Jiu's true identity. He was no ordinary servant of the royal residence, but a martial official who managed the imperial prison and punishment, serving directly under the esteemed Jing Wang. Logically speaking, as a deputy minister of the Ministry of Revenue, he should not fear a mere military officer. However, the unfortunate reality was that Gu Jiu was a subordinate of the Jing Wang, and one must consider the master when striking a dog. He could not afford to offend him. "Stop crying. Everyone be silent." Tan Sherling trembled, his lips quivering as he commanded, "Get the madam and young master out of here." Quickly, the situation had descended into utter chaos. The Jing Wang had clearly brought this mad dog along to support Tan Yu. Tan Sherling fought to suppress his rising panic, his gaze settling on the encircled Tan Yu. The most prudent course of action was to gauge the child's intentions. If he had already harbored ulterior motives, then the bond of fatherhood would be of no concern to him. Steeling himself, Tan Sherling stepped forward and addressed Gu Jiu. "Sir, may I have a word with the princess and my son in private? Would you kindly excuse us?" He deemed himself sufficiently courteous towards a fourth-rank official. However, Gu Jiu remained immobile, seemingly oblivious to his presence as he guarded Tan Yu. Aware of the urgency of their task, Tan Yu spoke, "You may all leave. I have matters to discuss with my father." The steward of the residence, wary of the atmosphere, quickly suggested, "You may follow me to the guest rooms for rest." "No need," Gu Jiu retorted with a cold glare, casting a sidelong glance at the Minister Tan before nodding to Tan Yu. "Your Highness, I shall await you outside the door. Should you require anything, simply call for me." Tan Yu nodded in acknowledgement. Go on, go on." Once the group had exited, the vast hall was left with only Tan Yu and Minister Tan. The minister sighed, suddenly grasping Tan Yu's hand tightly like a caring father. "My child, it is I who have caused you distress." Tears welled in his eyes, aging him in an instant. "The Emperor's sudden decree has placed the fate of the entire household upon my shoulders. In this urgent matter, you, as the eldest in the family." Tan Yu observed him for a moment. Her patience waning, she interrupted coldly, "It is of no consequence, father. I understand. You truly comprehend your father's hardships?" Minister Tan widened his eyes slightly. tilting his head. Good child, having lost your mother at a young age, and with a stepmother who is both young and envious. I have been unable to attend to the trifles of the household due to my duties at court. I had no choice but to neglect you for many years, solely to ensure your survival. He shook his head, a complex expression on his face. This recent marriage is also your opportunity to leave the household. Indeed, I wager correctly. How does the prince treat you? Who could fathom the bitterness of being unexpectedly served a mouthful of excrement, especially when cloaked in a semblance of paternal affection? DX3 could not suppress a wretch. Master system. Hypothetically speaking, am I truly forbidden from retaliating? The voice of the master system replied coolly. If you wish to see your wages docked, by all means, give a try. DX3 lamented. Had I known, I would have renamed myself DZD. To truly embody the title of the one who strikes a worthless father. Tanyu recognized the shamelessness of her biological father, yet she had not anticipated such depths of depravity. Byron, no matter how envious, was devoid of parents and siblings. She had once been a singer, relying entirely on her husband. If Minister Tan had chosen to protect her, he surely did not believe Byron would dare to act against her. In other words, the mistreatment the original Tanyu suffered within the household was tacitly approved by this man, who called himself her father. Utterly hypocritical, impotent, and a coward who would shift blame onto women in times of crisis. What a despicable man. To think her biological father was such a person truly made Tanyu feel indignant on behalf of the original. With a furrowed brow, she withdrew her hand, her expression frigid. Father, there is no need to revisit the past. I am well in the prince's household. He is attentive to my needs. Yet there remains one matter that weighs heavily upon me. Upon hearing this, Minister Tan eagerly inquired, what is it? Speak freely with your father. The relics my mother left me. Might you return them? Tanyu stated directly, producing a densely filled ledger. This details my mother's dowry and the earnings from the dowry shop over the years, which I have already calculated in advance. The prince is aware of this as well. Father, please take a look. If there are no objections, let us settle this today. As Minister Tan opened the ledger, his vision blurred, and he staggered back several steps. The prosperity of the Tan residence over the years can be attributed not only to his position as a deputy minister, but also to the considerable dowry of his late wife. This accumulation of wealth, both large and small, has astonishingly depleted half of the family fortune. This wretched child indeed harbors ulterior motives. What is it, father? Tan Sherlang faced this son for the first time, meeting his strikingly unusual emerald eyes, which were as clear as a mountain spring, yet sent chills down his spine. Wait a moment. Tan Sherlang took a deep breath, and, as a father, he inquired, on the night of your wedding, what transpired? Furthermore, have you forgotten the words spoken to you by the third prince, or are you merely in a sulk with both your father and the third prince? He was now utterly perplexed, unable to comprehend why Tan Yu's demeanor had changed so drastically, why Tan Yu had disregarded the third prince's counsel to poison the Jing Wang, and how Tan Yu had survived after inhaling an intoxicating substance laced with a peculiar poison. Or perhaps this was not his son at all, but rather a person sent by Jing Wang to impersonate him? The more Tan Sherlang pondered, the more alarmed he became. His decision to send his son to the outlying courtyard was not solely due to Byron's whispers, but also stemmed from his aversion to those eyes that bore a striking resemblance to those of his deceased wife. Moreover, such eye color symbolized impure bloodlines in the Great Zhou dynasty. To maintain his stable political career, he could not afford to have a wife of such otherworldly beauty, nor a son resembling her. Were it not for the knowledge that he was indeed his flesh and blood, and out of familial sentiment, he would have drowned him long ago, shortly after his wife's death. Upon hearing these words, Tan Yu's smile gradually faded. What has occurred? He regarded Tan Sherlang, his face devoid of expression, softly murmuring, what do you believe I should have done? The youth's voice was melodious and gentle, as he slowly raised his gaze, his green eyes taking on an eerie quality. A sudden chill swept through the air, as if a ghostly hand had brushed against the back of Tan Sherlang's neck, while the wind chimes by the window emitted a crisp, ringing sound. The contours of the youth began to blur, gradually transforming into the visage of his dearly departed wife. a face he wished never to behold again. Tan Shilang's complexion turned pale, his lips moving in disbelief. Ruan Yang? Tan Yu remained silent, taking a step forward, his mouth curling into a slow smile, accompanied by the mournful howling of the wind. The dowry, I shall provide it. I shall provide it. Tan Shilang collapsed to the ground, his eyes shut in panic as he cried out, I will have someone account for it right away. Do not come after me. Witnessing the effectiveness of his intimidation, Tan Yu stood upright, satisfied, and addressed the diligent voice actor DX3, who created the haunting atmosphere with gusts of wind, saying, all right. There's no need to frighten him further. Want to bully my darling? Does he not realize who I am? Tan Yu chuckled. And who might you be? DX3 puffed out his chest proudly. Before I came to the book rewriting bureau, I was a professional voice actor for adjacent horror-themed Infinite Flow novels. Tan Yu, impressed, exclaimed, so you possess such an impressive resume. Why did you not continue your career as a voice actor? DX3 blushed and fidgeted. Well, because the conditions at the book rewriting bureau are quite favorable. 7 insurances and 2 funds, accommodation and charging provided, no overtime, travel allowances, year-end bonuses, and a high base salary. Tan Yu remarked, what a compelling reason that no working individual could possibly refuse. Chapter 30. Let the storm come with greater fury. The anguished scream of the vice minister Tan resonated loudly, causing the front door to burst open, and a throng of people surged in. Gu Jiu boldly charged ahead, and upon seeing Tan Yu unharmed, he paused momentarily at the sight of the vice minister sprawled on the ground, his gaze vacant, before finally lowering his long blade. The warmth of the milk slid down Tan Yu's throat, and he contentedly closed his eyes. The servants of the minister's residence, witnessing their master in such a state, erupted into chaos. What transpired? My lord, the vice minister trembled as he grasped the stewardess' arm, handing over a crumpled ledger. Go to the warehouse and tally the dowry of Ruan Yang for him. As he spoke, blood spurted from his mouth, and his eyes rolled back as he fell unconscious. The steward was taken aback. My lord, summon the physician. Fetch the physician. Tan Yu steadied the bowl in his hand, swallowing hard. DX3, I can't possibly have scared my scoundrel father to death, can I? DX3 glanced at the panel and regretfully replied, not yet. He is merely frightened. The old man is quite resilient. Tan Yu sighed in relief. As long as he is fine. He detested this scoundrel father, yet he did not wish to bear the weight of a life lost. The wicked would receive their due from the heavens, and DX3 should refrain from that tone as if a death would be unfortunate. This is not a horror story. The unconscious vice minister was soon lifted onto a couch, with the physician by his side, furrowing his brow as he felt for a pulse. Bai Rong and Tan Shu sat nearby, one sobbing quietly, the other glaring at Tan Yu with reddened eyes. Gu Jiu frowned, instinctively moving to shield Tan Yu, but Tan Yu gestured for him to refrain. After examining the pulse, the physician rose, his face etched with concern. Bai Rong hastily inquired, how is he, doctor? What ails my husband? His heart is unstable from the agitation, likely due to malevolent forces entering his body, the physician said gravely. Madam, prepare yourself. There is a possibility of stroke. A stroke? That was far more terrifying than a mere life-threatening illness. Many in the Great Zhou had witnessed those afflicted by strokes, their faces twisted, unable to move half their bodies, reduced to a state of utter helplessness, reliant on others for existence. Should their master be reduced to such a state, he would no longer serve in court, and they, the servants, would be dismissed from the estate. This would lead the entire vice minister's residence to the brink of ruin. The servants could not help but think, how could the usually submissive young master harbor such malice? They had misjudged him. Bai Rong immediately let out a wail, pointing an accusatory finger at Tan Yu, crying out, what wickedness! What have you done? If not for you, how can my lord be in such a plight? Heaven bears witness that this wretched child has attempted to harm his own father in broad daylight, targeting a minister of the court. The servants of the Tan residence, witnessing this scene, also knelt and began to weep. Regardless of the truth, when a master was in turmoil, they would join in the uproar. This esteemed gentleman, you now see with your own eyes. Tan Shu fixed her gaze on Gu Jiu, her eyes glistening with tears, contemplating the stringent laws of the Great Zhou. which dictated that a prince's crimes would be judged no differently than those of a commoner. The youth, clad in fresh white garments, possessed a striking countenance, resilient and delicate, akin to a small white flower swaying in the wind. He pointed at Tan Yu and gritted his teeth, stating, "Even if she is the princess consort, having committed such a heinous crime, my household retains the right to detain her and send her to the Dali temple for trial." Gu Jiu's expression was taut, and Yuan Bao's face had turned shade pale. At this juncture of the tragic drama, Tan Yu finally grasped the gravity of the situation. Bearing the title of the emperor's bestowed princess consort Jing, she had returned home only to cause her father, a court official, to cough up blood, whether genuine or feigned. It was a blatant transgression of filial piety, and it was a direct affront to the emperor. Those with ulterior motives might even suspect that the Prince of Jing had orchestrated this, utilizing his male consort to express discontent regarding the absurdity of the imperial marriage. In the eyes of Minister Tan, having discerned his son's treachery, Tan Yu's existence as a disobedient pawn had become unnecessary. Today's events served as both a threat and a warning. If he were to enter the Dali temple alone, he would undoubtedly endure the torturous interrogations therein. "Do not be afraid, princess consort," Gu Jiu nodded, moving beside Tan Yu and leaning down to speak in a voice barely audible to two. "I've already sent someone to summon the prince, so you may rest assured." Tan Yu nearly choked on her own saliva. "Wait, who are you summoning?" The image of Shui Fengxue, expressionless as she withdrew the ruler and demanded he extend his hand, lingered in Tan Yu's mind, causing her palm to throb painfully anew. Realizing she still dreaded confronting him, particularly after she had just reassured the system that he was an adult, she now found herself weeping like a child caught in wrongdoing. Tan Yu felt akin to a schoolchild summoned for a parental meeting, having just resolved one dilemma only to be faced with another. This was disastrous. She had to stop thinking about it, for the more she pondered, the more awkward it became. The few layers of cushions beneath her felt as if they had turned scalding, and she suddenly felt as if she were sitting on needles. Princess consort? Gu Jiu was taken aback. He had hoped that summoning the prince would provide her with solace. Yet her countenance had grown even more troubled upon hearing it. Danju, somewhat distracted, nodded slightly. "It's all right. In that case, let's observe the unfolding events." Tan Shu Yi, observing Tan Yu's anxious demeanor, breathed a slight sigh of relief. "I told you, considering this vile character, wouldn't a mere threat suffice to make him yield?" Tan Shu Yi scanned the surroundings, sneering. According to family rules, when a son errs, he must kneel before the ancestral hall to repent. The princess consort should understand this. "Kulme, it shall be just the two of us. Do not attempt any tricks." DX3 observed the flickering numbers on the panel. "One opportunity, dear. The plot is about to advance. Agree to it." Tan Yu nodded in agreement. "Very well. Gu Jiu, you remain here to keep an eye on my father and report any developments to me. Yuan Bao can accompany me, right? He will stay outside, and I want to call him in." Tan Shu Yi glanced at Yuan Bao's diminutive and frail figure, scoffing. "Fine, but is it truly necessary for you to make such a fuss? How many times have we knelt in the ancestral hall? Who could possibly harm you now?" Tan Yu remained silent, her gaze drifting to Bai Rong, whose back had stiffened momentarily at the sound, finally settling on the fair and delicate features of Tan Shu Yi. "Have I ever been schemed against in the ancestral hall?" Some individuals are well aware in their hearts. Upon this reminder, Tan Shu Yi felt a flush rise to her cheeks, suddenly realizing that they had indeed sought an excuse to make this sickly individual kneel in the ancestral hall for an entire night, only to take advantage of the situation to render him unconscious before sending him off in a bridal sedan. Yet soon after, she found herself devoid of shame. Had she not initially suggested that Tan Yu take her place, this despicable creature would still be languishing in the back courtyard, suffering from hunger and cold, rather than exuding the current air of authority. Indeed, she ought to thank herself. Tan Shui fixed her gaze on Tan Yu's attire. The fabric was soft and smooth, shimmering subtly with movement, unlike ordinary material. It was, in fact, exquisite luminous brocade. Suppressing a surge of jealousy, she coldly remarked, "I cannot comprehend your words. Stalling is futile. What are you waiting for? Depart at once." With that, she tugged at Tan Yu's sleeve. Tan Yu, alert, swiftly brushed her hand away, insisting, "Let us speak properly. Do not resort to violence." Stung by the rejection, Tan Shuyi's expression twisted in disdain as she scoffed. Who would care? Once Brother Changchun ascends to his rightful position, he will possess countless treasures. This mere luminous brocade is beneath his notice. This individual has been rattled. Tan Shuyi's internal turmoil was clearly reflected on her face, prompting Tan Yu to comment, "Indeed, the protagonist in this tawdry tale has been assigned a mindless trope." This only heightened his anticipation for the unfolding narrative. Come now, let the storm rage even more fiercely. Chapter 31. Do you know why Prince Jing did not accompany you home? Meanwhile, the steward, adhering to the orders of the Minister Tan, hurried to the storeroom to inventory the late madam's dowry. However, the decision of whether to present the financial deeds to the young master would await the Lord's awakening for resolution. Inside the room, Bai Rong feigned weakness to excuse her departure. Go find Chin Air and have that group of ruffians spread the word. The more rapidly and raucously the news circulates, the better. It must be known by all. The Xin paper on the table was crumpled in her grip, her expression contorted. It is imperative that this becomes common knowledge. Unbeknownst to the capital, countless Jin Wei lie in wait, serving as the emperor's eyes and ears among the populace, dedicated to probing public sentiment and gathering intelligence. Once this embellished incident reaches the emperor's ears, even Prince Jing will be powerless to intervene. Tan Shuyi pressed her lips together, striding ahead, while Tan Yu, draped in a fox fur, cradled a warming hand stove, moving at a leisurely pace. Shiva took a moment to admire the surrounding scenery. TSK, how much of the people's wealth has been plundered here? Tan Shuyi turned her head, her tone laced with impatience. Let me be frank. No amount of delay will serve you. You remain unaware, do you not? The Minister of Justice is my cousin. Tan Shuyi raised an eyebrow proudly, mocking, of course. If you were to kneel and plead with me now, I might persuade him to be lenient during your interrogation. Otherwise, young nobles who have been pampered since the age of 15 often exhibit a naive cruelty. Tan Shuyi was no exception. It was said that in moments of rage, he had drowned 3 servants. Tan Yu chose to ignore her provocation, as he was eager to progress with his mission, rendering his retort somewhat perfunctory. Yes, you are the most formidable. I am so frightened. It felt like a punch against cotton. Not witnessing the anticipated panic in Tan Shuyi clenched his fists. At the entrance of the ancestral hall, 2 servants had already received their orders. The doors stood wide open, exuding a chilling atmosphere. Tan Yu, with a complex expression, took the initiative to step inside. Seeing him as honest as before brought a sense of relief to Tan Shuyi. He snorted disdainfully, gesturing with his hand, imitating, "You too? Why aren't you inside preparing more cushions for my seat? If I find myself uncomfortable, I'll have your heads." The servants, upon hearing this, hurriedly brought in several soft cushions from the side room, trembling as they arranged them on the chair. Tan Shuyi felt insatisfied. Earlier, witnessing Tan Yu's indulgent demeanor within the room, he felt eclipsed, a feeling he couldn't shake off. Now that he was seated while Tan Yu had to kneel, the situation felt much more favorable. Yuan Bao arranged the cushions beneath the mat and placed a food box to one side for Tan Yu to reach if hunger struck. "Your Highness, I shall remain outside. Should you require anything, please call for me." With a scoff, Tan Shuyi propped his chin up, his eyes blinking maliciously. "Once you enter the prison of the Dali Temple, such comforts will be no more. Criminals like you will have to sleep on filthy straw, reeking and infested with rat droppings." Yuan Bao, hearing this, squeezed his head in. "Be quiet. Even from outside, I can smell your foul mouth." With a thud, the heavy wooden door of the ancestral hall closed, the scent of incense mingling with the odor of decaying wood, enveloping the shadowy space. Tan Shuyi felt a surge of anger, tempted to throw something. However, upon reflection, he returned to his seat. After all, why should he bicker with a lowly servant? Tan Shuyi's gaze fixed on the young man kneeling on the mat, facing the densely packed black tablets atop the high platform. Wrapped in a snow-white fox fur, the youth's slender frame appeared delicate, his porcelain-like profile seemingly bathed in a soft, ethereal glow. Coupled with his unusually vibrant green eyes, he appeared even more exquisite and dazzling. Radiant even in the dim ancestral hall. Tan Yu pressed his lips together, whispering in his mind, DX3, please refrain from applying a soft focus filter. It's rather blinding. DX3 coldly rejected. No, darling, it must dazzle the eyes of the wicked. Tan Yu conceded. Very well then. Tan Shu, he felt as though he might pierce his own palm. Those from the National Academy often remarked on his striking beauty, claiming that had he been a woman, he would undoubtedly be the fairest in the capital. Yet, he couldn't shake the feeling that if his classmates encountered Tan Yu, they would no longer regard him with such awe, and he would lose his cherished position as the center of admiration. This simply cannot be allowed. If he were to be overshadowed by this lowly wretch he had trampled upon for over a decade, he would rather never have received compliments on his looks at all. Tan Shuyi's expression darkened. Upon entering the Dali Temple, the first order of business would be to have that wretched face of Tan Yu marred. He was eager to see whether, once Tan Yu's visage was ruined, Prince Jing would continue to dote on him or cast him aside as worthless. And how would his beloved, the third prince, who had always revered beauty, react to Tan Yu? What expressions of disdain would he reveal? The sinister gaze held a palpable weight as Tan Yu turned to meet the envious eyes of Tan Shu-yi, slowly speaking. You have been watching me intently. What is it that you wish to inquire? I simply wish to know what you have done that the crown prince has not seen fit to end your life. Tan Shu-yi retorted, a hint of disdain creeping into his voice. Why are you so certain that the prince would kill me? Tan Yu raised her eyelids slightly, a smile that was neither warm nor cold playing on her lips. I harbor no grievances against the prince. He has no reason to wish me harm, does he? Moreover, this marriage was bestowed by his majesty. If the prince were to seek retribution, I would be the most innocent party in this affair. How ludicrous to accuse me of stealing your jade pendant, to have me drugged and sent to wed into the royal household. Shouldn't this have been your marriage? Tan Shu-yi's face drained of color, and he snapped, the imperial decree does not bear my name. Tan Yu laughed softly, is that so? You initially rejected marriage, simply believing that the prince's estate was a pit of fire, hoping I would walk into my demise. Yet you failed to foresee how well the prince treats me, a reality that diverges significantly from your imagination. But you cannot help but feel that had it been you marrying the prince, you would lack the assurance of survival. Am I correct? Tan Shu-yi's complexion paled further, and he delivered a final, weighty blow. Tan Shu-yi, you are envious of me. Silence. He retorted. How could I possibly envy a low-born wretch? Tan Shu-yi glared at her, a mixture of anger and embarrassment flaring within him. If it were I, the prince would undoubtedly cherish me far more than he does you. The last words were nearly a shout. Tan Yu maintained a calm demeanor. You are agitated. A mere few words, yet their impact was as potent as 1,000 curses. Tan Shuyi's teeth ground together in frustration. But then he contemplated that the prince's affection for her was likely solely due to her appearance. If Tan Yu's face were to be marred in the Dali Temple, she would lose the ability to flaunt it before him. Ah, you truly lack self-awareness. Tan Shu-yi settled back, his eyes darting. Speaking of which, did the prince not leave the palace quite early today? Tan Yu hesitated momentarily, surprised at how Tan Shu-yi had gleaned this information, yet she masked her astonishment. However, Tan Shu-yi appeared self-assured, a smirk of amusement gracing his features. Would you like to know why the prince did not accompany you? Tan Ju mused inwardly. It is merely a matter of pressing duties, or perhaps he is preoccupied with matters of violence and chaos. Noticing his silence, Tan Shu-yi deduced his ignorance of the situation, bursting into laughter. Fool, let me enlighten you. Today marks the return of young Master Zhaoyang from the western regions. His Highness, the prince, has gone to the city gates to welcome him at the break of dawn. Tan Yu's mind reeled with astonishment. Confusion mingled with surprise as one thought echoed in her mind. Young Master Zhaoyang? Who is he? He did not choose to accompany you for such a significant event. Yet he willingly lowered himself to greet young Master Zhaoyang. Do you comprehend why? Tan Shu-yi continued unabated, because young Master Zhaoyang once saved the prince's life. During a pivotal battle, the prince was struck by an arrow and fell off a cliff, gravely injured. And it was young Master Zhaoyang who risked his own life to carry him back from the brink. Later, Upon his return to the capital, Prince Jing learned that young Master Zhaoyang had been dispatched to the western regions. During the past 3 years, the two had maintained a correspondence, exchanging heartfelt greetings regardless of circumstances. Noticing that Tan Yu's eyes were wide with astonishment, Tan Shui felt a surge of triumph within. What makes you believe that His Highness Prince Jing would abandon the opportunity to reminisce with young Master Zhaoyang to come here to rescue you? Chapter 32. The villain remains a virgin even at death. Confronted with Tan Shui's malevolent mockery, Tan Yu exhibited no peculiar reaction, merely blinking slowly. DX3. Is what he said true? The villain left so early today not to raid homes, but to fetch someone from outside the city? DX3 fell silent for a moment, confirming. Indeed. Upon receiving this revelation, Tan Yu felt no real sorrow, only a hint of bewilderment. He had initially assumed that by leveraging the title of princess, he and the villain were allies, thus significantly easing the difficulty of their task. However, learning that the villain harbored a confidant who might be his romantic interest rendered Tan Yu's role as a male spouse exceedingly awkward. Which couple in love would wish for their partner to have a nominal same-sex spouse? Tan Yu did not wish to hinder Shui Fengshui's pursuit of true love, even if DX3 incessantly criticized him as a temperamental, patriarchal traditionalist. Nevertheless, in Tan Yu's perspective, Shui Fengshui's ability to administer medicine to him in such a manner, despite not harboring feelings for him, indicated that he was indeed a remarkable individual. As an open-minded modern individual, Tan Yu felt an overwhelming desire to vanish into the ground, consumed by embarrassment, while Shui Fengshui continued to treat him as he always had, thus allowing this bizarre situation to unfold. After all, being openly brotherly is one thing, but being secretive is indicative of a different relationship. Should the villain truly be romantically involved with that young master, he would promptly relocate to the side courtyard, demonstrating through his actions that he held no personal feelings for the villain and posed no threat to their love. But how would the task be accomplished? Tan Yu sighed. Compared to remaining here, he longed to return to civilization. He had endured 2 days of this constant anxiety, fearing for his life over trivial matters. And that was quite sufficient. Baby, listen to me. Do not be swayed by his provocations. The original storyline indicates that the villain lives into his 30s, still a virgin at his demise. Young Master Zhaoyang has minimal presence in the narrative. Let us observe before making any plans. DX3, unaware of Tan Yu's true thoughts, feared that his host might mistakenly believe the villain was unfaithful and become despondent and lethargic. However, Tan Yu was not inclined towards such thoughts. He instinctively blurted out, "Oh, but I didn't care about that." This remark was uttered softly, yet fortuitously caught Tan Shui's attention. His smile faltered, and disbelief flickered across his features. After a brief pause, he asked, "What did you say? You don't care?" Tan Shui's expression twisted in confusion, and his laughter ceased. After a prolonged silence, he coldly snorted, "Very well. Then I shall see whether Prince Jing arrives to rescue you first, or if you are escorted to the Dali Temple for trial." Whether due to physical reasons or narrative design, Tan Shui's voice remained unusually high-pitched. Tan Yu was slightly annoyed by the noise, and his patience began to wane. "All right, whatever you think, just be quiet for now." Nevertheless, compared to when he was about to leave, his confidence had indeed diminished. If the antagonist were truly preoccupied with reminiscing and had forgotten to send someone to rescue him, how long would he have to languish in this prison? The ancestral hall fell silent for a moment. Upon witnessing Tan Yu earnestly kneeling and reciting scriptures, Tan Shui's underlying irritation became difficult to suppress. His eyes darted mischievously as he stood up and kicked over Tan Yu's food box. The sound of the wooden box crashing echoed through the hall. The impact was so forceful that it nearly caused him to cry out in pain, yet he restrained himself for the sake of pride. The sound of shattering porcelain filled the air, with shards flying past Tan Yu's nose. He managed to evade injury, but when he looked down, he found that the priceless pure white fox fur cloak he had borrowed from the antagonist was now covered in sticky pastry crumbs, leaving behind large greasy stains. In ancient times, there were no detergents, Cleaning this garment would require considerable effort. This exquisite piece was beyond the means of a poor man like him to replace. Furrowing his brow, Tan Yu lifted his head and shot a cold glare at Tan Shui, his full lips pressed tightly together. He fixed his gaze on Tan Shui's face and enunciated each word. "You've dirted it. Can you afford to pay for it?" The words were spoken lightly, yet they carried an undercurrent of suppressed rage. However, Tan Shui felt no fear. In fact, he had never feared this so-called elder brother. In his memories, since the day he was born, this brother, born of his father's first wife, had always been looked down upon by everyone in the household. Even the servants would ride roughshod over him. As they grew older, he had been subjected to bullying and abuse, never daring to resist, not even to utter a simple refusal. Thus, when confronted so brazenly by such a person, his anger surged uncontrollably. "Huh? Can I afford it? You still have the audacity to care about a mere tattered fox fur." The dirted garment was a relief to him. He had long found it displeasing. Such an extravagant robe, draped over Tan Yu, was nothing short of a waste. Tan Shui raised his voice, his emotions intensifying. "Do you have any idea that because of your reckless accusations, Brother Changshan fell from his horse and broke both arms? He can only lie on the couch, recuperating now. The physician has declared that even after he recovers, it will affect his ability to draw a bow and shoot arrows. All the kindness Brother Changshan once showed you has gone to waste." Mentioning the plight of his beloved, Tan Shui's anger escalated, culminating in a shout. "I should have truly let someone drown you in the pond." Although Tan Yu did not understand the connection between his clothing and the protagonist, he was taken aback upon hearing the words. The protagonist had fallen from his horse and broken his arms? How could that be? Tan Yu blinked, sensing something amiss. As the favored son of a doting mother in typical ancient romance narratives, how could Shui Changshan possibly suffer such a fate? It is noteworthy that among the countless moments of brilliance displayed by the protagonist, none is as captivating as when he stands atop the city wall clad in silver armor, drawing his bow to pierce the throat of an enemy general 100 meters from the city gate. This decisive victory led to his valorous deeds being celebrated by the common folk, spreading his renown far and wide, even capturing the hidden affection of the enemy prince, who aspired to marry Shui Changshan under the pretext of an alliance. Yet, how can it be that you now claim Shui Changshan's arm is incapacitated, making it a challenge for him to draw a bow? Surely, you cannot be unaware of this development. Observing the genuine astonishment on Tan Yu's face, Tan Shui furrowed his brow. "It is precisely because of you that Brother Changshan finds himself in this predicament. You should atone for your actions." Tan Yu paid him no heed. If the protagonist were to gradually lose the protection of the narrative due to his own transformation, it would indeed be a boon for the antagonists and the populace of Dezhou alike. In the original tale, the protagonist was invincible in battle. Yet upon ascending to the throne, his tyrannical nature became apparent. He ruled as a reluctant sage for a mere decade before embarking on grand construction projects, burdening the commoners with forced labor. In his midlife, he resorted to extreme measures to expand his territory, declaring war on neighboring states, resulting in catastrophic losses of young laborers, an empty treasury, and rampant plague. In the ensuing years, Dezhou barely survived, yielding territory, forming marital alliances, and paying reparations, ultimately leading to its demise. In contrast, the so-called antagonist, the Prince Jing, aside from necessary political strife, dispatched only the most heinous criminals under his command: murderers, arsonists, kidnappers, and those who abducted women. By comparison, Shui Fengshui, as a villain, found himself in a rather constrained position. Tan Yu sighed with regret. "Do you now recognize your error?" Tan Shui, misunderstanding, noted the calmness in Tan Yu's downcast eyes and felt his own anger dissipate. Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside, with hurried footsteps approaching. Yuan Bao seemed to be obstructing someone, his voice tinged with tears. Tan Shui raised an eyebrow, reveling in the misfortune. "Well, look at that. It appears the officials from the Dali Temple have arrived. Whatever you have to say, you can convey to the lords in the prison." Tan Yu remained composed, not even glancing at him, as she quietly stood and pushed open the heavy wooden door of the ancestral hall. Blinding sunlight streamed in, illuminating the scene where two factions stood glaring at one another, weapons drawn and gleaming. Gujio's expression turned grave as he focused on the red-robed, smiling tiger-like Dali Temple official opposite him. His thin lips pressed tightly together. Lord Shun, what is the meaning of this? Yuan Bao clung desperately to a person's leg, crying out, You must not take the princess away. Chapter 33. Consider it a lesson for a dog. Princess, why have you come out? Gujio's fearsome visage abruptly softened into an innocent expression, betraying a hint of anxiety. Yuan Bao, still dazed, loosened his grip and wiped his snot and tears on the stranger's clothing, scampering over to Tan Yu's side. Princess. Tan Yu affectionately patted Yuan Bao's head. Despite the tense atmosphere, he felt a flutter of apprehension within. Yet remarkably, he exhibited no fear in front of so many. DX3 turned away discreetly to wipe his tears. I am the official Shun Jiao, paying my respects to Her Highness, the Princess Jing. Tan Yu turned her gaze towards the speaker, the striking man clad in red, known as Shun Jiao, the esteemed Minister of Justice from the narrative. In the original tale, his character plays a significant role, even threatening the position of the protagonist's love interest. At this juncture, the protagonist's beloved had just discovered that the protagonist was keeping a substitute remarkably resembling the deceased Tan Yu, leading to her impulsive departure from home. Consequently, a series of unfortunate events ensued, resulting in her imprisonment and considerable suffering, during which Shun Jiao appeared like a savior. He rescued the despondent Tan Shu and took her back to his abode, where he cared for her tenderly, and their feelings gradually blossomed. Reflecting on this, Tan Yu frowned, instinctively wishing to avoid any interaction with this man. However, to her surprise, Shun Jiao spoke candidly. I presume the princess is already aware of my intentions. May I boldly inquire whether you will accompany me or remain here? Gu Jiao furrowed his brow instantly, exclaiming, Shun Jiao! It is often said that authority can crush the lesser. Yet Gu Jiao was beyond such concerns. He fixed his gaze on Shun Jiao, a warning evident in his demeanor. The physician has yet to provide a diagnosis, yet you, Lord Shun, wish to take the princess away. What are your true intentions? Shun Jiao chuckled nonchalantly. What do you mean, esteemed Lord Gu? The Minister of Revenue is a vital official of the court, while I merely act in accordance with the law. Should you persist in obstructing the Ministry of Justice, it would be tantamount to contempt of royal authority, a treasonous act. Unsurprisingly, Gu Jiao's fist clenched, cracking audibly. Yet, Shun Jiao deftly shifted his approach, of course considering the prince's standing. I shall regard this as a mere invitation for Her Highness to join me for tea and a discussion regarding today's case, provided that Her Highness cooperates. Once the truth is revealed, we shall all be satisfied. Shun Jiao gazed at Tan Yu on the steps, a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. What say you, Your Highness? Gu Jiao's brow furrowed intensely, recognizing that no one could withstand the weight of the accusations Shun Jiao had just laid upon him. The painful lessons from the past loomed large in Tan Yu's mind, leaving her somewhat indecisive. Yet, DX3 confidently remarked, just go consider training a new dog. A dog? Tan Yu scanned her surroundings. Where's their dog? With no time to ponder DX3's cryptic remarks, she pursed her lips. Lord Shun, I will accompany you. Upon hearing this, the sincerity of Shun Jiao's smile deepened. Gu Jiao momentarily halted, turning his head, a tremor evident in his eyes. The tears that Yuan Bao had just managed to suppress now surged forth. Tan Yu comforted Yuan Bao, saying, Do not cry. Remain by Gu Jiao's side. Rest assured, I shall be fine. Yuan Bao shook his head fervently. Your Highness. Just as Tan Yu was about to respond, a sudden voice interrupted from behind. Lord Shun. It was Tan Shu Yi, her delicate frame accentuated by her snowy white attire, lightly biting her pale lips, resembling a fragile little white flower. You must conduct a thorough investigation into this matter. Tan Shui inadvertently cast a glance at Tan Yu, her lowered gaze brimming with unshed tears. My father has yet to awaken. What shall we do if something truly happens to him? It was only then that Shun Jiao noticed another individual behind Tan Yu. Out of courtesy, he nodded towards the speaker, considering the emotional turmoil of the family of a case subject to be quite normal, hence he did not dwell on it, merely stating, Rest assured, this official will handle the case impartially. Upon hearing this response, Tan Shui furrowed her brow, feeling a wave of displeasure. She had not anticipated Shan Jiu's dismissive demeanor, as if his attention had been solely on Tan Yu from the very beginning, entirely disregarding her presence. Tan Yu approached and whispered a few words to Gu Jiu, who obediently nodded, his thin lips pressed into a straight line. Subsequently, as Yuan Bao cried, he assisted Tan Yu into the carriage of the Dali temple, while Gu Jiu's expression remained grave, lost in thought. Tan Shui couldn't help but chuckle with schadenfreude, for Tan Yu was bound to face a harrowing ordeal, perhaps never to rise again. After all, the confidant of Prince Jing had summoned him to the Fengshan Pavilion outside the capital, a journey that would take at least an hour and a half to return. Moreover, Tan Shui had already arranged matters with the jailers of the Dali Temple. Even if Tan Yu were to avoid the stinging whips dipped in salt water, he would still endure considerable suffering. With this thought, Tan Shui felt an even greater sense of delight. Ignoring Gu Jiu's murderous gaze, she raised her hand to summon a servant, instructing, "Prepare the carriage swiftly. Take me to the residence of the third prince." She could hardly wait to share this splendid news with her elder brother. "Changqin, Your Highness, please, there's no need for formality." The carriage was furnished with soft cushions and an array of fruits, and Shinjiu even thoughtfully provided Tan Yu with a plush pillow, showing no awareness of the gravity of his status as a suspect in a patricide case. "Thank you." Tan Yu accepted the pillow with a complex expression, casually peeling a sunflower seed from the dish and quietly chewing it. The rustling sound resembled that of a small hamster sneaking a snack. Shinjiu slightly raised his eyelids, fixating on the luxurious fox fur cloak, stained yet evidently worth a fortune. A hint of curiosity flickered in his eyes. "Your Highness need not fear. I merely wish to understand the circumstances of the case. My visit to the Dali Temple is merely a formality." Tan Yu found Shinjiu's sudden friendliness somewhat peculiar, causing him to drop the seed shell on the ground in fright. He curled up like a satiated hamster, projecting an unmistakable air of refusal to engage. Observing the boy's vigilant, gem-like green eyes fixed on him, Shinjiu couldn't help but chuckle, attempting to defend himself. "Your Highness, I truly harbor no ill intentions. Just moments ago, there were others present. Had I not spoken thus, should I be suspected of harboring you? It would lead to your being delivered into the hands of the Jinyui." He spoke his falsehoods with no hint of shame, simultaneously gauging Tan Yu's expression, sighing. "The Jinyui have always been at odds with His Highness Prince Jing. You must not fall into their clutches." Tan Yu, half convinced, pursed his lips. After a brief pause, a tentative voice broke the silence. "So, does this mean that Lord Shun has saved my life?" Shinjiu neither affirmed nor denied it, abruptly shifting the topic. "This cloak you wear, it must be crafted from the finest white fox fur. Am I correct?" Tan Yu nodded slightly, her eyes reflecting a hint of perplexity. "Why ask this?" Shinjiu curled the corners of his mouth, expressing his fondness since their first meeting. Might the princess divulge where she procured it? Tan Yu furrowed her brow, fixing her gaze upon him. After a moment, he adjusted his cloak and turned away. "It wasn't purchased. Do not entertain such thoughts. You cannot acquire it, nor would I ever sell." Excitement flickered in Shinjiu's eyes. He hastily ordered the carriage to halt, pulled aside the curtain, and whispered urgently to his trusted confidant. His tone was fervent. "Rush to the South Wind Inn. Raise the bet on Prince Jing has fallen into love by 10-fold, no 20-fold. This is a golden opportunity." Tan Yu, having overheard, slowly lifted her head. Chapter 34. He has never harbored the slightest thought for me. The most dreadful silence fell abruptly. After a brief pause, Shinjiu turned back, meeting Tan Yu's inscrutable gaze. Compared to her earlier wariness, there seemed to be a trace of disdain. "How intriguing this wager is, wouldn't you agree?" Tan Yu merely responded with a chuckle. Shinjiu, possessing an exceptionally robust mentality, felt no embarrassment at being caught by one of the main parties. Instead, he smiled at Tan Yu. "Would you not wish to know what the alternative choice is?" Tan Yu, unnerved by his grin, instinctively replied, "No, I do not wish to." "Help! Why is this person so peculiar?" The two fell into a silence. In contrast to Tan Yu's gloom, Shinjiu's spirits were evidently buoyant. Yet, upon contemplating the reason for his elation, Tan Yu was engulfed by a wave of unease. Indeed, in the harem of the protagonist, there seemed to be no sane individual. Outside the city, at Wanhua Pavilion, on the high platform, the fragrance of tea wafted through the air. Two figures, one clad in black and the other in white, sat apart. To encounter the prince once more is unexpected. You are now married, and I have yet to extend my congratulations on your nuptials. The man speaking was dressed entirely in white, his countenance handsome. The flowing sleeves of his attire billowed in the wind, lending him an ethereal aura of detachment from the world. He was none other than the young master Zhao Yang, as mentioned by Tan Yu. Qing Feng, please fetch the gifts I prepared for the prince. Yes, young master. Xie Zhao poured himself a cup of tea, interrupting his words. I have not come today to hear you speak of such matters. Hearing this, Xie Zhao's smile faltered momentarily. He gestured for Qing Feng to set down the items and quickly dismissed those around him before producing a scroll from his sleeve. This expedition to the western regions was fraught with challenges, yet ultimately did not disappoint the prince. Xue Fengshue's expression softened as he accepted the scroll and began to examine it closely. Xie Zhao sighed. Alas, it all stems from that cunning old fox, King Kush. I exhausted my tongue to dissuade him from his intention to reduce the profits by 20%. Xue Fengxue could relate deeply. Indeed, King Kush is quite difficult to deal with. You have worked hard. Xie Zhao, somewhat surprised, hastily replied, Your Highness is too kind. The border trade will proceed as planned. Commencing with the counties where your forces are stationed, everything is currently going smoothly. He gazed at the man before him with anticipation, yearning to see a glimmer of genuine warmth in the usually aloof countenance. Regrettably, it seems destined to be a fruitless endeavor. He was unable to provoke any emotion from the man. Xue Fengxue refrained from commenting on the matter. He carefully stored the documents and casually picked up the rosewood box from the table. Thank you. As a reward and a token of gratitude, you may select a few treasures from my private collection. Furthermore, concerning the poison on your person, the whereabouts of that divine physician you mentioned have been revealed, and within a month, he shall be brought to the capital. Xie Zhao, upon hearing this, was filled with joy and quickly rose to bow deeply, saying, Thank you, Your Highness. Xue Fengxue nodded slightly and replied, Farewell. Xie Zhao bent even lower, his face concealed beneath his flowing sleeves, struggling to contain his excitement. If the poison were to be remedied, would he? His thoughts abruptly halted. It dawned upon Xie Zhao that the one he cherished was already another's husband. Previously, out of concern for his identity as a man, he had never dared to express his feelings. Yet now, his beloved had married a man, which pierced his heart with sorrow. After Xue Fengxue had descended the tower, Qing Feng helped Xie Zhao to his feet, worry etched across his face. Young master, you were just discussing military affairs with His Highness the King. Why did you not share the hardships you endured in the western regions for this document? The king, too. Even the old woman selling wontons on the street noticed your weight loss, and yet he uttered not a single word of concern. How excessive. Qing Feng, mind your words. Xie Zhao admonished, frowning. The king's status is not something we can openly discuss. Qing Feng, alarmed, quickly assisted the coughing Xie Zhao to sit and poured out a pill from a vial, serving it to him. Qing Feng was also pained for you. Over the years, how many noble ladies and distinguished families have you turned away for the king? Yet, what of the king? Not only did he suddenly wed, but even the letters you sent to the royal residence over the years were penned by his attendants and sent out. Observing his thin figure and the sunken cheeks of his master, Qing Feng could not help but turn away, tears brimming in his eyes. Young master, Qing Feng only feels it is unjust for you. Xie Zhao fell silent at these words. He quietly gazed at the retreating silhouette of Xue Fengxue, as on so many previous occasions, did not look back. Alas, the falling blossoms have intentions, while the flowing water remains indifferent. I have long known that he has never harbored even a fraction of thought for me. A hint of melancholy crossed Xie Zhao's countenance as he sighed softly. However, I'm also quite curious about the character of that Princess Jing. What sort of person could compel the king to willingly marry him? With Xue Fengshue's temperament, had he truly been dissatisfied with this marriage, he would not have accepted the congratulatory gifts prepared by me. Qing Feng fastened a cloak around Xie Zhao, observing his expression while casually remarking, "She is probably not an extraordinary individual. Throughout this journey, I have not heard much praise of her." Xie Zhao chose not to respond. He caressed the steaming teacup, quietly gazing at the mist-enveloped distant mountains. What splendid weather! In the blink of an eye, the season of rain has returned. Do not be anxious, princess. Entering the Dali temple is akin to being in your own home. Shunjiu cheerfully ushered Tan Yu inside. As for the scenarios of prisons, torture, and coerced confessions that Tan Yu had initially envisioned, none of those transpired. Though Shunjiu served the emperor, he possessed his own methodology in handling affairs within the court. For instance, it was customary for the Princess of Jing to be taken for investigation. Yet it was certainly beyond the capacity of the mere Dali temple to detain her for questioning. "Please have a seat. I have a query for you," he stated. Tan Yu shifted nervously in her chair, resembling a rabbit that, having narrowly escaped the jaws of a tiger, found itself ensnared in the lair of a fox. Particularly unsettling was the cunning red fox before her, one of the favored men in the imperial harem, clad in a striking crimson official robe. With eyes that sparkled with mischief, a visage brimming with ulterior motives. In a hushed tone, Tan Yu replied, "You may ask. Thank you for your cooperation, princess. Kindly recount the circumstances of the event in question." Shunjiu sat high above, casually sifting through the documents on the table. "As I understand it, the incident involving Minister Tan arose after he had a private encounter with Her Highness." He gently reminded her, "This case will be reported to the emperor, so I implore you not to conceal any details. Discrepancies in your testimony could spell trouble for both you and the prince." After a moment of silence, Tan Yu elucidated the matter, deliberately omitting any mention of the DX3 incident. Upon hearing that the minister had panicked upon mistakenly believing he had seen his legitimate wife, Shunjiu could not suppress a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. It was unexpected that such a solemn and upright minister harbored such a guilty secret. Appearances can be deceiving. Tan Yu managed a dry laugh. "It seems I have embarrassed you, Master Shun, with family matters." Thus, it appeared that the minister's poor eyesight, compounded by his guilty conscience, was the true cause of his fright, bearing no relation to Her Highness. Shunjiu rendered his verdict, inscribing the details of the case onto the blank document. "You may now await the Prince of Jing to escort you home." Tan Yu's eyes widened slightly. "So, is it to be concluded so hastily?" Perhaps her astonishment was palpable, for Shunjiu could not resist saying, "Do you take our Dali temple for a place where confessions are extorted through coercion?" He bowed his head and marked several names on a list, handing it to the governor beside him. The governor accepted the list, understanding its implications. A brief commotion erupted within the expansive confines of the Dali temple's prison. Half an hour later, the Prince of Jing, returning from outside the city, learned of his princess being brought to the Dali temple, awaiting his heroic intervention. Thus, when the dark and menacing Prince of Jing forcefully kicked open the temple doors, he beheld his wife, the princess, laughing heartily as she wielded an ink-soaked brush, painting a vividly animated turtle on the face of the disheartened Dali temple official. Tan Yu's boisterous laughter abruptly ceased as she caught sight of the handsome man, travel-worn and weary, standing at the entrance. Sporting a similarly adorned painted face, she turned to meet Shui Fengshue's dark, brooding gaze. "Your Highness," she spoke, her voice betraying an evident nervousness. Shui Fengshue's cold gaze swept over, subtly noting the overly intimate distance between the two. He extended his hand, softly calling to Tan Yu, "Princess, come here." Chapter 35. "Fear not, for this time I stand behind you. This humble official pays his respects to your Highness." Shunjiu had not anticipated Shui Fengshue's swift arrival and hurriedly knelt in greeting. At this moment, Shui Fengshue had one arm wrapped around Tan Yu's waist, while the other hand held a handkerchief to wipe the face of the person in his embrace. The young boy slightly tilted his chin upward, revealing a face reminiscent of a charming little cat, allowing the man to tend to him. The damp cloth quickly wiped clean the young princess's face. Yet Shui Fengshue paid no heed to the Dali minister kneeling on the ground, drenched in cold sweat. He replaced the soiled handkerchief with a fresh one, proceeding to meticulously wipe Tan Yu's hands. Shunjiu felt an overwhelming sense of despair. Had he known that the Prince of Jing would catch him in such a compromising position, he would never have dared to draw a turtle on the face of the princess consort. Tan Yu's cheeks were pinched by two slender fingers, and he could sense the villain's rather indifferent mood as he felt a twinge of pain in his face. Once he had finished cleaning Tan Yu's hands, Xue Fengxue cast a condescending glance at the crooked turtle drawn on Shun Jiu's face. It seemed that the Dali court had not been burdened with many cases recently, allowing Lord Shun some leisure time to entertain the prince's consort. Shun Jiu trembled all over, his throat tightening with anxiety. No, this was not the case. He was nearly overwhelmed with work. Alas, the wrathful Prince of Jing would hardly care about his feelings. In light of this, I shall seek an audience with His Majesty tomorrow to request that a portion of the cases from the imperial prison be assigned to the Dali court. What does Lord Shun think of this? Faced with the prince's pointed inquiry, Shun Jiu dared not refuse, gritting his teeth in gratitude. This humble official thanks your highness. Upon witnessing Xue Fengshue's actions, an observer could not help but scoff. Vengeance for the slightest grievance. How petty. Truly, a villain lacking the grace of nobility. I advise you to temper your sharp words. Tan Yu was led away by Xue Fengxue, and while he deeply sympathized with Shun Jiu's tragic fate, all he could do was silently light a candle for him in his heart. My apologies, brother. I dare not speak out, for he is indeed a prince. As they walked, Tan Yu kept his head lowered, his gaze fixated solely on their entwined fingers, swaying gently. How peculiar it appeared. Ah, what a fabulously effeminate way to hold hands. I need to bolster my spirits. Tan Yu restlessly twisted, but before he could free himself, his hand was grasped even more firmly. What was there to hide? If I don't keep an eye on you for a day, trouble ensues. Xue Fengshue's tone was somewhat harsh, causing Tan Yu's struggles to halt momentarily as he recalled Tan Shi's mocking words. How could one be so hypocritical? Tan Yu chuckled in exasperation. Why was it permissible for the Prince of Jing to revel in merrymaking with his beautiful confidant, yet forbidden for him to engage in playful games with new acquaintances? And what was this talk of causing trouble? Had it not been for the villain's refusal to accompany him back home, deceiving him with claims of pressing state affairs, he would not have found himself in such a predicament. Who had made the promise to protect him from harm? Were it not for Shun Jiu's assistance, he might have already found himself imprisoned in the Dali court cells. The more Tan Yu pondered, the angrier he became, and an inexplicable sense of grievance welled up within him. No, your highness is overthinking. I merely have a slight ache in my hand. The young boy's voice was muffled, betraying his low spirits, tinged with a hint of petulance. Xue Fengxue glanced at him, but said nothing, simply lifting him up by the waist and placing him onto the carriage. Following closely behind, he lifted the curtain, indicating for Tan Yu to sit inside obediently. Tan Yu made no resistance. He hung his head low, ready to feign sleep as he boarded the carriage. What are you sulking about now? Tan Yu let out a muffled sound. I wouldn't dare. It was only then that Xue Fengxue noticed Tan Yu's soiled cloak, and the reprimands he had intended to express evaporated. With a resigned sigh, he pulled the person who was nearly pressing his face against the carriage wall into his embrace. What is the matter? Are you frightened? Tan Yu shook his head. It's nothing. I just feel utterly useless, always causing trouble and dragging the prince down with me. I'm so tired. I suddenly don't want to undertake any tasks. Xue Fengxue could not quite grasp why Tan Yu felt this way, as the troubles Tan Yu referred to hardly constituted a burden in his eyes. His earlier brusqueness had stemmed merely from a momentary pause. Lowering his gaze, he caught sight of the boy's slightly chubby cheeks, his delicate, upturned nose, and the luscious, curled lashes that resembled a fan. But why was that? It was because he disliked the radiant smile Tan Yu wore when facing Shun Jiu. He preferred Tan Yu's demeanor with him, which was imbued with caution and an eagerness to please. It felt akin to adopting a cat, nurturing it with care, yet finding it too timid to show affection, while it freely purred and rubbed against strangers. Forget it. I'll let it go this time. Xue Fengxue gently caressed Tan Yu's cheek with his thumb. He intentionally brushed against those curled lashes, prompting Tan Yu to open his eyes, revealing his striking, glistening green cat-like irises. Tan Yu blinked, appearing quite easy to coax. Thank you, Your Highness, for coming to fetch me. Such a good boy. Your eyes are truly beautiful. as Shui Fengxue gazed into those eyes, reflecting his own delight. An overwhelming sense of satisfaction washed over him. Regardless of the circumstances, the essence remained. Once entrusted to him, how he treated and managed the individual was entirely his prerogative. Unfortunately, the little cat was bullied by that so-called family upon its first return home, and as much as he couldn't bear to punish the little cat, it meant the instigator would have to face consequences. Before Tan Yu could fully recover from Shui Fengshue's compliment, he found himself suddenly lifted onto the prince's lap, and a large hand began to explore his body, much like one would pet a cat. Tan Yu widened his eyes in shock, his hair bristling. How could things have escalated to this? Ah, he asked, touching me. DX3 teased, darling, from the very beginning, I never claimed the antagonist was a straight man. I merely stated that he died a virgin, a king who never fell for anyone. He. DX3's playful demeanor ignited a spark of frustration within Tan Yu. Your Highness. Tan Yu shivered, pressing down on the large hand that lingered on his lower back. He buried his flushed face in Shui Fengshue's neck, hearing the soft laughter emanate from the man's throat. Help me. It turns out he is the only one who is homophobic. Tan Yu, now resembling a cooked shrimp, wanted to flee but dared not move, instead curling up in the antagonist's embrace. We arrived at the minister's residence. Don't be afraid. This time I'll have your back. The deep voice resonated in his ear, the warmth seemingly enveloping him. Tan Yu sprang from his embrace like a startled cat. Shui Fengxue, witnessing his panicked demeanor, could not help but smile faintly. He casually brushed off the non-existent cat hair from his attire. Are you no longer interested in your mother's dowry? Tan Yu, covering his face, quickly regained his composure upon hearing this. Wait, the matter at hand is of utmost importance. Whatever concerns about one's sexuality can wait. After all, he would never surrender his precious posterior. Meanwhile, the scene within the vice minister's residence was equally bustling. Upon returning from outside the city, Shui Fengxue had dispatched a group to the vice minister's estate ahead of time, even bringing along the chief physician from the imperial hospital, who had been idly wandering outside the palace. As Tan Yu and Shui Fengxue entered, they were met with the sight of Tan Shui by Rome, and the unconscious vice minister surrounded by a group of imposing, dark-faced men. In the center, an elderly physician was administering acupuncture to the vice minister using silver needles. As everyone knelt in reverence to Prince Jing, Tan Yu did not miss the fleeting look of astonishment and panic on Tan Shui's face upon seeing him unharmed. The charlatan doctor summoned by the vice minister had already collapsed in fright, having been thoroughly intimidated by Prince Jing. By Rome's lips trembled, clearly in distress. Tan Shui knelt nearby, watching as the physician inserted the needle into his father's head. He was utterly exhausted, both physically and mentally. No one knew that upon his enthusiastic visit to the third prince's residence, he had stumbled upon his beloved passionately kissing another man in a pavilion. In his confusion, he had recognized the man's profile, which bore a striking resemblance to Tan Yu's. With the second needle slowly piercing, the vice minister let out an anguished cry. He then opened his eyes, his gaze wandering, his lips moving, his voice hoarse and dry. What has happened to me? Chapter 36. The adorable little cat go on, keep pretending, Tan Yu scoffed. He had anticipated that his scoundrel of a father, having endured the sordid affairs of the court, would not possess such a fragile constitution. Even if initially startled by himself and DX3, it was implausible that he would remain fainted for so long. Your Excellency, I pay my respects to the prince, the official said. How's Lord Tan? Has he been diagnosed? Director Zhao slowly withdrew the needle. In response to the prince, Lord Tan has merely suffered a fright. It is not severe. If necessary, a few days of restorative herbs will suffice. The implication was clear. It was nothing of consequence. Shui Fengxue raised an eyebrow, a light chuckle escaping his lips. Oh, since it is not serious, why then did Lord Tan spit blood and remain unconscious for several hours? Director Zhao hesitated for a moment before opting for the truth. I do not know. That would require asking Lord Tan himself. With each word spoken by Director Zhao, the vice minister's complexion grew paler until he was left looking ashen, drenched in sweat. Shui Fengshue's gaze settled upon the trembling vice minister. His tone remained calm, yet for some reason, it felt particularly chilling. Lord Tan, I shall ask, and you shall answer. The vice minister nodded, trembling in fear, and acquiesced. Since you remain unscathed, what punishment do you deserve for your lady and this young master conspicuously sending my royal consort to the Dali temple for interrogation, leaving her in a state of lingering terror? With these words, the assistant minister Tan hastily knelt, striking his forehead against the ground with a dull thud. Forgive me, my lord. Forgive me, my lady. He raised his head, revealing a forehead marred with deep purples and reds, even seeping with faint traces of blood. Noticing that Xue Fengxue remained silent, Tan, disregarding everything else, seized by Rome, who was kneeling beside him, and struck her twice with great force. The sharp sound echoed through the room. In the midst of Bai Rong's resentful glare, Tan gritted his teeth, pulled Tan Shui from the ground, and raised his hand to deliver another heavy slap. This one resonated even louder than the previous two. Moreover, he grasped Tan Shui by the hair and forced him to bow deeply at Tan Yu's feet, compelling him to strike his head against the ground 3 times. My lady, it is my failure as a father that has led to this offense against you. Tan, still holding Tan Shui's mouth shut despite his swollen face and forehead, felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation. My lady, you possess a generous heart. Your brother is but a fool. His father begs for your forgiveness. I implore you to spare him. For no father in this world would ever lower himself to seek forgiveness from his son. Tan Yu was astonished by the severity with which Tan treated his son. In the original tale, this wretched father was merely neglectful toward Tan Yu, while he had doted on his youngest son without restraint. Over the years, he had not even scolded him once. Watching Tan Shui fall into despair, his eyes vacant, Tan Yu felt a wave of disgust wash over him. He took the initiative to clasp Xue Fengshue's hand and address the pleading Tan. No, I demand he kneel at the ancestral hall for 3 days, without water or food, and he must compensate me for the cloak at market price. This finally elicited a response from Xue Fengxue. He lowered his gaze, scrutinizing the trio that had forced Tan Yu into such filial disgrace. After a long pause, Xue Fengxue spoke coldly. Since the lady has interceded on your behalf, your death sentence is commuted, but you shall not escape living punishment. He shot a glance at Tan Shui. You shall receive an additional 20 lashes. Lord Tan, I hope you remember that the lady is first and foremost my consort, and only thereafter your son. The warning hung over him like a noose tightening around his neck, akin to a sharp blade poised above. In the end, Assistant Minister Tan, along with the Tan household, bowed deeply. I shall certainly heed your lordship's admonitions. The dowry of the original consort was effortlessly returned in full. As the gates of the minister's residence closed, Tan Yu turned back, locking eyes with Tan Shui, whose gaze was filled with venom and malice. Tan Yu understood that he could not remain an outsider in this narrative. Whether confronting the forces of fate that protected the protagonist or altering the outcomes for himself and the antagonist, these were tasks Tan Yu must undertake. Fortunately, he was not alone in his struggle. Congratulations on completing the returning home storyline and reclaiming the original mistress's dowry, thus increasing the plot completion by 1. Please continue to strive for excellence. DX3 broadcasted the main system's message, filling Tan Yu's mind with a flurry of grand fireworks. You did wonderfully. You accomplished the task without any injuries this time. Tan Yu felt somewhat bewildered by DX3's affectionate praise, as he had rarely experienced such exaggerated commendation before. The warmth of these compliments made him blush, a reaction that did not go unnoticed by the sharp-eyed antagonist. Are you happy? Xue Fengxue seemed genuinely fond of holding him. At this moment, he performed the most common gesture, enveloping Tan Yu in his embrace, securely seated upon his lap. Due to the intimacy of this awkward position, Tan Yu, when fatigued or sleepy, could only nestle against Xue Fengshue's neck and shoulder like a fledgling. Tan Yu protested, but his objections were futile. In fact, his lips were playfully bitten by Xue Fengxue, who, like a playful cat, unexpectedly nipped at Tan Yu's lips. One hand gripped the back of his neck, leaving him no chance to escape, while the other hand caressed his lower back, pressing him closer into his embrace. As Tan Yu's defenses weakened due to trembling, Shui Fengxue seized the opportunity to easily pry open his tightly clenched jaws. This was swiftly followed by a passionate conquest, a kiss that unfolded effortlessly. Tan Yu's mouth was held in a kiss that left him breathless, his chin aching, and drool glistening on his delicate jawline. Shui Fengshue's gaze deepened, almost instinctual in its intensity. Inside the carriage, the sporadic sounds of sticky kisses filled the air. Eventually, the carriage meandered its way to the Prince Jing's residence. Tan Yu glared with reddened eyes, his lips swollen and bruised, and a small cut on his tongue throbbed painfully. This injury was a result of an encounter with an official under Shui Fengshue's command, who had reported some political decisions. Yet, Shui Fengshue's lips remained restless, continuously kissing him, which was quite terrifying. In his fright, Tan Yu accidentally bit his own tongue. By the time he regained his wits, the official had already departed. All that lingered in Tan Yu's mind were two words: "Oh dear." He lamented, why had the heavens allowed a pure-hearted man like himself to traverse into such a novel? Two grown men kissing was one thing if intoxicated, but how could such a collision of lips occur under the bright daylight? The straight man remained silent, overwhelmed by despair. Thus, the despairing straight man said nothing, merely casting a despondent gaze at the architect of his misfortune. Ironically, the culprit misinterpreted the youthful glare from those beautiful round eyes as a display of soft affection, thus pinching the little cat's chin and bestowing upon him a reward kiss. Chapter 37. Still angry at this king? Meanwhile, the minister's residence, having finally bid farewell to the formidable Prince Jing, was far from tranquil. Tan Minister's behavior plunged the perpetually cherished Tan Shu into deep self-doubt. The beloved has found a substitute in the very person he despises most, and his father, who dotes on him, not only strikes him but also forces him to kneel before Tan Yu, begging for forgiveness. One incident after another unfolds, all because of a single individual, the wretched creature who was meant to perish in the Prince Jing's residence. Tan Shui lies in bed, her delicate face swollen and bruised, her forehead covered in a dark, pungent ointment that emits an unpleasant odor. Byron, too, has swollen cheeks. She sits at the bedside, grasping her precious son's hand, weeping softly. "Enough! Mother, please stop crying." Tan Shui, enduring the overpowering stench emanating from her own face, exclaims impatiently, "Your weeping only intensifies my headache." Byron, fearing that Tan Shui might injure himself further, quickly wipes her tears, forcing a smile. "Mother will not cry anymore. It is all my fault. My inadequacy has caused you to suffer." Tan Shui irritably interrupts, "What good does it do to say that now?" Byron dares not provoke his anger any longer. After all, she has invested all her hopes in this single son. "Well then, I shall not disturb your rest. If you feel unwell, call for someone. I will wait for you outside. Get out." Tan Shui retorts ungratefully, throwing a pillow forcefully at Byron. "And you useless servants, all of you get out. Leave." The sound of shattering porcelain fills the air as the servants, who had been standing by to attend to their master, can only endure his outburst. By the time Tan Shui exhausts his fury and they are ushered out, many bear visible marks of his wrath. "Today, I must apologize to you. My son is still young and does not understand. When he lashes out at you, do not take it to heart. He will tire of it soon enough." Byron forces a smile, trying to maintain the dignity of the matriarch. "Now, each of you go to the steward and say it is my command. You shall each receive 5 taels of silver." Though her son is unaware, she understands well the significance of loyalty among the servants in her household after years of managing the inner quarters. Sure enough, the servants, who had initially harbored resentment, felt gratitude upon hearing of the reward. 5 taels, no less. They knew they could hardly save that much, even with a year of frugality. "Madam, you are too gracious. It is merely our clumsiness that provoke your anger. To have the honor of your esteemed presence, venting your frustration upon us, is indeed a privilege." Indeed. Unaware of the commotion outside, Tan Shui clutches a doll the size of a palm, its surface densely covered with silver needles. That despicable creature shall pay dearly for this. Upon returning to Prince Jing's residence, Tan Yu, with a flushed face, immediately retreats to her chamber, slamming the door shut with a resounding bang. Outside, The smiling Prince Jing nearly has his nose broken by the door, alongside the astonished members of the royal household. What on earth has transpired? Their princess goes out for a brief moment, only to return and throw a tantrum, shutting the prince out. Xue Fengxue, however, remains unfazed. In his mind lingered the youthful, dreamy eyes of a boy in the carriage, his rosy cheeks, and the soft, sweet breath that accompanied him. The little kitten, all fluffed up, was undeniably adorable. Thus, His Highness, the Prince Jing, felt at ease as he retreated to his study, diligently addressing the accumulated state affairs that had piled up over the better part of the day. By the time Xue Fengxue lifted her sore neck, the study had been illuminated by bright candlelight. Glancing outside, she realized that the sky had darkened at some point. Despite the passage of time, there had been no sound from the bedroom, not even a single word of concern. Xue Fengxue, suddenly aware of something amiss, proceeded to cleanse herself behind the screen in the study and changed into her nightgown. Did the princess know of my visit to Xie Zhao outside the city today? Outside the screen, Steward Wu, bowing slightly, dared not lie. Yes, it was said by Gu Jiu that the young master of the minister's residence did it intentionally. Xue Fengxue responded softly, not displaying the anger that Steward Wu had anticipated. My discussions with Xie Zhao were of a serious nature. There is no need to conceal them from her henceforth. These matters are not confidential. Should the princess wish to know, you may tell her the truth. Clad in her snow-white nightgown, she stood beside the flickering candlelight, the warm glow illuminating her overly cold and indifferent face, yet revealing an abundance of tenderness. This was to prevent the princess's character from spiraling into wild thoughts, which might lead her to illness again. Though it seemed like a complaint, the underlying concern was evident, and Steward Wu felt a sense of relief in his heart. Rest assured, my lord, I will ensure it is done. Observing Xue Fengxue's expression, he tentatively inquired, It is getting late. Should you not retire, perhaps to check on the princess? Under normal circumstances, Steward Wu would never dare to make such a suggestion. Yet he sensed a strong desire from the prince to return and rest. Thus, believing himself to be perceptive, Steward Wu offered a way out. Naturally, Xue Fengxue accepted the implied suggestion, clearing her throat slightly. Very well, let us do as you say and return. Inside the room, Tanyu had buried herself beneath the covers upon entering, her demeanor suggesting she was intent on smothering herself, unwilling to relent. Baby, it's truly not the villainess' fault. How could you be so adorable even when angry? Such a charming little kitten was destined to be adored to death by the wickedly handsome human. Tanyu rolled over in her cocoon, her hair in disarray. DX3, you and T be in cahoots with the villain, would you? Impossible. Baby, that was my other personality taking over. It wasn't T truly me. Of course. I am on your side. Upon hearing this, Tanyu nodded slowly, gratified. That is more like it, DX3. You absolutely must not betray me. DX3 felt as if her heart might melt. Betray? How could that be? With hands on her hips, DX3 declared in my eyes. The villain is nothing but a dead weight. A shameless rogue. A lecherous man. The more Tanyu listened, the more she felt something was amiss. Hastily interrupting, No, it's not that serious. It's all in the past. She pondered for a moment and arrived at a very objective conclusion. In truth, aside from the endearing flaw of cherishing his loved ones, the antagonist possesses commendable qualities. Perhaps we ought to refrain from such remarks. DX3, with a haughty turn of his head, declared, While it is only natural to desire affection from one's beloved, I hold in contempt his underhanded tactics that exploit others. Were it not for his lack of a physical form, he would be infuriated. How could this arrogant and aloof villain possibly take precedence? At that moment, the haughty and indifferent antagonist had already pushed open the bedroom door. Suddenly, without any forewarning, the tall figure enveloped Tanyu in his embrace, lifting him effortlessly. A moment later, his trembling eyelashes were graced by a gentle kiss from moist lips. Again, another kiss. A deep voice whispered close to his ear, Are you still upset with me? Tanyu flared with indignation once more. Chapter 38. Do not scold me. I am frightened. Now, it was Tanyu's turn to be perplexed. Upset? What was there to be upset about? He reached out to push Xue Fengxue's shoulder, hoping to extricate himself, only to find himself held even tighter. His reluctance to engage with Feng Shui stemmed from his distaste for the man's propensity to embrace and kiss at the slightest disagreement. Yet, constrained by their respective roles and the task at hand, he dared not resist, feeling utterly stifled. This king encountered a friend outside the city today. Finally, Tan Yu managed to wriggle free from his grasp, darting to the corner of the bed like a nimble rabbit, pressing his back against the wall, his large eyes darting about. I understand. Where you go is your personal affair. Why share this with me? Are you warning me not to entertain any improper thoughts? In that instant, a dramatic scenario unfolded in Tan Yu's mind. Though I have married you and shared intimacy, do not entertain any illusions. For my heart already belongs to another. Thus, if that is the case, when you feel the urge to kiss, could you possibly choose someone else? Tan Yu truly wanted to shout, please, I am merely a straight man wishing to return home, and I cannot afford to anger you. Feng Shui remained silent for a prolonged moment. His jet-black eyes scrutinized Tan Yu's wary expression, attempting to discern any hint of unnatural emotion. Unfortunately, he found none. The youth appeared genuinely indifferent. Suddenly, Feng Shui chuckled softly, tenderly brushing the boy's eyelashes. Do you know? Why mention this? If your displeasure does not stem from jealousy regarding Xie Zhao, then it must be because of me. This realization irked Feng Shui. His gaze shifted to a dangerous intensity, and his demeanor transformed from gentle to one of cold indifference and dominance. So you're not upset because of jealousy over Xie Zhao, but rather because I have kissed you? The final words dripped with frost. Tan Yu was taken aback by his abrupt change in tone, standing frozen. Only when someone lifted his chin, forcing him to gaze into those swirling dark eyes, did he suddenly come to his senses. Quickly soothe him. The darkening aura is escalating. Tan Yu realized he could not afford to provoke the antagonist further. If he were to confront the villain too soon, how could he leverage his power to rewrite the conclusion? He closed his eyes, and this seemingly trivial gesture was interpreted by Feng Shui as an acquiescence. He let out a cold laugh, suddenly realizing that he was being overly sentimental. Indeed, it seemed he was destined to live this way. Everyone who drew near to him ultimately departed, just as his father had cursed him on his deathbed. The hand that had been gripping his chin loosened slightly, and Feng Shui no longer looked at him, turning to leave. Please don't be fierce with me. It frightens me. A voice, imbued with a playful lilt, emerged from behind him, followed by the gradual approach of a warm, petite form. Feng Shui froze in his movement, halting his steps. Your Highness, I'm tired. May I sleep now? The person behind him persisted in their endearing plea. No, perhaps it was not mere coaxing. Tan Yu was simply speaking normally. Yet, for reasons unknown, every word that fell upon Feng Shui's ears felt as if it were brushed with feathers, lightly caressing him. Where those words passed, a delightful tingling arose. Enough, DX3. Please turn off the current. Tan Yu complained within his mind. My hands are getting numb. I lack the strength. Oh dear, darling, isn't this immediate effect? DX3 replied with a mischievous grin. I just enhance your voice. It sounds like a kitten purring, guaranteed to leave any male antagonist utterly powerless. It became evident that Feng Shui was indeed a man. As he was pressed against the side, arms crossed neatly over his abdomen, Tan Yu recognized this truth profoundly. It was undeniably effective, for the antagonist finally refrained from making any advances. Just look at this distance. One could easily fit an entire galaxy in between. Tan Yu was thoroughly pleased. Thus, he soon succumbed to a sweet slumber. Yet, inexplicably, as he slept, his beautiful dreams morphed into nightmares. For in his dreams, he found himself ensnared by a massive, pitch-black python, its cold, unyielding body wrapping him tightly from head to toe, nearly suffocating him. The enormous serpent's head rested at his neck, its horrifying golden vertical pupils fixated on him, while its icy tongue occasionally brushed against his cheek, bringing a damp chill. When Tan Yu awoke from this harrowing sleep, he discovered that his nightclothes were drenched in sweat, as if he had indeed spent an entire night entwined with a giant serpent. The space beside him had grown cold, indicating that someone had risen early once again. Yawning, he noticed Steward Wu entering with shoes in hand. while Yuan Bao carried a clean fox fur cloak. "Your Highness, you are awake," Steward Wu beamed. "The prince said this morning that he was going to court and asked me to inform you. Please change your clothes. Breakfast is ready." As Tan Yu yawned again, he finally grasped the significance of what he had heard. Why would the antagonist feel compelled to inform me of his whereabouts? After breakfast, Tan Yu went to inspect the dowry sent from the original owner's mother. Comparing it against the list, he found it to be more than adequate. This fulfilled a significant wish that the character Tan Yu had not accomplished before his demise in the narrative. Congratulations, darling, on successfully reclaiming the missing dowry, effectively flapping the wings of the butterfly. The plot has now reached completion stage 7. Please keep up the good work. With a gleam of joy in her eyes, Tan Yu blinked. Having savored an exceptionally delightful breakfast, her spirits soared further upon seeing the freshly laundered cloak. The white fox fur cloak bore numerous stains from pastries, and Tan Yu understood that even in modern times, with an array of detergents available, it would be quite a challenge to achieve such cleanliness overnight. "Butler Wu, who laundered this cloak?" she inquired, surprised that Tan Yu had taken note of this detail. Butler Wu hastily summoned the person responsible for its cleaning. To his astonishment, it was a petite girl named Xiaoya. Though clad in coarse linen, her attire was impeccably clean and tidy, pleasing Tan Yu at first glance. "Do not be nervous. I called you here merely to express my gratitude for your excellent work," she reassured. Instantly, Butler Wu comprehended that the mistress intended to bestow a reward. Yuan Bao placed a hefty ingot of silver into the girl's hands. Yet she remained unmoved by the substantial sum, having just received 20 taels from the princess the previous day, who praised her loyalty and bravery, deeming her worthier than this laundry girl. Xiaoya, trembling, expressed her thanks. As Tan Yu conversed with her, she noticed the girl's weathered frostbite scars. "Yuan Bao, fetch some ointment for a frostbite, and from now on, refrain from doing laundry. The kitchen is in need of an assistant. You may serve there instead." Tan Yu's eyes brightened as she suddenly recalled this segment of the plot. In the original text, the protagonist encountered his third admirer here, who would later become a significant ally in defeating the antagonist and ascending to the throne. "I wish to visit the marketplace. Butler, please prepare a carriage for me." "Your Highness, would you not bring a few more people?" Yuan Bao asked as Tan Yu fastened the cloak's clasp. "I merely wish to stroll. Your company suffices." Butler Wu hesitated. "The prince is concerned for your safety and specifically instructed that you be accompanied by a guard." Tan Yu's visit to the West Market primarily aimed at fulfilling a task, which carried certain risks, and she preferred to go unaccompanied. "Butler, yesterday at the Dali Temple, I heard Lord Shen mention a newly arrived caravan from the western regions at the West Market, selling peculiar items. I wish to select a gift for the prince." Tan Yu drooped her eyelids, her expression pitiful. "Butler, if there are too many people outside, the prince will surely find out, and my surprise will be ruined." Seeing her disheartened demeanor melted Butler Wu's heart. He dared not insist further and could only implore Yuan Bao to take good care of the mistress. Yuan Bao promptly agreed. "All right, we shall depart now and return swiftly," Tan Yu exclaimed, eagerly pulling Yuan Bao into the carriage, her small face beaming with joy, not forgetting to urge the coachman. "Uncle, please hurry." The West Market had flourished since the establishment of the Great Zhou dynasty, now thriving more than ever. Although dawn had only just broken, the wide streets were already lined with an array of stalls, and the sounds of vendors calling out filled the air. Tan Yu ambled along, stopping occasionally to enter a shop, only to emerge after a while. Seemingly casual, her gaze was constantly scanning the crowd in search of something. In the depths of her heart, Tan Yu felt a twinge of anxiety, for this opportunity was of utmost significance. Should she succeed, the likelihood of accomplishing her task would be greatly enhanced. "Young master, would you care to see this longevity lock?" The vendor's eyes narrowed into slits, reminiscent of a predator spotting its prey. He watched as this exquisitely dressed youth meandered through the streets, accompanied by a servant burdened with an assortment of impractical trinkets, and concluded that the boy was a simpleton, ripe for deception. Tan Yu's attention was drawn to a delicate silver longevity lock she had inadvertently picked up. It was elegantly crafted, fastened with a crimson cord, and adorned with the image of an auspicious mythical beast, the Qilin. It felt slightly weighty in her hand, its surface smooth and refined. Look at what you hold. Oh, dear young master, your discerning eye is truly remarkable, the vendor exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with flattery. This silver is sourced from the mines of the western regions, and I assure you, I'm the only seller in all of West City. This is the last one I have. As Tan Yu surveyed her surroundings, she inquired casually, how much is it? Sensing her burgeoning interest, the vendor hastily added, for you. The last one comes with a discount. He raised his hand in a gesture of triumph, grinning broadly. Just 2 taels of silver. Shall I wrap it for you? 2 taels of silver. Tan Yu snapped back to reality, scrutinizing the diminutive longevity lock in her grasp, which equated to 2,000 renminbi. For such a hollow piece of silver? With a decisive motion, she returned the longevity lock to the table. Thank you, but I must decline. My family is impoverished and I cannot afford it. The vendor, taken aback, gazed at Tan Yu's fair and delicate countenance, then shifted his gaze to the luxurious fox fur draped over him and the extravagant items held by his servant. For a moment, he was utterly bewildered. Wait, young master. If you do not wish to purchase, surely you jest? You are clearly a wealthy young master, and the gem on your fur coat could purchase this entire street. Tan Yu shook her head earnestly. Vendor, you must not assume my youth renders me gullible. No matter how precious this longevity lock may be, it cannot exceed 1 tael of silver. Moreover, I genuinely have no money. She revealed the 8 coins of silver remaining in her possession, having spent lavishly earlier, and added, I do not have the final say in my household. The vendor was momentarily rendered speechless, his expression a tapestry of confusion as he regarded the 8 coins in the youthful palm. Would you still desire it? I could part with it for 8 coins. Tan Yu blinked, pondering for a moment, her hesitation palpable. But who would wear it? The vendor, growing frantic, racked his brain. He had not made a single sale all day and was determined not to let this naive and affluent customer slip away. What if I shorten the cord and craft it into a bracelet? You might gift it to your brother or younger sibling, wearing on your wrist. The qilin symbolizes good fortune. Surely, wearing it will bring you increasing luck. As he spoke, he did not wait for Tan Yu's refusal, but swiftly removed the original red cord and began fashioning the longevity lock into a bracelet. Tan Yu still wished to voice her thoughts. Suddenly, a commotion erupted ahead. Make way! Quickly make way! A magnificent white steed, seemingly startled by some unseen terror, charged recklessly down the street. Upon its back sat a man garbed in resplendent robes, frantically pulling at the reins. Make way! The pedestrians scattered like startled birds, terrified of being trampled beneath the powerful hooves of the horse, while the vendors hastily retreated with their stalls. The horse galloped forward with reckless abandon, and in a moment of quick thinking, Tan Yu swiftly pushed a nearby gold ingot out of harm's way. Just as he intended to dodge aside, his peripheral vision caught sight of an elderly woman, trembling and leaning on a cane, standing frozen in the middle of the road, utterly paralyzed by fear. The man atop the horse fell to the ground, his eyes widening in alarm. Watch out! Get away! The startled white horse, amidst the fearful gazes of onlookers, raised its hooves high, aiming directly at the elderly woman in the street. Be careful! Without a moment's hesitation, Tan Yu surged forward, an inexplicable surge of strength propelling him as he embraced the woman. They tumbled toward a nearby grain cart. Pain shot through Tan Yu's arm as it scraped against the wooden surface of the cart, but he had no time to dwell on such matters. Are you all right, madam? He asked, concern etched across his face as he assessed her condition. The elderly woman, still trembling with shock, managed a weak smile. I'm fine, just an old bone, but I've troubled this kind-hearted child. Before she could finish her words, the rapid sound of hooves approached once more. Grandmother! Tan Yu looked up to see a young man clad in a crimson robe dismounting with urgency, his face a mask of worry as he rushed towards them. He was extraordinarily handsome, with striking features and a hint of rebelliousness in his demeanor. This was the important character mentioned by DX3, the young lord of the Dingbei Marquisate. Xiaoyu. In the original narrative, this young lord was known for his arrogant and indulgent nature, a notorious playboy in the capital. Yet, beneath this facade lay a man of true integrity and chivalry. In a tale of pure, unrequited love, he played the role of the tragic second male lead. Xiaoyu is currently fawning over his grandmother, I'm so relieved you're all right. If anything had happened to you on the street, not only would I be devastated, but my parents would surely break my legs. The elderly woman chuckled. I'm fine. It was this child who saved me. At that moment, Tanyu happened to look up, their eyes locking for a brief instant. In that fleeting moment, Xiaoyu's face flushed a deep crimson. Hello, Tanyu said with a slight smile. You too. It seems you're the one who saved my grandmother. Xiaoyu's ears turned red. Thank you, young master, for your gallant assistance. May I inquire your name and where you reside? I would like to personally express my gratitude with a gift on another day. There is no need for that, Tanyu replied, wishing to keep his information private. His purpose for venturing out today was solely to prevent the protagonist from meeting Xiaoyu. With that objective achieved, he felt it was time to return. I wish that today, another person could take my place and act as I do. Farewell. Tanyu's demeanor was restrained and aloof as he gestured for Yuanbao to follow and turned to leave. Xiaoyu gazed at his retreating figure, recalling the mesmerizing green eyes they had locked onto for a fleeting moment. In that instant, the surrounding world seemed to fade, and the bustling crowd around them receded like a tide. It felt as though only those round, cat-like eyes remained, accompanied by the gentle, melodic timbre of the youth's voice. Reflecting on this, Xiaoyu extended his hand to press against his chest. Yet, the heart within him continued to thrum insistently, questioning the essence of infatuation. Uncertain where this newfound courage stemmed from, as Tanyu's figure began to dissolve into the throngs of people, Xiaoyu suddenly dashed forward, impulsively seizing Tanyu's arm. Wait, at the very least, tell me your name. Just as Tanyu was about to respond, he involuntarily let out a sharp gasp. Xiaoyu, ever perceptive, quickly grasped Tanyu's wrist and rolled up his sleeve, frowning. You're hurt? Tanyu then realized that during the earlier rescue, his arm had been grazed by a sharp wooden plank, and blood had already seeped through his thin sleeve. Yuanbao gasped, young master. Why didn't you mention you were injured? Tanyu instinctively broke free from Xiaoyu's grip, hastily letting his sleeve fall to conceal the wound. He reiterated to Xiaoyu, I'm fine. This minor injury is inconsequential. You should hurry back to check on your grandmother. How can I not care? Xiaoyu frowned, his urgency unmistakable. If it weren't for saving my grandmother, you wouldn't be injured. As a distinguished young marquis, how could I abandon my benefactor? Tanyu felt a hint of exasperation. Really, it's unnecessary. I can manage this small wound with the house physician later. If I return late and encounter the antagonist, this injury will be difficult to explain. Wait, my name is Xiaoyu, the impetuous young marquis said, pressing his lips together, instinctively reaching out, unwilling to let Tanyu depart so easily. Can you come with me to the clinic? I will have the finest doctor in the capital attend to you. Tanyu's patience wore thin. Young marquis, please refrain from touching me. Why, yes, I apologize, Xiaoyu exclaimed, retracting his hand as if scalded. Then take this. If you encounter trouble in the future, come to the Dingyuan Marquisate, and I will certainly do my utmost to assist you. Xiaoyu, his ears flushed with embarrassment, removed the jade pendant from his waist and pressed it into Tanyu's hand. This isn't worth much. Surely you can accept it? How could the jade pendant, worn by the young marquis of the Dingyuan Marquisate, not hold value? This is something one must not accept, based on my reading experience. Accepting it leads to inescapable entanglements. Tanyu thought likewise. Just as he intended to refuse, a familiar voice echoed from behind them. What's happening here? Tanyu stiffened, slowly turning around. There stood Xue Fengxue at a short distance, surrounded by armor guards, clad in a dark python robe with his ink-black hair bound high. His countenance was as frosty as the winter's chill. His gaze swept between Tanyu and Xiaoyu, ultimately landing on the blood-stained sleeve, his eyes darkening with concern. Your Highness, Tanyu murmured, pressing his lips together, instinctively leaning closer to him. Xiaoyu was left momentarily stunned. He suddenly became aware of something, and his body reacted swiftly as he respectfully performed a bow. Your Highness. Xue Fengxue appeared indifferent, disregarding Xiaoyu, and instead grasped Tanyu's wrist, turning to leave. Xiaoyu stood rooted to the spot, gazing at the intimate silhouettes of the two, unable to regain his composure for a long while. He recalled the boy's evasive glance moments ago and the glaring wound on his arm, a surge of indescribable emotions flooding his heart. On the way back to the manor, Shui Fengxue fixated on the high-rolled sleeves of Tan Yu, his gaze lingering on the striking wound upon the delicate white arm, his brow furrowed in concern. Tan Yu cautiously leaned closer, yet Shui Fengxue seemed oblivious to his presence. As Tan Yu hurriedly entered the room and closed the door, he was abruptly seized by the shoulder and pressed against it. "Stand still." The man's commanding voice brooked no refusal. Tan Yu's eyelids fluttered, his back firmly against the door. With a swift motion, Shui Fengxue unfastened his belt. "You risked your own safety to save another?" he inquired, as he forcefully removed the jade buckle from the belt and slowly folded the embroidered golden belt, gripping it tightly. Shui Fengxue advanced towards him, leaning in to ask, "Is this how I have taught you?" Tan Yu recoiled in fear. "I speak." Shui Fengxue inquired methodically, "Yes or no?" "No, it isn't." Tan Yu's voice trembled, overwhelmed by the expressionless gaze of Shui Fengxue, especially as this imposing figure cornered him into an inescapable position. "I'm sorry." Tan Yu cautiously lifted his head, his tearful eyes meeting Shui Fengxue's. "I won't do it again." "I have no interest in your assurances," Shui Fengxue retorted coldly, turning to the table to retrieve some rice paper from the drawer. "Come here." Tan Yu obediently approached. Shui Fengxue gestured for him to sit on his lap, though reluctant. Tan Yu complied, shifting awkwardly into position. In the next moment, darkness enveloped Tan Yu as something long and black obscured his vision. It was Shui Fengxue's belt. The light gradually faded from his sight, ultimately succumbing to an endless void, prompting immediate panic within Tan Yu. "Your Highness." His wrists were firmly grasped by a large hand, and he soon felt the loosening of his waist. His belt had been unfastened. A sharp sting radiated from his wrists as the embroidered belt was tied behind his back. Shui Fengxue executed all of this in silence, seemingly resolute in his intention to discipline Tan Yu. Amidst Tan Yu's anxiousness, he felt a gentle hand cautiously lifting his sleeve, a cool medicinal powder being sprinkled upon it. The villain's ostentatious display of binding himself was merely to administer medicine. Tan Yu's tense back gradually relaxed, and as the powder dissolved, the pain in his arm became increasingly pronounced. He could not help but lean fully against Shui Fengxue, like a kitten irresistibly drawn to the chilling fragrance emanating from his master. It seems that this flavor brings him a sense of tranquility. His forehead received a kiss, as if rewarded. "Ah, my legs have gone numb, Your Highness." Shui Fengxue chuckled softly. "Is that so?" Although his voice was filled with tenderness. If Tan Yu could see at this moment, he would discover the chilling darkness lurking in the depths of the man holding him. Unfortunately, Tan Yu remained unaware, merely shifting his legs and nodding. Indeed, they are quite numb. Shui Fengxue's lips curled slightly. He caressed the beautiful youth's soft cheek, one hand supporting his lower back, and gently said, "Since that is the case, then." Chapter 41. Arrival of wealth. Before Tan Yu could react, in the next instant, he felt his body suspended, lying across Shui Fengxue's knee. A strong hand gently pressed down on his lower back, lifting him higher. Beneath his waistband, Tan Yu's eyes widened in shock, his mouth slightly agape, frozen in place like a cat caught by the scruff of its neck. "Here it comes again. Were you a kindergarten teacher in your past life, villain?" DX3 displayed an oddly affectionate monkey emoji on the screen. "I will report this to the authorities. I will report this to the authorities." Tan Yu, so absurd. "Don't move." Shui Fengxue lowered his gaze, darkness swirling in his eyes. "Stay still." From his elevated position, he could admire the quivering, slender back of the youth, gradually tapering into a waist delicate enough to be grasped by a single hand. A crisp sound echoed. Tan Yu flushed crimson, resembling a cooked shrimp, wanting to struggle, yet afraid to, fearing punishment. It was not painful, but exceedingly embarrassing. Were the circumstances different, he would have yearned to switch places with the villain, wishing to convey his feelings. Seeing him settle down, Shui Fengxue ceased his movements. A rustling sound of flipping pages filled the air as he proceeded to handle official business in this peculiar position. With this realization, Tan Yu suddenly found himself at a loss for words. Truly, the villain lived up to his reputation. "Your Highness, I feel somewhat unwell." Tan Yu could see nothing, only an expanse of darkness before him. He was inherently insecure, and in this moment, the only person he could touch was indifferent to his plight. In an instant, a blend of emotions surged within him, and the sensation of nausea rose immediately. "Your Highness, I wish to vomit. Could you refrain from this?" He began to squirm like a salted fish, unaware that this movement became amusing to any onlooker. Refrain from what? Delicate fingers gently landed on the belt tied at the nape of Tan Yu's neck, observing the array of amusing reactions elicited by his actions. Shui Fengxue maliciously prompted him, his voice low and devilish. "Speak. What would you like this prince to do?" Tan Yu gritted his teeth. "Let me go." His words were vague, more a means of deflecting, for he understood that even if he merely hummed a tune, the villain's keen intellect would surely grasp the implication. Unfortunately, Shui Fengxue was not so easily swayed. He received only an inaudible response. Tan Yu's voice rose slightly. "Let me go." Shui Fengxue leisurely patted him, his fingertips inadvertently pinching a bit. "What are you mumbling about? This prince cannot hear you clearly." Upon being photographed, it was merely a fleeting moment. Yet the situation escalated dramatically. Tan Yu was instantly filled with indignation. Ignoring whether others could hear him, he closed his eyes and shouted fervently, "Your Highness, release me. Let me go. I cannot bear this." The boy's voice, tinged with a plaintive whimper, was soft yet resonant. Undoubtedly, anyone with keen hearing within the royal residence would have caught his lament. Two figures crouched on a nearby beam. Two shadowy sentinels exchanged astonished glances, both perceiving a shared disbelief. They had not anticipated the prince to possess such a nature. While the indiscretions of the day were regrettable, it was utterly beastly that the princess was also subjected to tears. The final two words, as guardians of the shadows, compelled them to abandon their silent gossip about their superioress scandal, opting instead to gaze skyward in tacit agreement. When one inadvertently overhears their superior, adults share an unspoken understanding. The shadowy sentinels remained silent, merely gazing into the heavens. The steward said nothing, yet felt a sense of relief. Yuan bowed too, held his tongue, lost in contemplation. Gu Jiu, passing by, also refrained from speaking, instead focusing on the military documents in his grasp, quietly withdrawing from the scene. Alas, the timing was unfortunate. Gu Jiu tucked the documents into his bosom and sought out his close companion, Gu Qi. In response to Gu Qi's puzzled expression, he led him away for a brief training session. "Aren't you supposed to be with the prince?" Gu Qi inquired, pulling his brother up from where he had been pinned to the ground. Observing his reticent sibling, Gu Jiu sighed, draping himself over Gu Qi. "If I go now, come this time next year, you'll be weeping in my grave." Gu Qi furrowed his brow momentarily before shaking his head. "It is prohibited to burn paper offerings and incense privately within the capital." Gu Jiu fell silent, turning away, his heart heavy as he departed. Gu Qi, bewildered, gazed at his brother's somewhat despondent figure and uttered the words left unspoken. "However, I will secretly burn offerings for you." As Gu Jiu walked ahead, he stumbled slightly, nearly toppling into a pond. "Brother, your neglect of martial arts has left you unsteady." Gu Jiu, exasperated, covered his face and hastily made his exit. "You are truly becoming less endearing by the day." Meanwhile, on another front, as Tan Yu's words faded, his waistband was easily undone by another. The light, black belt glided downwards, and when Tan Yu finally comprehended his position and the teasing glint in Shui Fengxue's gaze, he froze in place. Tan Yu scrambled up from Shui Fengxue's knee, his large, expressive eyes filled with distress. "Help! What have I just done? My precious innocence is forever lost." Perhaps due to the vividness of Tan Yu's expression, Shui Fengxue's irritation over his earlier injury dissipated entirely. His large, round eyes, slightly upturned at the corners, seemed almost to speak, while his cheeks glowed with a hint of embarrassment, resembling a small kitten with its fur ruffled in indignation. Clearing his throat, Shui Fengxue approached, saying, "Allow me to assist you with your bindings." Yet, the moment he spoke, Tan Yu became even more flustered. To bind at the slightest disagreement. "You wicked man, scoundrel!" Shui Fengxue chuckled lightly, extending his hand to draw the young man closer. With his slender fingers, he deftly unfastened the bindings around Tan Yu's wrist. As he worked, He couldn't help but comment on the boy's expression. Your insults are quite vulgar. Tanyu swiftly retracted his wrist, letting out a cold huff, affirming the truth of the remark. Wow, you're quite fierce, he conceded, nodding. Indeed, I am a cold and wicked person. If you provoke me, remember, your backside will forever remain behind you. Your words are profoundly philosophical. I find myself unable to counter them, came the unspoken thought. In reality, no one was frightened. Yet countless hearts were struck with adorableness as DX3 erupted in a flurry of pink bubbles. The main system passed by and commented blandly. Have you submitted your weekly report? Completed your tasks? Finished your homework? Memorized your vocabulary? Just here laughing away. What occupies your mind daily? DX3 candidly replied, I'm contemplating how to acquire wealth. The main system retorted, for one capable of such a response, your household should truly consider hiring a hockey. DX3, are you truly any better than I? Tanyu, bewildered, found himself lifted by Shui Fengxue, observing the exchange of mechanical voices in his mind, each inflicting mutual harm. Ultimately, the main system resorted to threats of a monetary reward, leading to DX3's regrettable defeat. Change your clothes. We shall visit someone. Chapter 42. The first meeting with young Master Jiayong. Wait, who are we meeting? Tanyu instinctively grasped his shoulder, questioning in confusion. Shui Fengxue did not respond, insisting that he first change his attire. While changing, Tanyu's arm was bound too tightly, causing pain with every movement of his wound. Shui Fengxue kindly offered assistance, inadvertently brushing against Tanyu's chest, igniting further defensiveness in the already wary youth. As they exited, the tips of Tanyu's ears, hidden beneath his fluffy hair, flushed crimson. For the first time, Shui Fengxue experienced the joy of actively observing another. Initially, he had kept Tanyu close simply to defy the wishes of a certain group. However, he soon discovered that being near Tanyu alleviated his persistent headaches. If he could embrace him while sleeping, he would be spared from nightmares that night. This troublesome youth not only lessened his afflictions, but also made him feel as though he possessed something entirely his own. At 24, though Shui Fengxue had never truly cared for anyone nor grown close to another soul, he was not entirely ignorant of matters of the heart. He understood that his feelings for Tanyu were largely driven by a desire for control. There was no remedy, for Tanyu was simply too obedient and innocent. Their relationship was far from the life-and-death entanglements or passionate love described in literature, and it certainly did not embody mutual affection. Embracing the beautiful young man in his arms, Shui Fengxue watched as Tanyu blissfully indulged in food, his cheeks moving animatedly, prompting an irresistible urge to pinch them. His feelings for Tanyu were more akin to an appreciation for a beautiful object. But what Tanyu's feelings for him? Was there even a hint of genuine affection? Shui Fengxue already knew the answer in his heart. Every time he kissed Tanyu, it was always with a formidable intensity. For instance, he would grasp his chin, compelling him to part his lips and endure everything bestowed upon him. Whether Tanyu was pleased or displeased in that moment was not within Shui Fengxue's considerations. Similarly, Tanyu did not reject him. He was merely somewhat oblivious to this aspect, or perhaps felt he had no choice. If someone else were to kiss him, as long as Tanyu had to rely on that person, he would endure his displeasure and allow the intimacy and advances of others. Ultimately, who was more unfeeling? Shui Fengxue pondered this for a fleeting moment. The carriage came to a halt in a secluded alley, and Shui Fengxue produced a veil he had prepared in advance, draping it over Tanyu's ears. A wooden door in the corner creaked open, and a youth clad in peasant attire peered out, warily inquiring, "Whom do you seek?" Shui Fengxue remained silent, simply opening his palm to reveal 2 red beans and a few grains of millet. The moment the peasant youth recognized the contents, he immediately relaxed, the door slowly swinging open. "Ah, it is you. Please come in. My young master has been awaiting you for quite some time." Shui Fengxue took Tanyu's hand and led him inside. Contrary to the dilapidated exterior, the interior unfolded into a realm of enchantment. Dark tiles and white walls, shrouded in mist, reveal the young man in white, with black hair, engrossed in playing the guqin amid sparse bamboo. Tanyu felt as if he'd been transported to the misty, rain-kissed landscapes of Jiangnan, the air thick with humidity. Turning around, he noticed the peasant youth had vanished, replaced by a young gentleman clad in a green long robe. He seemed to perceive the fleeting awe in Tan Yu's eyes and smiled faintly. "Please follow me." Tan Yu nodded, but just as the young gentleman turned to lead the way, his hand that hung by his side was seized, fingers forcibly pried apart. Their hands entwined in a clasp. "Brother, we're getting a bit too close," Tan Yu remarked. Xue Fengxue leaned slightly closer, urging, "Let us proceed." The closer they drew, the more Tan Yu realized who the figure the antagonist had brought him to meet was. "My lord, the prince has arrived." The young man in white had already ceased playing the guqin. He rose and approached the two. "Your Highness." Then he turned his gaze to Tan Yu, his eyes lingering on their clasped hands, seemingly hesitant about whether to bow. Xue Fengxue took the initiative to introduce, "This is my prince's consort." Upon hearing this, the young man's face registered unmistakable astonishment, though he swiftly masked it. "Xie Zhao pays his respects to Her Highness." Although Xie Zhao's courtesy was impeccable, Tan Yu could distinctly sense an inexplicable hostility and scrutiny emanating from him. Xue Fengxue's lips curled in a subtle smile, his tone affectionate as he said to Tan Yu, "This is the young master Zhaoyang you inquired about, Xie Zhao." The confirmation of his suspicions caused Tan Yu's eyes to widen in surprise. "Young Master Zhaoyang, I have long heard of your esteemed name. Congratulations, dear one. You have successfully encountered the hidden character Zhaoyang from the original narrative, unlocking new plot developments. Progress has increased by one. Please continue your efforts." Tan Yu gazed at the smiling Xie Zhao, who appeared as refreshing as a spring breeze, and cautiously shifted behind Xue Fengxue. "Hidden conclusion characters? What does that mean?" DX3 explained. Hidden conclusion characters are those who, though not elaborated upon in the original text, significantly influence the progression of the plot. Xie Zhao is one of them. In the original story, he harbored an unrequited love for the antagonist, ultimately succumbing to darkness. In the ensuing conflict, driven by love turned to hatred, he betrayed the antagonist, nearly leading to their demise. Once discovered as a traitor, Xie Zhao narrowly escaped the relentless pursuit of Gu Qi, only to find himself in a dire state, ultimately rescued by the protagonist he encountered by chance. During their time together, while recuperating, he gradually relinquished his obsession with the antagonist and instead developed profound feelings for the gentle protagonist, ultimately joining their ranks. How melodramatic. Tan Yu observed Xie Zhao conversing with the antagonist, unable to fathom how this seemingly gentle gentleman could turn so utterly deranged after his fall into darkness. Even more ridiculous is that Xie Zhao's initial descent into madness was motivated by a desire to incapacitate his beloved, to shatter their legs, poison their eyes, and bind them to his side. Tan Yu's pupils dilated, and he took a sip of tea to mask his shock. His gaze towards Xie Zhao now tinged with a hint of fear. Heavens, why does it feel like I'm trapped in a melodramatic narrative? Are there no sane individuals left in this world? Meanwhile, Xie Zhao had been observing the timid husband of Xue Fengxue since the three of them sat down. Upon noticing Tan Yu's inexplicable wariness and fear directed at him, Xie Zhao found himself engulfed in self-doubt. Had he inadvertently done something to this timid spouse? He had never once considered that the cold and ruthless Prince Jing, who cared only for efficiency and had no concept of tenderness, would choose to marry someone so timid and cat-like in nature. Furthermore, he had brought this evidently unrefined husband into public view, while Xie Zhao maintained a facade of warmth. His fists were clenched beneath his sleeves. He was genuinely curious to ask Xue Fengxue, "What merits does this troublesome husband possess that warrants such effort on your part?" Chapter 43. The charm of your beloved. Suddenly, a fine drizzle began to fall from the sky, and the moist air mingled with the earthy fragrance filled his nostrils. Tan Yu raised his head, realizing that the previously felt humidity was not an illusion. Rain was indeed on the way. "Qingfeng, please pour a cup of hot tea for the princess." Xie Zhao gestured for the two to sit down, and they leaned against the window, commencing a new round of discussions regarding border trade issues. Tan Yu sat nearby, cradling a cup of hot tea, his gaze drifting to the misty rain outside. Time passed, and a hand reached over, gently caressing Tan Yu's cheek while observing the bamboo leaves rustling in the wind. "It's a bit chilly. Let us change places." Xue Fengxue frowned slightly, rising to allow Tan Yu to switch to his side, taking the position by the window to shield him from the cold draft. Tan Yu reluctantly stared at his prime viewing spot. Xue Fengxue signaled for Xie Zhao to continue his report while simultaneously pouring another cup of hot tea for Tan Yu and placing it in his hands. Drink up. It will warm you. The tea is bitter and unpalatable. Tan Yu reluctantly pursed his lips, bringing the cup to his lips and sipping it slowly. Xue Fengxue cast a casual glance at him and said, "Finish it." Gulping down the liquid, Tan Yu furrowed his brows in dismay. He truly could not fathom how tea could be so bitter and distasteful. Xie Zhao, seemingly just realizing it, covered his mouth in surprise. "My apologies. I forgot to change the tea. Are you having trouble adjusting, Your Highness?" Tan Yu nodded repeatedly, his small face scrunched up like a bun. "Yes, it is exceedingly bitter." Xue Fengxue took Tan Yu's cup, refilled it, but instead of giving it back to him, he drank it himself. Bitter medicine is hard to swallow. Tan Yu's eyes widened slightly. "Wait, I just used that cup. Your lips touched it. How could you?" Hearing this, Xue Fengxue downed the tea in one go. No wonder it was sweet. Just as Tan Yu was about to say something, there was a ripping sound. Watching his beloved flirt with another, Xie Zhao felt a pang of bitterness, losing control of his strength momentarily, resulting in a torn sleeve. This was bitter tea, effective for calming the mind and dispelling heat. Observing Tan Yu's bewildered expression, a smile gradually crept onto Xie Zhao's lips. The prince often drank this tea while in the military. He recalled that when he first tasted it, he felt just as unaccustomed as the princess did today. Dull-witted as Tan Yu was, he sensed a hint of provocation and boastfulness in Xie Zhao's words. However, what did it matter to him? Tan Yu nodded, yawned lazily, and continued to zone out. Noticing Tan Yu's indifference to his taunts, Xie Zhao's signature gentle smile nearly faltered. Yet, with Xue Fengxue present, he managed to restrain himself. "Your Highness, are you feeling tired? I have yet to finish my discussion with the prince. I can have Qingfeng escort you to the next room for a brief rest." Tan Yu lazily opened his eyes and saw the young man in green leading him, smiling warmly. "Your Highness, please follow me." Glancing at Xue Fengxue, who had a full cup of tea beside him, Tan Yu understood that the matter was indeed not concluded. "All right then. Your Highness, I shall go first." Before he could finish, he was abruptly interrupted. "No." Xue Fengxue stood up, took Tan Yu's hand, and with a slight nod to Xie Zhao said, "He has trouble sleeping and is prone to illness. Therefore, I will take him back now. You can write the remaining points into a memorial and send it to the royal residence tomorrow." Although Xue Fengxue had come for serious business, his ultimate aim was to dispel any rumors about himself and Xie Zhao in Tan Yu's heart. Yet, seeing Tan Yu look as drowsy as a pig, he realized he was being overly sentimental. There is no need for a formal send-off. Xue Fengxue effortlessly lifted the weary boy, showcasing remarkable strength, while holding an oil paper umbrella with his other hand, moving quickly and steadily through the rain. They were intimately close, with Tan Yu resting his head on the man's broad shoulder. His long lashes trembled slightly from the jolting motion, his entire being relaxed and sprawled like a languid cat. Xie Zhao stood silently at the entrance, witnessing the scene before him, when a flicker of sorrow crossed his eyes. It dawned on him that there truly existed someone capable of such intimate closeness with you. It revealed that he was not merely the cold figure who sent others away to rest. He was capable of concern, wondering if someone felt cold or weary. He would thoughtfully inform them that the bitter Sephora tea, though unpalatable, served as a remedy. He would proactively shield them from the wind and rain, and even carry the drowsy one home, forsaking his duties. Lowering his gaze, Xie Zhao couldn't help but chuckle at himself with a hint of self-deprecation. After all, he had prided himself on knowing Prince Jing for so many years. Even if their relationship was not one of intimacy, it ought to have been built on mutual trust. Yet, unexpectedly, a male spouse he had known for merely 7 or 8 days could indulge so freely in his presence. It seemed he had underestimated the male spouse's cunning. The simplicity displayed today, along with the ultimate weariness, might have been a mere facade, skillfully crafted to the extent that even Prince Jing himself had failed to discern it. This illustrated the profound depth of Tan Yu's scheming and the sophistication of his methods. A strong sense of crisis enveloped Xie Zhao, prompting him to resolve to observe this male spouse closely in the future, in hopes of uncovering the true reasons behind his charm over Prince Jing. Unbeknownst to him, the cunning Tan Yu, whom he regarded as a formidable adversary, was at that moment soundly asleep in Shui Fengshue's embrace. Shui Fengshue, feeling the gentle breaths against his neck, cradled the soft, heavy being in his arms, as if every fissure in his heart had been filled. The coachman perceptibly slowed the pace of the carriage. The youth nestled against him slept soundly, his delicate face buried within a snow-white cloak, revealing only a hint of his fair chin. Shui Fengshue lifted the curtain with one hand. Take the longer route back. The road over there is smoother. Yes, my lord. Amidst the rain, a carriage abruptly changed direction, gradually merging onto a broad, even avenue. When Tan Yu next opened his eyes, he found himself lying on the grand bed of the royal residence. A single lamp illuminated the room, casting a warm yellow glow that filtered through the gauzy curtains, harmonizing with the rapid patter of rain against the leaves, creating an ethereal tranquility. Tan Yu turned his head slightly to see the quiet antagonist beside him, eyes closed in slumber, his profile resembling a meticulously carved masterpiece. Not a comrade, but rather undeniably handsome. He recalled their first encounter, when the man bore faint dark circles beneath his eyes, his fierce brow lending him a menacing aspect, akin to a vengeful spirit. In stark contrast, the figure now peacefully resting beside him seemed to have shed his previous ferocity. The shadows under his eyes nearly vanished, resembling a once untamed beast that had found solace. The more Tan Yu pondered this, the more his hands itched with curiosity. Help! I desperately wished to know the texture of the antagonist's hair. At some point, DX3 had awakened, seemingly having completed a series of mundane tasks such as homework and report preparation. It blandly remarked, "The brave enjoy the world first." Tan Yu retorted, "Hurry, let me touch." A guilty little hand slowly reached out. "Mother, I've touched it." To his surprise, he had expected the antagonist's hair to be as coarse and prickly as the man himself. Unexpectedly, Shui Fengshue's hair was indeed as dark and thick as it appeared, yet the strands were surprisingly soft and smooth. Tan Yu's eyes sparkled with delight, so delightful to touch. In the next moment, the person before her abruptly opened her eyes, the gaze a blend of mirth and inquiry, and slowly remarked, "What are you doing?" Chapter 44. A fake is a fake caught red-handed by the rightful owner. Tan Yu swiftly withdrew her hand. "And no, it's nothing." Tan Yu, feeling guilty, averted her gaze. "There was a white hair on your head just now. It must have fallen from my cloak. I merely intended to help you remove it, and had no intention of touching your head." Upon hearing this, Shui Fengshue slightly raised an eyebrow, uncertain of whether to believe her, and simply replied, "Is that so? Then you have truly worked hard." Tan Yu forced a dry smile. "Hee, it's no trouble. A hard life indeed." She fell into a deep slumber until dusk, and with official matters to attend to, Shui Fengshue arose and headed to her study. Thus, Tan Yu found herself languidly lying alone in bed, propping her legs and perusing a novel, only to drift off to sleep once more. Sleeping too long during the day resulted in a restless night, and when it was time to sleep, Tan Yu lay in bed, wide-eyed and unable to doze off. DX3, are you asleep? Baby, I am the system. There is no need for sleep. How dreadfully boring. I cannot fall asleep. Tan Yu blinked. DX3, by the way, do you possess any magical little tricks to induce sleep instantly? I wish to use it on myself. DX3 immediately responded, "Indeed, I have something for you." Tan Yu, brimming with anticipation, "Hooray, let me try it. I have found for you a contemporary student's instant sleep technique. 5-year simulation, 3-year high school mathematics key problem explanation. It is now playing at 10 times speed, accompanied by the soothing background noise of classroom recordings. Please enjoy it wholeheartedly." Tan Yu retorted, "What you have here is hardly a sleep technique. It is a veritable nightmare for students, an utterly underhanded trick. Just tell me, after listening, do you feel drowsy?" Tan Yu had to admit, the effect was indeed remarkable. In the past, during class, she would intentionally drop her pen, and in the brief moments it took to retrieve it, she could easily doze off, believing she was taking notes. She would only realize her head had crashed onto the desk where she found herself scribbling incoherently in her notebook. In the time it took to bend down for an eraser, she would look up to find the teacher had advanced from basic problems to calculus equations. How curious. DX3 offered a wry smile. This is certainly a learned experience. Tanyu sighed. If a hard life is a talent. DX3 sighed in return. Then you and I are truly gifted. What should we do? Let us just muddle through. Entrapped in the web of life. How blissful it is, as if hanging by a thread. It must be said, DX3's little trick was exceptionally effective. Even though Tanyu had been an exemplary student, upon hearing the dreaded mathematics from her past under such circumstances, she succumbed to slumber almost instantly. DX3 smirked mischievously. If mathematics doesn't lull you to sleep, there are still languages, English, politics, history, geography, physics, chemistry, and biology, 9 subjects in total to fulfill all your needs. On this silent, yet chilling night, not everyone can slip into slumber as peacefully as Tanyu. For instance, in the residence of the minister, Tanshu clutched his blanket, trembling with fear. Having just experienced a most terrifying nightmare, he dreamt that Tanyu, as he had dreaded, perished on their wedding night due to offending the living embodiment of death, thus eliminating the final obstacle between him and his beloved. However, to his dismay, just as he was about to express his feelings to Xue Changchun, he discovered that the latter had not returned to the prince's residence for many days. After pressing a servant of the prince's household, he learned that Xue Changchun had lingered in the grandest brothel in the capital since Tanyu's demise, not having emerged for quite some time. Anxiety gnawed at him as he rushed to the brothel. Upon pushing open the door, he was met with the sight of a youth strikingly reminiscent of Tanyu, lost in a passionate embrace with his beloved, sharing fervent kisses. Their garments were disheveled, and Xue Changchun's face was flushed, as if he could scarcely wait to loosen the young man's belt. Unable to contain his seething rage, he hurled insults at the young courtesan, even commanding that his repugnant visage be marred. His beloved, under the influence of a potion, appeared to lean in for a kiss from the dreamt version of himself. With that beginning, everything unfolded with disconcerting ease. Yet, this scene, which he had imagined countless times, doused Tanshu with a frigid wave of despair. His beloved held him close, kissed him, and tenderly whispered to you. The dream abruptly ceased. However, the sensation of his heart stopping lingered, as if he had truly lived through it. Tanshu took several deep breaths, forcing himself to regain composure. Perhaps, just perhaps, the heavens had spared Tanyu's life and allowed him to truly become the beloved of the king of Jing for his own good. If Tanyu had died, would all that transpired in the dream come to pass, thereby preventing him from being with the man he cherished? The thought grew increasingly terrifying. Dare not to sleep again. Tanshu rose anxiously, leaning against the wall throughout the night. The wound on his forehead, still unhealed, was a ghastly shade of purple, rendering him too frightened to visit the third prince's residence in recent days. Yet, inexplicably, his beloved, who usually wrote to him almost daily, had remained silent for the past 2 days. Ordinarily, Tanshu would attribute this to Xue Changchun's busy schedule. However, after such a horrific yet vivid dream, doubts began to creep in. Had Xue Changchun already become entangled with a young man who resembled Tanyu in the brothel? Frustrated, Tanshu raked his fingers through his hair. No, he must personally investigate tomorrow. It would be best to take precautions, find that young courtesan, and eliminate the threat beforehand. In the Eastern Palace, Shuang wore a grim expression as he forcefully hurled a cup at the quivering youth kneeling before him. The stark contrast between the gentle demeanor he usually displayed and his current fury was striking. The youth sprawled on the ground, entirely exposed, bore a multitude of horrific scars, some from gripping, others from strikes, burns, and the cruel lashes of a whip. Even more unsettling was the transformation of the boy's originally dark eyes, which had inexplicably shifted to a shade of gray-green. As he lifted his gaze, his exquisite face, paired with those vacant gray-green eyes, conjured an uncanny illusion of another person. Hadn't the prince once remarked that one should smile with innocence? Shuang descended impassively, his foot pressing down on the boy's slender hand. The boy flinched in pain, cold sweat cascading down his brow, yet he dared not utter a cry of distress. Shui, deigning to lower himself, lifted the boy's chin with a finger, his thumb gently caressing the tear-streaked visage. While his demeanor suggested compassion, his words were chilling. Indeed, a counterfeit remains a counterfeit. Even if one were to painstakingly blindfold your eyes, you would never resemble him. The boy stared with wide, hollow eyes, tears spilling forth like beads from a broken string, trembling as he sought to nuzzle against Shui-ing's palm, desperately trying to appease the man before him. Your Highness, I beseech you for another chance. I will certainly strive to learn. Learn? Shui-ing replied with a cold smirk, casting him aside in revulsion. Take him away, and bestow upon him the gift of death. Chapter 45. The Princess of Jing was coerced and intimidated by the Prince of Jing. Be quieter. We must not let the crown princess hear. The boy on the ground was forcibly silenced and dragged away, his face a mask of despair as he whimpered, pleading for this man to show mercy in his final moments. Shui remained unmoved, his expression indifferent. He raised a hand, and immediately a palace maid approached, meticulously cleaning his hands before he donned a fresh set of garments. The outer robe, tainted with the man's debauchery, had long been taken away for proper handling. Your Highness, he greeted as he extended his hand to steady the arm of the crown princess. What brings you out? Did I not say this morning that your delicate health is ill-suited for the wind? The crown princess giggled. Indeed, it is my fault for yearning for you so deeply that I could hardly wait. Please do not hold it against me. Oh, you, the prince chuckled, wrapping his arm around her waist as they walked to the inner chamber, sighing with affection. You, being with child, should know better than to be so mischievous. I truly find myself at a loss with you. Their actions mirrored those of a tender and devoted husband from a romantic tale. The crown princess beamed with happiness, intertwining her arm with Shui-ing's, her face radiating innocence and charm. It is because the baby in my womb is eager to see you, my prince. What foolishness! Shui-ing teased, playfully pinching the tip of her nose. She tilted her face up, laughing as she leaped into his embrace, asking, my prince, will you stay with me tonight? Shui-ing, taking advantage of the moment, lifted her effortlessly, playfully bouncing her slightly, eliciting a series of surprised exclamations from the beauty in his arms. What else could it be? Ever since you entered the Eastern Palace, well, have I ever visited another courtyard or favored another woman? That is true, the crown princess replied, her heart, once burdened by the fear of her husband's possible infidelity due to her pregnancy, finally at ease. She nestled her face into the crook of Shui-ing's neck, joyfully cooing, yes, I know. It is my good fortune to be wed to such an admirable husband. Shui-ing smiled tenderly, kissing the forehead of the woman in his arms. Having a wife as virtuous and gentle as you is indeed my honor. The couple, enveloped in mutual affection and laughter, entered the chamber, while the palace attendants, aware of the true circumstances, exchanged knowing glances, silently lowering their heads in understanding. Beneath the lotus pond of the Eastern Palace lies an unknown number of corpses. Without exception, there are the men and women whom His Highness has favored over the years, only to quickly cast them aside. Are you saying that the male consort of Prince Jing, upon returning home, caused a minister of revenue to faint? The Emperor of the Great Zhou turned the Buddhist beads in his hand, questioning the commander of the imperial guards before him. Your Majesty, it is indeed true, Lu Mingda replied, producing a memorial from his bosom and presenting it to the grand eunuch beside him. This is a compilation of rumors gathered by the imperial guards under my command, and among them, the most vicious claim is that. Lu Mingda hesitated, his face a mask of difficulty. As the emperor perused the memorial, his expression darkened with each line. With a resounding clap, the document fell before Lu Mingda. The emperor's countenance was grim. Continue, what else? Yes, Lu Mingda spoke rapidly. The most malicious rumor suggests that the Princess of Jing was coerced by His Highness into such a situation. This act, on the surface, seems to trouble Lord Tan, but in reality, it is a manifestation of Prince Jing's dissatisfaction with Your Majesty's marriage arrangement, an attempt to vent his anger and provoke the imperial authority. The emperor's interest peaked. A cold smile escaped his lips. Is that so? This is what the populace is saying? Lu Mingda quickly bowed. The imperial guards would never deceive Your Majesty. Very well. Very well. My ninth brother is indeed quite remarkable. The emperor, his anger boiling, gripped the dragon throne with such force that his knuckles turned white. You may leave now. Summon Prince Jing at once. I wish to personally inquire about his discontent regarding this marriage. As Lumingda's plan succeeded, a subtle smile graced his lips as he rose. Forgive me, Your Highness, but you brought this upon yourself when you stole my achievements and mocked me for being a bachelor. You alone have a wife. Bear the consequences of your own actions. Thus, while Prince Jing, leisurely feeding his feline wife, received this news from the announcing eunuch, his expression darkened to an extreme. Beside him, Tenyu let out a sigh of relief. Wonderful. No more of that uncomfortable feeding. He promptly snatched a piece of cake from Shui Fengshue's fingertips, munching away with joy while mumbling, "My lord, go ahead. When you return, I have a gift for you." Miraculously, the once fearsome Prince Jing was soon soothed. The tall man stood like a lion whose fur had been smoothed, addressing the trembling eunuch nonchalantly. "Since His Majesty has summoned me, let us proceed." Tenyu waved his hand towards Shui Fengshue, his pretty lips moving silently, bidding, "See you soon." "Baby, did you find tea?" Tenyu asked. "What do you mean?" Baby can translate for himself. With a knowing smile, Tenyu continued, "Once the big English police arrive, they will behave." Seeing this, Shui Fengshue nodded, saying nothing, but quickening his pace slightly. The announcing eunuch scratched his head in confusion. Had the relationship between Prince Jing and their emperor improved to such an extent? Gradually, he found himself keeping pace with Prince Jing, shifting from walking to a light jog. "Your Highness, please wait a moment." The eunuch's heart is heavy. The long legs of Prince Jing take 3 steps for every one of his, moving at such a pace without any regard for his feelings. "His Majesty has summoned me. How could I possibly dawdle?" At this juncture, Gujiu, leading Prince Jing's spirited steed, happened by and immediately knelt in reverence. "I pay my respects to Your Highness." The horse, having recognized its master, became restless the moment it laid eyes on Shui Fengshue, stamping its hooves impatiently. Shui Fengshue merely acknowledged with a grunt, bypassed Gujiu, and mounted the horse. The steed, sensing its owner's attention, let out a joyous snort. "Giddy up!" This magnificent steed, capable of penetrating enemy lines and aiding Prince Jing in decapitating foes on the battlefield, had been confined within the capital for far too long, only receiving a lackluster exercise from Gujiu and others for a couple of hours each day. Now, having received its master's command, it whinnied ecstatically and bolted forth like an arrow released from its bow. "Your Highness, please wait for your servant." The eunuch panted behind, running desperately while calling out, "Your Highness, you've forgotten your servant. What shall I do?" Gujiu observed the eunuch's awkward figure, a faint smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. In a swift motion, he leaped forward and seized the eunuch by the collar. "Good sir, do you require assistance?" The eunuch, breathless and not thinking much, gasped. "I beg of you, noble sir, help me catch up with His Highness." "Ah, you put me in a difficult position," Gujiu replied, and, with a swift motion, he leapt onto the rooftop, disregarding the eunuch's terrified cries. He soared across several rooftops, his garments fluttering in the wind, and said nonchalantly, "No one can match the speed of His Highness, so I shall take you on a shortcut." The eunuch dared not protest, fearing he might be dropped from the rooftop if Gujiu loosened his grip, and thus he closed his eyes and praised, "Indeed, it is as you say. Your considerations are thorough." Gujiu nodded. "Your flattery is unwarranted. I have merely learned these tricks from my younger brother." Meanwhile, Gu Qi, who was practicing stances, suddenly sneezed without warning. An assassin? Chapter 46. Shall we comfort this little kitten with our tears? Shui Fengshue dismounted at the palace gate and hurried directly to the emperor's study. The door opened and closed again. The emperor of the Great, Zhou, sat expressionlessly behind his desk. Noticing Shui Fengshue preparing to bow, he spoke in a low voice, "Prince Jing, it is only the 2 of us here. There is no need for such formalities." Shui Fengshue paused momentarily, but still performed a respectful bow, stating, "One must not neglect etiquette. Your Majesty is the sovereign, and I dare not overstep." "Ah, Prince Jing," the emperor of the Great Zhou rose, looking down at the bowing figure. For a moment, He genuinely seemed puzzled by the intentions of his ninth brother. Please rise. I have heard that your consort caused quite a stir when she returned to her family a few days ago, even visiting the Dali temple. Is this true? Xue Fengxue understood instantly. The old man had summoned him for this matter. Indeed, it is true. Straightening up, he replied in a calm tone. It was merely a small misunderstanding. I did not expect it would alarm your majesty. I requested Director Zhao of the Imperial Medical Institute to personally diagnose the situation. And it was just a matter of Lady Tan being startled, leading to her vomiting blood and fainting. With proper rest, there is no serious concern. The Emperor the Great, Zhou, narrowed his eyes, clearly unconvinced. Oh, what could have possibly terrified the esteemed Minister Tan to such an extent after many years of serving in the court? Xue Fengxue nodded, stating, This matter pertains to the Tan family affairs, and I am unsure whether it is appropriate to discuss. The Emperor the Great, Zhou, snorted coldly. Speak. It is merely for my ears. As the Son of Heaven, what affairs of my ministers could be deemed unworthy of my attention? A slight smirk played on Xue Fengxue's lips as he began to recount the tale, carefully omitting any suspicion directed at Tanyu. When he recounted how the minister had been startled by visions of his deceased wife, he employed a tone laced with scorn, remarking, There is reason for Minister Tan's guilt. It is said that during the lifetime of his first wife, he frequently favored concubines over his legitimate spouse, frequenting establishments of ill repute. The laws of the Great Zhou are stringent. Officials are prohibited from indulging in such frivolities, or they shall face severe punishment, 30 lashes and a 2-year salary deduction. Upon thorough investigation, it was revealed that his current wife is merely a frail horse he brought back from Yangzhou, whom he has kept as a mistress until she became pregnant, after which he elevated her to the status of his legitimate wife. Xue Fengxue had meticulously uncovered the shortcomings of this inept father-in-law and had awaited this moment with anticipation. He felt a sense of gratitude towards the individual who had brought this matter to the emperor's attention. Faced with the indisputable evidence of the Great Zhou's laws, even if the emperor wished to shield Tan, he would be powerless to do so. The 30 lashes were inevitable for the minister. The Emperor of the Great Zhou was momentarily taken aback. Such absurdity surrounding Minister Tan? He had intended to use this opportunity to challenge Prince Jing, but was caught off guard by the prince's cunning, deftly redirecting the issue back at him. Xue Fengxue remarked, Your Majesty may dispatch anyone for verification. The Emperor's frustration grew. Cough, of course. If what Prince Jing claims is indeed true, I shall show no leniency. Your Majesty is wise. 30 lashes. Given Minister Tan's constitution, languid and corpulent, it would be a near miracle if he survives. At that moment, Xue Fengxue felt he had avenged his little princess. Yet, compared to the childhood of his little princess, they had suffered far less. Rather than swiftly extinguishing their lives, he preferred to torment his prey slowly. Such a process was far more entertaining, was it not? Prince Jing's dark eyes brimmed with hidden intentions, effortlessly concealed. May I inquire why your majesty is so eager to summon the ministers? The emperor found himself at a loss for words. For what purpose? He observed Prince Jing's fierce demeanor, resembling a rabid dog, and discerned no discontent regarding this marriage proposal. However, the emperor, naturally suspicious, felt an underlying caution and resolved to continue his probing. It is nothing of great importance. I merely wish to inquire if your princess intends to attend the poetry competition I plan to hold for the students of the Imperial Academy in 3 days. Upon hearing this, Xue Fengxue's lips curved into a subtle smile, though his eyes remained devoid of warmth. Since your majesty has inquired, it is my duty to comply. I shall certainly bring the princess to attend. Seeing his unwavering compliance, the emperor chuckled heartily, patting his shoulder with a hint of mockery in his tone. The imperial kitchen has prepared freshly stewed bird's nest. Prince Jing, why not take a bowl to your little wife? Xue Fengxue accepted the offer with pleasure. Once he exited the imperial study, the smile on his face gradually faded. The emperor was aging, increasingly filled with suspicion. If he had exhibited reluctance towards the poetry gathering, it would indicate his dissatisfaction with Tan Yu as his male consort, thereby raising suspicions of treachery. Conversely, should he display an eagerness to accept, the emperor of the Zhou dynasty would not be pleased, for his intention in bestowing the marriage was to humiliate, not to delight himself. This old fellow is becoming increasingly difficult to deceive. Wow, Yuanbao, look what I've caught. Clap, clap. The princess is magnificent. Go, princess. In stark contrast to the dreary atmosphere of the imperial palace, the Jing Wangfu was filled with laughter and joy. Tan Yu tucked his long outer robe into his waistband, rolled up his pant legs to reveal his slender ankles, and with both sleeves rolled to his elbows, he squatted by the pond, diligently using a small net to catch the valuable koi that Jing Wang had raised. Butler Wu was grinning broadly, holding a bucket that already contained 2 fish, nearly lifeless from their ordeal in Tan Yu's net. Fish, speak for me. Tan Yu what? Feed you peanuts? In an effort to amuse Tan Yu, the stern old man, who had maintained a serious demeanor for most of his life, began to speak nonsense. The princess is remarkable. Even the prince was never as skilled at catching fish as the princess. Tan Yu's eyes widened slightly. Could it be that he finally possessed a skill that surpassed Fengxue? Butler Wu was completely taken in by Tan Yu's astonished expression, unaware that a voice as thunderous as a clap of thunder erupted behind him. Is that so? Tan Yu's gaze met the deep black eyes not far away, and he instinctively lowered his head, dropping the net with a soft thud. Oh, what a day this is! Today's sky is truly magnificent, and the earth is equally splendid. One could envision a cat caught in the act of wrongdoing, attempting to feign busyness to alleviate its embarrassment. Butler Wu felt that this was the end of his life. He turned around and knelt with a thud on the ground, his hoarse voice trembling slightly. This servant has misspoken. I implore the prince to punish me. Tan Yu, not wishing for Butler Wu to truly face punishment, hurriedly took 2 steps forward, then inexplicably froze in place. He opened his mouth and weakly called out, Your Highness. Fengxue finally responded. He leisurely walked over, his handsome face adorned with a look of disdain for the world, and his graceful demeanor while walking was so pleasing to Tan Yu that it felt as if he were observing a beautifully rendered game model. Ignoring the trembling servants on the ground, Jing Wang stood before Tan Yu and gently lowered his sleeves for him. Yuanbao, kneeling on the ground, perceptibly extended his hand and swiftly lowered Tan Yu's rolled-up pant legs. Fengxue reached out to touch Tan Yu's small face, his expression suddenly darkening. Do you not realize the chill of the water at this hour? Aware that reprimand was imminent, Tan Yu pursed his petal-like lips. Fengxue cast his gaze downward, fixating on the trembling figures on the ground, their faces pale. I have warned you all before that the princess's health is fragile. She must avoid the cold and refrain from overindulgence. Have you all treated my words as mere whispers in the wind? The elder servants, led by Butler Wu, remained still, while the others hurriedly kowtowed and pleaded for mercy, some unable to hold back their tears. Oh, is he truly angry about this matter? This is somewhat acceptable. It can barely qualify as a pet for you, dear. With no time to entertain DX3's jest, Tan Yu gritted his teeth and leapt into the man's embrace. Your Highness! Fengxue instinctively caught the rushing figure, one hand firmly grasping the delicate waist of the young princess. The affectionate little cat was truly adorable, evoking an overwhelming desire to kiss her. He lowered his gaze, suppressing his own emotions, his voice tinged with a hint of hoarseness. What is the matter? The beautiful youth in his arms blinked innocently, his cat-like round eyes sparkling, his delicate chin resting against his chest, the tips of his ears flushed, nuzzling affectionately. Your Highness, do you not wish to return and see the gift I have prepared for you? Chapter 47. It is quite amusing to deliberately make the little cat anxious. Those present could clearly see that Tan Yu's bold action was a perilous gamble, undertaken solely to save their lives, the group of servants. Many who had harbored prejudices against Tan Yu felt a wave of shame wash over them at that moment. Observing Tan Yu's demeanor, so tense as if facing a great threat, Fengxue found it rather amusing. In truth, he was not so cruel as to this extent. The youth's adorable behavior was simply too charming, and for a moment, Prince Jing could not resist the urge to pinch Tan Yu's soft cheek. Do you not wish to spare them from punishment? Tan Yu had not anticipated that his intentions would be so effortlessly discerned. Yet, with matters having reached this point, he could only nod. Is that permissible, Your Highness? The youth gazed up at him with those beautiful, round eyes, his emerald-like pupils shimmering with hope, exuding an air of endearment. Shui Fengshue's expression darkened slightly, his breath quickening. "Little one, how adept you are at coaxing. I truly wish to kiss you." Tan Yu continued to look at him with unabated anticipation. After a brief pause, Shui Fengshu gently caressed the lower lip of Tan Yu, lowering his gaze as his voice, now hoarse, softly inquired, "What if I were to say no?" Taken aback by this response, Tan Yu was momentarily stunned. His pupils trembled slightly as he stammered, "And no, it cannot be. But why must it be so?" According to Tan Yu's envisioned outcome, Shui Fengshu should have been astonished by his boldness and readily acquiesced. How could it be otherwise? Seeing the youth flustered and pacing in distress, a subtle amusement flickered in Shui Fengshue's eyes as he deliberately elongated his tone. "It is simply not allowed." This left Tan Yu utterly bewildered. However, the servants present were all astute, able to discern from their lord's demeanor that there was no genuine intent to harm them. The banter was merely a playful jest directed at the princess. Butler Wu signaled discreetly from behind, instructing them to lower their heads and refrain from peeking, even suggesting they close their ears. As expected, the sole simpleton among them fell for the ruse quite easily. Tan Yu was momentarily choked by Shui Fengshue's words, his eyelashes trembling in anxiety. He grasped the front of Shui Fengshue's attire, desperately tiptoeing to press closer to him, asking fervently, "Then may I plead with you? I beseech you, your highness. In your magnanimity, please spare them this once." The soft, warm body of the youth pressed tightly against him, seemingly unaware of the implications. He merely needed to tighten his embrace slightly to completely dominate the innocent soul nestled within his arms. Shui Fengshue's throat bobbed twice. "Please, do not be perfunctory." Tan Yu immediately joined his hands in a fervent prayer. "I beg you, my prince." Shui Fengshue's gaze deepened, and subtle changes began to manifest in certain aspects of his demeanor. This was troubling. His wife was just too endearing. Enough of the pleas. Any further entreaties may provoke me. As Shui Fengshue pushed away the youthful figure he held, he appeared composed, yet an undercurrent of fluster lingered beneath the surface. Unbeknownst to Tan Yu, his eyes sparkled brilliantly, and a resplendent smile adorned his already stunning visage. "Thank you, my prince. You are truly a wonderful person." Witnessing this, the crowd instantly bowed in gratitude. Steward Wu, sharp-eyed, ushered everyone to rise and swiftly depart. It would be comical if they did not afford the prince the space for romantic discourse. Their heads would surely not remain attached for long. However, do not rejoice too soon. I have merely chosen to overlook their negligence, Shui Fengshue remarked, gently caressing the corner of Tan Yu's mouth with his callous thumb, teasingly brushing against his small, blunt canine tooth. "Should your gift fail to satisfy me, they shall face the consequences." "Your Highness, are you toying with me once more?" Tan Yu pouted, gnashing his teeth against Shui Fengshue's fingers. "I shall bite you." Shui Fengshue smirked, extricating his unharmed digit from the playful grip. "Truly, you do possess the spirit of a puppy, always nipping at others." The tiny imprint left by the sharp little teeth resembled its owner, adorably naive. Danju, unaccustomed to being unfairly branded as a biter, was incredulous. How could he be unjustly accused? Yet, he dared not voice further dissent, resorting instead to a silent expression of grievance. "You are the dog." Shui Fengshu entertained the notion for a moment, wary of provoking genuine ire, and extended a gesture of goodwill. With a smile, he bent down, resting his arm at the crook of Tan Yu's knee, and with a gentle exertion, effortlessly lifted him. Startled by this sudden action, Tan Yu instinctively wrapped his arms around the neck of his captor, his spine stiffening. If he had feline ears, they would surely have transformed into airplane ears by now. Perhaps feeling a tad embarrassed, Tan Yu pouted his lips in discontent. When would this villainous habit of cradling him like a child ever be amended? It was quite humiliating for a grown man to be treated in such a manner. Shui Fengshue patted his back. "Do not squirm." In contrast to Tan Yu's dissatisfaction, the prince, having successfully secured him in his embrace, seemed to be in high spirits, his tone laced with amusement. "Now, are you not to present your gift to me?" Upon hearing this, Tan Yu let out a disdainful huff. If the antagonist dares to express discontent after viewing, DX3 excitedly inquires, "So what? My dear, are you going to mercilessly kick him?" Tang Yu gazes skyward, despondent, and replies, "I shall plead for his affection." DX3 covers his mouth, tears streaming from the electronic screen. "Oh my goodness, my darling. You are simply too adorable." Indeed, congratulations to the antagonist for having such a charming wife. Yinzhen grits her teeth in silence. Unbeknownst to Tang Yu, who is oblivious to his own dramatic flair, he leaps from Shui Fengshue's embrace the moment he enters the room. He then scurries to the bedside, bending over and rummaging beneath the pillow. Unbeknownst to him, this angle, observed by Shui Fengshue, becomes increasingly intriguing. Such a slender waist, such a pert backside, such long legs. Shui Fengshue slowly lowers his gaze, glancing at his somewhat agitated companion, raising an eyebrow in surprise. Was it truly necessary to ogle like this? Just as he attempts to negotiate and calm him down, Tang Yu, having found the gift, emits a delighted cheer. He rushes back, holding something aloft before Shui Fengshue. Chapter 48, The Longevity Lock. May you live 100 years. Shui Fengshue takes a closer look. It is a delicate silver longevity lock, affixed with a red string and additionally entwined with a slender yellow thread. He is acutely aware of what Tang Yu has endured that day, including the various shops he visited, the items he purchased, the delectable treats he savored, and the conversations he shared with strangers, all while flashing sweet smiles at several vendors. He knows that he acquired a small longevity lock from a street vendor. This trinket is typically purchased by parents for their children, symbolizing a wish for a long, pain-free life. Suddenly, he feels a dryness in his throat. His first instinct is not to accept, but to inquire, "Is this for me?" Tang Yu nods emphatically yes. He presses the longevity lock bracelet into Shui Fengshue's palm. Grinning broadly, originally, it was intended as a necklace, but I consider that wearing something around your neck might pose safety risks. For instance, if you were walking and an assassin suddenly seized the red string around your neck, pulling it tight, what if it choked you? Or if you were in a complex terrain engaging an adversary, what if the red string got caught on a branch, hindering your movements? Thus, I took the liberty of having the vendor convert it into a bracelet, so you can wear on your wrist without worry. Shui Fengshue is taken aback, realizing that such a simple adjustment of wearing style prompted Tang Yu's elaborate considerations. He notices his voice has grown tense, tinged with an unnatural dryness. Tang Yu playfully points to the bracelet in his palm, grinning mischievously now. "Do you know what this yellow thread signifies?" "I do not," Shui Fengshue replies, fixing his gaze intently on Tang Yu's face, almost demanding, "What is it? Tell me." Tang Yu remains blissfully unaware of the fervent intensity in Shui Fengshue's eyes. He bowed his head, assisting Shui Fengshue in adjusting the appropriate length before meticulously tying the red string around his left wrist. This yellow thread was procured from the leader of a caravan from the western regions, rumored to be imbued with sacred significance in local rituals. When the first snowfall of winter arrives, the shepherds would tie a yellow thread around the horns of their strongest goat. Each family would select its most robust sheep for this purpose. While Tang Yu spoke, he secured the knot firmly. Subsequently, the high priest would dispatch individuals to drive the goats adorned with yellow threads to the altar deep within the sacred mountain for the divine lady selection. 10 days later, the shepherds would ride into the heart of the mountain. Should a lively goat remain at the altar, it would signify the divine lady's chosen messenger. This messenger could bestow a year's worth of fortune upon the villagers, and the yellow thread around its horns would symbolize the blessing from the divine lady. Shui Fengshue's gaze fell upon the bright yellow thread entwined with the red string on his wrist. Tang Yu adjusted it, and once satisfied with the binding, carefully singed the ends of the bow with candlelight, forming small beads. Shui Fengshue, his voice hushed, inquired, "What if all the goats perish, or if more than one survives?" Tang Yu smiled. "I posed this very question to Lord Shun at the Dali Temple. He responded that if all the goats perished at the altar, or if more than one remained alive, it would indicate the divine lady's dissatisfaction with the chosen candidates, bestowing upon them merely a winter's fortune. Thus, the divine lady shall always bring good fortune to the villagers she cherishes." Tang Yu recounted these words, finally adding, during my time at the Dali temple. Lord Shin mentioned that last year's thread, symbolizing the divine lady's blessing, had been taken to the capital by that caravan. The caravan leader hoped that this thread bearing blessings would reach a fated individual after months of travel. At this point, Xue Fengxue could hardly remain oblivious. The weight of this gift transcended mere blessings from the divine lady. It embodied the sincerest wishes of the one who presented it. As the skies cleared, sunlight streamed through the window, warm yet gentle. The youth before him smiled, with his eyes crinkling in delight, softly uttering, "I wish for your highness to live a long life." Precious and profound. Xue Fengxue was taken aback, uncertain of how to articulate his emotions, and silently extended his hand, embracing the one who had offered such blessings. For the first time, someone had said to him, "I wish you a long life." The heart of the Jing prince, which had lain still like stagnant water for over a decade, erupted in this moment. Tang Yu found himself enveloped in Xue Fengshue's embrace, held tightly. Time stretched, long enough for Tang Yu to feel a hint of drowsiness until he heard Xue Fengxue whisper softly in his ear, so light yet crystal clear, "Thank you. Congratulations. You have successfully unlocked the villain's closed heart, increasing the plot progress by 3, now reaching 10. Please continue your efforts." DX3 filled the screen with fireworks in celebration. "You're amazing." Suddenly, an increase of 3 was witnessed, and it is believed that it won't be long before we complete our task, allowing you to return with a fortune and joyfully attend university. Tan Yu shared in this happiness, feeling a sense of fulfillment regarding his own mission, and also delighting in the positive transformation of the antagonist. Upon introspection, he genuinely wished for Xue Fengxue to enjoy a happy ending, rather than the tragic conclusion depicted in the original narrative. The result of this mutually beneficial gift was that, when night fell, Xue Fengxue embraced him tightly, reminiscent of their initial encounter. Moreover, before sleep, he unexpectedly cupped Tan Yu's face in his hands. Xue Fengxue gradually leaned in, his long brows casting a shadow over his slender phoenix eyes, his exceptionally handsome face magnified before Tan Yu. "So obedient. May I kiss you?" Tan Yu blinked, intending to refuse. However, Xue Fengxue seemed to anticipate this, demonstrating through action that opposition was futile. His rough thumb pressed against Tan Yu's lips, while his other hand forcefully pried apart Tan Yu's knees, gripping his ample waist. Tan Yu's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at him. Xue Fengxue chuckled softly, allowing his fingertip to slip past Tan Yu's stubbornly clenched teeth, gently nibbling his lower lip. "No kisses?" Tan Yu shook his head repeatedly, murmuring no kissing. Before he could finish, His Highness the Jing Wang distorted the truth, saying no. "Then that means I can kiss you." With that, he planted a kiss on the boy's damp eyelashes. The moment he was released, Tan Yu felt a surge of indignation. His 2 prominent canine teeth ground against his lower lip, wide eyes glaring. "That's not what I meant. It's not allowed." Effortlessly, he rendered Tan Yu speechless. "Oh, is that what you meant? But I choose not to heed it." Xue Fengxue enveloped Tan Yu in his embrace, gripping the boy's chin. With a loud smack, he delivered another kiss. On his forehead, eyelids, eyelashes, the tip of his nose, cheeks, and lips, nearly every visible spot was left glistening by Xue Fengshue's affection. Tan Yu transitioned from discomfort and resistance to a state where he was nearly devoid of protest. "Fine, whatever, as long as it isn't a French kiss. That remains my bottom line as a straight man." Yet, in the next moment, Xue Fengshue's actions triggered his complete exasperation. Chapter 49. He has developed a peculiar affliction where he cannot survive without kisses. "Be good." Tan Yu, dazed, opened his mouth, allowing the kisses to continue. His beautiful eyes, veiled in a misty sheen, appeared somewhat dazed. "How pitiful it is to only receive kisses, my dear." Truly, his temper was completely subdued. Observing his swollen lips in the mirror, Tan Yu frowned slightly and tried to pout. Indeed, after such prolonged kissing, they had become somewhat swollen. He anxiously set down the mirror. This was quite strange. How could someone kiss for such an extended period? If it were with you, my dear, it would be entirely natural. Yet, he found no other reactions. Tan Yu scratched his head, suppressing his embarrassment as he recalled the recent events. No matter how intimate their kisses were, Shui Fengshui's embrace remained proper, seemingly unchanged. DX3, do you think we misjudged our initial intentions? Tan Yu furrowed his brow, increasingly convinced he had stumbled upon a monumental secret. DX3, puzzled, inquired, what do you mean by baby? With a serious expression, Tan Yu analyzed. Perhaps the antagonist is not gay. He may simply suffer from a peculiar affliction that prevents him from surviving without kissing men. As Tan Yu meticulously laid out his reasoning, it became evident that he was entirely off base, yet he still affirmed the plausibility of his discovery. DX3 hesitated, caught between wanting to speak and holding back. Tan Yu pressed on, DX3, do you think my reasoning holds merit? After a moment of silence, DX3 chose to indulge Tan Yu's happiness over the truth, readily agreeing, it does make sense. As for the task, let it be for now. What matters most is Tan Yu's joy. With the system's affirmation, Tan Yu felt as if his spirits soared. I told you so. How else could we explain his frequent headaches, which can only be alleviated by murder? Tan Yu stroked his chin, nodding in self-assurance. The singular truth is that in the original story, the antagonist never kissed anyone, leading to his relentless headaches, which, when unbearable, drove him to madness and murder. Such compelling evidence. It was irrefutable, and he found a bizarre sense of logic in it all. But, dear child, is this truly the case? Fortunately, this is not the world of Detective Kobai. Otherwise, not only would the task remain incomplete, but the host's very life would be at risk. No one knew the intricate calculations being performed within DX3's diminutive mechanical brain, nor how it had chosen to overlook the truth in order to convince itself. After dinner, Tan Yu reclined on a wicker chair in the Wong family's garden, gazing at the drifting, gathering clouds. Occasionally, a few withered butterflies fluttered past. The air was filled with the sweet fragrance of lychees. His slender fingers, stained with the juice of the vibrant red lychee, peeled away its skin to reveal the succulent fruit within. With a flick of his tongue, he spat out a small pit. He was draped in a pure black cloak, the material unknown, a gift from the emperor to the Jingwang. The weight of it felt substantial, its texture smooth and glossy. Tan Yu speculated it was even more precious than his white fox fur cloak. Such a valuable imperial gift. And yet Shui Fengshui casually allowed Butler Wu to cover Tan Yu with it, both for warmth against the wind and to prevent him from becoming too dirty amidst the garden's dust. The servants of the Jing Wang's residence often whispered amongst themselves, astonished that a princess, once bestowed upon the prince as a means of humiliation by his majesty, could rise to such favor in such a short time. Previously, the Jing Wang's residence would never have housed such a chaotic array of belongings. In the garden, a grand swing entwined with vines sways gently, while in the study, a selection of desserts, which the Prince of Jing disdains, often adorns the table. The kitchen simmers a small bowl of medicinal cuisine. In the prince's chamber, peculiar stones still rest upon a surface. These were brought back by Tan Yu from the Dali Temple, reputed to be the most exquisite among a pile of stones. To display these rare finds, a singular, exquisite glazed dish, a tribute from the South Seas, serves as their vessel. The radiant and luxurious glaze, in stark contrast to the dull-colored stones meticulously arranged atop it, renders the latter seemingly worthless. All of this transpires under the tacit approval of the prince. Tan Yu, stifling a yawn, was about to retreat to his quarters to have DX3 play a drama in his mind when Yuan Bao came rushing from a distance, breathless and exhilarated. Princess, I bring good tidings. Excellent news. Observing Yuan Bao, who was panting and drenched in sweat, Tan Yu kindly offered him a handkerchief. No rush. Wipe your brow and speak slowly. Yuan Bao, taken aback by the concern, gratefully accepted the cloth. Thank you, princess. Tan Yu smiled gently. Yuan Bao wiped the sweat from his brow and took a deep breath. Princess, do you know, I just saw eunuchs at the Tan residence delivering an imperial edict. Tan Yu was taken aback. Tan residence? Yuan Bao nodded earnestly. I heard that it seems Lord Tan has violated the laws of the Zhou and has incurred the emperor's wrath. The imperial guards have administered 30 lashes upon him. 30 lashes. Tan Yu immediately recalled the incident during his return visit, realizing that it was unlikely for the Zhou emperor to seek retribution against him. So why such a grand spectacle in punishing his father? This could only signify that the emperor was openly declaring Lord Tan's loss of favor. The position of Deputy Minister of Revenue is lucrative. Merely through the buying and selling of official titles and accepting bribes, a destitute official could amass wealth beyond imagination. If his father were to lose the emperor's protection and the protagonist failed to assist him, new powers would swiftly emerge to elevate their own. Thus, it is imperative that the protagonist intervenes. The matter of Lord Tan's punishment is not a secret, and soon it became common knowledge within the court. The atmosphere in the third prince's residence was ominously tense. Shui Changshan sat in the principal's seat, his expression dark, as a dozen advisors exchanged glances, ultimately shaking their heads in silent agreement. One bold advisor spoke up, "Your Highness, this must undoubtedly be orchestrated by the Prince of Jing. We have no means to reclaim our position." "Of course I am aware." Shui Changshan threw the memorial on the table to the ground in frustration. He gritted his teeth, enduring the pain in his arm. "This royal uncle of mine is nothing but a mad dog. Does he wish to sever all ties?" Reflecting on this, Shui Changshan felt even more disheartened. Since Tan Yu had ignored him and even vehemently rejected him, he found himself increasingly obsessed with the young man. Not only that, but even in dreams, he would envision that day when Tan Yu, after taking his medicine, had reddened eyes, tears dampening his lashes, weeping as he fiercely berated him. Like a small cat with claws outstretched, he stirred a longing in Shui Changshan's heart. Unfortunately, he often awakens in the night, overwhelmed by a profound longing. Yet, even when he summons his once-beloved handsome male servant, he finds himself devoid of interest. His desires remain unfulfilled with others. What vexes him further is his recent endeavor to find a youth reminiscent of Tan Yu, yet he has yet to encounter one who meets his expectations. At that moment, the shadow guard, responsible for this task, suddenly approached with news. "There's a clean, young lad debuting at the Red Chamber tonight. His features bear a striking resemblance to Tan Yu, with uniquely captivating yellow-green eyes. From behind, they are nearly indistinguishable." Merely hearing this description quickened Shui Changshan's heartbeat. Once he had dismissed his attendants and a shadow guard, he glanced down and found that his former vigor had returned. It seems that tonight's Red Chamber is a destination he cannot miss. Chapter 50. The affectionate little kitten. In recent days, Tan Yu has enjoyed a life of remarkable freedom and joy. Firstly, Shui Fengshui rises early for court and subsequently engages in various affairs, often returning only for dinner. After their meal, he retreats to the study to deliberate until late into the night, during which Tan Yu has already drifted into slumber, meeting the Duke of Dreams. Consequently, the time available for their intimate interactions has significantly diminished compared to before. This, in turn, means that the likelihood of Tan Yu becoming dazed and compliant under Shui Fengshui's affections has plummeted from 90 to a mere 10. Today, Prince Jing remains as busy as ever. During the day, Tan Yu was only able to seize a moment before dinner when Shui Fengshui caught him up and held him on his lap for a brief kiss. Now, the prince has just emerged from the study, and the sky outside is already adorned with twinkling stars. Upon returning to their chamber after a bath, he discovers a small bundle nestled within the expansive quilt, fast asleep and utterly unaware. When Tan Yu drifts into slumber, he is exceedingly obedient, and no matter how he is adjusted, he remains undisturbed. Thus, when Shui Fengshui gently grasps his chin and parts his lips for a kiss, Tan Yu merely smacks his lips in his dreams. He dreams of having just completed a code demonstration in computer class and returning to his rented room, blissfully reclining on his bed, tearing open a packet of jelly and indulging. Tan Yu furrows his brow, puzzled as to why this well-known brand of jelly refuses to yield. Furthermore, his pleasant dream swiftly morphs into a nightmare. How could Jelly bite? A monster. Only DX3, who witnessed the entire kiss, stared forlornly at the petals being plucked beside him. Dear main system, let us consider this hypothetically. Am I truly forbidden from striking someone? The main system observed coldly. The plot is progressing well. If you dare intervene recklessly, I shall send you back to the horror world to mentor newcomers. DX3 fell silent. The main system relentlessly enumerated its grievances. Who was it that was so frightened by an NPC in the horror world that they lost their electricity, only to have the host comfort them? How utterly embarrassing. DX3 ceased to respond, unilaterally blocking out the main system's incessant chatter. It seems that the bosses of the world are generally quite bothersome. Then, to her astonishment, the villain actually lifted Tang Yu into his arms and proceeded to kiss her neck. Oh, that despicable scheming man. How shameless to steal a kiss at such a moment. He even went so far as to instruct the kitchen to prepare an extra bowl of milk porridge for his beloved during dinner. He had deftly deduced that his little darling would feel drowsy after a bedtime drink. Such cunning. The scheming Prince Jing indulged in his kiss and then contentedly embraced his little cat to sleep. The following day, Tang Yu awoke to find her tongue swollen. Now, even speaking had become a challenge, her words muddled. How vexing. Tang Yu pursed her lips, and even her once-beloved shrimp congee was only half consumed. Yuan Bao looked at his royal wife with concern, puzzled by her sudden ailment. He scratched his head, wondering if perhaps she had eaten something amiss. Tang Yu slowly shook her head, her expression one of despair. I am not allergic. Speaking this way is terrifying. It would be better to end it all. The court physician hurried in to examine her, and upon seeing her mouth open, revealing the swollen tip of her tongue and the bite marks on the root, a momentary shock flickered across his face. Could it be that their lord was the reincarnation of a snake spirit? Such depth of kiss. Tang Yu closed her mouth, not missing the gravity etched on the physician's face. One knows that during a medical examination, nothing is more alarming than a physician's solemn silence or a long sigh after the examination. She found herself in the former predicament. What to do? Would I forever speak like this? Tang Yu was utterly baffled as to why she had awakened with a swollen tongue. If she returned to the modern world like this, with such a severe speaking issue, she would undoubtedly struggle to find a good job. DX3 secretly hinted. Cough. Perhaps something bit you? Such as that deeply scheming Prince Jing. In an instant, Tang Yu had a revelation. Surely, some bug had crawled in her mouth and bitten her. Ah, how terrifying. A vivid image of videos she had seen, where insects crawled into people's mouths, flashed through her mind. Her sanity plummeted. Thus, she resolutely refused to sleep again. Knock, knock. A slightly weary voice from the study called. Come in. Tang Yu opened the door, tiptoeing carefully inside. Before her stood a large screen, behind which she could make out several figures seated below, presumably aides of Prince Jing. Shui Fengxue was seated behind the screen, a pile of official documents spread out before her. Upon noticing her entrance, he waved her over and instructed, continue speaking. The aides, unable to see beyond the screen, dared not look, and thus resumed articulating their interrupted points. Those not reporting were secretly speculating. Based on the current rumors and the swings they had seen upon entering the manor, they could almost confirm the identity of the visitor. Tang Yu's fear dissipated instantly. It seemed all insects in the world must fear the villain, for the original story had stated that the antagonist was marked by loneliness and misfortune, naturally disliked by small creatures. He tiptoed over, making not a sound, and upon standing beside Shui Fengxue, he gazed at him with a look of grievance. This little expression nearly melted the heart of Prince Jing. Shui Fengxue extended his arm, wrapping it around Tang Yu's waist, and pulled him onto his lap, relishing the small, fragrant bundle resting on his legs. He casually pinched the soft, delicate earlobe of the youth. What is it? Shui Fengxue whispered softly into Tang Yu's ear, a voice audible only to the two of them. Have you been wronged? Tang Yu shook his head, wanting to inquire when he would return to sleep, but found it somewhat difficult to voice. After all, his presence was a hindrance to important matters, and it felt rather presumptuous to have the antagonist accompany him to sleep. Don't bite your lip. Shui Fengxue frowned slightly, observing Tang Yu's petal-like, rosy lips, which inevitably reminded him of the kiss he had stolen the previous night, sweet, soft, and moist. Shui Fengshue's throat tightened, realizing that Tang Yu's unguarded approach to his embrace, coupled with his silence, was irresistibly endearing. A small cat snuggling into one's arms surely awaited a kiss, did it not? Tang Yu steeled himself, just as he began to speak. When his chin was seized, silencing him. His hands were firmly captured by a strong grip, and his slender waist was constricted, leaving Tang Yu no choice but to straighten up. Pressing his hands against Shui Fengshue's shoulders, his eyelids and lashes trembling from the kiss. Not only did he fail to receive an answer, but he was caught off guard by the kiss. As the kiss softened, Tenyu felt his face cradled, his eyes gradually closing.
And soon he nestled into Prince Jing's embrace, falling asleep. A final kiss landed on the tip of Tanyu's nose. Such a good boy.
Chapter 51. Shouldn't the princess be more proactive? The following morning, Tenyu was pleasantly surprised to find that his tongue was no longer swollen. He could speak normally. In celebration of this delightful occurrence, DX3 had specially conjured a grand display of electronic fireworks in his mind. Tanyu's lips curled into a smile, his eyes transforming into crescent moons. It was likely due to the decongestant mixed into the milk porridge he consumed last night. Today, as he attended the poetry competition, he would inevitably need to engage in conversation. Shuefeng Shue calmly explained, pushing a bowl of vegetable shrimp and tofu soup toward Tanyu. Finish it all. The shrimp was delectable, the tofu exquisitely smooth, so much so that Tanyu found his toes involuntarily curling beneath the table. The poetry competition hosted by the Zhou Empire for the students of the Guozixu was held in the grandest Tho of the city. It was said to have been built by the first emperor of the Zhou, specifically for royal banquets, and it had stood for over a century. Students merely needed to present their invitation and register at the entrance. The judges for this poetry competition were of paramount importance, comprising not only the esteemed teachers of the Guozixu, but also the crown prince's grand tutor, the Confucian master Feng Shilian. This poetry competition not only presented students with a chance to showcase their talents and gain renown, but also served as an opportunity for the emperor to discover potential talents within the Guozixu ahead of time. The poems crafted during the event would be meticulously recorded and delivered to the emperor by the time the banquet concluded. Thus, this poetry competition holds great significance for the students. Tan Shi, a prominent figure within the Imperial Academy, certainly could not afford to miss such an opportunity. However, the recent incident where Tan's father incurred the emperor's wrath and was punished severely, resulting in his return being carried out by the Imperial Guards, had become common knowledge, leaving him feeling too ashamed to face his former classmates. "Do not worry, young master," his servant reassured him while assisting him in dressing. "You are quite popular at the Imperial Academy, and with the third prince and young master Zhou present, no one would dare to provoke your ire." "What do you know?" Tan Shui bit his lip, harboring resentment. "That was in the past. But how could I hold my head high before my peers after my father's recent disgraceful affair that has become the talk of the town? Forgive my ignorance," the servant said, trembling as he knelt and adjusted Tan Shui's attire. "Just yesterday, a young master from a noble family sought to make your acquaintance. But you declined due to your poor mood, and the doorman turned him away. Today, he has sent another invitation. I wonder if you would care to consider it?" Upon hearing this, Tan Shui's previously anxious heart began to steady. Indeed, although his family faced difficulties, his appeal at the Imperial Academy had never relied upon his father's position, but rather his own charisma. Very well, while such individuals typically did not catch his eye, perhaps it would not hurt to entertain the notion. Dressed in a pale green long robe, tightly cinched at the waist, he struggled to breathe. "Young master, is that belt not too tight for your comfort?" the servant asked, concern etched on his face, only to be met with a sharp glare from Tan Shui. "Do you think I wish for this?" he retorted. If it were not for that Tanyu, who caught the attention of so many dignitaries and noble signs at the banquet with his slender waist, why would I go to such lengths to stand out? His pride would not allow him to falter. With a deep breath and gritted teeth, he insisted, "Tighten it further. It must be as constricted as possible." As the sun reached its zenith, the warm rays of early spring enveloped everything in a gentle embrace. With sunlight filtering through the leaves and a soft breeze carrying the fragrance of grass and trees. Today, Tenyu wore a snow-white round-collared robe, similarly cinched at the waist with a golden threaded belt embellished with intricate patterns, adorned with a ruby. Complementing this was a golden, hollowed crown of red agate atop his head and a bloodstone pendant hanging at his waist. Any discerning eye could recognize that both the crown and the belt were tributes, each piece worth entire cities. Yet, Tenyu donned them with unabashed ease, seemingly indifferent to their opulence. Moreover, he casually played with a dark green ring on his finger, tossing it into the air and catching it mid-leap, or precariously balancing it on his slender fingers. Those familiar with the imperial prison knew that whenever His Highness, The Prince of Jing felt irritable and murderous. He would spin that dark green ring on his thumb. Shui Fengxue silently observed Tan Yu's actions. What might be deemed as disrespectful by others appeared to the Prince of Jing as a playful kitten, endearing and charming, evoking a desire to embrace and cherish. To be candid, if Tan Yu were to remain obediently by his side, he would adorn the youth with all the glittering treasures from the storeroom, tossing them about for amusement. Such dark thoughts had crossed the prince's mind on more than one occasion. Previously, upon witnessing Tan Yu laughing radiantly with Xin Jiao, his long stagnant heart experienced the stirrings of jealousy anew. Yet, he was undeniably Tan Yu's husband. Why should he smile at other men? Why engage in games with them? Why indulge in merriment with them? Countless questions swirled in his mind, igniting a fierce jealousy that reddened his gaze. He longed to confine this disobedient little kitten within his quarters, ensuring that Tan Yu could only smile and weep for him alone. The depth of his emotions stemmed solely from an aversion to Tan Yu's affection for anyone beyond himself. Men, women, eunuchs, even birds that Tan Yu had touched, evoked his jealousy. Meanwhile, Tan Yu remained blissfully unaware, naively believing that Shui Fengxue was merely a seemingly mischievous yet good-hearted individual, despite his peculiar tendency to suffer without the affection of men. As DX3 sensed the fluctuating darkness within the data, it sighed softly. The subject was a concealed control freak with a psyche slightly askew, yet its host was so innocent and gullible. DX3 could neither speak nor reveal anything. It could only watch helplessly. As Tan Yu tossed the finger ring once more, its trajectory unexpectedly veered to the left. "Your Highness." Tan Yu reached out to catch it, but instead, he found himself falling into the meticulously prepared embrace of the Prince of Jing. With his chin held firmly, he gazed at the man, leaning down to kiss him, and in a flurry of panic, he pushed back, urgency etched upon his face. "Your Highness, I was looking for the finger ring." Before he could finish his sentence, the dark green ring miraculously appeared in Tan Yu's hand. "It hasn't fallen, I caught it." A large hand enveloped his waist, slowly gliding upwards to his butterfly bones. Tan Yu's pupils constricted, and unable to maintain his composure, he faltered, collapsing once again into Shui Fengxue's embrace. The distance between them was rapidly diminishing. As the calloused thumb brushed suggestively across Tan Yu's beautifully shaped lips. "Therefore, I caught the ring for you. Shouldn't the princess be a bit more proactive?" Chapter 52. Your little kitten refuses a kiss. Once again, Tan Yu widened his eyes in alarm, pushing gently against Shui Fengxue's face while leaning back with all his might. "Your Highness, we are outside. We cannot behave this way." The little paw of the kitten, in a whimsical illusion, covered its master's mouth, refusing the advances of the wicked human. What would the master do in such a situation? Option 1. Remove the cat's soft paw pads, gently hold the cat's small head, nibble on its adorable ears, and then affectionately kiss it until it meows. Option 2. First, kiss the cat's tender, rosy paw pads, then grasp the nape of its neck. Bury your face in its belly, inhaling deeply, and finally kiss it until it meows. Option 3. Respect the cat's wishes and let it go. The Prince of Jing decisively chose a combination of the first and second options. He squinted slightly, gently pressed on the back of Tan Yu's hand, and planted a kiss in his soft palm. This action left Tan Yu utterly flustered. Why did it inexplicably feel more intimate than kissing on the lips? The little cat, bewildered, began to puff up in indignation. Immediately after, the prince, in a moment of benevolence, released the cat's paw pads, cradled its small face with one hand, and despite the cat's struggles, gently nibbled on its ear. "Your Highness, how could you?" Tan Yu, feeling despondent, attempted to evade while covering his ears, his large eyes wide with a mix of indignation and embarrassment. Shui Fengxue maintained a calm demeanor, his strikingly handsome face betraying no emotion. "What of it, my lord?" Moreover, he lightly patted Tan Yu's lower back, completely disregarding the latter's anger as he lifted him up. His gaze clearly conveyed, "If this were in the royal palace, I would not so easily let you go." "DX3, are you there?" Surrounded by eager onlookers, Tan Yu buried his face in Shui Fengxue's shoulder, feeling a prickling sensation down his spine, involuntarily shivering. DX3 had already reached a state of despair. It forced a smile. I'm here, darling. Tan Yu bit his lip. Is the main system present? Main system. Yes. Excellent. DX3, please ask the main system. I truly cannot endure this any longer. Tan Yu gritted his teeth, fiercely grinding against the fabric of Fengshue's shoulder. For heaven's sake, could the antagonist's dashing face not accidentally collide with my hand? Main system. The main system, with a hint of profundity, remarked, to put it bluntly, how is this not a form of indirect reward? Tan Yu tilted his head, even forgetting to vent his frustration on Fengshue's clothing. What does that mean? How could this be considered a reward? It is well known that the antagonist is proud. Should anyone strike him, he would undoubtedly feel angry, humiliated, and enraged, rather than rewarded. DX3 chuckled. The main system implies that if you were to slap his face now, not only would he find it pleasurable, but he would also seek an opportunity to retaliate. A wife's slap is affection, her scolding is flirtation, and her eye rolls are subtle signals of affection. DX3 sighed. Wow. It turns out he would enjoy it no matter what. How enviable. Tan Yu, the world of adults is truly terrifying. Mother, I wish to switch to a children's channel. Fortunately, Fengshui was not driven to madness. After holding him for a while and navigating through the muddy path caused by recent heavy rains, Tan Yu was finally set down. All thanks to that Fengshui, who told His Majesty that riding in a carriage was wasteful, forcing this little lord to walk. A familiar voice filled with curses echoed behind, prompting Tan Yu to glance back. The newcomer was none other than the young lord of the Dinyuan Marquisate, Xiao Yu, reputed as the most notorious dandy in the capital. Just as Xiao Yu was about to utter a vulgarity to his servant, his gaze inadvertently met the enchanting green eyes he had yearned for day and night. It was the princess consort of the Jingwang. In that fleeting moment, the world around him faded into insignificance, leaving only that vibrant figure in the distance. Resplendent and captivating, regret washed over him. He lamented the years spent in the capital, questioning why he had failed to notice such a unique beauty hidden within the minister's residence. To add insult to injury, the Jingwang had claimed her first. Fengshui, having sensed Xiao Yu's arrival, did not miss the fleeting moment of astonishment and admiration that flickered in his eyes. Such presumption, the air around His Royal Highness, the Jingwang, suddenly thickened with an oppressive aura, causing those nearby to recoil in trepidation. Yet, Tan Yu remained blissfully unaware, obediently holding hands while his attention was ensnared by the exquisite, colorful pavilion before him. A royal creation, it was undoubtedly a masterpiece. The palace craftsmen employed ingenious mortise and tenon techniques. This pavilion, too, was constructed without a single nail, yet it stood impervious. Throughout a century of storms and wars across the Great Zhou lands, even the palace had succumbed to ruin. Yet this pavilion remained steadfast, not a single tile shattered. Above the pavilion, a small area was carved into a square pool, filled with water that shimmered with rising steam. Surrounding it were countless snow-white silk drapes, suspended from the beams, swaying gently in the breeze. Each corner was adorned with writing materials, and the occasional sounds of stringed instruments floated through the air. Fengshui sat gravely at the main desk, flanked by two teachers from the Guozijian. As students gradually assembled, just as Fengshui deemed the number sufficient to pose questions, a eunuch responsible for the pavilion hurriedly approached, commanding the addition of another main desk nearby. Fengshui had an inkling of the visitor's identity, although displeased by the interruption. His rank, no matter how exalted, was still that of a subject inferior to the royal lineage. He had no choice but to endure. The appearance of Tan Yu incited gasps and murmurs among the assembly. Tan Shu-yi, who had been conversing and laughing with others below, observed that those who had previously lavished him with attention now gazed in awe at Tan Yu, their eyes wide with admiration, drooling in disbelief. To his astonishment, he also noticed that the once arrogant young lord seated before him, who had consistently ignored him, suddenly had reddened ears at Tan Yu's entrance. What was happening? Tan Shu-yi's eyes widened in disbelief, his limbs freezing, while a tingling sensation coursed down his spine. Almost all the men who had previously fawned over him and vowed their exclusive affection were now oblivious to his presence. Tan Yu had initially intended to retreat to a distant corner, but in the next moment, Fengxue stepped in, grasped his hand, and led him to sit behind the main desk. Tan Yu's eyes sparkled with delight. Osmanthus cake. A hush fell over the crowd. Thus the ethereal, kitten-like beauty they had just witnessed was indeed the princess consort of the Jing Wang, whom Tan Shu had disparaged as plain, timid, and frail. Moreover, with an indescribable gaze of disdain, one scrutinized Tan Shui, the contempt palpable yet unspoken. Tan Shui's face turned ashen, and he instinctively grasped the wrist of the person beside him, his lips moving silently. Zhou, young Master Zhou. The King Jing, with his cold and piercing black eyes, nonchalantly swept his gaze across the room. He gently wiped away the crumbs of pastry that had inadvertently adorned the corner of Tan Yu's mouth, before stating, "Begin." Tan Yu licked his lips, attempting to rise, only to be mercilessly pulled back by a firm grip on his waist. In a voice barely audible to anyone but the two of them, he threatened, "Where do you think you're going? Move again, and I shall punish you right here." Tan Yu turned his head in disbelief, the ruby chain upon his forehead swaying slightly, accentuating his vibrant liveliness. This appearance was undeniably enticing. Fengxue, caught in the captivating gaze of those beautiful cat-like eyes, felt an undeniable shame and an involuntary stirring within him. Realizing the impending danger, Tan Yu attempted to flee, yet was ensnared in place by Fengxue, who had sensed his intentions. With gritted teeth, Tan Yu heard him ask word by word, "Baby, is your fasting bothering you again?" Chapter 53. Who on earth has transformed my baby in such a manner? Oh no, this villain has completely turned. In a state of panic, Tan Yu covered his precious fasting, thinking, DX3, I suddenly no longer wish to undertake this task. His innocence, his virtuous character, all lay in ruins. Observing the boy's expression akin to facing a formidable adversary, Fengxue found it somewhat amusing. He gently patted Tan Yu's lower back, saying, "If you wish to avoid punishment, what must you do?" Tan Yu swallowed hard, cautiously suggesting, "Sit obediently." Fengxue, reassuringly holding his slender wrist hidden beneath his sleeve, whispered, "Yes, then sit obediently." Tan Yu inexplicably felt as though he were being trained like a little dog. Who on earth has altered my baby in such a manner? Tan Yu despaired, feeling disillusioned. I fear I may never love again. Were it not for the desire to return home, he would never allow the villain to lay hands upon him so freely. Although all present were astute observers, the actions of the two exuded an unexpectedly intimate aura, drawing considerable attention. Xiao Yu, positioned perfectly, could clearly see the King Jing's large hand tightly gripping the boy's slender waist, his heart shattered into countless pieces. Heaven knows, after years of aimless living, indulging in feasting and gambling, he had never dared to engage in such pursuits. First, he considered places like the Red Chamber to be filthy, and the people there unworthy of his proud status, let alone being close to him. Second, he felt no thrill or sensation of love at first sight as depicted in novels, unwilling to settle for anything less, leaving him entirely inexperienced in such matters. Third, he could hardly fathom what intimate contact with another might resemble. Upon inadvertently witnessing his brother's embrace a beautiful maid, he felt nothing but disgust. Yet all these beliefs crumbled upon encountering Tan Yu. His beloved possessed every admirable quality, save for one flaw. He belonged to another. Was he truly to experience love for the first time and consider becoming a third party? The thoughts of the young lord have always been unconventional. He has never considered the recklessness of being the third party in the relationship with the Princess of Jing, encroaching upon the affections of His Highness, the Jing Wang. All he knows is that he has fallen deeply in love. Apart from Tan Yu, the esteemed Princess of Jing, no one else can rescue him from his plight. However, as the saying goes, it is only the unloved who becomes the third party. From this moment on, Xiao Yu is determined to embrace his role as a concubine for love. If His Highness the Jing Wang does not permit it, then it signifies his incompetence as a husband. How can he be so possessive? Why not allow himself to take on this role instead? He is certain he could tolerate his wife's actions. Thus, unbeknownst to Tan Yu, he has taken on the role of an eager male concubine. Meanwhile, His Highness has inexplicably been branded as jealous, gaining a rival who is ever ready to usurp his position as the primary husband. Seeing that the attention of those present is indeed captivated by Tan Shu nearly grinds his teeth in frustration. Damn it, Shu, are you truly so intolerant of him? Zhou Yan, resting his temples, gazes at Tan Shu with a knowing smirk, not missing the fleeting glimmers of disdain and envy in his eyes. Tan Shu lightly tugged at the corners of his mouth, offering a self-deprecating smile. Young Master Zhou, I merely believe that the compliments once lavished upon me were mere flattery, and I foolishly took them to heart. He bore a deceptively charming visage, the pale blue garment accentuating his somewhat frail appearance, his waist cinched to an alarming thinness. Faced with the vulnerability of a beauty he once admired but never received attention from, Zhou Yan found it impossible to disregard him. Shu, do you know? Zhou Yan's lips curled slightly as he spoke softly. I have heard that just a few days ago, His Majesty spoke favorably, granting an exception for the Princess of Jing to enter the Imperial Academy, exempting her from the entrance examination. Tan Shu was aware of Tan Yu's admission to the Imperial Academy, yet he had not heard of the latter. He had assumed that even if His Majesty allowed Tan Yu to enter the Academy out of respect for the Jingwan, she would surely fail the notoriously difficult entrance examination and be forced to return in disgrace. After all, that wretched child barely received enough food at home, let alone the means to pursue an education, much less pass the rigorous entrance examination of the prestigious academy. To his utter astonishment, His Majesty had directly exempted her from the entrance exam. Zhou Yan reached out, his fingers brushing against Tan Shuyi's wrist, a suggestive grip that he gently caressed. If you dislike him and wish to teach him a lesson, I can assist you. Tan Shu suppressed a shiver, yet did not withdraw, instead leaning in slightly, lowering his gaze. And how do you intend to help me, young Master Zhou? In truth, he held little regard for the unremarkable suitor before him, whose only commendable trait was a delicate face, plain double eyelids, and a harsh mouth, utterly devoid of any masculine allure. Tan Shu was drawn to tall, robust men, preferably with a well-defined physique and noble status, such as the third prince. Only the best of men were worthy of him. However, none of this pertained to Zhou Yan, whose complexion was fairer than that of a powdered woman, his frame tall and slender, and whose father held merely a low-ranking official position. He emanated an aura of gloom, akin to a hidden devil shunned by light, always fixating on others with his piercing, unsettling eyes. The initiative shown by Tan Shui surprised Zhou Yan. It was also within the realm of expectation, for he alone comprehended the true nature of this seemingly understanding yet pathetically jealous young master. Shui, I cannot divulge my plans just yet, Zhou Yan teased, but if you wish to uncover my intentions, you must attend the wine-tasting banquet I am hosting tomorrow night. Tan Shui clenched his fists and, gritting his teeth, inquired, Will you keep your word? Zhou Yan smiled faintly. Do you doubt my sincerity? Shui, please look around. Aside from me, who else is willing to assist you? Tan Shui was momentarily taken aback. He surveyed the gathering, realizing that anyone his gaze met promptly averted their eyes. This included a man who had expressed his affections to him more than 10 times. Tan Shui pressed his lips together, hesitating for an extended period. Ultimately, he chose to acquiesce. All right, I agree. Zhou Yan beamed, his eyes scanning Tan Shui from head to toe with exaggerated nonchalance. Then it is settled. Zhou Yan's demeanor was as casual as if he were addressing a mere trinket. He then turned his attention away, engrossed in composing poetry at the table. This left Tan Shui gnashing his teeth, fiercely biting his lower lip, nearly puncturing the rice paper with a brush in his hand. Feng Shilian, seated beside the host, wore a countenance as dark as thunder. He glanced at the languid yet fearsome figure of the king of Jing, recalling his prized pupil, Prince Shuang. In stark contrast to the gentle and refined prince, the king of Jing was undeniably brutish. He recollected the last incident where the king's vengeance caused a rift between the emperor and the prince, entangling even himself in the aftermath. Feng Shilian stroked his beard and suddenly turned to Xue Fengxue, suggesting, Your Highness, might we request the Princess of Jing to compose a poem for the students present, allowing them a glimpse of her talent? At this, Tenyu was rendered speechless. Compose a poem? He was from a scientific background and had no aptitude for poetry. Instinctively, he grasped Fengshue's arm, trembling as he leaned against him, his large, pleading eyes nearly brimming with tears. "Your Highness, please save me." Chapter 54. Competing for attention with the king of Jing Shui, Fengshu comfortingly patted his back, enveloping the frightened young man in his embrace, shielding him from Feng Shulian's scrutinizing and disdainful gaze. The king of Jing, however, showed no mercy, his dark eyes glinting with cold malice. "I have stated before that the princess's presence today is merely to familiarize herself with the students here. As for your tiresome old poems, no one is inclined to indulge you." Feng Shulian was taken aback by the king of Jing's audacity, completely disregarding their apparent amicability. How could he utter such words in front of the students of the Imperial Academy? How was he to navigate the scholarly circles thereafter? Though his heart seethed with indignation, Feng Shulian maintained a stoic facade, compelled to kneel and defend himself. "Your Highness, the Crown Prince, I harbor no ill intentions. I merely wish to express that he refuses to acknowledge his own malicious intent. He is fully aware of the unique circumstances surrounding Lady Tanyu, the princess consort of Jing Wang, who, having never received a formal education, is subjected to such deliberate vexation. All of this stems from his desire to vindicate his Royal Highness, the Crown Prince." What does that old man mean by this? DX3's countenance was filled with indignation, knowing that, given your origins, merely being literate is a miraculous achievement. How could he treat you in such a manner? Truly, his malevolence knows no bounds. The poetry competition ultimately concluded with Jing Wang's indifferent departure. When news of this reached the ears of the Emperor of Dezhou, he was immediately incensed and, with a wave of his hand, imposed a 6-month salary penalty on Feng Shulian. The Emperor had initially intended to humiliate Jing Wang, which is why he had permitted Lady Tanyu special entry into the Imperial Academy. He had no desire to revoke her examination opportunity. Yet he could not overlook Jing Wang's audacity in exchanging a document for border trade to secure this chance. While the Zhou is abundant in resources, it still relies on imports from the western regions for essential items such as furs, cattle, sheep, barley, and corn. The journey is arduous and lengthy. Relying solely on manpower for procurement and transport takes no less than 6 months, and encountering robbers along the way, returning empty-handed is commonplace. This document for border trade had been an obsession of the emperor since his ascension to the throne, and after waiting so long, he finally saw this day come to pass. Summoned the beautiful attendants, Meng Shijun and others, he commanded with delight. The emperor, in high spirits, called forth the charming attendants he kept in the palace for amusement. He drank merrily, embracing a delicate and beautiful youth, laughing heartily, and then planting a kiss on the boy's face. Nearby, 2 lovely maidens knelt, massaging his legs and shoulders, their eyes filled with envy as they beheld the favored youth in the emperor's embrace. The beautiful youth, blushing, held a glistening grape in his mouth, eager to offer it to the emperor. The emperor accepted with joy, bending down and realizing from this angle. The youth's exquisite features bore a striking resemblance to an old acquaintance. Suddenly, he was reminded of the first time the princess consort of Jing Wang entered the palace to pay her respects, her petite face displaying a timid innocence, her long curled lashes casting delicate shadows beneath her downcast eyes, not to mention her captivating green cat-like pupils. Coincidentally, from this perspective, the obedient youth in his arms bore some resemblance to the princess consort. Instantly, the emperor felt a thrill of triumph in successfully claiming a person from Jing Wang. He eagerly grasped the youth's chin, envisioning him as the beautiful boy he longed for, and without hesitation, he leaned in to kiss him. "Your Majesty," the youth smiled, slightly lifting his chin in acquiescence. Tanyu stifled a yawn. "Are you tired?" One hand cradled half of Tanyu's face, preventing him from bumping into anything due to the swaying of the carriage. Tanyu blinked slowly, responding with a dull shui fengshui. Hearing this, raised his eyelids, a hint of amusement dancing in his eyes as he slowly opened his arms towards Tanyu. "Such a good boy. Would you like your husband to hold you while you sleep?" In the recesses of Tanyu's mind, 2 pivotal words automatically resonated: embrace, and sleep. As for everything else, he barely registered. Furthermore, the embrace before him appeared incredibly comforting and secure. He had never experienced being held while sleeping before. Since he could remember, the only companion he had was a worn-out plush teddy bear from the orphanage, which, despite its tattered state, he cherished and kept on his bedside. Baby, leaning against the carriage will give you a stiff neck. Xue Fengxue could have easily, as he did previously, reached out to pull the youth in his arms, playfully toying with him as one would with a cat. Yet, on this occasion, he refrained from doing so. Xue Fengxue's obsidian eyes, devoid of any glimmer, fixated intently on Tanyu. Swallowing hard, he reiterated, "Come here, let your husband hold you while you sleep, shall we?" He was curious to observe the instinctual choices made by a person utterly fatigued. Tanyu, overwhelmed by exhaustion, found himself unable to think independently. It was not his fault. He could hardly comprehend the flow of conversation at the poetry gathering where numerous individuals spoke in lofty tones. Thus, instinctively, he flung himself toward the inviting embrace before him. His beautiful large eyes fluttered shut, and he obediently murmured, "Okay." Those who truly knew Prince Jing would recognize the excitement in his eyes. Though he maintained an outward calm, a tempest brewed beneath the surface, barely contained. He once again entertained the notion of keeping the youth nestled in his arms indefinitely. If only Tan Yu could remain this obedient, forever wagging his tail towards him, even if he remained oblivious to the concept of love. As long as he was sufficiently compliant, there was no need for understanding. Xue Fengxue ran his fingers through Tan Yu's soft hair, gliding down to the tips, the silky black strands slipping through his fingers like satin. His large hand rested on the youth's waist, gently pressing him closer, while the other hand caressed Tan Yu's cheek. His gaze fixated on the slightly parted, delicate lips. Last night, Prince Jing had instructed the servants to apply a fragrant hibiscus balm all over Tan Yu's body. The aroma was faint yet soothing as he cradled the youth to sleep. Now, with Tan Yu slightly perspiring from slumber, the warmth emanating from his body released the fragrance through his clothes, gradually transforming into an alluring, intoxicating aura. Chapter 55. This is Love. Xue Fengxue lowered his gaze and softly pressed a kiss upon the youth's lips. Around them, it seemed the only sounds were the rhythmic movement of the carriage and the gentle breaths of the one nestled in his arms. He felt an unprecedented sense of tranquility. The weight of the sleeping youth in his embrace perfectly filled the void that had lingered in his heart for over a decade. He sensed that, without Tan Yu in this world, that void would persist until his dying breath. Xue Fengxue felt a profound joy in this realization. First, he now possessed Tan Yu in the most tangible sense. Second, he remained unwaveringly loyal to Tan Yu. A smile crept onto his lips as he leaned back against the carriage wall, slowly closing his eyes, savoring the serenity of the moment. Akin to a guardian beast dozing beside its partner. By the time Tan Yu opened his eyes again, it was already dinner time. He changed into a loose-fitting garment and sat beside Xue Fengxue, joyfully engrossed in his meal. DX3, nearby, applauded with eyes brimming with affection, exclaiming, "You're simply marvelous. Even your eating is adorable." DX3, please refrain from such remarks. It's akin to complimenting a 3-year-old. Tang Yu, bashfully nibbling on his spoon, appeared to reject the praise. Yet the delight within him was unmistakably revealed by the curve of his lips. A child seldom, showered with compliments, often finds it challenging to dismiss genuine praise in adulthood. Feeling shy yet elated, DX3, in a fit of happiness, showered him with endless accolades. The mechanical voice in his mind echoed ceaselessly, enveloping him in a torrent of flattery that left Tang Yu's ears flushed with warmth, resulting in an inadvertent bite of his own tongue. Before the sharp pain registered, tears streamed down his face. Xue Fengxue, quick and perceptive, grasped Tang Yu's chin, forcing his mouth open with his thumb along the corner of his lips. Tang Yu, eyes glistening with tears, was met with Xue Fengxue's serious demeanor. Upon closer inspection, a vivid wound was evident on Tang Yu's small, delicate tongue, a consequence of his overly vigorous bite, now swollen and bleeding. Tang Yu's jaw ached as he uttered muffled sounds, questioning his condition. Blood and swelling prompted Prince Jing to reluctantly withdraw his hand, the lingering sensation of softness on his fingertips igniting a sense of yearning. Tang Yu, wide-eyed, cautiously tried not to aggravate his already unfortunate tongue, asking, "What should I do?" Suddenly, a large hand cradled the back of Tang Yu's head. In his astonished gaze, Xue Fengxue leaned down, his dry lips brushing against the damp corners of Tang Yu's mouth, akin to a polite greeting. With a facade of nonchalance, Prince Jing whispered in his ear, "Be good, open your mouth, and your husband will ease the pain." Tang Yu could hardly believe his ears. "Brother, I know you're passionate, but I didn't expect such fervor." He was foolish, yet he wasn't naive either. Was he treating him like a Japanese person? Tang Yu struggled slightly, tilting his head away and firmly closing his mouth in defiance, muttering, "I won tea. You're simply adorable." Xue Fengxue grasped Tang Yu's chin, redirecting his face, his dark eyes deep and serious as he urged, "Obey. This is for your healing. Do not shy away from seeking treatment." Before the words fully escaped his lips, he willingly leaned down to kiss him. "Do you truly believe such words?" Tang Yu's legs felt weak, his head spun, and he needed a reminder to breathe. Eventually, his dazed mind surrendered, and he opened his mouth, his face flushed with embarrassment. So obedient, it was almost unbelievable. The cunning Prince Jing, at long last, fulfilled his desire to attend to his innocent little princess's ailment for an extended period. The little princess, overwhelmed by the kisses, finally reacted when he nibbled at her neck while she lay across the table. She crossed her arms tightly over her clothes, shaking her head repeatedly, instinctively mumbling, "No, I'm straight, not gay." "Xue Fengxue, what nonsense are you babbling? I can't comprehend." With eyes closed and speaking nonsense, she is still so delightful. Her adorable antics truly deserve the affection bestowed upon her. Thus, the unfettered Prince Jing delightedly lavished kisses upon his little kitty until the sun dipped below the horizon, hastily attending to his official duties thereafter. I must confront him. Upon returning from a conference summoned by the main system, DX3 was engulfed in darkness, his face a mask of fury, gritting his teeth as he exclaimed, "I can no longer endure this." Tan Yu, feeling wronged, gazed at the bite marks on the inner side of his thigh and wailed, "Oh no, DX3, I am truly tainted now. What shall I do? He is utterly outrageous. I have made it clear that I am not gay. Don't cry, dear. Just consider it as if you were bitten by a dog. Your tears break my heart." Tanya wept on the bed. DX3 pouted, raising his voice to the heavens. "Is there anyone who understands me? I too wish to weep. My precious little cabbage has been ravished like this. O heavens, why dost thou treat me so?" The main system, passing by, witnessed the duo in their sorrow. One wept like a rain-soaked pear blossom, her voice akin to a cat's mew, while the other, drenched in tears, sounded like a braying donkey. The main system endured for a while, but finally could no longer contain itself. Enough. It struck DX3 on the head, exclaiming, "What are you crying for? Keep it up, and I'll deduct your bonus." DX3's sobs paused briefly, only to escalate even louder. "Deduct it. My darling is in such a state. What use is a bonus now?" The main system was taken aback. "What is this? Has he?" DX3's cries ceased abruptly. He dashed towards the main system, leaping and striking its knee. "What nonsense are you uttering? How could that be possible? While I am here, such a thing shall never occur." The main system firmly held DX3, gritting its teeth. "Then why are you two crying like this? You don't understand." DX3 protested, his head held down, an angry expression flashing on the screen. "He has kissed every inch of my darling. That rascal." "So?" The main system questioned, incredulously. Tanyu overheard this and widened his eyes in indignation. "What do you mean, just because of this? I'm a straight man. I have already endured enough of his affections." Tanyu pouted, wiping away his tears. "He now harbors improper thoughts about me." DX3 nodded vigorously. "Exactly. Improper thoughts." Tanyu clenched his fists, swearing to the heavens. "My derriere is solely for the purpose of relieving myself. It shall never serve any other function. That is my bottom line as a straight man." DX3 echoed, "Bottom line. Bottom line." The main system merely scoffed. Chapter 56. Xie Zhao. Can you and the prince's affection? DX3 leapt up again, striking the main system's knee with fervor. What do you mean? Why are you laughing? I advise you not to meddle in affairs that do not concern you. DX3, consider this a warning. The main system gently patted DX3's head before departing. With a fierce gesture, DX3 raised his middle finger at the retreating figure of his boss, grumbling, "What is so great about being human? Just because you're handsome doesn't mean you're impressive." After shedding tears, Tanyu lay on his bed, contemplating the significant matters of his life, particularly how to liberate his precious behind from the clutches of the villain. He dreaded the thought of growing old in a nursing home, performing pelvic exercises while being slapped by a caregiver. And he certainly did not harbor any fondness for the antagonist. The first and most crucial step was to redirect the villain's affections toward another. Someone like young Master Zhao Yang, a man whose infatuation with the antagonist in the original story bordered on obsession, would be perfect. However, how could he instigate such feelings in the villain for Zhao Yang? After much deliberation, Tan Yu devised a brilliant plan. The following day, under the pretense of going out for leisure, Tan Yu sought the cover of Butler Wu and rented a carriage, taking Yuan Bao with him to a secluded courtyard. Upon knocking on the wooden door, Qing Feng cautiously opened it, inquiring who was there. Tan Yu immediately pressed his face forward, his strikingly beautiful visage and his unusual green, cat-like eyes instantly reminding Qing Feng of his identity. "Princess Jing, what brings you here? Where is the prince?" Qing Feng peeked around, noticing only the inconspicuous carriage and the equally curious Yuan Bao beside him. With a smile, Tan Yu lowered his voice, enshrouded in mystery. "I came on my own. I have something to discuss with your young master." Qing Feng was momentarily taken aback, forgetting to use formalities. "You wish to speak with our young master?" Tan Yu nodded emphatically, urging, "Yes, yes. Please let me in. The prince doesn't stay away for long, and I fear he might return suddenly. Is your young master home?" Qing Feng hesitated but then seemed to recall something, pursing his lips in a haughty manner. "Of course he is, but you didn't make an appointment, so you cannot see him." With that, the door slammed shut, leaving Tan Yu and the even more bewildered Yuan Bao outside. "Hey, I genuinely have urgent matters to discuss with your young master. It concerns the prince. Doesn't he want to hear it?" Tan Yu knocked insistently on the door again. This time, after just a few knocks, the door was pulled open from within, revealing none other than Xie Zhao himself. With a smile and an air of urgency, he greeted, "Princess Jing, your esteemed presence is an honor. I apologize for not welcoming you properly. Please step inside and let us converse." Tan Yu beamed with delight as he squeezed past him. While entering, he didn't forget to give Xie Zhao a pat on the shoulder and a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Thanks, brother. You're always so accommodating." Xie Zhao, perplexed, retorted, "Who are you calling brother? And why do you seem so different from the last time you came with the prince?" His impression of Tan Yu was that of a delicate vine, beautiful yet utterly dependent, entwined around the prince to extract sustenance. Yet, he was taken aback by the lively glint in Tan Yu's large, expressive eyes, reminiscent of a cat with a mischievous intent. The cat beckoned him closer, saying, "I have a secret to share with you." Xie Zhao, unable to resist, leaned in, his Adam's apple bobbing as he bent down to listen intently. With a conspiratorial whisper, Tan Yu said, "Can you do me a favor and make the prince fall in love with you?" In that moment, Xie Zhao could scarcely believe his ears. What is this male consort saying? What does it mean to help him and make the crown prince fall in love with himself? Is this some sort of fantasy talk? Xie Zhao took a step back, his face filled with astonishment, and asked for confirmation. What? What did you say?" Tan Yu, with a serious expression, stepped forward and urgently inquired, "I mean, can you make the prince like you?" He grasped Xie Zhao's sleeve. "If you're too shy, I can assist you." Xie Zhao was instantly taken aback. How could such a tremendous stroke of fortune possibly fall upon him? Could it be some sort of trick? A perilous trap? Xie Zhao's gaze grew wary in an instant. He narrowed his eyes and slowly withdrew his sleeve, finding the princess's intentions incomprehensible. Xie Zhao let out a cold, self-deprecating laugh and said, "Rest assured, if anyone claims that I have an affair with the prince, it would surely be mere gossip. So there's no need to go to such lengths to probe me." "What nonsense! Who said that?" Seeing his disbelief, Tan Yu grew anxious and circled around Xie Zhao. "I'm being serious. Why don't you believe me?" His rapid movements made Xie Zhao dizzy, and he could no longer contain his frustration, exclaiming, "Your Highness the Princess." Xie Zhao gritted his teeth, eyes reddening. "I am but a commoner. Even if I once harbored improper thoughts towards His Highness, they have long since dissipated." Tenyu was taken aback. "I'm sorry. Why are you crying?" "I meant no offense. I was speaking the truth." "Enough," Xie Zhao interrupted coldly, his expression filled with anger. "There is no need for you to humiliate and toy with me. I, Xie Zhao, am a person of dignity, and you need not treat me this way." Tenyu bit his lip, feeling somewhat at a loss, and reached out to wipe Xie Zhao's tears, only to be coldly brushed away. "I have no feelings for the prince, and likewise, the prince has never even glanced at me." Tanyu's lips moved, hurriedly trying to explain, "No, I truly mean it." "Xie Zhao, please listen to me." Xie Zhao replied, "I will not listen. Please leave, Your Highness." Tanyu pleaded, "I beg you. I am not joking. I do not like men." Xie Zhao scoffed. "How could that be? How long do you intend to mock me?" "Your Highness?" Tanyu widened his eyes, tilting his head earnestly. "Look into my sincere eyes. I am not deceiving you. Am I not genuine?" Xie Zhao lowered his gaze. The youth before him had a youthful visage, round eyes, and a slight upward tilt at the corners, as if born with eyeliner. When he spoke, his gaze was fixated on Xie Zhao, with a delicate nose and lips that moved enticingly, accompanied by a faint fragrance of hibiscus. His eyes were clear, his voice sticky and sweet, and his expression was sincere and pure, as if he could see no one else but the person before him. No wonder the prince fell so quickly. This male consort truly resembled a mischievous little cat. Xie Zhao pressed his lips together, his expression icy. "Fairy, Your Highness, I reiterate, regardless of what you say, I shall not acquiesce." Xie Zhao sighed, ultimately unable to bring himself to utter harsh words. "Your Highness, please return. Do not speak such things to anyone else in the future." Xie Zhao remained unyielding, and Tanyu instantly became frantic. "Then how can you believe me? I truly do not like men." "Oh, is that so?" A cold and subdued voice emerged from behind, and the surrounding atmosphere abruptly shifted, carrying with it the portent of an impending storm. The princess ought to engage her husband in a detailed discussion regarding her aversion to men. Chapter 57. Who made the baby so foolish and so easily deceived? Xie Zhao's expression relaxed. "Your Highness." Sensing that he should not remain in such an atmosphere, he quietly turned and retreated. Upon realizing the identity of the newcomer, Tenyu instantly froze, lacking even the courage to glance back. He could only hear the deliberate and steady footsteps approaching from behind. Each step felt like a tread upon his fragile nerves. The footsteps gradually halted at his back, and Tanyu could distinctly feel the piercing gaze and the unique scent of cold wood that belonged to Xue Fengxue. A broad palm slowly descended upon the nape of his neck, imparting an indescribable, damp sensation. Wang Yi. Tanyu trembled, compelled to turn around under the pressure. Raising his face high, his throat was gripped by a hand, rendering him unable to breathe freely. His curled eyelashes hung cautiously, while his throat felt parched with a hint of fear. Xue Fengxue remained silent, coldly gazing down at him, the very person who had once bestowed sweetness upon him, only to subsequently plunge a dagger into his heart. He understood that Tanyu did not harbor such feelings for him. Yet, proud as the Jingwang was, he had never anticipated that Tanyu would detest his touch to such an extent, even fantasizing about relinquishing himself to another. Long fingers gradually pressed upon the skin over Tanyu's heart, the icy sensation penetrating through the thin layer of fabric. Many times, the prince pondered whether you possessed any affection. The chill in his voice mirrored that of the night of their wedding, when Xue Fengxue had threatened him with a sword. But upon closer listening, there was a barely perceptible tremor beneath the cold exterior. "Tanyu, you have compassion for all living things, yet you have never considered me." Upon hearing this, Tanyu immediately recognized that his actions had indeed caused Xue Fengxue pain. "No, I have considered," he yearned to explain, but Xue Fengxue interrupted him coldly. "Enough, do not deceive me further." He slowly released his grip on Tanyu's neck, his dark eyes filled with profound disappointment. Moments later, he turned and departed. Tanyu watched Xue Fengxue's heavy footsteps and gazed at his towering silhouette, momentarily lost in thought. DX3 observed the scene before him, akin to a couple parting ways, and hastily opened the data panel, fearing the emergence of irreparable consequences. Unexpectedly, aside from the villain's anger level significantly surging towards the brink, the murder intent and plot value only fluctuated slightly, even hinting at a subtle progression in the storyline. What is happening? DX3 stared in disbelief, reviewing the events multiple times. Just moments ago, the villain's expression had nearly devoured Tanyu whole. How could the murder intent be so stable? The main system raised an eyebrow, extending a hand to activate DX3's mute button, subsequently disabling its camera. Be quiet and do not create disturbances. The ensuing scene is not suitable for your viewing. DX3 instantly erupted in fury. The round little robot sprang up once more, furiously striking at the knees of the malevolent boss. Why? The large eyes displayed on the electronic screen glistened with tears. My baby has already angered that wicked villain, and you still won't let me see what it means. What if something happens? The main system chuckled meaningfully, patting DX3's head. Fear not, should anything occur, it will only be fortuitous. DX3 was taken aback, its electronic screen flickering. Could it truly be a good thing? In the periphery, the youth stood frozen in place, his wide eyes filled with shock. As he walked further away, Shui Fengshue's expression grew increasingly somber. With the first step, the baby did not rush over to embrace him with tears. By the 5th step, there was no embrace. By the 10th step, still no embrace. By the 13th step, no embrace. By the 15th, 16th, and 17th steps, he paused at the 23rd step. He still did not catch sight of that imagined figure. At that moment, Prince Jing's exquisitely chiseled visage was shrouded in dark clouds, his pitch-black eyes swirling with turbulent desires and overwhelming resentment. Why bother exerting so much effort? Since the other party comprehended nothing, it might as well continue this way. Although he had always looked down upon the inept means of treating a beloved with confinement. At this moment, he truly longed to disregard everything and rush in to take the person away. To bring him back, blindfold him, gag him, bind his hands and feet, and lock him in a room known only to himself. The youth would sit quietly on the bed, a delicate golden chain adorning his lovely ankle, and a soft rope, wrapped in fur to prevent injury, would encircle his slender and fragile neck. Naturally, the other end of the rope would be held firmly in his hand. Then would come the punishment. Even if Tanyu were to act as he did before, pouting and crying sweetly, he would not show any mercy. DX3's vision darkened. The corruption level is skyrocketing. Main system, quickly grant me access. The main system, however, remained unperturbed, clicking its tongue. What is the rush? Your baby is chasing after you. Tanyu clenched his fists, as though having made a momentous decision. He wished even more for Shui Fengxue to be happy and content. The low-pressure, humid surroundings were enveloped in gathering clouds. In the desolate, open space, Shui Fengshue's tall and slender figure cast a slanted shadow on the ground. He gazed with his dark eyes, desires surging like a malevolent spirit. Your Highness, a clear, melodious voice pierced through the tranquil atmosphere like a bird in flight, breaking the stillness. Tanyu resembled a fledgling bird newly capable of soaring through storms. Clad in a beautiful outfit that jingled with a crisp sound as he ran, he stumbled over the uneven ground towards Shui Fengxue. Your Highness, don't leave. Wait for me. Shui Fengxue heard the voice and slowly turned his head, the terrifying emotions in his eyes yet to dissipate, fixating on the youth rushing towards him. On that pretty little face, only urgency and concern were reflected, and those unusually beautiful green cat-like pupils were filled with the image of himself. Tanyu opened his arms, fearing that Shui Fengxue might flee, and forcefully crashed into his embrace, clinging tightly to his body, burying his face in his chest and weeping softly. The prey, terrified of being abandoned by the hunter, relinquished the notion of freedom and willingly stepped into the trap set by the hunter. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said that. I just don't want to see you hurt, nor do I wish for you to be disappointed because of me. Tanyu cried as he apologized, clinging to Shui Fengshue's shoulders and attempting to receive the fervent response he once enjoyed. Yet none came. Shui Fengxue merely stood there, his gaze cast downward, allowing the boy's small, warm body to press against him. Tan Yu's slender arms wrapped tightly around his back, the distance between them almost excessively intimate. In the past, such embraces would have met with the boy's resistance. But now it was Tan Yu who sought to entwine himself, pleading for him not to leave. "Your Highness, my lord, could you please make sense of me? I beg you." Shui Fengshue's heart trembled, yet he remained silent. He simply closed his eyes, savoring the warmth of the boy who clung to his shoulders, straining on tiptoes, his soft little lips clumsily pecking at his chin while emitting pitiful little hums. How adorable! Shui Fengshue felt a thrill as his Adam's apple bobbed. The tactic of feigned vulnerability proved far more effective than he had anticipated. "My dear, you're still so easily swayed." Alas, what could he do? The dear one was so naive and easy to deceive, he sighed. He lifted his hand to grasp the boy's chin, no longer holding back in his strength. Tan Yu let out a sudden cry, forced to tilt his face upward, tears glistening as he gazed at the imposing man before him. Shui Fengshue remained indifferent, lowering his gaze and clicking his tongue. "Didn't I teach you how to kiss in a way that brings joy to your partner?" Tan Yu was momentarily taken aback, biting his lip, still unaccustomed to Shui Fengshue's coldness. Although their acquaintance was brief, the care Shui Fengshue had shown him was meticulous, and this abrupt change left Tan Yu feeling an overwhelming sense of loss. Yet the fault lay with him, and the discomfort was self-inflicted. Acknowledging this, Tan Yu steeled himself, suppressing a strange reluctance, and obediently nodded, "I understand." Shui Fengshue fixed his gaze upon him, remaining silent. Tan Yu's entire body tingled. His hands clutched tightly at Shui Fengshue's clothing, his petite, rosy lips slightly parted. The fragrances of hibiscus and cold would intertwined, merging together. Kissing was blissful, warm. Time seemed to slip away, and soon Tan Yu was unaware of how long it had been, nor the moment he was lifted and seated in Shui Fengshue's arms. His chin held as kisses rained upon him, bewildering him completely. All he knew was that his own troubles had angered Shui Fengshue and hurt his heart. Hence he needed to apologize. An apology naturally called for sincerity. With his belt loosened, Tan Yu gritted his teeth, his entire being curling into a shrimp-like form. "I can't wait." At last, with a kiss tinged with an inexplicable bitterness, they parted in an instant. Tan Yu's eyelids fluttered, weariness and fatigue overtaking him. He succumbed to slumber in Shui Fengshue's embrace, his eyes rimmed with a hint of crimson. For days, he had been preoccupied with official duties, and the crown prince seized this opportunity to lavish affection upon the little feline. Indeed, his anger, resentment, and sorrow were genuine, stirred by Tan Yu's actions. Yet, he had declared from the outset that once Tan Yu was entrusted to him, his fate, whether to live or die, to weep or to smile, was entirely at his discretion. In the end, he left a bite mark on the young man's neck, drawing blood and leaving an indelible stamp upon him, precisely where the collar barely concealed. It was then that Shui Fengshue deemed it sufficient to release him. Originally, the ordinary carriage rented by Tan Yu had been returned by Gujio. While the carriage brought from the crown prince's residence was spacious and grand, adorned with a gentle incense wafting through the air, Tan Yu's plush pillow, which he typically used for his afternoon naps, was also present. In times past, Tan Yu relished the moments spent on the soft cushions of the carriage, indulging in the diverse array of teas, pastries, and fruits prepared by Butler Wu and Yuan Bao during his journeys. However, today, such pleasures eluded him. Shui Fengshue cradled him tenderly, caressing his long hair, planting delicate kisses upon Tan Yu's forehead, eyelids, nose, and cheeks. Tan Yu kept his eyes closed, his complexion pale and frightened. The tears he had shed, fearing Shui Fengshue's sorrowful departure, still clung to his curled lashes, rendering him pitiful until they were tenderly kissed away by the man. Shui Fengshue pondered the nature of his feelings for Tan Yu, realizing that possessiveness and a desire for control overshadowed any sense of kindness or tolerance he might possess. He was, indeed, a man afflicted by his own maladies. Although he was 6 years Tan Yu's senior, his lack of genuine love or being truly loved left him incapable of exhibiting the gentle understanding that typically characterizes the relationships of older individuals with their younger counterparts. His love, too, was pathological. Fortunately, Tan Yu was remarkably dull-witted and innocent. Yet, it was precisely this naivety that stirred a modicum of resentment within Shui Fengxue. His dullness allowed him to accept the other's affections without hesitation or guilt, while his simplicity rendered him unable to refuse, believing wholeheartedly in whatever was presented to him. Shui Fengxue closed his eyes, savoring the bitterness within his heart. Meanwhile, on a high platform, Xie Zhao stood, the cold wind brushing against his cheeks. He raised a hand, mechanically touching his face, only to find it slick with icy tears. Qing Feng stood nearby, clutching a cloak, yet hesitated to approach and drape it over his young master. In the past, when the Crown Prince's army had traversed the land, they not only rescued thousands of citizens of the Great Zhou who had been captured by the enemy, but also reclaimed several cities lost for decades. It was during this tumultuous time that he and his master were saved by the Crown Prince's forces. An enemy general, struck by Xie Zhao's beauty, took a particular interest in him amidst the throng of captives. At that moment, Xie Zhao was merely a sheltered young master, and it was only when a group of burly enemy soldiers tore at his clothing and pressed him into the mud that he comprehended the peril that lay before him. Disgusting and agonizing, countless hands attempted to tear at him, seeking to desecrate his very soul. In that moment, a pitch-black arrow shot forth from an unknown origin, piercing the chest of the general who was about to violate his garments. Following this, the clamorous sound of an army surged forth. Xie Zhao lay on the ground, observing as grotesque faces around him were struck by arrows and cleaved by blades. He was saved. Countless commoners were saved, all thanks to Shui Fengxue, the unpromising son of the former emperor, a youth branded with the ominous title of Calamity. The Prince of Jing, who had rescued innumerable souls, remained oblivious to the insignificant Xie Zhao. His acts of salvation and slaughter adhered to the unwritten rules of the battlefield and his own heart. Xie Zhao was merely one among the vast multitude of citizens of the Great Zhou whom the prince had saved, yet to individuals like him, the Prince of Jing, who led cavalry to vanquish enemy generals and safeguard the Great Zhou, was a hero. Consequently, to distinguish himself from the countless others, Xie Zhao overcame his previous lack of knowledge and underwent a painful transformation over several years. From a mere advisor of little consequence, he ultimately earned the right to stand behind the commander, devising strategies as a deputy military advisor. However, this journey was destined to move only himself. The prince, preoccupied with the affairs of state, would not concern himself with which of his advisors had made significant changes or endured hardships for his sake. His focus was on how to wage war, ensuring sufficient provisions, delivering military salaries, and securing the peace and prosperity of the populace. Thus, in the days that followed, only Xie Zhao harbored unfulfilled hopes of secret admiration. Not long after the prince severed all obstacles, he was compelled to wed a male consort due to the emperor of Great Zhou's jealousy. Witnessing this today, Xie Zhao realized that his long-held belief of the prince enduring humiliation and bearing burdens was misguided. The male consort, named Tan Yu, was so extraordinary that he seemed almost out of place. How could someone like Tan Yu exist in this world? Xie Zhao lowered his gaze and sighed. Tan Yu opened his eyes, tears streaming down his cheeks once more. Why do I always feel like I end up losing both the lady and the soldiers? If you're unhappy, I can take you away, he said. I cannot leave. Tan Yu shook his head. Like a small automaton, he blinked his large eyes, questioning. So why'd he swallow that? It was so filthy. Chapter 59. You smell divine, so what? Isn't this a reward? He.S. benefiting from it. Such matters were simply too excessive. I never knew two men could engage in such things. Tan Yu was taken aback that the antagonist would deign to lower himself for him. Embarrassed and furious, Tan Yu buried himself under the blankets, unable to face it or reminisce. Oh dear, DX3 grimaced, sharply commenting. I reckon the antagonist has been yearning for this for quite some time. You might as well tread upon his handsome visage with your foot, and he would likely respond with gratitude, uttering phrases like, thank you, darling, you smell delightful. Amen. How infuriating they can be. Tan Yu's face flushed instantly. How could this be possible? He merely intended to introduce a partner to the antagonist. Yet the antagonist reacted with such fury. If he were truly to disrespect someone in such a manner, he would undoubtedly be left battered and bruised. How could that be? My dear, as a devoted admirer of Tanyu, DX3 entirely refuted this notion. With your exquisite beauty and your fair, delicate feet, it would be an unparalleled honor for anyone to be graced by your presence. The thought was almost too much to bear. Wouldn't that be a delightful experience for the antagonist? Tanyu found himself instinctively glancing down, and indeed, he spotted a glaring mark on his slender ankle. Suddenly overwhelmed, he slowly retreated beneath the covers, muttering, DX3, from whom have you learned such phrases? You seem rather off. DX3 observed the boy's flushed ears peeking through his dark hair, evoking a sense of bittersweet joy. It was as if the little kitten, having been affectionately embraced by a wicked human, was still content. No matter, as long as the darling was at ease. The cat is good, the system is fine, but humans are flawed. Yet, the esteemed DX3 chose to show mercy this time, opting to overlook the antagonist as transgressions. The main system was indeed correct. Though I am loath to admit it, this is indeed a fortuitous turn of events that advances the plot, DX3 declared. Now it was Tanyu's turn to be taken aback. Emerging from his cocoon of blankets, his eyes widened in surprise, still tinged with red. Really? Though he had yet to ponder the implications of whether the antagonist would accept Xie Zhao, and what would happen if the antagonist remained behind after the mission was complete, the exhilaration from the progress in the task momentarily clouded his thoughts. This meant he truly had the opportunity to return to a modern world filled with technology, electricity, the internet, air conditioning, and books. He had long envisioned that half of the reward funds from his completed mission would be donated to charitable organizations. Of course, he would also like to contribute to the orphanage where he had spent many years, recalling with nostalgia the last visit when the facilities were in disrepair. Perhaps he would treat himself to a small home, not too large, as he preferred a sense of security. Just a cozy bedroom would suffice. A car was not necessary at the moment, as he lacked a driver's license, but he could consider learning to drive in the future. In his childhood, Tanyu yearned for unwavering companionship and eventually began to desire the kindness of adoptive parents. However, unlike other children, he did not employ flattery to attract potential adopters. Aside from his porcelain doll-like beauty, he possessed no qualities that would endear him to couples seeking to adopt. On several occasions, someone had taken him home, only to return him days later, disappointment etched upon their faces. We cannot keep this child. You should verify if he has autism before the orphanage opens for adoptions. The young couple had furiously complained to the director. Having returned home for several days, I find myself unable to smile, standing motionless in the kitchen late at night. My expression hauntingly vacant. The young Tanyu gazes with his disproportionately large round eyes, seemingly devoid of emotion, fixating on his adoptive parents and the director as they erupt in anger. Deep down, he yearns to express, Mom and Dad, I am merely hungry. I did not have enough of that thin porridge for dinner. Yet, he refrains from uttering these words, for during mealtime, the young couple had quarreled over mortgage issues, resorting to violence and even overturning the table. The director appears to understand Tanyu's predicament. In light of the current situation, she hastily offers apologies to soothe the adoptive parents' tempers. I sincerely apologize. This child is simply a bit slower than others. The director, a woman in her 50s, holds Tanyu's hand firmly, wearing a conciliatory smile. But I must say, little Yu is a good child. Not only does he learn quickly, but he also possesses a kind heart. Once familiar, he becomes quite talkative and cheerful. He is not autistic. Unfortunately, the young couple remains unconvinced. The husband shakes his head, disappointment etched across his face. We do not want this child. Please show us other boys. As for girls, we have no interest. He gestures towards Tanyu, who hides behind the director. He doesn't even know how to charm his parents during their quarrels. This indicates emotional detachment. What use is intelligence without emotional connection? Thus, Tanyu endures several rejections before. At the age of 13, he requests the director to cease searching for adoptive families on his behalf. Entering the world too soon and struggling to earn his tuition, Tanyu does not veer off course. Rather, he learns to don an exterior imbued with a sense of resilience and an optimistic smile. winning the affection of those around him. Yet, unbeknownst to others, he grapples with profound insecurity within. The experience of being returned during his childhood has taught him that forming intimate relationships with complex beings is a formidable challenge. Tan Yu believes that caring for a few stray animals would suffice. DX3, observing Tan Yu's wish list, feels a mechanical heart ache deeply. Hakiyu. Even with a fortune of 100 million, you only desire to snuggle with similarly homeless creatures, devoid of any grand ambitions? Tears glisten on DX3's screen. Oh, dear child, you always consider others. Those who truly understand you could never easily let go. Shui Changshan gazes at the humble figure before him, dutifully assisting him with his attire, his eyes brimming with fervent intensity. It is astonishing how remarkably similar they are, especially when reclining with those yellow-green eyes closed. Long curled lashes adorned with tears, reminiscent of a weeping pear blossom. Shui Changshan cannot resist the urge to gently caress his cheek, tracing from the corner of his eye to his chin. If this face were even more beautiful, with features more exquisite, the resemblance would be uncanny. This gesture, imbued with ambiguity, leads the one being caressed to misinterpret the sentiment. He mistakenly believes that this distinguished and imposing guest has developed feelings for him after several tender moments, igniting an exhilarating desire to leap into Shui Changshan's embrace, as if soaring to new heights. The young master did not wish for her to depart, yet he failed to notice the greed and flattery reflected in his expression. Suddenly, the man's demeanor shifted to one of ominous intensity, tinged with irritation. He forcefully tore the delicate red-clad figure from him, his large hand tightening around the slender neck, gradually constricting. Observing the terror in those yellow-green eyes, the pale visage turning a purplish hue from asphyxiation, he murmured, "I have warned you before. Should you dare to perform those repulsive actions again, you shall face certain demise." With that, Shui Changshan callously discarded the individual onto the ground, disdainfully wiping his hands with a handkerchief. Ignoring the muffled sobs of the one clutching their throat, he tossed aside a bundle of silver notes and departed with a heartless resolve. A counterfeit remains a counterfeit, unworthy of esteem, merely a fleeting amusement. As for Tan Yu, Shui Changshan held unwavering confidence that he would possess her without fail. Chapter 60. The scent of a wife's palm precedes pain. With a swift whoosh, a sleek, ebony arrow soared through the air, aimed directly at the frightened eyes of a deer fleeing through the thicket. The lifeless form of the deer collapsed onto the ground, devoid of breath, as someone rushed forth to secure a rope around its antlers, signifying that this quarry now belonged to the archer. Shui Fengshui lowered the imposing red longbow he had wielded, seated atop his majestic steed, clad in fitted black attire that accentuated his powerful physique. With broad shoulders and a narrow waist, his muscular arms bulged, and his jawline was sharp as a blade, his gaze indifferent as he looked down. The spirited horse, named Chasing Wind, snorted with vigor, its hooves stirring up clouds of dust beneath it. Clearly, this magnificent steed, which had accompanied Prince Jing into battle, was far from satisfied. It yearned to gallop freely, to plunge deep into enemy territory, to engage in a clash of blades. Merely trotting in the hunting grounds for an hour could not quench its thirst for adventure. Sensing Chasing Wind's impatience, Shui Fengshui soothingly stroked its mane, saying, "All right, my noble steed, I have matters to attend to. Let Guqi take you for a few more laps." Chasing Wind, somewhat prideful, turned its head away, snorting heavily. Shui Fengshui tapped its head gently, issuing a warning. "Do not throw anyone off your back again, or you shall find no joy in running for the next few days." Understanding his master's intent, Chasing Wind reluctantly neighed in acknowledgement. Despite the brevity of the hunt, lasting merely an hour, Shui Fengshui had amassed a mound of game that towered several individuals high. The clouds of gloom that had weighed upon his heart began to dissipate. After instructing the attendants to distribute the spoils, he chose to take with him a trembling rabbit, its ear pierced and pinned to the ground. The rabbit's eyes were red, its large ears drooping, its round body resembling a fluffy snowball. Intentionally, he spared this little creature's life, having merely grazed the edge of its ear. Thanks to his prior instructions, The rabbit's wound had been promptly bandaged and had ceased to bleed. For reasons unknown, upon first seeing the rabbit, Xue Fengxue was struck by the thought that Tan Yu would cherish it. He had committed an excessive act that had frightened her, and thus felt compelled to make amends. The character of His Highness, the King Jing, is undeniably irascible. Should he have the opportunity to act again, he would still choose to punish Tan Yu in that manner. However, upon witnessing the tears of fear in Tan Yu's eyes, he found himself utterly unable to remain indifferent, as he had claimed in his earlier anger. Xue Fengxue cradled the tear-streaked face of the youth, tenderly kissing away his sorrow. "Be good. You clearly do not dislike me, do you?" The boy blinked his large eyes, shaking his head in defiance, insisting, "I don't like you." Such a response was quite fitting, for His Highness did not believe him. Truly, he resembled a little kitten, even in tears, exuding an undeniable cuteness. The more Xue Fengxue gazed upon him, the more he cherished him, leaning in to bestow another kiss. In any case, regardless of Tan Yu's declarations, the King Jing found him irresistibly adorable. At that moment, Xue Fengxue felt a twinge of regret. Why was the little one's temperament so gentle? Though visibly upset, why did he not simply slap him when the little kitten wife delivered a playful smack? The initial sensation was not pain, but rather the fragrant warmth of her palm. When the hand fell against his cheek, whether lightly or heavily, the experience, whether painful or not, was merely a precious caress from his beloved. A rabbit was confined within a cage, huddled in the corner, its ruby-like eyes filled with terror, even refusing to nibble on the carrot offered to its lips. The innate fear that frail herbivores feel towards predators is profound. Xue Fengxue was aware that animals did not favor him, and the same could be said for people. He had initially been idly entertaining himself by playing with the rabbit, a gift intended for Tan Yu as a token of gratitude for the longevity lock. Furthermore, though the priceless white fox fur cloak had been cleaned, the mere thought of the boy holding the soiled garment with an expression of remorse made Xue Fengxue's heart ache. It was merely a cloak. As long as the boy possessed a few items of even greater value, that would suffice. The hunting grounds for this excursion belonged to the royal family, where the game was meticulously tended to, each creature plump and robust. Ordinarily, His Highness would disdain hunting in such an unchallenging venue. However, the allure of the supple pelts of the prey was irresistible, making them ideal for crafting into cloaks or cushions, just like the aforementioned white fox fur cloak, which had also originated from the hunting grounds of the southwestern king. Observing Tan Yu in lighter hues, he occasionally yearned to see him in vibrant colors. The splendid red bridal gown, when donned by the youth, made his delicate features appear even more ethereal, akin to a captivating spirit from a tale. Thus, with a hint of selfishness, His Highness chose to hunt for red-furred foxes this time. I am somewhat reluctant to go. Half an incense stick's worth of time ago, Butler Wu had specifically come to inform him that the prince had prepared a gift for him in the front hall, inviting him to unveil it himself. Nevertheless, Tan Yu felt exceedingly bashful, concurrently experiencing a touch of disdain for his own behavior. He sensed that he had become overly dependent on Xue Fengxue of late. Feeling it was inappropriate, he realized that had he mustered the resolve to act decisively, he could have avoided pathetically chasing after him in tears. If only he had been a bit stronger, not so fearful of being abandoned, he would not have found himself in such a predicament. One must not bind another with their tears simply because the antagonist possesses a kind heart. My dear, when will you learn to love yourself a little more? DX3 understands that Tan Yu's thoughts are inseparable from his past experiences of repeated abandonment. Due to childhood trauma, he subconsciously seeks to please those close to him. Like now, he claims that being alone is acceptable, yet his heart is shattered. In truth, even if you had not pursued him back then, the antagonist would not have truly let you go. With the main system's permission, DX3 discreetly revealed a fragment of this information. In the original narrative, Xue Fengxue is a character with an overwhelming desire for control and possession. He only says no when he truly wishes to. And now that he has developed feelings for you, he is so enamored that he constantly has people watching you, wishing to be with you until the end. Some truths are too horrifying for DX3 to utter. However, it hasn't been long since I married him. Although Tan Yu lacks a sense of security and is clingy, he holds a strong belief that love blossoms over time, rather than being a mere spark at first sight. Perhaps only the antagonist himself knows the answer to this question. DX3 sighed in relief. Thankfully, my dear is not infatuated. As for the antagonist's obsessive love, it is only natural for him to be drawn to his beloved. In any case, my dear, for the sake of the narrative's completion and your quest to return home, be a bit more ruthless. Tan Yu was momentarily taken aback. But upon reflection, he realized that there was some truth to it. He was indeed experiencing a bit of inner conflict. Thus, with newfound courage, Tan Yu waved his small paw and boldly told Butler Wu, "If we come to urge him, I won't go. Let the prince personally bring me the gift." Butler Wu, charmed by his cuteness, happily returned to report. Indeed, one thing tends to humble another. It had been quite some time since his prince had been so humbled. Wait, why did he just utter that inexplicable phrase? Butler Wu scratched his head, puzzled. Never mind. It was more important to seek the prince. In the front hall, the already prepared Prince Jing listened to Butler Wu's verbatim recounting and was genuinely surprised. Imagining the youth tilting his head back, his round, sparkling eyes fixed intently upon him, feigning anger and playfully brandishing his claws while issuing threats, Xue Fengxue felt a lump in his throat. It was as if his heart were being scratched by a cat. Little Yu Bao, how can you be so adorable even when you're angry? Fear not. My dear husband will come to comfort you. If you're upset, feel free to give your husband a few playful slaps. All right? Chapter 61. What about this side of the face? Let us not be partial, my dear. Tan Yu propped his face up with both hands, and when he saw a figure slowly approaching from outside the door, he could hardly articulate his feelings. His first reaction was disbelief that Xue Fengxue had actually come personally at his request. Tan Yu felt both flattered and astonished. After all, this was the most audacious and arrogant antagonist in the entire narrative. When had he ever complied with anyone's requests? His second reaction was curiosity about the mysterious item Xue Fengxue was holding. Was it truly a gift intended for him? A wave of excitement coursed through Tan Yu, akin to countless ants crawling restlessly upon him. He covered his mouth, as if to conceal his intentions, and let out a light cough, then could not resist the urge to steal a glance. What delightful treasure might it be? His curious and eager demeanor transformed into a different kind of charm in Xue Fengxue's eyes. The prince's eyes darkened with intrigue. Such a master of allure, truly beautiful. How I yearn. His expression remained one of cold indifference, yet his throat betrayed a subtle movement. In the depths of his dark eyes, there was only one reflection. The prince. Tan Yu rose, approaching like a little shadow. What is this? Though he spoke to Xue Fengxue, his slightly upturned, cat-like eyes fixated intently on the cage shrouded in black cloth. His anticipation was nearly palpable. As the youth drew closer, a faint fragrance of hibiscus wafted toward him, mingling with Tan Yu's own scent, creating an atmosphere of ambiguity. A gift. Xue Fengxue's voice was low and husky, devoid of any tumult, maintaining its coldness. Tan Yu's face lit up with joy. Is it for me? If he had a tail, it would surely be perked up in excitement. Xue Fengxue placed the cage on the table before Tan Yu. Tan Yu's eyes widened slightly, licking his parched lips. Receiving gifts was his greatest delight. Can I open it now? Xue Fengxue watched as his lips parted and closed, delicate, soft, crimson, and moist, and absent-mindedly replied, yes. Yet his mind wandered back to the sensation of kissing those very lips. He wished he could forever remain in that moment. Tan Yu squealed in delight, eagerly leaning towards the cage. He crouched down, gripping the table, his large eyes wide open, hesitant to blink, stealthily extending a hand to lift a corner of the black cloth. As the fabric fell away, a round, plump white bundle gradually came into view. A rabbit. Tan Yu's pupils constricted slightly, breath caught in disbelief. How adorable! The little rabbit's ears drooped, its large, fluffy ears covering much of its body. Fearing to startle it, Tan Yu held his breath, inching his face closer. The rabbit's mouth twitched, its ruby-like eyes reflecting a hint of fear. It huddled in the corner, trembling, and Tan Yu noticed the carrot inside the cage remained untouched. Xue Fengxue, with lowered eyes, paid no heed to the rabbit's condition. He extended his hand, his broad palm resting gently atop the youth's head, ruffling his tousled hair. "Do you like it?" Though Tan Yu was not particularly fond of being patted on the head, as he believed it stunted growth, he tolerated it for the sake of the gift. "I like it." He nodded obediently, yet pondering that such a response lacked respect. He reluctantly stood up, tilting his face upwards, his large eyes glistening, and softly thanked the imposing man before him. "Thank you, my lord. I truly like it." His beautiful cat-like eyes curved into a smile, his voice soft and sweet. "Is that so?" Xue Fengxue could not restrain himself and took a step closer. He leaned down, enveloped by the cold, woody fragrance of mature masculinity, which loomed over like an oppressive shadow, his fierce brow casting a menacing gaze. "If you like him, what would you do? How would you express your gratitude?" Tan Yu found himself trapped between Xue Fengxue and the table, his legs inexplicably weak. "Baby," he mustered his courage to press down on the man's increasingly imposing shoulder, tilting his head slightly, his lips pressed together. "Your Highness, this cannot be. I do not like this." Xue Fengxue paused, his eyes fixated on the terrified youth before him, whose eyelashes trembled with fear, concealing a tumult of emotions beneath. "Do not like. Might you enlighten this prince as to why?" If Tan Yu were more attentive, he would sense the suppressed feelings interwoven within the words. A searing palm brushed against his cheek, and in the next moment his face was lifted, their noses nearly touched, and Tan Yu felt the constriction around his waist tightening unbearably. He struggled, unable to break free, and as he watched Xue Fengxue lean in recklessly to kiss him, he instinctively shut his eyes and reached out his hand. Slap! The sharp sound of a resounding slap echoed abruptly. Xue Fengxue turned his head, a faint red mark appearing on his exquisitely handsome profile. Tan Yu trembled, the stinging sensation in his palm still vivid, suddenly realizing what he had just done. He had struck the antagonist. DX3 erupted with a piercing cheer. "Well done, baby!" The sound of applause rang in his mind. But why reward him like that? Woo-woo. Yet, Tan Yu could no longer discern DX3's words. He stared blankly at his palm. The red imprint on Xue Fengxue's cheek was stark, but he displayed no other reaction after being struck. Tan Yu realized he had not held back at all. He had delivered his full strength. "I didn't mean to." Tan Yu had never imagined he would actually hit someone, and now he was too overwhelmed to think clearly, tears of guilt welling up in his eyes. He lacked even the courage to apologize. "I'm sorry, you can hit me back," Tan Yu cried as he grasped Xue Fengxue's hand, preparing to press it against his own face. However, in the next moment, his face was cradled instead. A soft peck. His lips were gently bitten. Xue Fengxue, with that astonishingly captivating face, glared with his dark, ominous eyes, a hint of exhilaration playing at the corners of his mouth. "Baby, that felt fantastic." Xue Fengxue's lips parted, uttering a phrase Tan Yu had never envisioned in his wildest dreams. "Baby, would you mind giving the other side a little slap too?" Tan Yu's eyes widened in disbelief as his hand was forced against the untouched side of Xue Fengxue's face. A delicate sound followed. Instantly, Tan Yu yanked his hand back, as if scalded, eyes wide in disbelief. "Your Highness, do not be partial. Baby, if you've upset me, you certainly must be punished." Xue Fengxue advanced relentlessly, akin to a beast that has spotted its prey, excitement flickering in his gaze. "But I cannot hit people." Tan Yu was overwhelmed with fear, tears welling up in his eyes. Unable to contain himself, he leaned back, losing control and striking the back of his head against the table. Just then, a strong arm encircled his waist. He was swiftly lifted by the bend of his legs and seated atop the table. A gentle pat on his lower back elicited a soft hum from Tan Yu. The light laughter of Xue Fengxue resonated in his ear, her warm breath enveloping him, her voice low and enticing. "Since it is thus, it is now my turn." Chapter 62. This prince believes he is the true straight man. Before Tan Yu could comprehend the situation, his tightly clenched jaw was pried open. A soft sound escaped him as he was kissed. Unbeknownst to him, a floppy-eared rabbit in its cage had taken to nibbling on a nearby carrot. Its tiny mouth moved rhythmically, the vibrant pink tongue savoring the delectable juice of the carrot. Within the rabbit's gaze, A pitiful little cat was being playfully kissed by an evil human, mewing in protest. The embrace was so tight that the delicate tip of the cat's nose glistened with sweat, which was gently kissed away. A flurry of kisses fell like raindrops. And as Tanyu opened his eyes, genuine anger surged within him. He delivered a soft slap to Shui Fengshue's face, declaring, "I won't kiss you anymore, I won't." Tanyu ground his teeth, intending to speak fiercely. Yet, upon meeting the villain's imposing visage and menacing aura, he involuntarily faltered. "Your Highness, I believe we ought to have a serious discussion. This is rather inappropriate." Shui Fengshue cradled his small face, unable to resist placing another gentle bite. "Very well. What do you wish to say?" Tanyu felt somewhat numbed by the kisses. With a resigned sigh, he gathered his courage and spoke his mind. "Your Highness, although we are now bound by marriage, you initially stated." He pressed his slightly swollen lips together. "I should only be responsible for massaging your head when you have a headache, correct?" Shui Fengshue nodded in acknowledgement, as if recalling the agreement. Tanyu was momentarily taken aback by his honesty, his eyes widening in surprise. "Then, if that is the case, how can you kiss me so casually? Surely you must understand this logic." Shui Fengshue was in high spirits, enjoying Tanyu's obedient demeanor as he expressed his thoughts. "I suppose I am somewhat of a doctor for headaches. One cannot indiscriminately kiss their own physician." Tanyu steeled himself, resolutely confessing. "The most crucial point is that I am a straight man." This was the second time Shui Fengshue had heard this term from Tanyu. "Straight man?" He mused, slightly furrowing his brow. "What does that mean?" Tanyu blinked and spoke candidly. "It means I do not like men. That is what being a straight man signifies." Shui Fengshue pondered for a moment. Not liking men. Then, under the apprehensive gaze of Tanyu, who hoped for his understanding, he slowly lifted his eyelids and replied with a darkened expression, "But this prince believes otherwise." "Isn't it just a camaraderie?" Shui Fengshue pointed to himself. With a meaningful glance, this prince believes that he is the true straight man. Now it was Tanyu's turn to be perplexed. His eyes widened in confusion. "Why? You have initiated kisses with me so many times, and you still claim to be straight." Shui Fengshue smirked slightly, leisurely responding, "Indeed, straight man, straight man." He pointed to himself and then to Tanyu. "Translate directly. It simply means to like men or to kiss men. His Highness, the Jing Wang, is indeed so proud and self-assured. He possesses his own interpretation of this term and holds it with unwavering conviction." Tanyu was momentarily a loss for words. How could you think that? The straight male kitten was in a flurry, attempting to rectify the misguided notions of humanity. "Your Highness, that is incorrect. Being straight means not liking men." Tanyu fixed his round, glistening cat eyes, staring earnestly and stubbornly at Shui Fengshue. The stoic Jing Wang appeared rather shamelessly. Just as Tanyu was incessantly attempting to reason with him, Shui Fengshue could no longer contain himself. He swiftly reached down, scooping up the serious-looking, handsome youth in an embrace. "Your Highness." Ignoring the kitten's immediate ruffled demeanor, he buried his face in that soft, warm embrace, intoxicated by the delightful scent. So fragrant. "My dear." The babbling words, though jumbled and incoherent, were irresistibly adorable. Who knows, perhaps this little kitten truly has become a spirit. Tanyu, startled by the sudden embrace, grasped Shui Fengshue's hair. "Put me down." The sharp tug on his scalp caused several strands of dark hair to be pulled out. Looking at the few black strands in his hand, Tanyu felt a twinge of guilt and shook his hand nervously. "I didn't pull them out." DX3 nodded knowingly. "Indeed, my dear, it's clear that the villain lost them himself, yet he wishes to pin the blame on you." Shui Fengshue was unbothered. He had plenty of hair to spare. In the garden, Tanyu touched his own hair, finding it in order. He crouched down, noticing a small white rabbit at his feet, nibbling on a cabbage. Its little tail was short, resembling a fluffy pom-pom. He had always wanted a pet, but due to school and part-time work, he never found the time or means to fulfill that desire. "So adorable. Your Highness, have you given it a name?" Yuan Bao also crouched nearby, his bright eyes sparkling with a hint of cautious delight on his rosy cheeks. Tanyu reached out, and surprisingly, the rabbit came closer, nuzzling his finger with its furry nose. "So cute, so cute." Tanyu felt his heart melt. "I haven't named it yet. I plan to look through some books tonight for ideas." At that moment, DX3 timidly raised a hand. I have a question, dear. Do you recognize the characters in this world? Tan Yu's smile faltered. It seemed he did not. This realization struck him like a bolt from the blue. He found his mind inexplicably blank. What to do? Tan Yu shook Yuan Bao's shoulder, murmuring in a daze, do I really have to seek out the villain? My previous visits to the study have not been pleasant. Just the thought of that ruler made his palms and stomach ache. However, if he didn't consult the villain, who else could he turn to? Suddenly, inspiration struck. Tan Yu sprang to his feet, instructing Yuan Bao to return the rabbit to its cage. I'll be back shortly. Yuan Bao, acting like a concerned parent despite his young age, fussed from behind. Princess, don't run. Be careful not to fall. Tan Yu waved his paw to indicate his understanding. However, the next moment, he demonstrated what it meant to fall flat on the ground. Fortunately, he landed on a thick bed of grass, sustaining little harm, and merely brushed off his knees before standing up. Gucci, are you there? After turning a corner, Tan Yu quietly called out the name of his shadow guard, but, distracted, he stumbled into the embrace of an approaching figure. The familiar scent of cold would envelop him like a tidal wave. Wang, your highness? Shui Fengxue responded coolly, his mood seemingly less than cheerful as he tightened his grip around Tan Yu's slender waist and effortlessly lifted him up with one hand. Running around the manor without a cloak and shouting out another man's name. The sound of a sharp slap echoed. The youthful Tan Yu received a firm reprimand. Jing Wang gritted his teeth and said, My dear, I have truly indulged you too much. Chapter 63. A kiss will reveal all. We agreed not to behave like this outside. How could you? In an instant, Tan Yu turned as red as a boiled shrimp, gripping the luxurious dark fabric of his subordinate's attire tightly, burying his face in embarrassment. When did we agree on that? Shui Fengxue, devoid of any guilt, patted him again and replied slowly, I never stated such, and besides, this is the Wang Fu, not outside. Tan Yu pressed his lips together, wanting to argue but finding himself at a loss for words. His tongue felt clumsy. I cannot contend with you. A sulky voice emerged from beside him, and Shui Fengxue, with a hint of amusement, cradled him as they made their way back. Now, let's discuss serious matters. What are you sneaking around for just now? DX3 scoffed. Sneaking? You're the one being sneaky. Baby, let's ignore him. DX3, do you wish to forfeit your bonus again? The main system gave DX3 a light tap on the head, silencing it. Tan Yu shook his head, feeling shy to tell Shui Fengxue that he sought Guqi's assistance due to his illiteracy. Ever since the last palace banquet, Guqi had been stealthily following him, apologizing for the incident. Once, just as he was about to trip over a stone, Guqi appeared out of nowhere, deftly kicked the stone away, and swiftly supported Tan Yu. Before he could even express his gratitude, Guqi had hurried off, pretending not to hear. Seeing Tan Yu's reluctance to speak, Shui Fengxue gently ran his fingers through his hair, not pressing the matter further. The youth nestled in his arms felt heavy, a small bundle of warmth and softness. A faint smile tugged at the corners of Shui Fengxue's lips as he carried the bashful Tan Yu toward the study. Meanwhile, a small floppy-eared rabbit lay on the desk. While Tan Yu peeked out beside it, his big eyes bright. Shui Tuan. He affectionately patted the rabbit's tail, his expression earnest from now on. I will take care of you. The name Shui Tuan was one Tan Yu had chosen himself. The kitchen had prepared snow, silk red bean paste, and Shui Fengxue ordered a plate to be brought to the study for him. The slight displeasure from earlier evaporated instantly as Tan Yu buried his head in joy. Suddenly, he noticed how the snow-white red bean paste resembled the floppy-eared rabbit munching on a carrot nearby. He wished to register Shui Tuan as a resident of Jing Wangfu, but he was at a loss for how to write those two characters, as this world possessed its own unique script. The text diverges significantly from simplified Chinese. Tan Yu held the book for a long while, unable to discern any meaning. However, as he grappled with the awkward characters he was attempting to copy, a slender, bony hand reached out from behind, grasping his own. Why not say earlier that you cannot write? Shui Fengxue's warm breath brushed against his ear as the tall man enveloped him from behind, effortlessly casting a shadow over him. Tan Yu's ears twitched slightly, and he could not help but shy away a little, mumbling in embarrassment. I didn't want to say it's embarrassing. Moreover, the original owner of his body could write proficiently. Tan Yu's fair little ears were nestled within his thick, dark hair, revealing a hint of crimson at the tips when he tilted his head. Truly adorable. Shui Fengshui's gaze darkened, an uncontrollable urge to bite down on him rising within. Yet, it was not the right moment. He did not wish to provoke a commotion. Though, when angry, Tenyu appeared so charming that one would wish to kiss him to tears. Shui Fengshue lowered his eyes, suppressing his emotions with a soft murmur of affirmation. His large hand encircled Tanyu's waist, signaling him to relax. Not being able to write was nothing to be ashamed of, for the prince would teach him. Tenyu turned his head in surprise. His enchanting, captivating eyes sparkled with anticipation, his lashes fluttering as he asked, "Really? Is it true?" Shui Fengshue's veins throbbed on the back of his hand as he restrained himself, even slightly stepping back to avoid frightening the innocent little kitten in his arms. "Indeed. Now turn around obediently. I shall teach you." Tanyu cheerfully complied, unwittingly exposing his back to the man's gaze. "DX3, did you hear that? The antagonist wants to teach me how to write. Moreover, he intends to send me to the Imperial Academy, where all the students surely know how to write. If I cannot recognize characters, it will be quite embarrassing." Recently deprived of his monthly bonus, DX3 replied lethargically, "Baby, don't worry if you truly cannot. I can help you cheat." Tanyu horrifiedly rejected, "No, DX3, I cannot cheat. The teacher said that is wrong." The two, one overwhelmed with joy at the prospect of learning to write, and the other disheartened by the loss of a bonus, remained oblivious to the terrifying, desire-laden gaze Shui Fengshue cast upon Tanyu's back as he obediently turned around. It was as if a dragon, guarding countless treasures, was perpetually watching over its most cherished gem. In his sight, the youth's back was slender, stretching out like a butterfly ready to take flight, the thin fabric of his clothing tightly clinging to his delicate frame. His waist was so slim that Shui Fengshue noted his palm could easily encompass it. Yet, just beneath the small of his back, there was a softness, a tender little mound. In his memories, every kiss he had placed upon that spot, along with the fair, supple legs, had been enchanting. "Why are you so defenseless, my obedient little one?" Shui Fengshue felt an itch at the roots of his teeth. Searching his heart, he genuinely wished to teach Tanyu to write. Yet, he simultaneously realized what it meant to lose control for the first time. He could not help but think, aside from the bath and the bridal chamber, this place could also serve well, allowing them to recreate the current scene in the same posture. The child made a mistake while writing, and the husband imposed a penalty. Why is he not writing now? Tanyu waited for a considerable time, yet Shui Fengshue did not take his hand to write even a single character, leaving him somewhat perplexed. Upon turning his head, he beheld the normally composed and aloof Prince Jing, whose face was unexpectedly flushed. Moreover, Tenyu sensed a vague aura of danger. He felt an involuntary chill creeping down his spine, as though something sinister were fixated upon him. However, with a villain nearby, how could anyone dare to infiltrate the prince's residence for such mischief? Tanyu shook his head, dismissing it as mere illusion. His grip on the brush needed correction. Shui Fengshue parted his thin lips, leaned down, and guided Tanyu's hand to dip into the ink, advising him to maintain steadiness while writing. Using his wrist to generate power, and noting that a beginner's strokes need not be excessively sharp, Tanyu focused intently, diligently absorbing the lessons. What was this? Tanyu tilted his head, staring at the three characters he had written dozens of times, utterly confounded. Thus, he chose to inquire of his teacher. He tugged at Shui Fengshue's sleeve, blinking his large eyes, raising the paper, and pointed at the characters, asking, "How do you write Shui Tuan?" Shui Fengshue smiled mysteriously. Under Tanyu's curious gaze, he took the paper to examine it closely. The youth's handwriting was indeed not sharp, round and plump, yet remarkably neat. Truly, the characters reflected the essence of the one who penned them. Is it really so? I wish to register Shui Tuan under the name of the prince's residence, so it is no longer an unclaimed wild rabbit. As he spoke, he eagerly reached for the scroll in Shui Fengshue's hand. Shui Fengshue held aloft, deliberately keeping it out of reach. Tanyu, who could not even grasp it despite jumping, felt exasperated. By contemporary standards, the villain's height appeared to exceed 190 centimeters. In contrast, Tanyu's physique was somewhat stunted due to his young age and aligning with the original owner's stature. He likely stood at a mere 175 centimeters. Shui Fengxue gazed down at the discontented Tanyu, his heart swelling with warmth. Curious about the characters? Tanyu, though displeased and glaring, obediently nodded. Give it to me. The wicked human smirked, playfully tapping the soft mouth of the adorable little cat, then pointed to his own face. Darling, give me a kiss, and I shall reveal it to you. Chapter 64. Wife, you are undoubtedly the most adorable little kitten in the world. Shui Fengxue chuckled, leisurely urging, Don't you wish to know? You are certainly trying to deceive me again. Tanyu pouted, increasingly convinced he had uncovered the truth. Could these three characters possibly be the prince's own name? The clever little cat had unraveled the disguise, and the wicked human smile faltered slightly under the revelation. His silence spoke volumes. Tanyu felt a twinge of displeasure, huffing softly, muttering, You promised to teach me how to write Shui Tuan, yet you are instructing me on your own name instead. Such a lack of integrity. Shui Fengxue was nearly overwhelmed by his cuteness. How delightful it was to hear him babble incomprehensibly. My dear wife, you are truly the most adorable little kitten in the world. Shui Fengxue set aside the rice paper and cradled the soft little face of the kitten, slowly leaning in. He feigned a wounded expression and whispered, So, my little jade baby does not wish to learn how to write my name? Tanyu, caught off guard, exclaimed, Who is this little jade baby? Tanyu fluffed up in indignation and struggled to retreat. The soft paws of the kitten pressed against the man's increasingly close chin, rejecting the kiss. I did not, he stammered while evading, earnestly explaining, I merely wanted to learn how to write Shui Tuan first. How could you accuse me so unfairly, Your Highness? Shui Fengxue was unperturbed, whether it was the kitten's lips or paws. He showered them with affection. Ultimately, Tanyu's palms were left damp from kisses, and when he tried to rub his hand against Shui Fengxue, his mouth was silenced once more. Obedient little one, this is your tuition. Tanyu shook his head in grievance, unable to utter a word amidst the kisses. Forgotten in the corner, Shui Tuan munched on a carrot, observing the scene like a bystander, thinking, humans truly know how to have fun. In the end, Tanyu pitifully clutched his chest, the thin fabric brushing against his skin, causing him some discomfort. He had been bitten. He had warned against learning to write from the villain. Kissing was one thing, but being bitten was entirely too much. Shui Fengxue felt he could hardly be blamed. After all, if one had a kitten wife as adorable as his, one would be unable to resist kissing and playfully nipping at her. It was merely a matter of affection. Shui Fengxue considered himself remarkably patient. Fortunately, by the end, Tanyu's tuition was not in vain. He not only learned how to write Shui Tuan, but also his own name, Shui Fengxue, along with a few other simple characters. In Dezhou, there was a regulation that students must submit a voluntary declaration before enrolling in the National Academy. It is often said that one's handwriting reflects one's character. If the handwriting is too poor, one could be advised against enrollment. To ensure a smooth admission, Tanyu added a daily regimen of practicing the 1,000-character classic and handwriting exercises in the study. By evening, Shui Tuan's nest was prepared. Nestled in the corner of the bedroom, with butler Wu thoughtfully providing a water bowl and a few carrots for sustenance. Even its toilet had a dedicated caretaker. The wild floppy-eared rabbit had transformed into a pampered young master. Tanyu chuckled, gently prodding the round rear of the rabbit in his embrace. Shui Tuan's ears drooped, showing no response to the playful poke, only retaliating by nibbling on Tanyu's sleeve. Tanyu was startled. You can't eat my clothes. Shui Tuan. He hurriedly rescued his garment, only to find it tattered with a hole. This was Sue embroidery. Tanyu couldn't help but frown, giving the rabbit's head a light tap. Why are you so vengeful? I don't hold grudges as strongly as you do. Shui Tuan remained silent, quietly leaping from his arms to the ground, choosing to turn its back on him. Fortunately, there was minimal damage, and the embroidered areas remained unscathed. However, even in such circumstances, Tanyu felt an overwhelming sense of distress. Late at night, Shui Fengxue pushed open the door and was met with an unusual sight. The small figure that usually lay asleep on the bed was absent. A faint candlelight flickered, illuminating a solitary figure diligently at work. Frowning slightly, he hurried over, grasping the silvery needle that glinted coldly in Tanyu's hand, discarding it aside along with the thread. His gaze fell upon the youth's snow-white fingertips, punctured multiple times and oozing small beads of blood, deepening the shadows in his eyes and darkening his aura. Tanyu swallowed hard, instinctively wanting to hide the injured hand, but his wrist was firmly seized. Who permitted you to use the needle? Feng Shue demanded from his elevated position, his grip tightening in evident anger. Startled, Tanyu recoiled slightly, but chose to respond honestly. My sleeve was torn, so I thought I could mend it. Feng Shue's expression darkened further as he glanced at the chewed edge of Tanyu's sleeve. Was it a rabbit that did this? The snowball, sensing the tension, huddled in the corner, unwilling to emerge. Fearing that Feng Shue's ire might be redirected toward the creature, Tanyu quickly interjected, "It was my fault. I poked it," and Snowball, in pain and anger, bit back. Feng Shue scrutinized him, uncertain whether to believe the explanation. What purpose do the embroiderers in the manor serve if you, a princess, are to engage in such tasks? Tanyu bit his lip, nodding in submission, unwilling to argue. Even when he found himself seated on Feng Shue's lap, he did not resist, instead leaning his head against the man's shoulder and nuzzling affectionately. Ultimately, Tanyu feared provoking Feng Shue, for the villainous wrath was indeed fearsome. Yet, Feng Shue was not inclined to utter harsh words. He simply could not tolerate Tanyu's injuries. Moreover, having meticulously nurtured him with the finest of everything, it was not his intention for Tanyu to toil and suffer. The royal household was not yet at a point where Tanyu needed to economize on garments. As Feng Shue tended to Tanyu's wounds, he held the youth's chin gently and pressed a kiss upon his soft, beautiful lips. Tanyu, feeling a pang of guilt, hesitated slightly, but then, as the man leaned in, parted his lips just enough to reveal a hint of crimson. "I'm sorry. I want to do it again." "Good boy," Feng Shue replied, his atoms apple-bobbing as he lost control, kissing him fervently. Chapter 65. The little kitten's heartache for the wicked human. Perhaps Tanyu's act of mending his garments had been so shocking that Prince Jing pondered throughout the night whether he had been too harsh on the young princess, leading him to such frugality. Thus, the following morning, as Tanyu opened his eyes, still unprepared to inquire about breakfast, he heard Yuan Bao clapping outside the door. "The princess is awake. Everyone, come in." In an instant, over a dozen servants streamed in, each bearing an assortment of beautiful garments in varying styles. These outfits ranged from opulent to understated, yet all were crafted from the finest materials. To simply take one out would be enough to bankrupt anyone. Tanyu trembled slightly, speechless as she pointed at the garments. Butler Wu chuckled beside her, saying, "These were ordered by the prince last night from the palace. They are the latest styles embroidered by the weaving department this spring. The embroiderers adjusted them to the princess's measurements this morning. Please try them on to see if they fit." "For me?" Tanyu indicated herself, and upon receiving an affirmative response, she felt a twinge of embarrassment. "But Butler Wu, I have many clothes to wear. They are still in good condition. Is it really necessary to go through such trouble?" With her frugal nature, Tanyu could not fathom why the antagonist would act in such a manner. Was it because he found her patched clothing too shabby? Did he believe it would bring shame to the Jing Wangfu? Yet, she had not mended them in public. It was done discreetly in her chambers, and the only one aware of it was Feng Shue. Snowball, well-fed and carefree, flopped his large white ears and, with a powerful push of his hind legs, leaped into Tanyu's arms, seeking a comfortable spot to settle. The garments were undeniably exquisite, as Tanyu caressed each piece. She realized that even a single item discarded would be worth more than her life as savings. "Hello, could you switch to the poor channel?" "Princess, in my humble opinion, you should keep them. After all, it is the prince's heartfelt gesture." Perhaps noticing Tanyu's hesitation, Butler Wu spoke earnestly. "Moreover, if you do not wear them, there is no other master in this household who could, and it would not be fitting for us servants either. This is the first time in years that our prince has shown such consideration for someone." Although many within the household expressed dissatisfaction with the current monarch's actions, Butler Wu felt grateful for this marriage decree, believing it had tempered the prince's demeanor considerably. It was well known that in the past, Feng Shue had cared little for her own life. Once on the battlefield, she was struck in the abdomen by an arrow, her armor soaked in blood. Yet she relentlessly pursued and slayed the enemy commander. Upon her return, she fell into a fever that lingered for 3 days and nights. Fortunately, Jing Wang, possessing profound inner strength and being a vigorous young man, managed to survive. Upon hearing this, Tan Yu felt an inexplicable ache in her heart. In that case, I shall accept them. Perhaps I can return something in exchange. This time, unburdened by tasks, she had learned to be wiser and invited Gu Qi for a stroll. Gu Qi remained masked, resembling a silent wolf dog, obedient to his master's commands. At the last palace banquet, due to the numerous spies within the palace and the fact that the adversary was more skilled than himself, he had lost track of her and failed to protect the princess, a fact that still weighed heavily on Gu Qi's conscience. He had endured 30 saltwater whips in the prison as punishment for his failure, leaving his body battered and bruised. Simultaneously, in pursuit of refining his martial skills, Gu Qi had chosen to re-enter the hellish training ground where countless had perished. He was unsure of how much blood he had shed or how many he had bested, but only when his inner strength finally broke through its constraints was he able to liberate himself from that torment. Yet, Tenyu did not blame him. Instead, she offered him a comforting piece of candy. Gu Qi, you always seem so unhappy. Is it because of what happened last time? Gu Qi squatted on the beam, silently shaking his head. As a shadow guard, failing to protect one's master is a dereliction of duty, and he bears no grounds for resentment. Yet, one must acknowledge that when a person has already faced the consequences of their misdeeds, it is time to move on. The youth's voice, gentle and clear, possesses a magical quality, soothing the creases of the heart like a gentle stream. Someone once told me never to weep over spilled milk, and today I extend that wisdom to you. Hearing this, Gu Qi lowered his gaze. Often, his colleagues remarked upon his stubbornness, likening him to a blunt weapon incapable of understanding human speech. In contrast to his own rigid demeanor, his brother Gujio was far more agile and likable. This was the first time someone imparted such a lesson to Gu Qi, offering him comfort, even though this individual had nearly suffered due to his own lack of skill. Today, Gu Qi finally comprehended why the prince held Tan Yu in such high esteem. He was strikingly unique, akin to a ray of sunlight piercing through the darkness, dazzling in its brilliance. How could one who has lingered in shadows for so long resist such a gentle and radiant light? Princess, look, there are vendors selling candy figures. Gu Qi, disguised as a guard, followed closely behind Tan Yu and Yuan Bao, clutching an assortment of eclectic items. Among them were half-eaten candy buns and a paper kite shaped like an eagle. Tan Yu's fingers, slender and fair, were animated as he crouched beside an elderly man crafting sugar paintings. The old man's hands were steady, and in no time, he had conjured a chibi version of Tan Yu. Wow! Tan Yu's eyes widened as he received the artwork. It's beautiful. You are truly remarkable. As he exclaimed, he playfully bit off the head of his sweet treat. Don't worry. You can take a picture now, just the same, Tan Yu said, holding up the headless chibi figure. His laughter innocent and bright. DX3, captivated by this cuteness, activated the camera function, capturing the moment. Tan Yu savored the candy with delight, his round, cat-like eyes curving into crescent moons. He extended his scarlet tongue to lick the remnants of sugar from his lips, exclaiming, so sweet, so delicious. The vendor, delighted to see such an enchanting customer, especially one resembling a celestial being, was moved to give Tan Yu a free drawing of a rabbit. The rabbit had drooping ears, almost identical to the snowball. After some thought, Tan Yu decided against consuming the snowball candy figure immediately. Instead, he wrapped it up, intending to present it to the snowball later. Could it be that you want to eat it in front of the snowball? DX3 inquired. No, Tan Yu replied, pondering wistfully. I would rather give it to the antagonist. He may never have tasted such treats. How pitiful. Isn't it possible he simply dislikes them? In truth, the antagonist does not care for sweets at all. Dear one. Really? Yet he seemed to enjoy the osmanthus cake last time. He even snatched away the half I had left. Tan Yu pursed his lips, seriously analyzing to DX3. He must not have had his fill otherwise. Why would he circle my mouth several times, praising its sweetness? Xue Fengxue, the prince, truly bore a pitiful fate. Thus, The kind little cat resolved to leave a piece of candy for the wicked humans this time, ensuring they would not be tempted to snatch it from its mouth. DX3, overwhelmed with sincerity, exclaimed, "My dear, are you once again searching for tea?" Tang Yu, perplexed, responded, "What tea? I haven't purchased any." Just as DX3 was about to say something, a voice filled with astonishment resonated from behind. "Princess, is that you?" Chapter 66. Unlike me. I only feel pity for the princess upon hearing this. Tang Yu turned her head, revealing a handsome and exuberant face not far away, smiling shyly at her. "Young lord?" Tang Yu was somewhat surprised to unexpectedly encounter Xiao Yu here. Blushing in response, Xiao Yu stepped forward. "Your Highness, it seems you have grown even more beautiful after these few days." His throat tightened. Oh dear, what should he do now that he yearned to be the princess's third partner? Clad in a striking red outfit, he stood there radiantly, drawing the gaze of those around him. "Are you out here alone for leisure?" "Out of courtesy," Tang Yu nodded and replied, "I just came out for a casual stroll." The moment Xiao Yu heard her voice, he approached eagerly, much like a dog drawn to a bone. "Might I have the honor of treating you to a meal at Chunfeng Tower? Consider it my way of repaying you for saving my grandmother." The usually reckless young Lord Xiao experienced for the first time what it meant to stutter while speaking, his ears concealed beneath his dark hair, flushed crimson. He presented himself like a smitten youth. Tang Yu paused, feeling somewhat helpless. "There's no need. I mentioned before that it was merely a small effort on my part. Young lord, you needn't take it to heart." Gucci observed everything quietly. However, as Tang Yu remained silent, he could only maintain a stoic expression, his veins on the back of his hand standing out. The joy Xiao Yu felt upon reuniting with his beloved was abruptly doused by a bucket of cold water. Why must the princess be so quick to refuse my humble invitation? He felt a dryness in his throat, his eyes reddening as he slightly turned his head. "I merely believe that one should repay kindness. It is not my intention to curry favor with you." The proud young man appeared genuinely aggrieved, resembling a drenched wolf dog, his ears and tail drooping as his voice trembled. "If I have caused any trouble for you, please do not hold it against me. It was not my intention." One must admit, Xiao Yu had deftly grasped Tang Yu's weakness, her soft heart. She could hardly bear to witness such a pitiful tone from others. With his plan succeeding, his tail wagged like a propeller once more, his face still portraying that same sense of grievance, filled with bright anticipation. "So, does this mean your highness is willing to accept my invitation? Please, grant me this opportunity." He merely wished to be the young mistress's third partner. What crime was that? Had he broken the law? Yes, he acknowledged that the great Zhou prohibited bigamy. However, he would be a concubine, and as long as the wife welcomed him home, wouldn't that suffice? Yuan Bao hesitated, tugging at Guqi's sleeve, and gritted his teeth, saying, "What should we do? It's clear the princess does not wish to go." Guqi, hearing this, spoke candidly, "It is too late. The princess has already agreed to his invitation." As anticipated, in the next moment, Tenyu could no longer withstand Xiao Yu's pitiful gaze and reluctantly acquiesced. Very well, a simple meal would suffice. Instantly, Xiao Yu's demeanor transformed from one of grievance and disappointment to radiant joy, revealing a wide grin. "Then it's settled. These two young brothers shall join us as well." Yuan Bao and Guqi exchanged glances before ultimately nodding in agreement. At Chunfeng Tower, as soon as Xiao Yu took his seat, he ordered a plethora of dishes in rapid succession, leaving Tanyu no opportunity to intervene. By the time he attempted to suggest omitting a few dishes, the astute waiter had already cheerfully whisked away the gleaming silver coins. "Young lord, there are only 4 of us. You've ordered too much." Tanyu frowned slightly, instinctively disapproving of such ostentatious extravagance. Clearly, 4 individuals could not possibly consume such an abundance of food, which would ultimately be discarded. Xiao Yu, perceptive as he was, quickly discerned Tan Yu's displeasure. The headstrong youth, feeling as though his throat were being constricted, replied awkwardly, "Then, what should we do? Perhaps I could take some back." Tan Yu's expression softened a fraction at this suggestion. "Precisely. Young lord, as the saying goes, every grain is born of hardship. We must not waste food." Feeling chastised by the wisdom of his beloved, Xiao Yu blushed with embarrassment and vowed, "I apologize. It was my impulsiveness. I shall not behave thus in the future." My wife is a thrifty and lovely treasure. How delightful! He truly had chosen well. Tan Yu, however, bore no genuine resentment towards him, for how could a young lord, accustomed to luxury for over a decade, comprehend the struggles of the common folk? This meal, however, was not particularly enjoyable, at least not for Xiao Yu, as the envisioned idyllic scene failed to materialize. Throughout the meal, a guard had been fixated upon him. The moment Gu Qi noticed Xiao Yu inching closer to Tan Yu, his expression suggested a desire to hurl his chopsticks at the young lord's head. It was quite alarming when the time came to part ways. Seizing the opportunity while Gu Qi and Yuan Bao were busy assisting Tan Yu in packing leftovers, Xiao Yu finally found a moment to speak privately with his beloved. Your Highness, please do not refer to me as young lord. Simply call me by my name. Blushing, Xiao Yu presented a package of pear syrup candy to Tan Yu. I noticed you purchasing sweets earlier and surmised you might enjoy them. This candy is from my father's travels to the northern frontier. It is the only package I possess. Upon hearing this, Tan Yu hesitated as she reached out. The gift was not particularly valuable, as such candies were common in the northern frontier. Surely, she would accept it this time. Xiao Yu hurriedly placed the pear syrup candy into her hand, fortuitously brushing against her fingertips. Her slender, cool, and soft fingers made Xiao Yu feel as though he had been scalded, his face flushing a deep crimson. Your hands are so soft, he exclaimed, overwhelmed with joy and speaking without restraint. Your Highness, why is the prince not accompanying you? Is he preoccupied with affairs of state? Tan Yu tilted her head in confusion. Indeed, but why do you inquire? Is there something you wish to discuss with the prince? Wonderful. Since Prince Jing is absent, I shall claim your heart as my own. Xiao Yu stepped forward, his towering figure casting a shadow. He lowered his voice, his throat constricting several times in an effort to suppress his agitation. The princess and the prince are newlyweds, yet the prince is never by her side. I simply feel it is unjust for the princess. Tan Yu felt perplexed. Taking a step back, well, the prince is busy, as I know, but he returns every night. However, Xiao Yu was unwilling to let the opportunity slip. He pursued her once more, the fervor in his gaze nearly overwhelming, reminiscent of a loyal dog yearning for its master's affection. But the prince has never devoted an entire day to accompany you. Unlike me, if I were the prince, my heart would ache for the princess. So, may I be your secret lover? My dear, do say something. Chapter 67. Do you prefer pear syrup candy or the one who brings it? The male lead is jealous. Encountering such an approach to wooing, Tan Yu felt that Xiao Yu's words were rather peculiar. Wait a moment, young lord, have you misunderstood something? He was merely a despised pawn, so why would one of the protagonists express such ambiguous sentiments towards him? How could someone be so ungrateful and obtuse? Xiao Yu silently gritted his teeth, yet outwardly remained persistently infatuated. He lowered his eyelids in feigned grievance. How could there be any misunderstanding? Your Highness, these are heartfelt thoughts I have pondered for a long time, and I mustered great courage to voice them. Hold on, that makes it even stranger. Tan Yu truly wished to shout. After all, you are not a character who falls in love at first sight, but rather a sharp-tongued secondary male, lead who only appears in the side chapters after failing to court the heroine. Indeed, in this narrative titled Heartless and Unromantic, the youthful Xiao Yu initially looked down upon the proud and troublesome protagonist within the plot at the Imperial Academy. The charming Tan Shu found himself tormented by his suitors, repeatedly seeking refuge from Xiao Yu, who consistently ignored him. Not only that, but he often used his biting words to embarrass Tan Shu. However, as they spent more time together, Xiao Yu discovered that the seemingly arrogant and foolish protagonist was, in fact, deeply affectionate. Despite being wounded gravely by Xue Changshun, he refused to let go, which piqued the curiosity of the young lord, who had never been fond of anyone. One day, he inadvertently stumbled upon the protagonist, crouched on the ground, sobbing uncontrollably, while behind him, the sounds of Xue Changshun and his male companion's unabashed laughter echoed from within the house. Despite Xiao Yu's usual nonchalance, deep down, he possessed a chivalrous spirit. Though he deemed Tan Shu unworthy of his regard, he could only utter a few harsh words. Yet how could Xue Changshun, who was Tan Shu Yi's beloved, toy with another's feelings while engaging in such disgraceful behavior? with a grim expression. Xiao Yu had yet to extend his hand to pull Tan Shui up when he was unexpectedly enveloped in a hug by the very person he usually disregarded. Feeling somewhat unsettled by the embrace from someone he typically looked down upon, Xiao Yu was reluctant to provoke Tan Shuyi's fragile heart. From that moment on, whenever Xiao Yu beheld Tan Shui, he would inevitably recall the image of him weeping uncontrollably in his embrace. Any scornful words that danced on his lips were rendered unutterable, and gradually, a pang of jealousy began to take root within him. He believed himself to be infinitely superior to Shui Changchen, convinced that Tan Shuyi's affections were misplaced in favor of such a frivolous and untrustworthy character. Under the sway of competitive desire, his feelings for Tan Shui began to take on a bitter flavor. Little did he know that on that fateful day, Tan Shui had deliberately waited for him at the door, and that the so-called male companion within had been procured by Tan Shui himself. The intention behind this was to conquer Xiao Yu, thereby utilizing him to incite jealousy in Shui Changchen and prove his own worth. However, the situation had taken a peculiar turn. Instead of pursuing the principal character, Xiao Yu found himself engaging in rather flamboyant banter. "My dear young lord, your words elude my understanding," he remarked, sensing Tan Yu's wariness, which prompted him to regain his composure. Well, who could blame me for arriving late? If one aspires to be the husband of a male third party, one must possess ample patience. After all, my rival is none other than the illustrious Prince Jing. If I cannot muster this much patience, I might find myself unable to grasp my beloved's hand before being vanquished by the formidable legitimate husband. Not to mention the prospect of entering the estate as a concubine. Given this, your highness, I have heard from my father that you will be attending the Imperial Academy this year. If fortune allows us to become classmates, I kindly ask for your guidance." Xiao Yu said, bowing respectfully. He felt that his efforts to make a lasting impression today had been sufficiently fruitful, even managing to subtly provoke Prince Jing while brushing against Tan Yu's fingertips. He believed that with patience, he could gradually diminish the prince's standing in Tan Yu's heart, ultimately realizing his dreams. Xiao Yu, youthful and handsome, strong and robust, was hardly inferior to the prince. Besides, the esteemed Prince Jing was invariably busy. Surely there would be times when he was not at home. What then would become of the beautiful and gentle princess? Surely, they could not expect her to endure the solitude of an empty chamber alone. With pride swelling within him, the young lord silently cheered himself on. As the saying goes, a man who wishes to become another's spouse must endure greater hardships than others. Farewell, your highness. I look forward to our next encounter. DX3, having witnessed the entire exchange, scoffed him. He aspires to be your husband? He is not even worthy of being a dog to you. Tan Yu quickly intervened. DX3, refrain from speaking ill of those you do not know. In the original narrative, Xiao Yu is akin to a jester, his affections exploited by the protagonist who utilized his family background to pave the way for his own ambitions, only to discard him mercilessly once his utility was exhausted. Ultimately, Xiao Yu, who yearned to carve his name on the battlefield, paid the price of a severed leg in the fierce struggle for the throne, inheriting his father's title while living out the remainder of his life with the regret of unrequited love. Meanwhile, Tan Shui, now the empress, had effortlessly united with Shui Changchen, who had successfully pursued her heart. Though Tan Yu had not personally experienced the events of the story, the cold, unyielding text conveyed the despair Xiao Yu must have felt when he lost his leg. He was merely a butterfly striving to flutter its wings amidst the brutal gusts of wind, with little power to effect change and minimal influence to wield. Alas, I hope he can perceive the hearts of men clearly and find his way back from the path of confusion. On a radiant spring afternoon, His Highness, the Prince Jing, having completed his official duties, concluded his shift early. What delicacies did he indulge in today? He affectionately embraced the handsome youth he had longed for, tenderly planting a kiss upon those tightly pursed, rosy lips. The delicate eyelashes of Tan Yu quivered, refusing to speak. It was all due to that villain. The first thing he did upon returning was to seize him and shower him with affection, leaving his mouth still numb. "Darling, we do not converse with bad men." Noticing the gentle, soft figure in his arms who wouldn't even lift his eyelids in anger, Shui Fengxue felt nothing but fondness and was, therefore, unperturbed. still pretending not to hear. He chuckled softly, gently pressing his thumb against Tan Yu's blunt tiger tooth. The warmth radiating from the boy was intoxicating and drawing closer. He seemed to savor the lingering sweetness. Darling, is the pear syrup candy delicious? Do you like it? Speak honestly. At last, Tan Yu showed some reaction, slowly nodding his head. He liked it. It was indeed delectable. This was his first encounter with such exquisite pear syrup candy. Is that so? The mirth in Shui Fengshui's eyes remained undiminished as he pressed firmly at the boy's tiger tooth, compelling the little cat in his arms to part his lips. Was it the sweetness of the pear syrup candy he adored, or the person who gifted it, whom the darling cherished? The tone of voice at his ear carried a hint of darkness. Though it was laced with laughter, Tan Yu felt an involuntary shiver. Candy loves candy. The words came out unclear from Tan Yu's lips, saliva uncontrollably dribbling down, glistening upon his fair chin. Shui Fengshui lowered his gaze, slowly leaning in closer, rewarding the youth with delicate kisses at the corners of his eyes, the tip of his nose, and the edge of his mouth. Oh, what did darling do today? Who did you meet? Tell me every detail, 1Tu. Chapter 68. Would you like to learn? I shall teach you. Tan Yu was so frightened that every hair on his body stood on end. Clearly, Gu Qi had been following him closely, and the villain was fully aware of his every move. He could precisely recount what he had eaten, so why was he being asked this question? Shui Fengshui's expression was one of amusement, his thin lips curving slightly, yet his face, resembling that of a celestial being from a painting, appeared almost unreal at such proximity. The man's skin was fair, but his eyebrows and eyes were overly dark, creating a jarring contrast. Especially those eyes, when they fixated upon you, held no light, only an unsettling abyss of pure darkness. Darling, why do you not speak? A large hand tenderly caressed Tan Yu's back, gliding from his lower back to his neck, the broad palm and elongated fingers effortlessly grasping his vital point. At that moment, Tan Yu truly resembled a cat caught by the scruff of its neck, his eyes wide, eyelashes fluttering in a tremor. With his tiger tooth held firm, his jaw ached, rendering his speech unclear. DX3 covered its eyes, unwilling to look, yearning to intervene, yet unable to do so. The main system had installed a monitor within its round, part-filled body. A comprehensive and meticulous 24-hour surveillance system was in place. Should DX3 dare to utter any indiscretions, the main system would not merely withhold its bonuses. Rather, it would impose penalties upon the painstakingly accumulated task progress of Tan Yu. To DX3, the significance of its bonuses paled in comparison to the importance of Tan Yu's achievements. The completion of tasks was something DX3 observed as Tan Yu gradually amassed progress, having nearly faced dire consequences in the early stages. DX3 would rather face its own obliteration than allow Tan Yu's endeavors to come to naught. This lunatic seemed to be cursing either His Highness the Prince or the unscrupulous employer. Tan Yu's rebellious spirit surged forth, and with a fierce bite of its incisors against its finger, it declared, "Release me." A kitten biting? Shui Fengshui raised an eyebrow. Relinquishing his grip and glancing at the shiny, dull bite marks on his finger, a smile gracing his lips. "My dear, how charmingly you pout. I find myself wishing to shower you with affection again." Having not had his fill at lunch, was this all the strength he possessed? Indeed, the villain was acutely aware of his misdeeds today. The more Tan Yu pondered, the more discontent brewed within. With a furrowed brow, its round, sparkling eyes glared at Shui Fengshui. Doesn't the prince already know? Why must you toy with me here? Is it truly amusing? Tan Yu felt that it had repeatedly lowered its standards. Initially resistant to being held by a man, then to being kissed, and now it was willing to negotiate as long as its posterior remained unharmed. How could the villain be so audaciously presumptuous, unintentionally provoking Tan Yu's ire? Shui Fengshui found himself momentarily forgetting his own jealousy over Tan Yu dining with Xiao Yu and accepting his pear syrup candy. "I apologize. It is my fault. If you are angry, you may strike me, but please do not harm yourself." Shui Fengshui reached out to free Tan Yu's lower lip from its predicament. Should an outsider witness this scene, they might be tempted to bash their head against a wall to confirm whether they were dreaming. His Highness the Prince, of all people, was apologizing in a low voice while holding someone else's hand to fan his own face. Tanyu swiftly withdrew its hand, eyeing him warily. Do not assume I am unaware. Your Highness, you were clearly delighted when I struck you last time. The scheme had been uncovered. His Highness sighed. What shall we do then? My dear, would you find joy in flying kites? Xue Fengxue had never genuinely comforted anyone before. He was accustomed to others anxiously trying to please him. His first apology fell clumsy. Tanyu pursed its lips, adopting a serious demeanor to declare, Firstly, do not call me my dear. Secondly, I believe kite flying is acceptable. Xue Fengxue was amused by the underlying anticipation in Tanyu's latter statement, raising an eyebrow. Very well, let us go fly kites, and do not remain angry. His Highness resumed his previously aloof and indifferent demeanor in accordance with Tanyu's expectations. Go change into something more presentable. I shall await you outside. Xue Fengxue cast him a fleeting glance before turning to leave. However, Tanyu found itself nearly weak-kneed under that light, fleeting gaze. The coldness in his eyes, coupled with a dispassionate yet commanding presence, inexplicably reminded Tanyu of the first moment it laid eyes on the villain on their wedding night. Indeed, it was exactly as described in the original book. Everyone appeared to be gazing at a dog. Tanyu shook off the unhealthy thoughts in her mind and reminded Yuangbao to take good care of his precious rabbit before she obediently ran behind the screen to change her clothes. The location for releasing the paper kite was set in the outskirts. This time, they opted not for the slow and cumbersome carriage. Xue Fengxue instructed someone to lead out a horse. When chasing wind saw its master, it excitedly stomped its hooves, snorting loudly through its nostrils. Be quiet, Xue Fengxue said, stroking chasing wind's majestic mane, and turned to Tanyu, asking, Can you ride? Tanyu was momentarily at a loss for words. Wasn't this a question with an obvious answer? Even the original Tanyu would surely not know how. She shook her head and replied honestly no. Good child. That is precisely the answer I wanted. Xue Fengxue's eyes darkened slightly as he asked in a hushed voice, Would you like to learn? This prince will teach you. Promise me. Dear, will you sit in front of your husband? Tanyu sensed a hint of conspiracy, albeit faint, and inquired, Why aren't we taking the carriage today? Xue Fengxue lowered his gaze and fabricated a serious excuse. The roads in the outskirts are too narrow and bumpy. A carriage is unsuitable. Oh, very well, Tanyu, unfamiliar with the road conditions of the capital's suburbs, accepted his explanation, trusting that the esteemed Prince Jing would not deceive him over such trivial matters. Tanyu was carefully assisted onto the horse by Xue Fengxue. It was her first time perched so high upon such a creature. Although her view was expansive, it was still quite intimidating. With every movement of chasing wind's hooves and its snorts, her face paled a shade, her hands uneasily gripping the reins. And she couldn't help but caution the system. DX3, refrain from speaking ill of others. What you say is utterly absurd. How could that possibly happen? Unbeknownst to her, while the Prince Jing maintained an appearance of propriety, holding her arm and supporting her waist, his thoughts wandered elsewhere. Clad in a sleek outfit, Tanyu appeared polished and refined. Her arms, waist, and thighs tightly cinched. The youth's slender shoulders resembled delicate butterfly wings, and below her dainty waist lay a strikingly curvaceous form. The red fabric embracing her contours, with the material of her thighs and calves snugly fitted into her boots. Yet, her beautiful little face radiated innocence, unknowingly alluring in a most captivating manner. Xue Fengxue unabashedly gazed at the trembling youth from behind, his dark eyes fixated on her. With a sense of triumph, he sighed internally and then mounted the horse, one hand grasping Tanyu's soft hand while his heated chest pressed firmly against her back, enveloping her in a commanding embrace. Pa! A gentle sound echoed as he settled securely. Be cautious, it might get bumpy, and you'll need this prince to tend to your wounds later. Warm breath brushed her ear, and a wave of cool sandalwood enveloped her. Tanyu was startled, and upon realizing what he had just said, she turned her head in disbelief, noticing that there were others around, though they all had their backs turned to them. However, within those beautiful, large eyes lay a hint of embarrassment and annoyance, while the tips of his ears and the corners of his eyes blushed, igniting a sense of yearning. He clenched his teeth, his face a portrait of helplessness as he stammered, You should take your hand away. Chapter 69. The peril of deliberately falling into his embrace. Shui Fengxue did not tease him excessively. Upon noticing that he had forgotten his initial fear of riding, she grasped the reins with both hands and calmly instructed Bai's ear, "Sit tight, we are setting off. Go." With a flick of the reins, the spirited horse, chasing wind, let out an excited whinny, preparing to bolt like an arrow as usual, but was abruptly halted by its master's command. "Run slowly." Chasing wind, feeling disgruntled, tossed its hooves and began to trot leisurely. Yu, wide-eyed atop the steed, felt his heart both tense and exhilarated with each stride of the towering horse beneath him. Noticing the tension in his companion's back, Shui Fengxue could not resist the urge to gently caress his slender waist, reassuring him, "Relax, do not fear. I am here." Reluctantly, Yu redirected his focus to the scenery gently receding alongside the road. The roads of the Great Zhou were spacious, and they traversed a relatively secluded path, encountering few pedestrians or vendors along the official route. Once they had exited the bustling city center and confirmed that Yu was no longer fearful, Shui Fengxue allowed chasing wind to gallop freely for a while. During this transitional season between spring and summer, the surrounding land was adorned with burgeoning greenery, all belonging to the affluent officials of Dying. A gentle, cool breeze carried the fragrance of grass and foliage, brushing against their faces. Yu comfortably squinted his eyes, his unbound, long hair billowing behind him in the wind. Shui Fengxue slowed their pace, and, as they passed individuals engaged in agricultural work, those who stepped aside in surprise soon realized that atop the magnificent horse sat two elegantly dressed men, leaving them momentarily speechless, jaws agape. While the trend of same-sex relationships was indeed prevalent in the Great Zhou, none dared to display such intimate affection so openly in public. Detected a plot progress point. It is advisable for the host to actively complete the storyline involving the antagonist and the kite-flying scene, intentionally twisting an ankle and falling into his embrace to enhance intimacy. The voice of DX3 resonated as Yu encountered this narrative prompt for the first time, feeling a wave of curiosity. "DX3, what is this? A new feature of yours?" DX3 puffed out its chest with pride. "Indeed. I just upgraded the system. If anything benefits the completion of your tasks, I could suggest it for you." "Suggestions?" Yu recognized the loophole. In other words, it was not mandatory. "Yes, dear. It's entirely up to your mood." DX3 chirped with enthusiasm. "Our current motto at the Book Crossing Bureau is all about being user-friendly." Yu nodded, internally conflicted about whether to undertake this task. While other aspects were manageable, the key concern was that the antagonist's affliction was not easily remedied. Shui Fengxue, when unwell, had a penchant for closeness. If he were to fall proactively into his embrace, would it not be akin to a lamb entering the tiger's den? More importantly, Yu still believed that he was not gay. A typical gay man, upon seeing the charming and alluring Shui Fengxue, would have long since been captivated, their heart racing like a startled deer. Yet, Yu felt none of that. Countless times, he beheld the villain's muscular physique and that face. So strikingly handsome, it invoked both admiration and indignation, yet his mind was filled only with the exclamation of sheer handsomeness. Beyond that, he felt no impulse to succumb to lethargy. The time left for Yu to wrestle with his thoughts was brief, as they moved further away from the city center until they arrived at a vast open space. The owner prepared to launch a kite, while chasing wind leisurely grazed by the riverbank, occasionally dipping its head into the water. Yu clutched the precious kite he had bought, patiently waiting for Shui Fengxue to untangle the string. "Go." Yu nodded, taking the kite in hand and sprinting forward. After covering some distance, he felt the resistance from the line and released his grip. With a whoosh, the kite, resembling an eagle and painted in vibrant colors, soared into the sky. Shui Fengxue let out some line to ensure the kite's altitude, then waved at Yu, allowing him to play on his own. Filled with excitement, Yu dashed over, his smile still radiant, but suddenly his feet slipped and he toppled directly onto the person in front of him. Shui Fengxue, holding the kite string, was caught off guard, lost in thought and unprepared for Yu's unexpected tumble. He had no time to catch him and was knocked down instead. With a thud, Tan Yu's vision blurred as he landed on Shui Fengxue, their lips colliding with a startling force. It was not the romantic scene depicted in the idol dramas shown in the orphanage, where the leads share a gentle kiss upon falling. The harsh reality was that the impact resulted in both of them tasting blood. Tan Yu, overwhelmed by pain, felt tears welling up in his eyes. Shui Fengxue quickly rose, covering his mouth, and cradled the weeping Tan Yu in his arms. With gentle fingers, he caressed Tan Yu's bruised lip, carefully prying open his mouth. "Don't bite down. Be good. Open up so I could take a look." While Shui Fengxue felt pain too, it was evident that Tan Yu bore the greater injury. Tan Yu clutched at Shui Fengxue's sleeve, hearing the notification of task completion echo in his mind, and with a sense of grievance, he opened his mouth wide. His delicate lips were stained a vivid red, and crimson streaks adorned his pearly teeth. The tender flesh within was bruised. Shui Fengxue cupped the boy's soft face, leaning in to gently kiss away the tears that adorned his cheeks. "My poor baby. Does it hurt? There's a little cut inside. We should apply some medicine when we return." Tan Yu felt a mixture of conflict and guilt. He did not desire such intimate affection from Shui Fengxue, even if it was just a soft kiss on his face. Yet the pain he felt was profound, and he craved this gentle, protective embrace, as if no matter what transpired, he would always have someone to rely on. Thus, Tan Yu felt somewhat base, torn between his yearning for Shui Fengxue's strength and protection, and his instinct to resist his closeness. "No, it doesn't hurt anymore," the person in his arms murmured softly, their lashes drooping with glistening tears. Their lovely lips were swollen and flushed from injury, and the delicate tips of their ears were slightly red. With slender, pale hands, they clutched at his clothing, attempting to bury their face within it to hide away. Shui Fengxue's breath faltered. Heaven knows how much he yearned to press his lips against that soft, sweet mouth, to pry apart those delicate teeth and savor every moment. Moreover, he wished to kiss every beautiful inch of the little cat, leaving his mark upon her. Even if fear brought him to tears, he would disregard it entirely. "My dear, forgive me, but I simply cannot resist kissing you any longer." Shui Fengxue's gaze darkened as his large hand began to caress her back, inch by inch, until he finally grasped the fragile nape of her neck. The paper kite above was unbound, having long since fallen away. Tan Yu's chin was held firmly, her dazed eyes lifting in confusion, clearly still trying to comprehend the situation. "Wangya?" Before she could finish her thought, a towering shadow, accompanied by a strong, cold fragrance of wood, descended upon her. Tan Yu was utterly powerless to resist. As tears, salty and cool, fell from her lashes, muffled whimpers escaped her lips. Chapter 70. "Wangya, have you been possessed?" Not only had the kite not been released, but she was also unwittingly claimed by someone else. Tan Yu, feeling dejected, covered her face, burying it in her palms, unwilling to speak. In that moment, she wished more than anything to be a dull, gray mushroom or an inconspicuous blade of grass. Anything but to have fallen flat and ended up sharing a fervent kiss with a man. Feeling discontented, Shui Fengxue leaned down, as usual, wrapping his arms around Tan Yu's waist and effortlessly lifting her to sit upon his arm. Tan Yu shook her head, her eyelids drooping as she murmured the kite. She had barely flown a few kites in her life. In the orphanage, there were only one or two old kites, which were always snatched away by the larger, more aggressive children. As a timid and socially anxious child, small and delicate, her beauty made her an outcast among the others, forcing her to hide beneath trees and watch from afar. Now that she had grown, the thought of flying a kite was tinged with embarrassment. Shui Fengxue cupped her face with one hand, soothing her gently. "We shall purchase as many kites as there are in the city's kite shop." "That is unnecessary," Tan Yu replied, her pupils trembling slightly at his grand assertion, momentarily forgetting her sorrow. Upholding her principle of frugality, she softly added, "One is enough. Thank you, Wangya." "Wah, my dear, your tears are priceless. How do you understand me so well?" Shui Fengxue's heart felt a twinge of bittersweet pain. He was aware that his little princess had not been well treated in the minister's residence, often going hungry, but he had not anticipated her to be so obediently heart-wrenching. That old man, the Minister of Revenue, it was an understatement to say he mistook cheap imitations for treasures, leaving the true gem in the dust. Had he known better, he would have plucked out his father-in-law's eyes to show him who truly deserved affection. Very well, we shall buy one kite. So you need not feel sad any longer. Shui Fengshu tenderly brushed Tan Yu's trembling lashes, his tone light with mirth. Since we are out, there's no need to rush back. Let us indulge in some other amusements. Tan Yu nodded in agreement. All right. He had never been so patiently coaxed. In truth, from any perspective, Tan Yu was quite an easy person to soothe. His past experiences had rendered him nearly devoid of temper, and he dared not express any ire. Even if it did arise, it would swiftly dissipate. Shui Fengshu carried him for a distance, with chasing wind following them, displaying a remarkable understanding of the situation. Baby, your task progress has increased by 1. The momentum is good. Keep it up. As time passed, Tan Yu's emotions gradually settled, only to find himself once again cradled in Shui Fengshu's embrace, reminiscent of a child being held. At that moment, a farmer happened to pass by, and upon witnessing this scene, he dropped his hammer in astonishment, his mouth agape. Soon after, a flicker of discomfort crossed his darkened face as he turned his head, muttering softly, "Men embracing men? How disgusting." Tan Yu did not hear the farmer's words, but he caught sight of the stranger, and his small face flushed a brilliant red. He bit his lip and buried his face in Shui Fengshu's neck, tugging at the hem of his garment, his voice trembling. "Your Highness, please put me down. I can walk by myself." Shui Fengshu reassuringly patted his back. His cold, commanding gaze swept over the farmer's bewildered and complex expression, his dark eyes devoid of warmth. While Tan Yu remained oblivious, the deeply skilled Prince Jing heard everything with crystal clarity. The farmer, frightened, felt his legs weaken. He hurriedly lowered his head, picked up his hoe, and fled in haste. Shui Fengshu said nothing, for had it been in accordance with his previous ruthless nature, he would have left no survivors. Yet he tightened his embrace, savoring the warmth of the soft youth nestled against his neck. The sweet fragrance of hibiscus soothed the fierce energy within the prince's very bones. He could not bear to frighten his little kitten. Fishing? Me? Tan Yu, holding a simple fishing net, looked at himself in bewilderment. Shui Fengshu nodded, encouraging him to sit in his lap. The delicate white feet nestled in the broad, warm palm, while the other arm encircled his waist to prevent Tan Yu from touching the cold water and falling ill. The water here was shallow and gentle. The princess could playfully fish. Tan Yu felt his foot being squeezed and kneaded, and he was already embarrassed. Moreover, he was seated sideways in Shui Fengshu's embrace, with the solid, powerful thigh of the man beneath him. It was a mystery how Shui Fengshu had discovered this spot. The stream was shallow, yet several fish, each no larger than a palm, swam slowly around them. The fish did not flee, instead circling around Tan Yu. He gazed at them, feeling a twinge of excitement and temptation. "Well, I'll give it a try," he reluctantly agreed. Shui Fengshu's hand slowly closed around the net, his attention drawn to the small feet in his palm, the slender ankles and pearly toes shyly curling. He felt an urge to bite, to have those feet tread upon him. Prince Jing was not surprised by his own somewhat inappropriate thoughts. After all, how could he not feel such desires when the little kitten in his arms was fragrant and soft from head to toe? Tan Yu's eyes widened in delight as he exclaimed excitedly, "I caught one." A fish, lively and struggling, flailed within the net, its tail thrashing wildly, splashing water onto Tan Yu's face. Shui Fengshu observed the scene, a subtle smile gracing her lips as she leisurely remarked, "Remarkable, darling. You are undeniably the most adept little kitten at catching fish in the entire world." Such an absurd and shameful expression slipped from the Prince Jing's lips without a hint of remorse. Tan Yu's fur bristled in disbelief, struggling to comprehend what he had just heard. What, my lord?" He slowly turned to face Shui Fengshu, whose eyes were shrouded in darkness, clearly suppressing something. The Prince Jing raised his eyelids, fixated on the exquisitely beautiful face before him, one that invoked the urge to bite into it. His voice, unexpectedly husky, replied deliberately, "And what is it?" Tan Yu looked at him with a face full of concern, biting his lip, hesitating to speak. "Are you possessed?" Shui Fengshu raised an eyebrow in surprise. applying a bit of pressure to the little paw he was holding, causing the kitten to let out a startled cry. Why would the lady say such a thing? Tanyu's eyes glistened with unshed tears as he glared at him. What you said about being a little kitten is utterly incomprehensible. Xue Fengxue slowly leaned in, a smile on her face, her emotions laid bare in her gaze, as if she wished to devour him whole. Oh, is there more? Tanyu's back straightened, his eyelids trembling as he summoned his courage to speak. Could you please refrain from calling me darling and stop pinching my feet? Xue Fengxue regarded the slightly reddened foot in her palm, noncommittal. Tanyu attempted to retract his foot, but found himself immobilized by her grip on his ankle. Frowning, he looked down, genuinely perplexed. I fail to understand. What is so enjoyable about pinching feet? Xue Fengxue felt as though she might explode under the weight of his innocent stare. She remained silent, her large hand gliding along his ankle, pressing at a certain spot. If I were to say that I would like to keep your foot here, would you be willing? Chapter 71. Why do I always end up in such a mess? The sensation in his foot made Tanyu suddenly realize something. He swiftly retracted his foot, his face flushing crimson, jumping up like an agitated cat. Xue Fengxue, eyes sparkling with amusement, regarded him. What is wrong? What is wrong? What do you mean what's wrong? Tanyu at that moment could barely muster the energy to be angry. A singular thought consumed him. Run. Run as far as possible. Adrenaline surged through him, and Tanyu nearly fled in panic. Behind him, Xue Fengxue made no further move, merely staring with her elongated, dark eyes, her gaze palpable enough to send chills down one's spine. DX3. I told you the villain has gone mad. Such behavior from Xue Fengxue shattered the very foundations of a straight man's worldview. Tanyu's mind swirled with despair as he fled like a headless fly, his legs trembling, a metallic taste filling his throat, yet he dared not look back, fearing he might be dragged back into a compromising situation. Watching the youth's frantic retreat into the dense woods. The smile on Xue Fengxue's face faded inch by inch until it transformed into an expression devoid of emotion. TSK, he truly ran away. Darling, I have some rather unfortunate news for you. The progress of the plot has increased once more, and it now stands at 12, the main system noted correctly. Indeed, the current task was progressing smoothly, and intervention was not an option at this moment, unless it jeopardizes the host's life. Nothing holds greater significance than the completion of the task at hand for Tanyu. Aware of this principle, he never intended for DX3 to risk itself in aiding him. Rather, he simply yearned for someone to share his grievances with, lest he succumb to madness. Uncertain of how long he had been running, the familiar path had long vanished, leaving him surrounded by dense thickets. Tanyu felt a wave of dizziness wash over him as he sighed deeply, his legs giving way beneath him, collapsing onto the ground. I truly cannot accomplish this task, he lamented, lying prone, gasping for breath. DX3, the purportedly ascetic antagonist who had not even deigned to glance at the fairest of beauties. How could he have engaged in such acts? The searing heat of the moment lingered, and the more Tanyu pondered, the greater his trepidation grew, prompting him to utter his first curse word in life, wishing he could sever his own foot with a knife at that very instant. But darling, where will you go now that you have fled? In his haste, Tanyu had neglected to don his shoes, and as he regained his composure, he discovered that his delicate soles were marred by numerous tiny wounds from the scattered stones and dry twigs along his path. Every movement sent waves of pain and itch coursing through him. I do not know, he murmured, stifling a sniffle as he struggled to rise. Limping toward a tree for support, leaning against its sturdy trunk, he hugged his knees, acutely aware that should he cease his flight, the ensuing events would undoubtedly spiral beyond his control. Though he feigned indifference to the task, no one desired to return home more than he did. Perhaps everyone possesses an instinct to sense impending danger. Tanyu had fled purely on instinct, giving no thought to how he might return or what awaited him upon his return. Now, he could only gamble, betting that Xue Fengxue would understand his resistance and respect his wishes. After all, Tanyu gently bit his lip, drawing in a slow breath. Xue Fengxue had always treated him well, whether as an ally, a superior, or even a friend. Don't be overly anxious, darling, if all else fails. I am here for you. DX3's words seemed to possess a magical quality. Surrounded by the serene mountains, a gentle breeze wafted through, carrying with it a fragrant aroma. Tan Yu's eyelids grew heavier, his limbs weakened, and ultimately, he silently succumbed to the ground. What is happening? I am so tired my eyes won't open. In the fleeting moment before darkness enveloped him, he glimpsed a tall, slender figure advancing against the flickering shadows, casually carrying a pair of familiar shoes. Tan Yu parted his lips, yet no sound escaped. Shui Fengxu knelt down, lifting the unconscious youth into his arms. The boy's delicate feet were caked in dirt, his thin skin revealing blue veins, and various injuries marred the tops and soles of his feet. Darling, why do you always find yourself in such a disheveled state? I had clearly afforded you ample time to escape. With ease, Shui Fengxue cradled Tan Yu, planting a kiss atop his fluffy head. The horse, Wind Chaser, displayed remarkable intuition, kneeling to facilitate its master's mounting. Good boy, Shui Fengxue praised casually, one arm securing Tan Yu's waist against his chest while the other gripped the reins. As the speed of the wind slows, the scenery on the return journey becomes more enchanting. Unfortunately, the one who cherishes the beauty of the world is no longer afforded the chance to behold it. Is what you say truly the case? Tan Shui clenched her teeth, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Did you indeed witness Brother Changchun entering the Red Mansion, only to emerge after a long while? The young servant knelt before her, his forehead dripping with cold sweat. Yes, I would not dare deceive the young master, and moreover, according to a beggar by the roadside, His Highness the Third Prince has visited several times. With a crash, Tan Shui flung a nearby vase aside. How could this be? Clearly Tan Yu is not dead. How could Brother Changchun still frequent such a place? Prepare a carriage at once. Tan Shui's hands were tightly clenched, her fury palpable. I must see for myself what kind of individuals inhabit that place, worthy of Brother Changchun's lingering affection. If it truly is that wretched person, resembling Tan Yu in some way, then he should not blame me for being ruthless. Young master, it is time for you to rise. Shui Changchun furrowed his brow slightly, opening his eyes to behold a countenance strikingly similar to Tan Yu's, particularly those timid, extraordinary eyes. He did not lose his temper. Instead, he affectionately patted the young man's face, snatched a jade pendant from him, and spoke with a tone lacking in reverence. I see. Your performance this time was satisfactory. Have you put in the effort? The young attendant shivered, nodding tremulously, eagerly leaning against Shui Changchun's chest and offering a kiss. As long as the young master is pleased. I have merely done what is expected. Shui Changchun chuckled lightly, dismissing him without reluctance. Very well, assist me in dressing. Yes, sir. Since his last brush with death, the young attendant dared not entertain thoughts of redeeming himself. He merely bowed his head in obedience to this esteemed guest's commands. After all, the remuneration he received for a single visit from this remarkable gentleman was beyond his wildest dreams. Thus, he no longer needed to attend to other patrons, allowing him to live quite comfortably. Before departing, Shui Changchun wrapped his arms around the young man's waist, pinched his chin, and placed a kiss on his lips, teasing, "In 3 days, I shall send someone to fetch you. There will be garments provided for you to adorn yourself. Do not disappoint me, understand?" The young attendant nodded, softly leaning against the man's chest. "Rest assured, my lord, I know what to do." Just when he thought the day would conclude, a maidservant, with an air of mystery, handed him a letter. Inside was a substantial banknote and a piece of paper inscribed with an address, accompanied by a few words of signature. The scant lines sent him into a state of alarm. I know the true identity of your mysterious patron, if you wish to ascend and transform into a phoenix. Come to the appointment. Chapter 72. I should not have run alone. Who delivered this? The young attendant momentarily lost control of his volume. Realizing too late that his grip had tightened around the maidservant's collar, his arms trembling. Young Master Yun, the maidservant struggled to explain. It was a beggar. He stopped me. Yun took a deep breath, slowly releasing his hold. He pressed a piece of silver into the maidservant's hand. It's nothing. Thank you for your efforts. Go now, and do not speak of this to anyone. The maidservant, afraid to defy him, accepted the money with trembling hands, hastily bowing before turning to flee. Yunshe closed the door and reopened the letter, reading it repeatedly, imprinting the address in his mind. The writer mentioned that there would be an opportunity to secure this esteemed guest. Gazing at his remarkably youthful visage in the mirror, Yunshe was acutely aware that his advantage was merely a matter of birthright. In truth, he was already in his 20s, in a place like the Red Mansion, where beauty abounds. Failing to carve out a path for himself would lead to a dead end when youth fades and beauty withers. Cannot see him? Tan Shui veiled, widened her eyes in disbelief, and queried, "What do you mean, young Master Yin does not receive other guests?" The matron of the Red Mansion, radiating joy, waved her handkerchief, releasing a fragrant aroma. "Oh, dear young master, our Yunshe has recently encountered a distinguished guest whose lavish spending has made it impossible for him to meet anyone else for the month." Upon hearing this, Tan Shui was almost certain that this Yunshe was the very person she sought. To secure the services of the most esteemed courtesan in the capital for an entire month, effectively purchasing his private time, one could only imagine the wealth involved. Such financial prowess could only belong to a royal or noble. Tan Shui's eyes turned red with resentment. "Very well, I shall not see him. However, I have long harbored feelings for young Master Yin. I have but one request. Could you assist me in delivering this night pearl to him?" She also requested, "Please convey a message, and let this pigeon blood gemstone serve as your reward for your efforts." The matron's eyes sparkled. She had never encountered such a generous soul. Ignoring the previous warnings from Shui Changchun, she swiftly seized the gem and tucked it into her sleeve. "Rest assured, I shall take care of it." Tan Shui nodded. Though her heart bled, no one knew that this time she had truly invested her all. After losing her fortune to pay for Tan Yu's wretched cloak, she had been left with nothing. Had it not been for Zhou Yin's assistance, she wouldn't even have had the means to purchase this night pearl. The thought of Zhou Yin made her feel nauseated. That day at Zhou Yin's private residence for a banquet, she had indulged too much in drink and awoke to find Zhou Yin passionately kissing her. Upon realizing she was awake, he had intentionally bitten her lip, his eyes leering. "Xiao, you're awake?" Tan Shui stared at him in disbelief, cursed him to leave, and forcefully pushed him away. Zhou Yin, being slender, fell lightly to the ground, hitting his forehead and drawing blood. "Disgusting. Who told you to kiss me?" Tan Shui seethed with a desire to slay him. "Disgusting?" Zhou Yin chuckled as he rose, blood streaming from his forehead. "Xiao Yi, if I call you foolish, you truly have no limits to your foolishness. You should consider, who besides me would dare offend the Prince of Jing for a fool like you?" Tan Shui had never anticipated being pursued by someone as despicable as Zhou Yin. Her kisses and body were reserved for her elder brother Changqin. Her future was destined to be the consort of the third prince, to become a queen. But what of Zhou Yin? The first encounter with Zhou Yin occurred at a poetry gathering, where the man, embracing his male companion, fixated his gaze upon him with an intensity akin to a restless specter, resembling a ghostly wild dog, pale in appearance and sinister in demeanor. Much like a foul rat entrenched in mud. How he managed to exit the Zhou residence, Tan Shui could not recall. All he knew was that he must earnestly capture the heart of his elder brother, Changchun. As for Tan Yu, he could not be allowed to remain any longer. For Tan Shui devised a plan to ensure Tan Yu's demise. Zhou Yin, too, once the scheme bore fruit, would meet the same fate. With a heavy flutter, Tan Yu lifted his eyelids, recognizing the familiar bed curtains and the scent of incense enveloping him. He had returned to the Jingwang mansion. Wait, in an instant, clarity struck him, and beads of cold sweat formed. So, despite his desperate flight, he had been effortlessly retrieved, and that peculiar fragrance, what was it? He had awakened. A low, indifferent voice suddenly pierced the silence beside him. Tan Yu froze, slowly turning his head. Shui Fengshui, clad in a dark official robe, sat expressionlessly upon a chair, his gaze fixed upon him. Meanwhile, his long, pale hands absently toyed with a black belt, which, though not slender, was adorned with coarse golden thread, intricately embroidered with a majestic python pattern. "Your Highness," Tan Yu stammered, his mouth agape. The sight of the belt and ruler instilled fear within him, prompting him to retreat beneath the covers. Shui Fengxue offered no further words, but inquired with feigned concern. Does your foot still ache? Tan Yu gripped the quilt, revealing only his large, round eyes, resembling a cat caught after fleeing its home, and replied in a hushed tone, "It hurts." In truth, the pain had subsided. He sensed the bandages wrapped around his foot, the coolness of the wound providing a peculiar comfort. Yet, inexplicably, he felt compelled to maintain his facade of agony. Uncertain of Shui Fengshue's belief, he observed the man, powerful in his official garb, his ink-black hair bound with a golden crown, revealing strikingly aggressive features. The black belt in Shui Fengshue's hand was folded and rhythmically tapped against his knee. With each strike, Tan Yu's heart trembled in response. "Do you have nothing to say to me?" Shui Fengshue's expression remained indifferent as he twirled the belt in his hands, demonstrating a casual yet potent energy. What purpose such force served was clear. It would undoubtedly inflict pain upon another. The more Tan Yu pondered, the more he instinctively curled into himself, swallowing hard. "I should not have run away on my own." Shui Fengxue raised an eyebrow slightly. "Is that so?" "Well, it matters not." "Matters not?" Tan Yu's eyes widened in disbelief, utterly at a loss for further conversation with this antagonist. "What do you wish to hear?" The villain, as inscrutable as the depths of the sea, left Tan Yu, floundering for words. A faint smile graced Shui Fengshue's lips, his other hand beckoning Tan Yu closer while patting his own thigh, indicating that he should sit immediately. Tan Yu hesitated, averse to the summons. Yet, he found himself utterly incapable of resistance. The fear of being regarded by the antagonist as mere object, devoid of empathy, was overwhelming, as if, at any moment, he could be dispatched without a second thought. The youth, on the verge of tears, rose from his bed with a noticeable limp, cautiously making his way to Shui Fengxue, where he sat down, trembling. A large hand grasped his lower back, lifting Tan Yu's chin, and rough fingertips gently brushed against the corners of his lips, followed by a tender kiss. In the next moment, a crisp sound echoed. The belt was swung down. Tan Yu could not contain himself, tears streaming down his cheeks. Enduring. He thought to himself, for every cry would warrant 10 slaps. Chapter 73. One slap deserved a thank you. Tan Yu swallowed the whimper that was on the tip of his tongue. The sting was mild. It was overshadowed by a profound sense of humiliation. Slap. Another sound resounded. Shui Fengxue spoke in a calm voice, counting the second strike and encouraging him to keep track of the remaining 8. Tan Yu bit his lip, clinging to Shui Fengshue's neck, tears cascading down as he nodded through his sobs. Slap. 1 slap. 2. The torment was compounded by the villain's deliberate pauses between each strike. Tan Yu was perpetually on edge, uncertain of when the next lash would fall, preventing him from relaxing. His heart remained perpetually knotted. Finally, after enduring all 8 strikes, Tan Yu's long, curled eyelashes were glued together by tears, appearing pitifully clumped. Shui Fengxue pressed a kiss to the corners of his reddened eyes, casually discarding the belt, and lifted Tan Yu into his arms, gently massaging the tender spots. "Will you still dare to run off alone into the woods?" Shui Fengshue's lips brushed against Tan Yu's soft earlobe, his deep, melodious voice penetrating Tan Yu's ears. The tips of Tan Yu's ears and neck flushed crimson as he hung his head in shame, shaking it vehemently like a rattlesnake. "No, I won't run anymore." Each attempt at evasion led to a lesson, and Tan Yu belatedly realized that the villain was indeed as domineering and possessive as described in the book. Shui Fengxue responded with a nonchalant hum. Tan Yu clutched Shui Fengshue's garments tightly, burying his face in them, wishing to ignore him. "Did it hurt, my dear?" Tan Yu hesitated, shifting slightly. "A bit." He felt somewhat aggrieved and muttered, "It seems to be swelling." Shui Fengxue frowned slightly. The jade clasp of the belt had already been removed. Knowing Tan Yu's skin was delicate, he had restrained over 90% of his strength. Such an impact should only have caused mild redness, not swelling. "Come to the couch. Let me take a look." Without heeding Tan Yu's protests, he effortlessly lifted him and carried him to the soft couch. "Wait, Your Highness, I must have misjudged. It seems there is nothing wrong. I feel fine now." Shui Fengxue set him down, choosing not to expose his clumsy lie, instead fixing Tan Yu with a penetrating gaze that made him feel uneasy. Shui Fengshui then coolly uttered 3 words. You do it. Tan Yu covered his precious backside, shaking his head in fear, forcing a couple of nervous laughs. No, that is not necessary. Truly, I'm fine. The faint smile on Shui Fengshui's face gradually faded away. Or would you prefer me to assist you personally? No, that's not necessary. Tan Yu's lips moved, ultimately resigning himself to extend his hand, closing his eyes. I suppose I shall do it myself. Shui Fengshui remained motionless, fixated on him. Under the weight of that unwavering gaze, Tan Yu felt compelled to pull up his trousers. The scrutiny felt like a prickling sensation against his back. After a brief moment, Shui Fengshui commented indifferently, there's nothing to worry about. Gritting his teeth, Tan Yu swiftly hoisted his trousers. He then turned to face the man before him, his large, clear eyes fixated intently on Shui Fengshui. You're not dressed properly. Shui Fengshui felt a slight headache, bending down to envelop Tan Yu in his arms, rearranging his attire. Tan Yu submitted to Shui Fengshui's ministrations. Your Highness, I truly do not wish for this. Shui Fengshui raised an eyebrow, leisurely fastening the waistband before inquiring. What do you mean? Do you dislike my touch? Tan Yu bit his lower lip and nodded. Shui Fengshui regarded him with a calm demeanor. Is that so? However, I am unable to comply. Tan Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. Unable to? Indeed, I cannot refrain from being close to you. Shui Fengshui leaned forward, gradually cornering Tan Yu against the wall. Under Tan Yu's bewildered gaze, Shui Fengshui's slender fingers twirled a lock of fragrant hair, bringing it to his nose to inhale its scent. If you are unwilling, you may strike me, tug at my hair, resist in whatever manner you can, but there is one thing you must not do. Tan Yu instinctively recoiled. Shui Fengshui lowered his gaze, his fingertips brushing against Tan Yu's lips as he softly commanded, do not attempt to flee again. Tan Yu found himself at a loss for words. So, in essence, the antagonist could endure being struck, but could not accept being evaded? This was truly an outrageous imposition. The fervent sentiments of DX3 were deeply unsettled, wishing for the male rivals to spring into action and teach the Prince Jing a lesson in regret. Tan Yu pressed his lips together. In truth, the few kisses exchanged with the antagonist were quite pleasurable, although he, a self-proclaimed straight man, was reluctant to admit it. He found himself not entirely averse to Shui Fengshui. Let us agree on one matter. Such behavior must not occur outside the residence. Tan Yu possessed his own boundaries, albeit those limits had been gradually eroded. Very well. Shui Fengshui had not expected Tan Yu to awaken to this understanding. This level of acquiescence was already commendable. Tan Yu responded with a muted acknowledgement. Shui Fengshui gazed at his flushed lips, the remnants of tears adorning his lovely face, and his eyelashes clumped together, finding him increasingly adorable. May I kiss you now? You sweet child, you're always pleased during our kisses. Why deny it? Tan Yu emitted a soft sound of reluctance, yet nodded. He timidly stipulated, just for a brief moment. As if indulging in his whim, Tan Yu's tender cheeks were cradled, and his mouth was promptly silenced. A soft, moist kiss ensued. Tan Yu felt a slight dizziness, his eyes losing focus. So delightful, little kitten. Shui Fengshui rewarded him with a final kiss upon his petite nose. In the evening, a beautifully crafted, sturdy kite was presented to Tan Yu. The kite was even more majestic, its vibrant colors captivating, drawing Tan Yu to release it eagerly into the garden. The beautiful kite floated gracefully in the air, its string held firmly in Tan Yu's hand. He played joyfully alongside Bao, their laughter echoing freely. The cheerful sounds permeated half of the royal residence, reaching the study of His Highness, the Prince of Jing. At that moment, the prince was engrossed in official duties, yet the merriment from outside gradually alleviated his earlier irritations. In its place blossomed newfound efficiency, allowing him to complete tasks that typically required 2 hours in less than an hour and a half. As dusk approached, Tan Yu reluctantly allowed Bao to pack away the kite. Upon returning to his chamber, he discovered that the fish he had caught earlier by the stream had also been delivered in a wooden tub. Several carps swam about merrily, occasionally bubbling to the surface. Tan Yu squatted beside them, his pet rabbit, Shui Tuan, nibbling on a carrot, joining in the lively scene. When His Highness returned, he was greeted by the sight of the 2 figures, one large and one small, squatting together. The larger one attempted to poke at the fish's scales, only to be startled when the fish flailed its tail, causing him to yelp and retreat, landing unceremoniously on the ground. Fengxue, with a resigned sigh, approached and scooped up the startled little kitten, playfully planting a kiss on its delicate eyelids while it was momentarily distracted. This time, Tenyu did not indulge him. He swiftly delivered a playful slap to the prince's handsome face. The prince, unfazed by the playful reprimand, leaned down to kiss the little kitten's paw, soothingly assuring, "All right, we shall play again tomorrow. It is time to sleep now." Tenyu gazed at his palm, feeling a mix of frustration. What was the point of the slap? After all, he had to thank him in return. The following day, Fengxue attended the morning court, while Tenyu peacefully slumbered until his return. They shared breakfast in the front hall, where Tenyu eagerly picked at the braised carp on his plate, unable to resist exclaiming, "It smells wonderful." Fengxue chuckled softly, thinking how much like a cat he truly was. After breakfast, Tenyu strolled through the garden to aid digestion, then practiced calligraphy in the prince's study. He had memorized the characters from their last lesson and was thoroughly enjoying his studies with a collection of 1,000 characters. Without realizing when, dark ink had splattered across his face and sleeves, transforming him into a little calico cat. Unaware of his inky appearance, he focused intently on his brushwork. Once Fengxue completed his official duties and lifted his gaze, he could not help but smile at the sight. Tapping lightly on Tanyu's desk, he beckoned him over. Confused, Tenyu looked up and approached, wiping his face in the process. It was only when he was lifted onto the prince's lap, a damp cloth brushing against his cheek, that he realized the ink had marred his face. Upon closer inspection, he noted the stains on his sleeves as well. "What should I do? My clothes," Tenyu lamented, his heart aching. These were no ordinary garments. This was a piece of formal attire meticulously embroidered by dozens of skilled seamstresses in the palace's weaving department, light as a feather and delicate as gossamer. "It's just a piece of clothing," he reassured himself. Fengxue gently cleaned his hands and face and had someone bring him a fresh outfit. Tenyu quickly instructed that the ink-stained garments be taken away for washing, emphasizing that they must not be discarded. Fengxue playfully pinched his soft fingers, teasingly asking, "Are you in such a rush? Do I appear so extravagant in your eyes?" Tenyu longed to respond, "Isn't that the case?" Yet, he dared not voice such thoughts. "Take your time eating. I cannot accompany you today. If you wish to go out, remember to invite Gujio to join you." As for Guqi, he is utterly inflexible. Tenyu nodded in agreement. Thus, thanks to Guqi's remarkable adherence to rules, Gujio enjoyed an entire day of leisure. He was finally spared from interrogating prisoners in the imperial prison and could instead follow the princess of Jing around, indulging in leisure activities. Tenyu cradled his pet, Snowball, contemplating the idea of acquiring a companion for it. "Young master, this rabbit hails from the western regions." The shopkeeper opened the cage and lifted out a black rabbit, which had endured several months of travel, yet remained lively. "This is the only one left. If you truly desire it, I can offer you a 20% discount." The rabbit, when lifted, showed no resistance, allowing the shopkeeper to handle it with ease. Tenyu furrowed his brow slightly, but it hardly moves. The shopkeeper hesitated. It must have exerted itself too much the other day, bumping against the cage all night, so I intentionally fed it less. Look at its firm muscle. If it were well fed, would it lack energy? The black rabbit was indeed robust, just as the shopkeeper described. "Perhaps you could set your pet down, allow them to become acquainted, and then you will see whether it is lively or not." Tenyu hesitated, concerned for Snowball's safety. However, Gujio found the suggestion agreeable and nodded, swiftly drawing his sword. "Rest assured, young master, if any trouble arises, my blade is swifter than that black rabbit." His brutal words nearly sent the shopkeeper to his knees in fright. Tenyu waved his hand, quickly assuring, "It's all right, it's all right. Shopkeeper, he is merely jesting. Let us allow Snowball to try." The shopkeeper wiped the cold sweat from his brow, awkwardly agreeing. Had he not seen the exquisite attire of this young master, he would never have considered selling the rabbit. "Go on, Snowball, do not be afraid." Tenyu squatted down, placing Snowball on the ground. The black rabbit remained aloof, sitting quietly, while Snowball, upon touching the ground, eagerly hopped towards it. The white, floppy-eared rabbit resembled a sticky rice dumpling, circling the larger black rabbit, its ears brushing against it in an affectionate manner that was hard to articulate. Tanyu could not help but laugh, reaching out to poke Snowball's short tail. Snowball, you are far too forward. It doesn't seem inclined to acknowledge you. Before he could finish speaking, Snowball's attention was suddenly diverted, and it turned to leap back towards Tanyu. To his surprise, the large black rabbit, seeing the white rabbit attempt to leave, sprang up and blocked Snowball's path. Not only that, it lowered its head, opened its three-lobed mouth, and gently nibbled on Snowball's fluffy ears. Tanyu gasped and instinctively pulled Snowball into his embrace. Snowball showed little reaction, merely shaking its short tail and curling up in Tanyu's arms. The large black rabbit, with its ruby-like eyes, fixated intently on the floppy-eared rabbit cradled in Tanyu's arms. "Oh, young master, it seems this is a sign of affection." The shopkeeper, seizing the moment, began to promote the rabbit fervently. You wouldn't believe it. This black rabbit was previously in another cage and would viciously attack any rabbit it saw, resembling a true beast of slaughter. Had he not arrived, I intended to skin it for dinner tonight. Tanyu, upon hearing this, hastily lifted his head. "Wait, shopkeeper, are you truly going to eat such a sentient creature?" The shopkeeper, with feigned sincerity, replied, "Indeed, it's a pity. If it cannot be sold, it serves no purpose but to be skinned and sold to a tavern." Gujio, perceiving Tangyu's budding compassion, interjected, 70% off, and my young master will purchase it. Originally, the shopkeeper intended to demand a full tael of silver, but he was taken aback when the elegantly dressed young master's attendant began a bargain, offering even less than he had anticipated. "Are you jesting, sir?" he protested, gesturing towards the reluctant black rabbit. "This creature is a native of the western regions, and with such fur, I assure you, besides the royal hunting grounds, it can only be found here. If you choose not to buy it, then do not insult its worth." Gujio raised an eyebrow, unfazed by the shopkeeper's bluster. The notion of skinning and consuming the rabbit was merely a ruse to elicit sympathy from the princess. "Is that so?" he scoffed, tossing his high ponytail with disdain. "There has never been a rabbit worth a tael of silver. Even at the royal hunting grounds, one could purchase a fox for that sum." After a moment's contemplation, Tanyu stood, cradling the snowball-like rabbit. "You make a valid point. Perhaps we should wait and catch one at the hunting grounds later." Seeing the wealthy patron about to depart, the shopkeeper quickly relinquished his price. He hastily snatched the black rabbit from the ground and thrust it into a cage. "Young master, 70% off. Take it away." Tangyu's scheme had succeeded, and a mischievous smile threatened to escape him as he turned to Gujio. Considering the shopkeeper's earnestness, "You should pay up." The shopkeeper could only lament his fortune. "Young master, you are indeed something else." Upon returning to the royal residence, Tanyu placed the two rabbits together. The black rabbit's first act after being freed was to leap beside the snowball rabbit, snuggling closely. It promptly took a bite of the cabbage that the snowball rabbit was munching on. The two rabbits continued to eat until the cabbage was entirely devoured, their mouths eventually meeting in an affectionate nuzzle. "Darling, don't you think this black rabbit resembles a villain?" Tanyu mused, watching as the black rabbit eagerly pursued the snowball rabbit's mouth. It did indeed bear a resemblance, reminiscent of how a villain might act, despite all attempts to resist. The persistent advances of the black rabbit left Tanyu with teary eyes, his sharpness inadvertently revealed, even needing reminders to breathe. Just then, as if summoned, Tanyu was suddenly lifted from behind, embraced tightly at the waist. The overwhelming scent of cold wood incense enveloped him, and before he could utter a sound, his chin was firmly grasped by two fingers, tilting his head back. The ensuing kiss was swift and seamless. Chapter 75. Lord Shun, shall we play a game? DX3. Perhaps next time, you could dab a bit of chili oil on my lips. Tanyu gazed into the mirror, opening her mouth to reveal a noticeably swollen lip. It stung a little. "Shall I apply chili oil?" Tanyu nodded, dejectedly placing the mirror down. Surely, when the antagonist ambushed her, he would be rendered speechless by the spice. "All right, I shall heed your wishes." However, DX3 had a premonition. Not only would chili oil prove futile, even bitter herbs and yellow lotus would yield no results. That evening, while Tanyu observed two rabbits in their nest, indulging in their affectionate antics, she suddenly received a letter. In it, Shunjiu expressed a desire to invite her to Wanhua Tower the following day, to enjoy storytelling and singing, a far more delightful alternative to her mundane days within the royal residence. Seeing Tan Yu's conflicted expression, Butler Wu understood. It seemed the prince was concerned for the young princess, who, being so young, found little joy in her daily life. He feared she might wither in confinement. Thus, he stepped forward, saying, "The letter was delivered via the Ming Road, Your Highness. If you wish to go, I can arrange for a carriage." His implication was clear. The esteemed prince was aware of and sanctioned this visit. It stood to reason that without the antagonist's consent, this missive would never have reached the hands of a married princess. It appeared that Xue Fengxue was quite perceptive indeed. Tan Yu felt a glimmer of happiness. Nodding at Butler Wu, then looked around and inquired, "Where's Gu Qi?" At that moment, a dark shadow descended before her. Gu Qi, still veiled, revealed his fierce brow marred by scars. Yet his demeanor was exceedingly submissive as he knelt and bowed. "Your Highness." Tan Yu exhaled in relief, grateful that Gu Qi had not been reassigned by the antagonist. "I shall be visiting Wanhua Tower tomorrow. I require you to masquerade as my guard." Gu Qi, taken aback by this favor, promptly lowered his head in acknowledgement. Later that night, Tan Yu lay in bed, her heart racing. DX3 had already applied the devilishly spicy chili oil to her lips. In the dim candlelight, the beautiful youth nestled beneath the quilt, her crimson lips glistening, plump and inviting. Unfortunately, that evening, Prince Jing was detained in the palace by the emperor due to pressing matters. Tan Yu anxiously awaited his return, but eventually succumbed to fatigue, falling into a deep slumber before he arrived. In her drowsy state, she sensed someone gently lying beside her, followed by an embrace around her waist, the coolness of their feet meeting her warmth. With her eyes closed, she felt something brush against her forehead, lingering for a moment before retreating. She murmured softly, instinctively burrowing her head toward the source of warmth, contentedly nuzzling against it, and drifted back into a deep sleep, oblivious to the difficulties faced by the one holding her close. In the darkness, Xue Fengxue frowned, taking a deep breath. He closed his eyes, inhaling the sweet aroma of hibiscus from her presence, resignedly extending his hand to quell the singular surge of impatience within him. The following day, Tan Yu awoke to find the space beside her already empty. She hurriedly rose to check her reflection in the mirror. The youthful figure staring back had tousled long hair, a pale complexion tinged with a hint of pink, and strikingly unusual green eyes. She resembled a bewitching feline spirit. Excellent. Her lips were unharmed. She opened her mouth, finding everything as it should be. It seemed the antagonist had not kissed her after all. Tan Yu's eyes sparkled with joy as she eagerly dressed in her new attire, preparing for the appointment. In his letter, Shunjiu mentioned that at the Wanhua building, one could indulge in exquisite food and drink, while also enjoying storytelling and melodies. Furthermore, there were games like color selection, pot throwing, and six-board chess available for guests to partake in at no cost. Tan Yu had long been eager to try these out, hastily consuming only a few spoonfuls of porridge for breakfast before rushing off. The Wanhua building is situated in the most bustling area of the capital, with a constant stream of patrons seeking dining and entertainment. This time, however, due to the impending Wanshou festival, the enigmatic owner of the establishment had introduced a new gimmick by reserving a ticket a day in advance. Diners would have a chance to enter a lottery the following day. It was said that the lucky winner of the grand prize would not only receive 30% of the month's profits from the Wanhua building, but also be granted a wish by the owner. The grand hall on the first floor was already teeming with guests. At the center, a bearded storyteller animatedly recounted tales, his words punctuated by the rhythmic clapping of the audience. Tan Yu was respectfully guided upstairs by a waiter, followed closely by Yuan Bao and Gu Qi, who was disguised as an ordinary guard. "Young master, this place is truly lively," Yuan Bao exclaimed, his round face brimming with excitement. Tan Yu, though equally thrilled, affected a semblance of composure, nodding slightly in acknowledgement, even as the corners of his mouth lifted in a subtle smile and his steps betrayed his eagerness. The waiter, perceptive yet discreet, halted before a private room on the second floor. "Young master, your friends are already waiting inside. Here is your ticket. Please hold on to it. Gucci accepted the ticket, inspecting it for any discrepancies before passing it on to Tanyu. The waiter was unfazed. After all, only the affluent or distinguished could access the second floor, and arriving without a guard would raise suspicion. Holding the ticket, Tanyu opened the door to the private room. Inside, a table laden with food and drink awaited. Shunjio, his eyes sparkling with mirth, rose to bow. Your Highness, please take the seat of honor. Unlike their previous meeting, where he wore a vivid crimson official robe, Shunjio today donned a modest crescent white long gown. His lean, powerful waist was meticulously cinched with a belt of the same hue, and his hair was half-tied, half-flowing. With his deceptively charming visage, when he smiled, he resembled a cunning fox. Tanyu returned his smile and took her place at the head of the table, while Gucci stood at the door with his hands clasped behind him, and Yuan Bao attended to Tanyu. Your Highness, why not allow these two young gentlemen to take a moment's rest and join us? Shunjio's voice was gentle, flowing like a babbling brook, bringing an inexplicable sense of ease to the heart. Tanyu had no objections and thus relinquished the choice to the two men. He was never one to stand on ceremony, and particularly in modern times, it seemed unreasonable not to dine with friends who accompanied him. Gucci shook his head, stating, My duty is solely to protect the princess. His gaze fixed on Shunjio, harboring evident animosity towards the man who had previously troubled his brother and taken the princess away. Yuan Bao also refrained from joining the table, adhering to the customs of propriety. Acknowledging their differing perspectives, Tanyu chose not to press the matter. Thus it was settled. Shunjio poured a glass of wine, handing it to Gucci for inspection. Only upon confirming its safety did the cup finally reach Tanyu's hands. The princess shall dine first. Once the meal is finished, I shall accompany you for some entertainment, he said. Tanyu gazed at the glass in Shunjio's hand, which emanated a sweet fragrance. Unable to suppress a swallow, he hesitated, recalling how he had embarrassed himself on their wedding night after a single sip that brought tears to his eyes. Fear not, my lady. This wine is brewed from bayberries. It is mild and will not intoxicate, Shunjio reassured him, seemingly aware of Tanyu's thoughts. He poured himself a glass and tilted his head back to drink. The cool fruit wine slid down his throat, causing the man's fox-like eyes to narrow in pleasure as he exclaimed, What a delightful wine! Are you truly not tempted to try? Tanyu felt his mouth water with desire as his delicate fingers ultimately grasped the wine glass, bringing it slowly to his lips. He had never truly indulged in wine before. Now, inhaling the fragrant aroma and observing the clear liquid within the cup, his heart raced with anticipation. With a gentle closure of his eyes, he poured the wine into his mouth. Indeed, the fruit wine was sweet and mild, devoid of the fiery sting that typically scorches one's throat. Unable to resist, Tanyu engaged in idle chatter with Shunjio while sipping several cups. By the end of the meal, Shunjio appeared unaffected, while Tanyu felt a pleasant buzz from the wine. Lord Shun, let us descend and play some games, Tanyu exclaimed, a little tipsy, as he rose with the swaying wine jug, eager to rush out of the private room. Shunjio glanced at Yuan Bao, who hesitated to intervene, and Gucci, who trailed behind Tanyu like a loyal shadow, and chuckled softly. My lady, do be cautious. Allow me to lead the way. As they descended the stairs, Tanyu felt lightheaded, swaying slightly. Shunjio, quick to react, grasped his arm for support. Take care. If you were to fall here and the prince were to find out, my head would be forfeit. Tanyu nodded, albeit sluggishly, and proceeded with utmost care for the remaining steps. Lord Shun, hurry along, Tanyu urged, clutching Shunjio's sleeve. Gucci looked at his own hand, slightly vexed. He had reacted swiftly to extend his hand first, but his position had thwarted him, with Shunjio inadvertently blocking him. Before departing, the princess had specifically instructed discretion, advising against any unnecessary displays in front of Shunjio and others to avoid causing undue trouble. Gucci frowned slightly, tightening his pace to keep up. They arrived at a designated area for guests to partake in games. A large expanse was adorned with chessboards, card tables, and wine cups, where elegantly dressed individuals were thoroughly engrossed in their merriment. Tanyu surveyed the scene, his beautiful eyes fixated in one direction. Lord Shun, what is that? Following his gaze, Shunjiu replied with a smile. That is what I just mentioned, the color selection game, where dice are rolled to compare sizes, allowing one to choose different official ranks. Tan Yu understood, realizing it was akin to an ancient version of Monopoly. Recalling how he had watched the patrons play while working part-time, he had learned the rules by observation. Then I wish to partake in this. Shunjiu chuckled. Very well. Please wait. I shall gather a few more players for you. Tan Yu nodded and found a comfortable place to sit. DX3 expressed concern. Are you really going to play? Before long, several young gentlemen, accompanied by Shunjiu, approached. However, one of them nearly dropped the dice upon catching sight of Tan Yu's ethereal beauty. The others were oblivious, some even urging, Come, we shall play this game. But beware, the loser must face a drinking penalty. Shunjiu smiled subtly and raised a hand, calling out, Waiter, bring another jug of Yangmei wine. The others disagreed, clamoring for, What's the point of Yangmei wine? Boss, bring out some strong liquor. The gentleman who recognized Tan Yu's identity seemed inclined to stop his companions. Yet sensing that the princess consort wished to remain incognito, he hesitated to speak. Under the influence of alcohol, Tan Yu's spirits soared, and he boldly declared, Bring it on. Shunjiu, a touch embarrassed, quickly intervened, whispering, Your Highness, let us not go overboard. There is still a lottery to attend. Indeed, the lottery. Tan Yu, slightly dazed, acquiesced to Shunjiu's suggestion of fruit wine for himself, while the others indulged in stronger drinks. The games at Wanhua Tower were numerous, and many were skilled in their play. Since most present were scions of noble families, their demeanor was surprisingly relaxed and jovial. Tan Yu participated in a variety of games, including the colorful selection, tossing pots, and the challenging six-board chess, in which he fared particularly poorly. In the end, he lost far more than he won, consuming a substantial amount of fruit wine, at least 1.5 jugs. Finally, exhaustion took its toll, and he slumped onto the cushioned seat, exhaling warm breaths. The originally pale and delicate features of his face were now flushed with a captivating crimson hue, the corners of his eyes slightly upturned as if brushed with rouge. Having drunk too much, Tan Yu smacked his lips, his pearly teeth parting slightly as his crimson tongue instinctively darted out to catch the last drop of wine from his lips. Why is it so hot? He frowned, clumsily loosening the tightly fitted collar of his attire. His long, fair neck revealed an alluring curve, the delicate Adam's apple gently bobbing, while his dark hair cascaded on either side, obscuring the intoxicating view. Bao, witnessing this, hurriedly covered his eyes. Your Highness, you're intoxicated, and night is falling. We should return, he whispered beside Tan Yu. Fortunately, with Guqi, a formidable bodyguard, and the unmistakably intimidating Shunjiu present, no one dared to openly gaze at their princess consort. But we haven't had the lottery yet, Tan Yu, foggy-headed from the heat, stubbornly murmured. Wanhua Tower, bustling with patrons, clearly thrived on its profits, and the grand prize was a staggering 30% of a month's earnings. Such wealth could be used to aid the soldiers under the villain's command and the impoverished people at the border. And what of his wish? The proprietor behind Wanhua Tower remained shrouded in mystery. Even DX3 was unaware of their identity, boldly proclaiming the ability to grant any wish. What would become of Tan Yu's own desires? He yearned to alter his fate, to return home. Could this enigmatic proprietor grant his wish? Thus, he resolved to remain, regardless of the circumstances. Observing this, Shunjiu gently patted Bao, signaling him to step aside. He addressed the taciturn Guqi, saying, Since the prince is aware, let us not hasten the princess's return. She may rest in the private chamber upstairs. Kindly assist her there. Upon hearing this, Guqi cast a glance at the reluctant Tan Yu and nodded in agreement. Now unable to intervene, Shunjiu stood aside with a tinge of regret, watching as Guqi and Bao aided Tan Yu up the stairs. He followed behind, intrigued by Tan Yu's silhouette. This princess indeed possessed a certain allure. At the residence of the Jing prince, Fengxue sat languidly in a chair, sipping tea with a bowl of cooled, congealed bird's nest beside her. How long has the princess been away? She inquired nonchalantly. Housekeeper Wu, beads of sweat on his forehead, replied, 3 hours, my lord. Fengxue paused, lifting her eyelids. The sun had begun its descent, casting a golden hue across the horizon, while wisps of smoke rose from the distant homes. In the absence of Tanyu, the residents felt eerily quiet, devoid of the usual laughter, and instead resonated with a profound solitude. The Jing prince, clad in a dark python robe, sat alone in the grand hall, his expression inscrutable. A slant of light filtered in, elongating into a shadow that seemed to embody his solitude. The snowball and black rabbit nestled together for warmth, while a colorful paper kite lay forlornly at the bedside. The swing in the garden creaked in the wind, shedding a few withered leaves. Housekeeper Wu's heart raced with anxiety. Why had the princess not yet returned? The sun was about to dip below the horizon. Xue Fengxue rested her head against her hand, her dark eyes devoid of warmth, her slender, pale fingers rhythmically tapping on the teacup, one tap after another, like a death knell. "My lord, perhaps I should send someone to search for the princess?" suggested Housekeeper Wu. Suddenly, Xue Fengxue interrupted him. The Jing prince lifted his gaze, his dark eyes locking onto the perspiring housekeeper with a rare expression of confusion. It was as if he sought counsel, and he inquired slowly, "In your view, is it right or wrong for me to indulge the young princess's desires, considering her youth and the potential tedium of remaining in the residence?" Housekeeper Wu dared not criticize his master. He could only muster the courage to defend Tanyu, stating, "The princess is, after all, in her youth, full of vigor and spirit. If she has erred in any way, my lord, it would be prudent for you to guide her." After a moment of contemplation, Xue Fengxue dusted off her immaculate sleeves and stood, declaring, "Very well, prepare the carriage. I shall fetch her personally." Housekeeper Wu promptly bowed in acknowledgement. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to Tanyu, despite her inebriation, she remained preoccupied with thoughts of that coveted prize. Thus, the earnest Guqi was dispatched to join Shunjiu outside, awaiting the announcement of the winning numbers at Wanhua Tower. Inside, Yuan Bao busied himself with fetching water and wringing out cloths. Every time he attempted to persuade the princess to depart, he was met with unwavering refusal. Shunjiu spoke no falsehood. The fruit wine from Wanhua Tower was indeed not potent. However, it was also true that excessive consumption could lead to intoxication. Tanyu, whose tolerance was already feeble and whose health was frail, found himself being assisted up the stairs by Gu Qi and Yuan Bao, utterly drained and lost in a daze. He could only let his eyelids droop, reclining upon the concubine couch like a small beast, emitting soft, distressed sounds, his hands restless, grasping at the air. Inadvertently, the lapels of Tanyu's garments came undone, revealing a smooth, pale shoulder and arm. At that moment, pink silks hung loosely from the couch, somehow ensnared in his grasp, wrapping chaotically around him. Yuan Bao, watching with a mix of alarm and trepidation, hurried over to prop Tanyu up, allowing him to lean against the cushions. Yuan Bao fetched another flask of fine wine. Tanyu found himself ensnared from head to toe in the long silken drapes, tugging fruitlessly at them, only to find himself in an even more disheveled state. He struggled for breath, frowning, feeling a wave of grievance wash over him. "I want to go home." The youth's voice trembled, soft and compliant, punctuated by low sobs akin to a mewling kitten. Yuan Bao could only console him from the side. "Do not be upset. My lady, we shall return home right away, shall we?" Tanyu bit his lip and shook his head, murmuring absent-mindedly, "Home." Yet only DX3 understood that the home Tanyu referred to was not the royal residence. It sighed, observing the flickering task progress on the screen, a promising sign, and ultimately said nothing further. At that moment, a sudden commotion arose from downstairs. It seemed the winning number for the grand prize had been announced. The proprietor of Wanhua Tower emerged, bowing slightly to the assembled guests. "Thank you for your attention, esteemed patrons. Please remain calm as I consult the host. The grand prize winner has been determined." His words ignited a wave of excitement. "Is it number 15? When will you announce it, proprietor? Odd or even?" Shunjiu glanced at the number in his hand, remained silent, and smiled as he tucked it away. The proprietor clapped his hands and declared loudly, "Now, I shall announce the winner of the grand prize." The audience held their breath, eyes wide, breaths slowing in anticipation. Number 37. With the sound of the proprietor striking a gong, the grand prize winner was revealed. Instantly, A chorus of lamentations erupted throughout the hall. Who is number 37? How infuriating. I had 36. So close. Is there no one with number 37? Proprietor, could there be a mistake? Gucci paused momentarily, glancing at the glaring number in his palm, 37. He raised his hand, calmly indicating to the proprietor, 37 belongs to my young master. This declaration struck like thunder amidst a clear sky. Curiosity swept over the crowd regarding the identity of the fortunate young master, yet he appeared reluctant to reveal himself. Throughout it all, only the taciturn, cold-faced guard and a jovial young man in white stepped forward. They expressed their gratitude to the shopkeeper, and Gucci handed over his token in exchange for a hanzing, symbolizing the master of Wanhua Tower. Should your esteemed young master have any requests, he may present this ring at any time, and my master will undoubtedly greet him with the utmost hospitality. As a group gathered, enviously gazing at the ing in Gucci's hand, no one noticed the door of a private booth in the corner of the second floor being pushed open, revealing a tall and slender figure stepping inside. At that moment, Yuan Bao was desperately trying to prevent his childhood friend, Tan Yu, from lying on the ground in a fit of temper, his face flushed with anxiety and helplessness. Withdraw. Just then, a deep, magnetic voice resonated from behind. Your Highness. Upon receiving the master's command, Yuan Bao felt as though a heavy burden had been lifted, and he hurriedly retreated, not daring to raise his head. Inside the room, there lay a beautiful youth on the ground, wrapped in layers of pink gauze, his attire disheveled, while beside him stood a man, imposing and unmoving, gazing down at him. Tan Yu, dazed and intoxicated, felt the effects of alcohol reddening his face. He rolled slightly on the cold floor, inadvertently colliding with a hard object. Letting out a soft grunt of discontent, he opened his eyes, only to meet the stern visage of a handsome man. Ah, that familiar gaze, akin to one observing a pet, felt oddly reminiscent. Danju blinked, his rosy lips parting as he spoke in a sticky, almost affectionate tone. Wang, Your Highness? Xue Fengshue's expression darkened as he regarded the youth's uncouth demeanor, his brows furrowing intensely. The boy's warm, soft body was ensnared in the thin gauze, and with Tan Yu's struggles, his shoulders and collarbone became strikingly visible beneath the loose garment. Xue Fengshue's forehead twitched violently. He held back a torrent of reprimands swirling in his mind, ultimately finding himself unable to voice them when faced with those bewildered, watery eyes. He crouched down, adjusting Tan Yu's clothing with a grim countenance, muttering, "What manner of behavior is this?" At that moment, Tan Yu felt enveloped by a familiar scent of cold wood. The broad, warm chest before him appeared reliable, prompting him to unconsciously nuzzle against it. However, when Xue Fengshue lifted him with one arm while using the other to tug at the pink gauze around him, he inadvertently bound Tan Yu's hands. The youth stared wide-eyed in grievance, fury etched across his face. Hands! It hurts! Witnessing the once obedient little cat in such a drunken state, especially in the company of another man, only intensified Xue Fengshue's ire. He let out a cold laugh, striking Tan Yu's sturdy abdomen with his palm, his tone cruel. It hurts? Just bear it. With such wildness, you were out for nearly 3.5 hours without returning home. Truly disobedient. Tan Yu, unable to process the words, felt a surge of defiance. Like a restless cat, he squirmed in Xue Fengshue's embrace, yet was effortlessly subdued. The embarrassed and furious little cat found himself at a loss, not only failing to gain any advantage, but also receiving several smacks on his backside. In retaliation, he could only huff and bite the elegant curve of the man's neck. The dullness of two small tiger teeth ground against the pale skin as they murmured with a hint of resentment, "You are unreasonable." A sharp pain shot through the neck, and Xue Fengshue, feeling impatient, clicked his tongue, the depths of his dark eyes swirling with ink-like intensity. "Behave yourself. I'll deal with you when we get back." Chapter 78. The failure of complacency. As they returned, Tan Yu vigorously shook his head like a rattle drum, his sluggish mind stubbornly resisting the notion of returning. "No way. I want to go back." His hands were bound, forcing him to wrap his arms around Xue Fengshue's neck to prevent himself from falling, while also allowing him to struggle back with fervor. On the staircase, Shui Fengshui stumbled slightly as he was pulled, nearly losing his balance. His expression darkened, reigniting the anger that had simmered during the hour and a half spent waiting in the royal mansion. Tanyu, do not provoke me into teaching you a lesson right here. With his free hand, Shui Fengshui slowly traced along Tanyu's spine, eventually resting at the tender nape of his neck. His fingers, with the veins raised in tension, pressed down firmly, pulling Tanyu into his embrace. Ugh! Tanyu emitted a muffled groan from the unexpected impact. His nose struck against the hard chest, causing a sting that brought tears to his eyes. DX3 gritted its teeth, so fierce. A sentence of solitary confinement. The main system clicked its tongue, a cold voice emanating from the monitor. Silence. DX3 grumbled about its incompetent boss and the wretched book world. Once it completed the task with the little one, it intended to resign, firmly refusing to continue working in such conditions. Furthermore, it planned to demand compensation from the unscrupulous boss for its departure. Otherwise, it would report the main system for workplace harassment. Tanyu pouted in displeasure, recklessly rubbing against Shui Fengshui's neck. Having consumed too much alcohol, his mind was muddled, and feeling the familiarity of the person holding him only fueled his unruly behavior, revealing a hint of his inherently mischievous nature. Shui Fengshui sighed under the onslaught of affection, suddenly feeling a mixture of helplessness and exasperation. He had indeed lost his composure, attempting to reason with a drunkard, especially one who appeared obedient yet harbored a wild spirit beneath. When intoxicated, Tanyu was relentless. A disagreement would earn one slap, and a lack of reason would result in two. He clung to Shui Fengshui, refusing to let him leave, and if Shui Fengshui attempted to step toward the door, he would bite down on his chin with determination. Shunjiu, observing from the side, stifled laughter as he watched the usually formidable Prince Jing, who commanded respect in both the court and on the battlefield, stand there with a dark expression. To be candid, he envied Prince Jing immensely. Not everyone could boast of such an amusing, beautiful companion with a temperament akin to that of a cat. Had he not understood his own limitations and recognized that he could never rival Prince Jing, he might have long entertained the thought of whisking the prince's consort away. Alas, the great Zhou did not permit remarriage. Reflecting on this, Shunjiu clicked his tongue in dissatisfaction. Otherwise, he wouldn't have minded being a humble subordinate to the illustrious Prince Jing. However, his eyes gleamed with mischief. A little secretive dalliance could still be permissible. After all, Her Highness, the Princess of Jing, is so innocent and endearing, and she is exceedingly willing to trust him as a friend. Eventually, Tanyu, concealing the command medallion in her bosom, personally witnessed the steward of Wanhua Tower descending with the contract documents, bestowing upon her a generous share of 3/10 of the profits. Before departing with satisfaction, Gu Qi followed closely behind, abruptly grasping Yuan Bao, who intended to accompany them on the carriage, and stated calmly, "The prince prefers that we do not go together." As the carriage pulled away, Yuan Bao's face was etched with concern. But what if the princess gets drunk? Can the prince manage her care? Gu Qi shook his head and replied with a measured tone, "I do not know, but this matter does not concern us." At that moment, Shunjiu lifted the curtain of the carriage, his eyes narrowed slightly. "Dear young gentleman, why not join me?" Yuan Bao exhaled in relief and hastened to climb aboard. "Thank you, my lord." Gu Qi's hawk-like gaze fixed upon him after a day's acquaintance. The hostility in his eyes had lessened slightly, yet he remained vigilant. "No need," Shunjiu replied without pressing the matter further, offering a smile before lowering the curtain and instructing the driver to depart. Gu Qi stood in place, turned, and slipped into the dark alleyway, effortlessly leaping onto the rooftops. Compared to the carriage, he preferred the shortcut. "Darling, was Wanhua Tower enjoyable?" Shui Fengshui lowered her gaze, the upper half of her face shrouded in darkness, revealing only her alluring, thin lips. With her long, pale fingers, she grasped Tanyu's chin, forcing him to open his mouth. Kneeling on the carpet, Tanyu blinked in confusion at her words, mumbling it was fun. Upon hearing this, the amusement in Shui Fengshui's eyes faded, and she inquired slowly, "Oh, then would you like to go again, next time?" "Would I like to go?" Tanyu's intoxicated mind whirled. The ancient version of Monopoly was delightful. Plum wine was delicious. Thus, he arrived at a definitive conclusion. I want to go. Little did he know, the moment those words escaped his lips, Fengshue's expression shifted to one of terror. With ease, her slender fingers pried open his jaws as she casually pressed down on the small cat's scarlet tongue. Now, darling, who do you wish to go with? Tenyu frowned and recoiled. TSK. His cheeks were pinched hard. Speak up. Do you still wish to go with Shinjio? Tenyu grimaced in pain, his indignation flaring, and bit down firmly on Fengshue's finger. He refused to answer, determined to retaliate. Yet, this meager strength was akin to a toothless kitten scratching an itch to the Prince of Jing, who could cleave bricks with one hand and infuse his strength to sever iron. However, this did not prevent the prince from becoming irate. For over a decade, no one had dared to defy or disregard him. Yet this youth, having known him for merely a few days, dared to take advantage of his affection and act so recklessly. Disobedient and prone to biting. Fengshue sighed inwardly. Indeed, one must not be overly benevolent. The ancient texts were full of nonsense. The notion that to love someone is to set them free is sheer folly. According to the Prince of Jing's perspective, whether it be objects or people he cherishes, they ought to be firmly grasped with all means at his disposal. Just as Fengshue's thoughts grew darker, her face was suddenly met with an unexpected touch. Fengshue, with a darkened expression, lifted the object to scrutinize it closely. It was a thin sheet of paper, imbued with a faint scent of ink. Do not be angry, he said, as Tenyu regained a modicum of clarity. Although he was bewildered as to how he had ended up on the ground while the antagonist loomed above him, he recalled that the prophet was meant for the antagonist. And fortunately, he had not forgotten. Fengshui gently ruffled Tenyu's fluffy head, his elongated fingers pinching the paper as he smiled and inquired, "Did my dear one gift this precious item to her husband after such great difficulty?" Tenyu, somewhat dazed, tilted his head and clumsily brushed away Fengshue's teasing hand, nodding in response. "The money is yours. It is useful," he implied, suggesting that only the Prince of Jing could truly put this sum to good use. Was it possible he still remembered him? Fengshue felt a wave of warmth wash over him. Tenyu, believing that the antagonist had been placated, prepared to rise, only to find his head firmly pressed down. The antagonist's cool, resonant voice descended from above, tinged with amusement. "However, my dear one has indulged too much in wine. Lost in merriment. This matter cannot simply be overlooked." Tenyu pursed his lips, his eyelids drooping as he sipped tea, only to spit it out, before finally closing his eyes to welcome the encroaching drowsiness. Fengshui cast his gaze downward, planting a kiss upon the youth's soft, crimson lips. A touch bitter. Chapter 79. The Man Among Men. This incident concluded with Tenyu being compelled to lower his standards significantly. The following morning, he slowly opened his eyes. The man beside him, still in slumber, lay curled against him, even in repose. The sharpness of his jawline and the finely chiseled features of his brows and eyes were strikingly evident. Awakened by the antagonist's handsome visage, Tenyu felt a tumult of emotions. Memories of the previous night played in his mind like a slideshow, recalling how he had engaged in acts he had never dared to imagine with a man. At this thought, Tenyu found it hard to breathe. He let his eyelids droop, attempting to part his lips. Pain shot through the corners of his mouth. Not only that, but even speaking felt laborious, as if a duck had taken residence in his throat, rendering his voice hoarse. It's all the antagonist's fault, who adjusted his parameters to such an extraordinary level. DX3 promptly displayed Fengshue's data for Tenyu to see. Tenyu felt like he had been struck by lightning. Not a bro, right? 20. DX3. You must be mistaken. How could this be possible? Tears threatened to spill as he realized he too was an extraordinary character. Honestly, perhaps you should take him to the hospital. This simply cannot be normal. Alas, you know, my dear, when the author designed the antagonist's character, do you know what the reader's evaluations were? Tenyu blinked in confusion. What? Fengshui, the man among men, the epitome of masculinity, the ruler of men, the master of men, the terminator of men, king, divine being, emperor, demon lord, a universe-level alpha, an overwhelming man. the pinnacle of humanity as crafted by Nuwa, destined to be immortal in history. DX3 recited with fervor and rhythmic cadence. He is the epitome of husbands, a master-level male spirit, a paragon among daddies, sending chills down one's spine with his overwhelming presence. Stop! Stop! Tanyu could no longer contain himself, covering his ears and burying his head. His face flushed with embarrassment as he gritted his teeth, exclaiming, "What is this nonsense? How could such abstract concepts invade my ears?" DX3, with a resigned shrug, replied, "Darling, you simply do not understand. This is one of the highest accolades many young girls bestow upon a man these days. What does it mean to be the man among men? Is it truly that exaggerated? After all, it merely involves being somewhat handsome, wealthy, tall, and a tad eccentric." Tanyu felt a mix of shame and indignation. Yet there lingered a hint of rebelliousness within. How infuriating! Does my appearance condemn me to never become a husband? He was irate with himself, feeling akin to a pufferfish. In truth, he harbored no such intense fixation. But if he was deemed lacking in charm in the eyes of girls, must he then only attract gay men? This was intolerable. Moreover, he had been thrust into a world brimming with homoeroticism, surrounded by countless gay individuals. It was utterly exasperating for a straight man. After listening to Tanyu's gloomy lamentations, DX3 could not resist interjecting, "Darling, do you truly believe you are still straight?" Tanyu instantly resembled a ruffled cat. "What do you mean? How can I not be straight?" Unable to restrain himself, he voiced what should have remained unspoken. As soon as he finished, he noticed a person beside him tense up. Shuefeng abruptly opened his eyes, his dark pupils still heavy with sleep. Tanyu quickly freed himself from the arms that had encircled his waist, clutching the blanket and retreating to the wall, his gaze evasive. "I'm so sorry, Your Highness, for startling you." He dared not meet Shuefeng's gaze, which shone with a captivating yet vexed emerald hue, intensifying his desire to escape. Shuefeng's expression darkened, as if smoldering with suppressed emotion. "I could just kiss you to death, darling." Meanwhile, Tanyu nestled deeper into the crook of his arm, his mind swirling with embarrassment and a desperate plea for help. "DX3, I do not wish to see the antagonist right now. Could you perhaps direct some energy towards the antagonist to keep him occupied?" DX3 scratched his head, initiating the code, which ultimately yielded a conclusion. "Sure, darling. Due to the favorable progress of the task, you have received the plot catalyst skill reward, now activating for you." Just as Shuefeng was about to embrace the beautiful little cat nestled under the blanket and plant a kiss upon his chin, a sudden knock echoed through the bedroom door. "Your Highness, our people have brought the esteemed physician. He is now settled in the guest room. Shall we send word to young Master Zhaoyang to come for treatment?" Shuefeng's downward gaze abruptly halted, an aura of irritation enveloping him at the interruption. Tanyu felt as if he had been granted a reprieve. He pushed away the chest that loomed close, slightly turning his head, his ears flushed. "Your Highness, we must prioritize the matter at hand. So, could we perhaps refrain from kissing him? Please, spare me." Perhaps sensing Tanyu's reluctance, Shuefeng did not press the matter further. He gently caressed the soft, smooth hair atop the youth's head before releasing him. "Make haste," he commanded as he rose, donning a deep purple python robe hanging on the screen. "Take him to the front hall. I shall join shortly." A voice outside promptly replied, "Yes." Seated upon the bed, Tanyu observed Shuefeng's long, pale fingers leisurely fastening a belt around his slender waist. For reasons unknown, a scene from earlier flashed through his mind, the moment those fingers had grasped his face. With a soft click, the jade clasp of the belt was effortlessly secured, causing Tanyu's heart to flutter in response. Shuefeng lifted his gaze, casting a glance at Tanyu, who dared not meet his eyes, and coolly stated, "You are to remain in the residence today. No excursions are permitted." The tone left no room for debate. How infuriating, this feudal prince, Tanyu thought to himself. Yet outwardly, he could only comply, understood. Fortunately, he had not intended to venture out today anyway. Seeing Tanyu's apparent obedience, Shuefeng's expression softened slightly. He picked up a lovely light purple garment nearby, which was distinct from the others in Tanyu's wardrobe, for it was accompanied by a delicate waist chain. This chain was thin, crafted from pure silver and adorned with tiny, glimmering rubies. At its center hung a charming little silver bell that chimed sweetly with movement, producing a crisp, melodious sound. Do not remain idle like a frail cat. Go to the front hall and meet some people, Shui Fengshui remarked, his demeanor unchanging. Unbeknownst to him, Tan Yu's face flushed crimson at the sight of the waist chain in his hand. I always feel the antagonist is deliberate in his attire, so tightly wrapped. The waist chain hidden from view. What purpose does it serve? Tan Yu thought, suppressing a scoff. Indeed, such a trickster. Reluctantly, he extended his hand, only to retract it sharply at the icy touch of the chain. This provided him with a reason to resist, prompting him to reason with the antagonist. It is too cold. One might catch a chill. Shui Fengshui's eyes sparkled with amusement as he regarded Tan Yu's sulky visage. With a light, airy tone, he said, "Be obedient. Do not make me repeat myself, all right?" Chapter 80. No sweets for the princess today, in the front hall. Shui Fengshui guided Tan Yu to sit beside him. His mood appeared pleasant, a faint smile gracing his lips. Tan Yu fidgeted uncomfortably, his back straight as if he might shatter his own silver teeth with the tension. It was far too chilly. The waist chain pressed against his tender, warm skin, the coolness of the silver and gemstones penetrating deeply, while the tinkling of the bell accompanied each step, rendering him quite uncomfortable. Goosebumps prickled along his skin as he tightly clenched his hands beneath his sleeves. He could no longer afford to concern himself with the fact that his outfit bore an unmistakable resemblance to the antagonist's attire. "Do not bite yourself," Shui Fengshui cautioned, observing Tan Yu's pouting profile as he delicately lifted a pastry and offered it to the youth's lips. Tan Yu pressed his lips together, unwilling to engage. The pastry inched closer to his mouth once more. The sweet aroma of the delicacy wafted into his nostrils, causing a surge of saliva to pool in his mouth, igniting his desire as his throat involuntarily rolled. His gaze began to wander towards the tempting pastry. The villain truly knows how to manipulate him. Tan Yu cannot resist the allure of delectable food. Shui Fengshui's eyes sparkled with amusement as he softly instructed, "Open your mouth." Tan Yu, feeling shy, reluctantly parted his lips, revealing his pearly white teeth, and gently nibbled. Crunch! The crisp and sweet pastry was nearly devoured, causing Tan Yu's cheeks to puff up as he chewed, producing a delightful crunching sound, reminiscent of a cat's gentle nibbling. Satisfied with his successful feeding, Shui Fengshui wiped the crumbs from his fingers with a napkin before pushing the plate of pastries closer to Tan Yu. Tan Yu smacked his lips. How delightful! Having taken the first bite, he abandoned his pretense of solemnity and noisily munched on the pastry. Tan Yu savored it in small bites, finishing half the plate before his beautiful eyes narrowed in satisfaction. Just as he reached out for more, another, swifter hand whisked the pastries away. Shui Fengshui handed the plate directly to the steward, Wu, commanding that no more sweets be allowed for the princess today. Tan Yu stared in disbelief, his eyes wide with confusion. What do you mean? He had obediently donned the waist chain and dressed according to Shui Fengshui's preferences. So why was his allowance of food being curtailed? As if sensing Tan Yu's protest through his gaze, Shui Fengshui tilted his head slightly and fixed his stare on him. Last night, you sneaked out of bed and devoured 3 pastries, then complained of a toothache all night long. Have you not learned your lesson? Upon hearing this, Tan Yu seemed to recall a fragment of the incident. He had indeed felt hungry in the middle of the night after a bout of nausea, having climbed down stealthily to indulge in 3 pastries that Shui Fengshui had brought home that afternoon. They had tempted him even before bedtime, but with Shui Fengshui present and the previous events weighing on him, he had not dared express his desire to eat. Yet, he felt that it would be a waste to let the pastries go uneaten until the next day. Better to enjoy them sooner rather than later. However, that was just an accident. Tan Yu had a good appetite. Everything tasted delightful to him. The pastries served in the reception hall were crafted in the royal palace. Truly the creme de la creme of delicacies. Shui Fengshui cast him a sidelong glance, a hint of exasperation in his eyes. Choosing to ignore Tan Yu's excuses and coldly commanded, "Remove it." Even though Wu, the steward, felt sympathy for Tan Yu, he dared not defy the prince's orders. especially as they were made with the princess's well-being in mind. Thus, Tenyu could only watch helplessly as the plate of royal pastries was taken away. In its stead, he was presented with a bowl of bird's nest soup, enriched with red dates and goji berries. The soup was freshly prepared and still warm. Xue Fengshu gently restrained Tanyu's eager hands, patiently waiting for the soup to cool slightly. After checking its temperature to ensure it was no longer scalding, he handed a spoon to Tanyu. Eat slowly and finish it all. Xue Fengshu's thoughtfulness was evident. Warm bird's nest is softer and easier to digest compared to its cold counterpart, preventing Tanyu's cat-like stomach from rebelling again. No one could bear the sight of him suffering, tears glistening in his eyes as he clung to them in distress. Tanyu's lips curled into a slight smile. Instantly soothed, bird's nest, such a precious delicacy he had only heard of in his past life, was finally within his grasp. As the boy's mood shifted from overcast to clear, Xue Fengshu directed his gaze towards the individuals waiting outside the door. Let them in. Xie Zhao stood outside, observing the considerate actions of His Highness, the King of Jing. Reflecting on his visit today, although ostensibly to remove the poison from his body, it ultimately stemmed from the king's desire to settle their affairs. Much like the past, when he ventured beyond the borders to negotiate with the western regions on the king's behalf, the king employed his influence to procure a renowned physician for him. Their relationship was one of mutual benefit, devoid of any lingering debts. Taking a breath, Xie Zhao entered with a faint smile and bowed respectfully. Although he felt a pang of sadness, it was no longer akin to the anguish he experienced upon learning of the king's marriage. He had long understood that many things cannot be forced. This wisdom was not lost on him. Was it? Tanyu, engrossed in his meal, felt a wave of embarrassment upon noticing the newcomer. He set down the bird's nest soup and discreetly wiped his mouth with his sleeve. Xue Fengshu gestured for Xie Zhao to take a seat and then picked up a clean handkerchief, gently grasping Tanyu's face and frowning slightly as he wiped the corners of his mouth. This scene did not escape Xie Zhao's attention. Tanyu stiffened and quickly recoiled. His ears flushed as he accepted the handkerchief from the king, murmuring, "Thank you, Your Highness, I can manage on my own." Xie Zhao struggled to maintain his smile. Was this impish creature deliberately flaunting the king's affection towards him? The king glanced at the boy's crimson ears, but chose to remain silent, retracting his hand with a languid grace. "Your Highness, the physician has arrived." Just as Wu Guanjia finished his report, two figures emerged from outside. Gu Jiu strode ahead with a scowl, followed closely by a disheveled, unkempt old man. The elder, preoccupied with picking his teeth, chattered on to Gu Jiu, "Young man, you're still irritable. Late nights like this can't be good for your kidneys." "I'm perfectly fine," Gu Jiu retorted, his temper flaring as he quickened his pace. Were it not for the king's prohibition, he would have relished the chance to knock this insufferable physician unconscious. Xue Fengshu lifted his gaze, stating, "They have arrived." Xie Zhao, unable to conceal his excitement, sprang to his feet. Gu Jiu knelt on the ground, clasping his fists. Your Highness, the physician is here." Although he endeavored to suppress his fury, Tenyu discerned the barely contained rage in Gu Jiu's voice as he uttered the words "the physician." The physician, with a nonchalant air, did not kneel before the king, opting instead to bow casually with a cheeky grin. "Your Highness is well, and so is the princess." Xue Fengshu inclined his head slightly. "Please have a seat. Your Highness is too kind. I dare not accept such praise. I am but a humble practitioner of medicine." The old man approached, but did not take a seat, instead surveying the three present with a sweeping glance. His gaze momentarily lingered on Tanyu before swiftly moving on. Finally, the physician stood before Xie Zhao, scrutinizing him from head to toe, and confidently declared, "This pale, mournful young man dressed in mourning attire must be the one afflicted. Am I correct?" Xie Zhao's smile faltered. However, with the urgency of detoxification at hand, he set aside his discontent and inquired earnestly, "Might I ask if you can alleviate the poison coursing through my veins?" The physician pondered for a moment before shaking his head. Xie Zhao was instantly filled with disappointment, greatly affected by the situation. "Indeed, is it still impossible?" The divine physician abruptly jumped up, pointing at Xie Zhao and cursing. "What do you mean impossible? What I meant is that I cannot resolve this right now, Because I am hungry. Tianyu could not suppress a laugh. Xue Fengxue turned, pinched his cheek, and uncontrollably rubbed it with his fingertips, whispering, "Shu, darling, quiet down." Being publicly called darling and having his face pinched made Tianyu's cheeks flush with warmth. Xue Fengxue disregarded the conversation between Xie Zhao and the physician, as he had only promised to locate the person. The matter of treatment was another issue entirely. He was solely concerned with what his little kitten was doing. After finishing the bird's nest soup, Tianyu's lovely face blossomed with a rosy hue, making one yearn to take a bite. Xue Fengxue ground his teeth, suddenly feeling a strong desire to take Tianyu back, to embrace him, shower him with affection, and indulge in a lavish feast together. Chapter 81. The hard-earned temper, what delightful tea! The divine physician clamored for food, utterly oblivious to the stares of the crowd. He raised his teacup, guzzling it down, while his other gnarled hand gnawed on a chicken leg, grease dripping from his mouth. He appeared less like a benevolent healer and more like a vagrant who had not eaten a full meal in 3 days and nights. This man resembled a starving ghost reincarnated, devouring every dish on the table and consuming 3 large bowls of rice before patting his belly and burping. "I've eaten my fill. I was starving to death." His carefree demeanor was so extreme that even in the presence of the Prince of Jing, he displayed no decorum. Xue Fengxue frowned slightly, not angry, but rather concerned that such habits were quite detrimental, and he did not wish for Tianyu to adopt them. Thus, he urged the physician to expedite the diagnosis. After the examination, both should leave as swiftly as possible, as far away as they could. The divine physician stood, dusted off his backside, stretched lazily, and said, "Just call me M.O. Shuzi. None of this divine physician nonsense. What utter nonsense." Xie Zhao lowered his gaze and extended his arm. "Dr. M.O., I apologize for the trouble." M.O. Shuzi took his pulse, and after a moment, his expression grew somewhat grave. "Hiss, this curse of yours." His dismal demeanor caused Xie Zhao to feel anxious, his heart racing, and he hastily inquired, "Dr. M.O., what is wrong with my curse?" M.O. Shuzi lifted his eyelids and replied leisurely, "Oh, nothing serious. It can be resolved, but it will require some effort." "What is with that expression, if it can be resolved?" Xie Zhao closed his eyes and exhaled deeply. Clearly, he was quite frightened, his complexion paling. "As long as it can be resolved, I am willing to do whatever it takes to meet the conditions." Tianyu, observing the entire scene, remarked, "So, when doctors speak, it is best not to gasp too much. It can truly be terrifying." Xue Fengxue, having exhausted his patience, noted that he had brought the person, and the subsequent matters were no longer his concern. "This prince and the princess have matters to attend to, so we shall take our leave." After speaking, he pulled the curious Tianyu away without looking back, completely unaware of the fleeting, somewhat dejected expression on Xie Zhao's face. Compared to Xue Fengshue's indifference, Tianyu was rather intrigued by the curse dwelling within Xie Zhao. "Your Highness, we truly have no pressing matters at hand. I am merely curious about the nature of young Master Xie's poison. Moreover, in the original manuscript, Xie Zhao is a concealed character. The more Tianyu understands about Xie Zhao, the more advantageous it will be for the completion of our task. However, this sentiment, when it reaches the ears of His Highness, the Prince Jing, takes on a different connotation altogether." Upon hearing this, Xue Fengxue slowly turned around, casting a tall shadow over them. He grasped Tianyu's hand, articulating each word with precision. "You are quite intrigued by matters concerning Xie Zhao?" Tianyu nodded, then hesitated and shook her head. In truth, it wasn't quite so. She was simply curious to see the insect for herself, having never encountered such a thing before. With this revelation, Xue Fengshue's expression softened somewhat. "What is so appealing about these insects? You still deny your feline nature." Tianyu bit her lip, muttering softly, "I am simply curious. I wish to see. Is it forbidden for one to be curious? Jealous husband, henceforth banished to Ninguda. DX3, I implore you. Can you refrain from watching palace dramas any longer?" DX3 hesitated momentarily, but they are so captivating. "When evening comes, we can watch together." Before them, the small figure drooped its head, delicate, fair fingers tugging at his sleeve, displaying a resolute spirit that would not relent until its desires were met. Xue Fengxue reached out and pinched Tianyu's soft cheek, his tone laced with amusement. You've grown bold, daring to act petulantly with this prince. Dan Yugoslavia's Ayelits Flura. And as she timidly raised her gaze, she realized she had begun to exhibit more whims before Xue Fengxiu. This was a troubling sign, indicating her growing trust and relaxation around him. Yet, Xue Fengxiu, as a powerful and influential lord, though he indulged her on most occasions, could easily turn impatient and become unapproachable if provoked. Tanyu could only strive to amend her demeanor. She reluctantly released her grip on Xue Fengxiu's sleeve, saying, "Very well. I shall heed your wishes." However, the momentary jest from His Highness quickly revealed Tanyu's unease. Why such a reaction? Xue Fengxiu furrowed his brow. Should she not, as in previous days, widen her eyes in displeasure at the slightest inconvenience? When the time comes to dispel the poison in a few days, I shall accompany you to witness it, if that pleases you. Xue Fengxiu felt a flurry of emotions bubbling within. After all his efforts in nurturing this once-abandoned little kitten to exhibit some spirit, how could a single remark frighten her back into submission? Really? Tenyu asked, her disbelief evident as her eyes widened with excitement. The expression on her face radiated vibrancy, her lips resembling petals, inviting one to savor their sweetness. In truth, he could hardly bear those large, watery eyes of hers. Whether she pouted or expressed anger, they were always so beautifully expressive. He had never envisioned himself being so indulgent towards anyone, even to the point of compromise. Indeed, Xue Fengxiu replied, lowering his gaze, his long fingers gently pressing against Tan Yu's soft, moist lower lip. So what shall you do, my dear? It has been quite some time since our last kiss. Tan Yu's smile froze instantly. She felt a twinge of confusion, subtly retreating from Xue Fengxiu's touch. The person in his arms blinked with round, glistening cat eyes and softly reminded, Your Highness, have you forgotten? We shared a kiss last night. Last night? A shadow flickered across Xue Fengxiu's eyes as he leaned down and whispered, That was merely a good-night kiss. We call lips touching lips. It's hardly a kiss. Isn't that still a kiss? Tenyu exploded in frustration. So, what more do you desire? No, I won't go see the goo worms. Every time you kiss me, my lips ache. Xue Fengxiu, already somewhat distracted, found the person before him so unrelentingly coy that he felt he deserved to be kissed. Tanyu, unable to comprehend the villain's dark thoughts, attempted to argue his case, but in the next moment, a chilling fragrance enveloped him, and a large hand easily covered half of his face. Your Highness? Xue Fengxiu said nothing, holding him with one arm as he steadily entered the bedroom. Bang! The door was kicked shut from inside, and before Tanyu could react, he was pressed against the door, his face cradled, letting out a pitiful whimper as he was kissed. Outside, the mist grew damp, and every breath was laden with warmth. Good little one. Xue Fengxiu kissed away the tears at the corners of Tanyu's eyes and gently pecked the inconspicuous red mole on his earlobe. Don't. Tanyu, like a boiled shrimp, bit his teeth in refusal. Don't kiss me, Your Highness. Xue Fengxiu's eyes darkened momentarily, pausing as he noticed Tanyu's neck blushing fiercely. Ultimately, he chose to relent. It was merely a kiss, yet Tanyu's shyness was truly pitiable. The facade of his little princess was remarkably thin. Chapter 82. He can't possibly call the villain baby. The wicked human first made the little cat cry with tears, and then, while saying he would let go, his hands were quite unruly, rubbing and kneading the little cat's belly. This provoked the little cat to lose its temper entirely, and unable to hold back, it swatted a paw at his face. A clear paw print was emblazoned on Xue Fengxiu's cheek. This time, he didn't hold back. It stung fiercely. Tanyu instantly felt a bit guilty and, raising his head, pressed his cheek against Xue Fengxiu's palm, his large eyes fixed intently. Your Highness, shall we practice writing, please? His cheek tingled slightly. Although he had never truly been scratched by a cat, Xue Fengxiu felt it was close enough. He lowered his gaze, pinched the soft earlobe of the little cat, and leisurely asked, If this prince teaches you to write, what should you call me? Tanyu was momentarily dumbfounded. This was not a custom before. Using his steel-like brain, which had spun in circles for 18 years, he tentatively ventured, Husband, is that correct? He recalled that this rather sentimental title had previously put the villain in a good mood. After all, it was not hubby, given that Tan Yu was a modern individual. Calling him husband transformed him into a character from ancient times. Haha, he felt no psychological burden. It was quite delightful. Little did he know, Jing Wang shook his head, his dark eyes fixed intently on Tan Yu. This title is acceptable for now, but when practicing writing, it won't do, Xue Fengxue said, lowering his gaze. Baby, keep thinking. Who is your baby? Tan Yu turned his head, quietly rebutting in his heart. What is there to call? Must he also call the villain baby? Upon this thought emerging, Tan Yu immediately dismissed it. No. That would be utterly incongruous. The villain possessed an exceptionally broodingly handsome visage, standing over 6 feet tall, with broad shoulders and a narrow waist, a size 20 physique, exuding the air of a mature man who regarded others as if they were mere dogs. What was that saying online? He was truly of daddy caliber. How could one possibly refer to such a man as baby? The mere thought of addressing the villain as baby sent shivers down Tan Yu's spine, causing her to involuntarily shudder. Xue Fengxue waited for a moment, noticing that Tan Yu seemed genuinely at a loss for words. Her large eyes filled with a naive clarity. Unable to restrain herself any longer, she muttered under her breath. Wooden-headed, infused with a hint of frustration akin to that of a mentor disappointed in a pupil. Was it necessary for him to reach the final step before he could comprehend? The moment this thought crossed her mind, Xue Fengxue swiftly suppressed it. If she truly desired to achieve something, she would have done so long ago. No matter how reluctant Tan Yu might be, she lacked the ability to resist. Yet, some occurrences were fated to transpire precisely when they were meant to. This was Xue Fengxue's principle. Tan Yu, inexplicably branded as wooden, pointed at herself incredulously, feeling somewhat aggrieved. Her large eyes shimmering. Your Highness, why do you scold me? Xue Fengxue remained silent, sighed softly, and bent to lift Tan Yu from the couch, planting a gentle kiss on her lips. There, I did not scold you. I was referring to myself. DX3, witnessing this, let out a cold snort, its mechanical voice dripping with sarcasm. Oh, not scolding you, merely speaking of this king. Tan Yu pursed her lips, reluctantly struggling a couple of times. Then I wished to walk down by myself. Xue Fengxue remained impassive, responding with a casual, As a result, his pace not only remained unchanged, but he tightened his embrace further. Tan Yu protested softly, Your Highness, I have my own legs. Upon hearing this, Xue Fengxue chuckled enigmatically, his palm resting on the outer side of Tan Yu's thigh, his voice deep and magnetic. I know, baby has long legs. Several servants passing by immediately knelt, bowing their heads. Tan Yu clutched Xue Fengxue's collar, her entire body stiffening, her ears burning. Your Highness, there are so many people. Please let me down, all right? Yet, could this truly be feasible? Tan Shu hesitated. Zhou Yan, reclining on the concubine couch, laughed and said, What's the problem? Aren't those lower-grade fools the most inclined to heed your words? Shu, during the academic term at the Guozi school, family visits are prohibited. Even if His Highness Jing Wang has extensive connections and operates discreetly, engaging in minor mischief, who would suspect that you are the one orchestrating their isolation from him? Or perhaps, does Shu now believe that she lacks the charm to sway that group of single-minded aristocratic youths? Zhou Yan, what do you mean by that? Tan Shu's eyes widened in fury, her rage palpable. What do you mean I lack charm? What if that wretched child complains to Jing Wang during the holidays? What shall I do then? Rest assured, should the truth come to light, no one in the entire capital would dare to associate with you. Isn't there still me? Zhou Yan expelled a plume of smoke, the haze swirling as his elongated, 3 white eyes fixated intently on Tan Shu's face through the dispersing mist. Perhaps you should relinquish your desire for vengeance and content yourself with your position as the young master of the Ho residence, he suggested. The mere thought of abandoning his thirst for revenge infuriated Tan Shu further. He stepped forward, seizing Zhou Yan's smoking pipe and hurling it to the ground. His eyes brimmed with anger as he exclaimed, Impossible! I simply cannot tolerate him. Why does he deserve to fare better than I? Though Zhou Yan's precious pipe lay broken, he remained unperturbed, even managing to smile. So, Shui, it seems I am the only one offering you counsel at this juncture. Whether you choose to heed it or not is entirely up to you. The person you admire is a foolish individual with lofty aspirations, yet lacking in ability. He must inevitably face obstacles and hardships to learn the virtue of humility. Tan Shui, oblivious to the intricacies of Zhou Yan's words, stood frozen, staring at the man who had once showered him with affection. The abruptness of his words left him momentarily at a loss. But if Prince Jing seeks vengeance against me, how will you rescue me? Zhou Yan raised an eyebrow, a faint smile emerging on his otherwise stoic face. You needn't concern yourself with that. I possess my methods. Envy clouded Tan Shui's vision as he recalled the day Prince Jing had defended Tan Yu. A sudden realization struck him. Perhaps he should never have allowed another to arrange his marriage. Marrying Prince Jing seemed, after all, a rather appealing option. Zhou Yan, observant as ever, could easily discern the foolish thoughts swirling in Tan Shui's mind. Given the present circumstances, with his face swollen from Prince Jing's blows, he still dared to dream of soaring to greater heights. Very well, let him suffer a few more falls and break a few wings. Only then will he understand that he is not but a common chicken. It's settled then. You've made this pact, Zhou Yan. If you dare deceive me, I shall have Brother Changchen flay your skin. At the mention of Shui Changchen, Zhou Yan's smile gradually faded. He gestured for Tan Shui to leave. Furious, Tan Shui exited the Zhou residence through the back door. Yet, mere steps away, he caught sight of a familiar figure. Wait, is that the wretched one? He quickened his pace to follow, only to witness the silhouette turning into a shop filled with cosmetics. The half-visible profile was quite lovely, though the eyes were murky yellow-green, and the features paled in comparison to those of Tan Yu. It was, in fact, the very seductress who had ensnared Brother Changchen. Hatred surged within Tan Shui. Tan Yu was one thing, being a scion of a noble family. But how could a mere commoner, a seller of cosmetics, dare to overshadow him? A clever plan formed in his mind as he turned to summon a few beggars lurking in the shadows. Such individuals relied solely on their looks and voices, and their despicable allure could easily be dismantled. Chapter 83. The tyrant's packed Yun Shi, having purchased his cosmetics, had scarcely taken a few steps when darkness enveloped him. A coarse sack tightened around his head, and the sensation of suffocation washed over him. With a thud, he was kicked to the ground, his collar seized, and several hands dragged him across the dirt-laden ground. Help! But before he could finish his plea, a fist struck his head, and a kick to his chest left him gasping in pain. Be silent, otherwise I shall take your life. The voice from outside the burlap sack was raspy and unpleasant, akin to sandpaper, accompanied by several greasy chuckles. Bound, Yun Shi felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. He could hardly fathom the extent of his misfortune. Merely seizing the moment while Shui Changchen had not sought him, he ventured out to procure an item. His attendant, dispatched to fetch some food, had inadvertently led him into this calamity. What was more terrifying was the fact that the shop where he sought cosmetics was situated far from the city center, frequented only by those of dubious character. The proprietor engaged in disreputable dealings, considered disdainful by society. Thus the location was remote and hardly trafficked. Could you kindly release me? Whatever sum you desire, I shall provide. Yun Shi sensed the encroaching silence, realizing they had dragged him to an isolated place devoid of witnesses. Panic enveloped his heart, compelling him to struggle uncontrollably. Money? The ragged beggars exchanged knowing glances, erupting into raucous laughter. Ha! What is money to us? To speak plainly, the patron who seeks us grants positions of power. Even a mere jailer is a secure occupation, while you, a destitute wretch, with your very life in their grasp, dare to negotiate? A brutal kick landed on Yun Shi, causing him to stagger. You bastard! This lad resembles a woman, swaying as he walks. It ignites my ire. Why the rush, third brother? Soon enough. The older brothers will let you have your turn. Yun Shi was so terrified that he scarcely dared to breathe. At that moment, someone crouched down and seized his hair, wrenching his scalp painfully. Listen here, filthy wretch. Our brothers happen to be in want of companionship. A man of your looks might suffice. If you behave, perhaps you shall suffer less. Yun Shi's heart sank deeper with every word. The crude speech of these men carried an unpleasant odor. They were either beggars or bandits. Those capable of securing even a minor position through such unscrupulous means must hold some significant status. But when had he attracted the attention of such a patron? Wait, that letter. The masked man who had met him once mentioned that his influential benefactor hailed from the royal family, though whether a prince or a noble heir remained a mystery. Such high-born individuals, each surrounded by numerous wives and concubines, could easily provoke jealousy from a legitimate wife or a favored concubine, leading to schemes aimed at his ruin. The more he pondered, the more his panic escalated. He was but a mere courtesan, charmingly referred to as a flower girl, yet at the core, merely a slave, a plaything for the nobility. How could he possibly resist? Enough of this chatter. Drag him into the alley, and let us give him a beating first, commanded the leader of the beggars, and the others complied without hesitation. Pain seared across his back as countless feet and fists descended upon him. Each strike thudded against his flesh without mercy, forcing Yun-Shur into a curled position as he emitted pitiful whimpers. It was a lamentable state indeed. He was too frightened even to cry out for help. These men were so brazen, undoubtedly confident that no one would intervene in their malignant deeds. Should he resist and provoke their ire, the consequences would likely be dire. Yun-Shur closed his eyes, resignedly shielding his face with his arms. He was acutely aware that his current state was solely attributed to his exceptional beauty. Should his visage be marred, all would be lost. Throughout the prolonged beating, the figure on the ground bit down on his silver tooth, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, while his body was riddled with excruciating, dull pains. Enough. If they continued, they would exhaust themselves. How could they continue the sport? Finally, amidst a cacophony of buzzing, the sack over Yun-Shur's head was yanked away. He lay supine on the ground, his neck and exposed skin bruised from the blows, his once pristine clothing now soiled with dirt. Fortunately, his face bore no severe injuries, just a slight abrasion. As Yun-Shur's vision swam, he beheld 5 menacing figures encircling him, all disheveled and reeking of foulness, their mouths filled with yellowed teeth. Indeed, they were the beggars from the city. One, seemingly the leader, crouched low, roughly grasping Yun-Shur's hair and pinching his chin, declaring, "You can only blame yourself for enticing the wrong person. This beautiful face of yours is destined to be ruined. Come on, hurry up. Don't dawdle. Finish this and report back," urged one. "Are you here to report, or merely lustful?" "Let me mar his face first," another retorted, producing a dagger from his sleeve and pressing it against Yun-Shur's cheek. With his pupils constricting, Yun-Shur thrashed in desperation, "Wait, no." As the blade pressed against his skin, its chilling sharpness threatened to break through, sending terror coursing through his heart. He could only feel a sharp sting on his cheek as he struggled. It was over, utterly over. In that instant, a stone soared through the air, striking the assailant's forehead. His eyes widened in disbelief as he crumpled to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Blood oozed from the wound in his forehead, staining his face crimson. The other beggar, startled by the scene, trembled as he reached out to check for signs of life from the fallen man. He.S. dead. The remaining men immediately sensed danger, abandoning Yun-Shur and scattering like frightened birds. Unfortunately, several more stones whizzed through the air, striking true and finding their mark. Yun-Shur, struggling to maintain his composure, shakily rose to his feet, surveying the eerie stillness of the 5 lifeless bodies around him. It dawned on him that someone had come to his rescue. Looking around, he found no one in sight. Lowering his eyelids, he bowed in each direction. The gratitude owed to his savior would be unforgettable. Should he ever be needed, they could find him at the Red Mansion. With that, Yun-Shur limped away, each step heavy with fatigue. After what felt like an eternity, he finally spotted a worried servant and several guards from the Red Mansion searching for something. With a thud, Yun-Shur collapsed to the ground. Just before darkness enveloped him, he saw those figures rushing toward him. He was utterly saved. Little did he know, as he departed the narrow alley, 2 shadowy figures stealthily emerged from atop the wall. "Congratulations, you have successfully rescued Yun-Shur. Task completed." Upon receiving the task notification from DX3, Tan Yu, having just finished practicing his calligraphy at home, lay on the couch with a face full of despondency. Indeed, It was due to his errors in writing several intricate characters that the antagonist had left him in a state of disarray. Furthermore, Tan Yu had finally discerned the title the villain wished him to use. While students may be slow to learn, teachers should not be vexed. With his upper body sprawled across the table, half of him propped up, tears streaming down his face, he appeared utterly disheveled. The Prince Jing, now addicted to acting, held a ruler in his hand and coldly stated, "Repeated misbehavior merits 10 strikes. Count them yourself." In essence, it was a memory he was reluctant to recall. Thus, when the task notification arrived, Tan Yu was momentarily stunned. He had just declared that he would not be stepping out today. However, compelled by duty, he begrudgingly sought out the antagonist. The outcome involved him clinging to the villain and playfully negotiating the terms of a tyrannical agreement to at least grant him a quarter of an hour of affection that evening, thus earning this fleeting respite. Chapter 84. Fulfilling Promises. Thank you, Gucci. Thankfully, your agility allowed you to arrive just in time, bringing the task progress to 14. With momentum on our side, Gucci shook his head and lowered his gaze, inquiring, "Are we returning, Your Highness?" He genuinely did not comprehend why the princess was so eager to rescue a stranger from the brothel, but he possessed a commendable trait. He may not understand. Yet he obeyed. When the princess instructed him to act, he complied. As for the fate of those he subdued, since the princess had not specified, he adhered to his customary approach. Tan Yu nodded, wiping the sweat from his brow. "I'm sorry to trouble you, but you must carry me. I truly cannot run any longer." Gucci inclined his head and complied. Naturally, he felt no qualms about being a shadow guard who grasped the collar of a noble princess, hoisting her aloft on the rooftops at great speed. Strangely, Tan Yu felt no discomfort either. He even deliberately encouraged Gucci to fly a bit higher. The experience was akin to a free human roller coaster. How exhilarating. Ultimately, this lift brought Tan Yu immense joy. Even upon landing at the royal residence, he felt a lingering thrill. "Gucci, you were fantastic. I will seek you out next time." Gucci, unexpectedly praised, nodded in acknowledgement. Though puzzled, he chose to comply. With a serious expression, he replied, "Since Your Highness enjoys it, I shall strive to fly even higher next time." Tan Yu let out a small cheer. DX3 could not contain itself, overwhelmed by a flurry of pink bubbles. "Baby, once we return, let us ride the real roller coaster together." The invisible cattail behind Tan Yu seemed to perk up excitedly, his face alight with enthusiasm. Yes, yes, the drop tower too, and the swinging pendulum, and the haunted house as well. DX3 was taken aback by how, despite appearing timid and docile, its host possessed such audacity. Roller coasters, drop towers, and swinging pendulums were manageable, as the system had no real experience with these high-altitude attractions. However, the haunted house, "Baby, I cannot handle that." DX3 recalled the terrifying scenarios and horror quests, where it had been startled by various NPCs, so frightened that its mechanical voice faltered. "Please spare me from the haunted house," sighed Tan Yu, momentarily crestfallen. However, he quickly regained his composure and smiled brightly. "DX3 is so wonderful. It should be understanding." "All right then, let us forego the haunted house," he declared. Tan Yu's beautiful eyes twinkled with joy as he suggested, "Shall we try an escape room instead?" A series of ellipses appeared on DX3's screen. "Are you certain there is a significant distinction between this and the haunted house?" Tan Yu blinked innocently. "I am unsure. I have never been to one. No way, too adorable." "Fine. It's merely a haunted house versus an escape room. If you haven't been, then DX3 shall bravely accompany the host to whichever it may be." Tan Yu was astonished that DX3 would take such a bold step. He had long heard from the main system that DX3 was rather timid, which was why it had been assigned to Infinite Flow subplots, serving as both a voice actor and a guide for newcomers. Had it not been for the last incident when DX3 was frightfully terrified, the main system would not have reverted it. "DX3, you are indeed a splendid system, yet I have decided against visiting both the haunted house and the escape room." DX3 was equally moved, its screen streaming with digital tears. The main system, passing by, remarked, "Two fools," crying again, unable to restrain itself. The main system lightly tapped DX3 on the head, warning, "If you continue to slack off during work hours, your bonus for this month will be halved. DX3's sobs were instantly silenced. On what grounds? I did not. The round, plump robot was abruptly seized by a cold, almost inhuman hand, lifted into the air. Facing the main system's gray-white eyes, DX3 ground its teeth. And who are you calling a fool? The main system smiled faintly, its white pupils mechanically rotating. Shouting at your superior during work hours will cost you next month's bonus as well. DX3 immediately froze in shock. Infuriated, Tanya had been enthusiastically enjoying himself for a while when he noticed DX3 had fallen silent and curiously queried. The main system's indifferent voice responded. It has entered sleep mode. It should reboot in about 5 minutes. It was surprising that such an active entity as DX3 could actually go into sleep mode. Tanya rarely engaged in conversation with the main system, as it always felt as though he were addressing a high-ranking official, which made him uneasy. Thus, in response to the main system's explanation, he could only awkwardly acknowledge with an O. The main system did not hold this against him and did not speak further. Xue was absent from the residence, seemingly occupied with official duties. Tanya picked up the snowball that was playfully rolling with the black rabbit and gently stroked its fur. Upon realizing its furry companion had been taken away, the black rabbit immediately leaped up, attempting to reach for the snowball in Tanya's arms. Tanya playfully teased it, indulging in the rabbit's fluffiness until the snowball grew impatient and began to kick at his arm, prompting him to reluctantly place it back on the ground. The moment the snowball touched the ground, it was promptly pounced upon by the eager black rabbit. The two furry creatures rolled together, one black and one white, exuding an adorable charm. Bao, what do you think account for the close bond between them? Tanya squatted down and poked the black rabbit's round, fluffy tail. Bao scratched his head, pondering whether the attraction between rabbits was a natural phenomenon. Two male rabbits, what could possibly draw them together? Tanya nodded in agreement, suggesting, perhaps it's because the snowball is still a baby. Parents bring their children along, after all. However, before he could finish, a deep, resonant voice interrupted from behind them. They are mating. Tanya froze, abruptly standing up, staring incredulously at Xue, who approached with a smile in his eyes, as if struck by lightning. But they are both males. Xue raised an eyebrow at this remark, his towering figure casting a shadow, enveloped